hope my computer can render this monster of a video because it's already gone through one 8-hour video before, and during scripting one of these portions I did some editing work for just a robot and 6 minutes caused it to struggle, so crossing my fingers for this one. I'm also going to treat this one like the Sylveon video and leave a playlist of each individual chapter link alongside my citations in the description below. Some of you guys liked that last time, so we're doing it again that way. Anyway, hope you enjoy the video. A rogues gallery is a policed collection of mugshots or other images of criminal suspects kept for identification purposes. For my purposes, though, it's a list of people who I've had the unfortunate displeasure of having beef with for one reason or another. Now, to put my intentions out there from the beginning so as not to have assumptions made, yes, I am aware at how long this video about one person is. Yes, I am aware this will be seen as unnecessary by most passerbys since the person in question is already gone. And yes, I am aware at how much time I am wasting doing this. No, I don't know how you wound up here either. You're the one who clicked a multi-hour long video. That said, to answer the first 3 questions, this individual had been doing a lot of harm to a lot of people, myself especially amongst that list, and I haven't really heard anyone even acknowledge the baseline of these harmful actions beyond a brief, Koda had a beef with the incredibly niche slideshow commentary community, and I feel personally as if that is a huge disservice to what this individual had put us through. Now, the idea of this series isn't exactly to be a series of long-form expose videos. While they are about drama, that's just the inherent byproduct of getting this stuff off my chest. Contrary to the seemingly popular belief, I don't just go into situations with the intent to have drama for views, emphasized by the fact that these stories will be ones that you might not have heard much of or anything about prior. And while I would be lying if I said I didn't make videos with the intent to get views, like that's the reason anyone makes videos posted to a public platform, the drama part is something I don't particularly like, and if I could have gone my whole career without it, I probably would be a lot happier. However, drama is kind of an unavoidable aspect of making commentary, and at this point I'm an old lady with the most chronically online war stories this side of Christian, and since my stories won't go anywhere if I don't tell them, I'm gonna tell them. But I'm not really using this series to spark the dramas themselves. In fact, I probably won't even do another one of these unless I'm certain my stories have reached a conclusive ending. With that in mind, these are almost like my venting videos, so take them as they are, with a grain of salt. Kinda like a retrospective of the stories that I've had with these other people, a source of closure that I otherwise would have never gotten when these situations were still fresh on everyone's mind. As such, please do not go out and harass those that I talk about within the stories. These are retrospective, so as such, there's a good chance these people are growing, or at least I hope that they are. But with that said, welcome to the slideshow commentary community's Rogues Gallery. More specifically, my Rogues Gallery, as I regale you the information of people you might have heard from either in passing or know really well, and my own experiences with them. If you're just now hearing of me, hi, I'm Doodletones. I'm a slideshow commentator. I cover individual videos and respond to them with the intent to criticize and entertain. I'm not explicitly a drama channel, and I'll keep explaining that until people learn that we are our own community and learn how to make that distinction. The SEC is the Tumblr of the commentary genre, where the actuallys in the comment section, but in video form. We're a bunch of nerds that talk about bad videos, usually regarding things we're passionate about. Point is, it's all in good fun over here, but sometimes people don't like fun, and that's how we wind up with stories like the one that I intend to tell you today. December 8th, 2022, the final shoe dropped with one Neko Koda, an ex-SCC member who turned heel and took fire at us several times in her career. The fact that Koda decided to specifically hate us led a pretty lengthy beef between she and us for a handful of years, and the more she shot at us, the more we retaliated, and with that maybe you might be able to understand why I say it's kind of a shame that we're here. I was kind of hoping that July that year would have marked the end of this saga, but instead she continued to push herself into cancellation. But we'll come back to that in due time. For now, just know that Koda's history is longer than many people may know, and today I want to talk about that history, because no one else will with the correct details. That said, I'll try not to bore you with the nitty-gritty details if I can avoid it. I most certainly cannot in most cases, though. Anyway, my Koda story begins in the far back days of 2016, where a pretty well-known Yu-Gi tuber by the name of Rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Released a video of 10 worst archetype support cards. No wait, don't click off, I promise this is going somewhere. So this video was pretty flawed in my opinion, and so, as I do with most other videos, I did a commentary on it, because if I hadn't stated clearly enough, that's the kind of content I do here. Brington himself actually liked the video, but roughly a year later I would find that a new commentator by the name of Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh! Came to do a video on it. By this point, this was nothing new to me. It was 2017, everyone was doing videos on me, but I saw this as an opportunity to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! On my channel again, and so I responded. Each time she made a retort back. She responded to me, I responded back, and about a week after the initial response to her, I got a Twitter DM from a rando Felix Draws TV, who apparently had reached out to me before Fluffle's first video dropped. This comment wasn't very suspect initially, but what I didn't know at the time was this was actually foreshadowing. At the time, I thought Felix was just a friend of Fluffle's. After all, they introduced themselves as such and both claimed to be a fan of my work, though perhaps that maybe should have been a red flag. Our interaction was brief though, so I didn't think much of it. Felix literally slips up in this conversation after I checked out and reveals himself to be Fluffle. I didn't even catch that until scripting this very video, if that tells you how much I was invested in this conversation. If it doesn't, let Felix's follow-up messages speak for themselves, because I acknowledged none of those. It wasn't until after I made the second video on Fluffle to which they responded to that. I must have been tired of arguing though. Admittedly, my memory is a bit hazy on any other events that might have occurred by that point. I only say this because Felix had started that conversation with a very specific question. Can we settle this in DMs? Generally, I had agreed to the terms, and Felix gave Fluffle the keyboard where they and I had a brief conversation about it, where we immediately ran in circles. Afterwards, Felix and I shot the shit a bit until I went on to go take care of some matters that I explained I was going to literally within the conversation. A few hours later, though, I would get messaged by one Queen Eileen, who informed me of the obvious plot twist, that Fluffle and Felix were the same person. And regardless of who the main account was at the time, I believe it was Felix, the other was used as a sock puppet to avoid confronting the problems head-on. Though as the DMs between us show, I wasn't particularly bothered by this revelation. It is a bit cowardly, and in hindsight it's really telling, but honestly it didn't bother me as much as maybe it should have. At the end of the day, I was relaying my counterpoints to the person they were directed towards, so I didn't see much reason to make it a thing. This will come back later. October rolls around and yet another commentary gets made on me. This time I initially didn't care to make a video, but I did write some cliff notes of my problems with it in an open office document. Wasn't even a Google document, just in case you wanted to know just how invested I was in this topic by this point. Felix reached out to me to ask what my issues with the video were, and I sent them a screenshot containing all of them. Once again, they tried to start an argument with me about it in DMs, but this time I shut that shit down, leading us to shoot the shit for a bit. And things were fine for the most part, until they, once again, sparked an argument in the comments of a video I made on an ex-commentator, Angry John, talking about a card called Dark Bribe and how bad it is because you give your opponent a card at the cost of negating a spell or a trap. It's worth noting that this was a conversation we previously had, and it was something that Fluffle wanted to agree to disagree on, yet here they were in the comments of my video on Angry John giving me the exact same argument. I only wish the rest of the conversation was screen capped and archived, but according to Fluffle in a video they made in a response to a This Is Yu-Gi-Oh! Episode I had done around that time, because that was a series I was doing, I apparently called them stubborn.
Yeah, but Doodle, here's the thing. Makes your opponent draw a card. And I know she's referencing a conversation she had with me, because if you go to her Angry John video, me and her and Mr. Osman Mario talk about Dark Bribe. I say why I don't think it's a good card, her and Mr. Osman Mario say why they do think it is, but overall, this last part is based on opinion, and while yes, you do go on a tangent calling me stubborn on Twitter, thank you for that, just what I needed.
Something that I did do in accordance with a thread that I made on Twitter around that time. I don't exactly remember what thread is being talked about though in this video, since my thread was directly in response to how Fluffle had started that very same video.
Well, Doodletones already hates me. What more harm can be done?
So I'm not sure what thread they talked about here. I guess there's this one, but I don't know if that aligns with the time of the response either. Regardless, I did call them stubborn, multiple times, and it should be of note, they had previously conceded to being so in the DMs we had with each other just a month prior, so I don't know why it became a problem by this point. Maybe it's because I also did block them around that time, but that's because of how Fluffle had started that very same video and proceeded to be immensely condescending throughout it over a children's card game, something we apparently talked about around that time, though much of that conversation is lost to time. You can still see me trying to get through to them about being condescending within their video. This was also the 4th video this channel had done on me at the time, and with the same problems we argued about in DMs. Unfortunately, I do not have the original video, but Mr. A and Dr. Mario 360 did a commentary on it, so I've just been using that video. Mr. A also brings up an apology video Fluffle did on me in passing, shortly after the condescending video that led up to their block, but I also do not have that video, though if memory serves me right, it wasn't particularly great either. In any case, by this point, I had blocked them because I wanted no more really to do with their insistent need to be correct when they objectively were not. Because this was 2017 Doodletones, and I was becoming more of a curmudgeon about discourse surrounding videos I had made. Though that didn't stop Fluffle from making a new Twitter account to hound at me about it all. Specifically, Fluffle came at me in the replies to a tweet that I made in response to their This Is Yu-Gi-Oh! Commentary, trying to argue that merely having a disagreement doesn't amount to being stubborn, trying to write off the cold open of their video as a joke, calling me childish for blocking them under the guise that they only did a commentary on me, something that seems way too common with people like this, and then when exhausted all other options, apologized for their behavior with the reasoning that they were in a bad place, before turning around and trying to spark back up some drama Just a Robot and I had a year prior. There was one conversation with the account Joy's Bank where the conversation attempted to clear up the misconception that it was only because of the video done on me in a vacuum, but as per expectations, Fluffle didn't get it and instead doubled down on the behavior, trying to pull the no publicity is bad publicity card. That sure as hell didn't get me to unblock them, but they stayed angry, and that I thought was going to be the end of it. But no, it was merely the beginning. Actually, Fluffle, I can. Don't tempt me.
Yeah, Fluffle, you don't know that, do you not know that, it has an option to block you from the stream chat? I mean, I won't. I wouldn't.
Well, I don't think... Well, Ryan in particular doesn't have that power. I do, though. And I've done it before. So what you're seeing is the stream that marked the transition between Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh! And her next alias, the Dark Commentator, after being blocked due to her hard-headed and condescending nature. Not helped by the crusade she tried going on Twitter to call me someone who couldn't take any criticism, Fluffle decided the next course of action would be to raid a YouTube stream of mine with alt accounts. Specifically, the Fluffle, Felix Draws, and a new account they made around this time, the Dark Commentator, a channel that I knew was Fluffle even at the time of the stream.
Silver, can y'all stop bullying Lorenzo in the chat, please?
Yes, you will. Yes, you will, Felix. And feel free to come back with your Dark Commentator account, and I'll block that too. Yeah, don't worry. I'm well aware that's you. You're not very sly. It wasn't exactly hard to find out it was her either, since all she did was pitch down her voice.
Doodle, here's the thing. When people say worst archetype sport cards, they don't exactly mean that cards are terrible. They mean that they're not the most useful in the archetype.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong with the uses for the carded, but the original concept of Destiny Heroes was to stall for Clock Tower Prison and bring out Dreadmaster. Plasma, Dogma, and Destiny and Dragoon were kinda your plan Bs in a sense.
Of course, if you still don't believe me, they did eventually confirm it in a tweet sometime later. However, at the time, instead of owning up to it, the Dark Commentator account had lied about who they were to us, insisting that they weren't actually the commentator formerly known as Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh! In that very same stream. I didn't really buy it, but I figured I should have played along to see how long they'd keep up this facade. It's actually kind of funny looking back at this particular era of Coda, since we had me say this in my worst commentaries of 2017. If I were to give you the objectively worst commentator that came out this year, it would probably be Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh! As he made videos pretty much on nothing but spite, constantly ignored points that were laid out on the table, and talked down to his opponents constantly with an ego that practically screams, "I know about more Yu-Gi-Oh! Than you." But if you want the most interesting specimen this year had to offer, that would probably have to go to the Dark Commentator. I can certainly tell Dark is trying, so I can at least give him that, but since his start, he had very shaky ground with his videos. They feel like they weren't scripted, even though I've seen scripts he had written. They feel very disjointed in thought, and due to that, for a while, I thought he was Fluffle. But he's not. But literally a month prior, after Dark released yet another video on my Rank 10 video I made defending The Departed, the Plan B initiative, with the intro having a fade-in of Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh's first avatar. I remember a conversation that Koda and I had sometime after the fact that she actually, thought she had me convinced for some time, which is hilarious when you consider the context to everything. I merely played along because the Dark Commentator was the most obvious sock account I had seen at the time, but everyone else seemed totally convinced, and I didn't much care by that point. But I kept my eyes on her. From the rest of 2017, I don't exactly remember the time frame everything happened, at least not for a bit into the story, because this was before my chat. The Cloud Palace became a pretty good timeline of events at what happened within the Slideshow commentary community and when. But I do know by the end of 2017, we had the final shot, a hilariously bad video on Keyblade Master about a chain that was chock full of SCC memes that I can now give to you.
The fact that nobody else is offended by Sonic is the mother point, you actual idiot. But then, you go on to show your friend who's been using Sony Vegas for God knows how fucking long.
Will you people please stop making fun of the Vietnam War? And you find it funny that people lost their lives in that war? What's wrong with you?
Why do terms like gender fluid exist when they're not a thing? Cyberbullying isn't real, just turn off the fucking monitor.
I also managed to dig out an old script that I didn't realize I had that Dark was gonna do on my video on Deku in this chain, and I gotta tell you, it's truly entertaining in retrospect to see how Koda treated cyberbullying with such nuance, going as far as to blame user Zammy's attempted suicide in response to a barrage of harassment over a Steven Universe picture she made, less so on the people who were agitating the depression, and more so on the depression itself, saying that bullying victims should just leave the platform. This has aged well. I also remember Dark's contribution to a mini-drama the SCC had called ImageGate, which was literally the dumbest drama I think this community has ever had. So, because this is SCC drama, I'm gonna need to explain. It started with a video by someone called Overly Opinionated, currently going by the name Pastel Opal, as I have come to learn, who did a video on Tama Hero. I don't remember the context of what the video was about. It was definitely something Pokemon related, but it's not really important to the discussion as a whole. The point is, the video was made, and in comes another ex-SCC member by the name of Kurome, who did a video on it. I don't really care if this video is any good or not either, but it is important to take note of how Kurome presents this video to us. See, he's taken the approach of keeping his commentaries as an auditory-only experience rather than a visual one. A method that's uncommon in this community, but not really unheard of. Now, when I tell you that there was a small drama that sparked from this choice of production, you're probably not going to believe me, but to that I say this is the Slideshow commentary community. You frankly do not know us if you think this is too stupid for us to make a drama around. We can get petty sometimes. Though initially it didn't start as such, it was more so just a brief production critique from yet another SCC member by the name of Kirby Star Warrior.
Alright, woo, got material, awesome. Now I can finally make that Halloween comm I was hoping to make so much in... Oh, wait a minute. It's the 3rd of November. Fuck. Well, that's gonna be a problem. What if I call it a belated Halloween special?
You know, if you're going to stretch out this joke about being late for Halloween for the entire introduction, could you at least use more than one image for your avatar? Because ignoring how several times in your commentary the image you're using doesn't fit with what you're saying, but with there being literally only one pixel of glasses gold that you use for all of your points, not only screams laziness, but it's pretty unappealing to look at. It's barely more engaging than just talking while showing a black screen the whole time.
Kirby's criticism of Kurome using the one-picture avatar is focused on the juxtaposition of Kurome's attempt at a skit involving how long his video was in production for. Yes, it is a nitpick by all intents, but frankly any criticism focused on the production of a YouTube video can be attributed to that same label. Plus, nitpicks aren't inherently incorrect, they're just not that important to the overall video, and it's not like this was the only point Kirby had brought up against Kurome's video either. It was just the first point, whereas the rest actually focused on the topic of discussion, being Tama's video. From here, it's of note that 2 videos had spawned from this commentary. One from a guy called Dustin Makes Vids, which I won't go over since I don't want to derail too much, but we will come back to him here in a bit, and the other from Kurome himself. Now, Kurome's video wound up being one giant strawman as he comes in emotionally defensive against a criticism that he wasn't getting at the time.
So, when a commentary is released and your only complaint during an interjection is, oh, you only have one picture, or it's not matching up to what you said. Alright, let's try to break this down, shall we? Okay, so, the person in question knows who he is. They know what video I'm talking about. So let's not beat around the bush. The reason I used one image for my commentary on Overly Opinionated is the same reason I'm doing so in this video. And that is, I'm doing it for my own convenience.
See, this doesn't argue the point Kirby was making though, because Kirby wasn't getting on Kurome's case for solely using one picture for his avatar. It was the use of one image in a skit that would have been better played off with a full-on avatar. Quite the difference there. Furthermore, I would like to address the actual argument itself, because even if Kirby's criticism did just stop at one image, for your own convenience wouldn't be a good argument, since depending on what the conversation is here, it'd also be for your own convenience to not script your videos, or using a black screen outright to prevent from editing it at all, or maybe using a screen recorder. I mean, these are all things that could be for your own convenience. It doesn't mean that the practices are exactly smiled upon. Anyway, this video was then covered by Dark, who was then covered by Dustin, whose video wasn't particularly great either. In part because Dustin's whole deal was just to tell people that those with one-picture avatars can do whatever they damn well please. A notion that I have already detailed isn't always a particularly valid one to make, despite how much I agree that commentary is a more auditory-focused genre of content. But it was also bad because Dustin also went under the strawman that the criticism that Kirby was given was explicitly the one picture on its own.
How does that make him lazy? Just because he wants to use one image for his own convenience. And besides, it's his video. He can edit it however he sees fit. And that's the most wonderful thing about having a YouTube channel. You can post whatever you want. And there's no rules that states that you have to edit a video this specific way. And sure, you may not like the way he edits his videos. You could call it lazy. But you have no control or say in the matter of how he should edit his videos.
Kirby was just giving the recommendation that, when doing a skit that requires emotion to be put to the forefront, to utilize more than one image to play more into the joke that you're presenting to your audience. And Dark was explaining that Kurome's wording implies that he only puts less effort into making videos for laziness purposes, which isn't an excuse dissuading Kirby's initial criticism. I don't really care much beyond that for the deeper dive, and frankly, neither do you. But that isn't where this story ends, because it should be important to note that 1 year prior, I started a trend amongst the slideshow commentary community, counting down my picks for the worst commentaries of any given year. I have done this since 2016, and I wasn't the only one who started doing this trend. You have people like Solar Fenrir, Kirby Star Warrior, and, for one time only, Artemi Musha, who conversely made a best of the year list. I actually wish he continued doing these, frankly. It was generally a really fun and interesting list. Listening to the completed verse approach of looking at commentary from what we normally hear, being a great breath of fresh air from the usual brand of pessimism you see surrounding this community, and especially every year on this channel alone with my lists. Even if theirs did age like milk nearly 6 years later.
But, well, we can't exactly predict the future now, can we?
I don't know, I still have a soft spot for it. However, the important bits of the video came in the form of the sandwiched top 5 worst of the year, because there Musha takes a couple incredibly subtle shots at one-picture avatar productions.
What I want to focus on is the roundabout way Mad Plushie tackled Foamy's video, focusing more on going after the analogies and metaphors often at times when it wouldn't mean much to do so, attempting to critique a good chunk of Foamy's points with tangential information, and inserting probably the most obnoxiously irrelevant nuance-dissolving Trump bashing this side of Shonen Otaku, just for the sake of trying and failing to argue that opinions by themselves can be harmful. But I felt like that would be cheating just a bit, especially since, regardless of the fact that, to be fair, Megatron has since apologised for this video, I'm still choosing this one as the candidate for the worst of list for what it represents. This video is honestly more evocative of some of the lesser traits of those who try and fail to criticise Doodletones, because they ended up falling for the same old tabloid nonsense that resulted in astronomers discovering the planet of the ass people. We already have a bad first impression with the usage of a single image throughout the entire video that just makes for the finest of visual stimulation, but in attempting to push past that particular attitude, all we have left is content that I would describe as soullessly half-hearted, even by the low, hell's basement low standards of this very channel. Every line is littered with tics, formulaic quips, and general filler that indicates how much Slothboy didn't script this shit. And given how things turn out when Sloth does script his shit, that should be setting off some major alarm bells. Then there's all the utterly meaningless statements like, no one really promotes one-shot commentaries and the like. There's dodging the issue of trying to seem more knowledgeable on an issue than one actually is by saying, no one's perfect, as well as his calling back to the Avatar test run by mentioning his intentions to try out avatars.
This light ribbing was taken notice of by one Dylan Thomas, another individual I could make a whole campfire tale about, though I'd have less evidence for it all, who made a pissed-off rant about one-picture avatars in a similar vein to Karome and Dustin, also fittingly using one image. It was understandably a pattern with these folks. Dark did a commentary on that too, but I really don't want to go over all that video again, so if you want to see my thoughts, I'll just point you in the direction of Master TP10 and I's video made around the time of the event. It is a bit of an older video, but honestly it more or less encapsulates my feelings on the matter so many years later. You know, despite how both parties claimed that TP and I took them out of context without proof. Anyway, with that about covers it for the early era of the Dark Commentator. Everything else past this point is more or less documented well enough, so now we can go over some of that. So for a bit, most of the story kind of flatlines. This is kind of the best era to be dark, frankly, since your drama was sparse even if your material was plenty. Sure, there's not really a ton to talk about in retrospect here, mostly because Koda, in a fit of her newest controversy, deleted the channel that the Dark Commentator and subsequent rebrand Kainu was hosted on. However, some notable highlights I recall were the videos on Keemstar, a dose of Buckley, a couple videos on Joni Rue, a video on Veliskibum, her contribution to a commentary treat we colloquially call the Dragon Tale, a video on LS Mark, and a video on herself. As I said, none of these videos really exist anymore beyond some archives on my computer that I'm now gonna have to upload later, only being relegated to hearsay with information archived on the Slideshow Commentary Community Wiki, a source I wish was more useful for things exactly like this. Sadly, we weren't very vigilant on archiving everything, so we're just gonna have to brush past these. However, that doesn't mean that there's nothing to discuss regarding Koda's approach to argumentation around this time, and for this chapter, I just kinda wanna go over that. You're free to skip to the next chapter if you don't care, because that chapter will go over the second of many controversies that Koda got herself into. Anyway, one common thing I remember Dark covering a lot was politics, a notion that if you asked anyone in the SCC at the time, they weren't particularly great at covering, and I even think they kinda knew that given how they approached the topics themselves.
Alright, so today I'm doing a video on the topic of gay rights, because that went so well last time.
We'll come back to this video here in a bit, as I think it's a better indication of just how much Dark was unable to cover politics, but there are a couple other videos I would like to briefly touch on to coincide with these ideas, such as her video on Alex Jones, where she demonstrates a particularly common trend with her commentaries that never really went away, and that she oftentimes jumped the gun with her points before anything actually gets clarified.
And, I mean, reports have said that about 25% of the admitted cases to that children's hospital right now have been for the flu, and this has been one of the biggest outbreaks Texas has seen in quite some time. So, you know, this is definitely one of the more severe cases that this area has ever seen. But for me, you know, this is definitely one of the sickest I've ever felt.
In retrospect, it's kind of funny that she asks for proof of a claim through text on the screen just before InfoWars shows a Time article to try and provide evidence to support their claim. But as funny as this is, it doesn't make for good argumentation. Mind you, merely jumping the gun within specific conversations isn't even the most interesting part about the era of the Dark Commentator and later Kainu. Because those of you who just know about the Neko Koda era would be aware of her very liberal-leaning politics. However, those of us in the SCC knew the other side of that coin, a version of Koda that identified more with right-leaning politics by her own admission.
You know, I've always wanted to commentate on Nihilistic Snake, considering he's a feminist and I'm a conservative anti-feminist.
Now, to clarify, I'm not merely bringing this up to paint Dark in any sort of malicious light. I too, when joining commentaries, identified as an anti-SJW, with my first commentary being in defense of Gamergate. So I don't really have any room to merely discredit her on that basis alone, and nor am I planning to, since I know her views on the subject matters have shifted dramatically over the years. Growth is an important part to any person's story, and here on my channel, we appreciate a good character arc when it's given to us. However, if I do not explain the political leanings she had during this era, not only might you be confused as we go through some of the stories I'm telling in this video, but also, politics was a very important part of Koda's story, both in past and, well, I would say present, but, you know. So, it's extremely important to make that distinction between a right-leaning Dark and Kainu, and left-leaning Neko Koda. But, back to the point, Dark had a very hard time covering topics of a political nature, either because she lacked nuance, or because she just refused to do any sort of research on the topics she discussed. And that is best shown in that Lonely Ghosty video I told you would become important a little bit ago. And so, even if this segment gets a little long, I now need to put my money where my mouth is, so I will go over that video. It's not the only video I'm going to go over in depth during this retrospective, but the others that I'm going to go over are going to be much more important to the situations they're a part of. Whereas this one is just kind of used to give a bit of context. So, for context of the video itself, this is a video on someone called Lazy or Lonely Ghosty, who, as far as I could determine, was responding to a video made by user Hunter Avalone called Dear Gay People. A video that I could only describe as homophobic rhetoric, and Dark has chosen to argue in favor of it. They start by critiquing Ghosty's video production, a common practice within slideshow commentaries, so we'll just skip over those notes. It's when we finally get into the arguments that we see the juicy bits.
Like all civil rights movements that have gone before, we're not going to give up.
I am too pansexual.
I'm still a proud gay man, okay?
Now before you get your rainbow panties in a wad, at least let me explain, okay? No, I do not hate gay people. I just think it's really important I make this video, especially after Propaganda Month, Pride Month, and YouTube's cringy #ProudToBe video. Plus, I think it's okay that I speak on these issues. I'm not gay myself, but a lot of people think I am gay, so it's probably fine.
Okay. I know he hasn't made any points yet, and that this is gonna sound really nitpicky, but the tone he has and the way he delivers his jokes in his videos sounds really annoying and condescending. He sounds like an edgy child who thinks he's totally ponying those awful feminists.
What if that's just the way he tells his jokes? I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you, but being a fan of Hunter Avalone's, I know that this is just how he tells his jokes.
So, you don't disagree that it's annoying and condescending, but that's the point, so what? Does that negate how annoying and condescending it is? The most bringing up that's the point does is just tell Ghosty that Hunter probably wouldn't care about her critique here, but not only does that not matter when giving critique in the style that we do, since other people can take away from her commentary, but also I highly doubt Hunter would have even cared without the attitude being on purpose. That still does not invalidate one's critique, because that can be umbrellaed under all criticism, including your own.
And before you guys say, well, if she isn't a fan, she wouldn't know this. I mean, this could have been a fair assumption that that's just how he tells his jokes. I mean, yeah, you don't disprove the fact that it's annoying, but it just seems like an unfair complaint, considering that's just how he does his videos.
So, because a person might do their videos in a way that's annoying and condescending on purpose, that's cause to dismiss the critique as unfair? Like, obviously there's nuance to this stance. Say if one approaches a topic facetiously, putting in obvious misinformation to make a point about conspiracy theories or some shit, that's one thing, there's a purpose there that justifies the otherwise horribly presented stance. But this is an unnecessary tonal problem that can be presented with more tact. But Dark hand waves it away because that just might be how he presents himself on purpose. Not even that there is a purpose to it, just that there might be one from the stance of someone who claims to be a fan. Good job, Dark. You did it.
Just be gay and leave us alone about it. Let people accept you for your character traits, for your personality. Don't let your sexuality be the only quality you have to offer. People are far more resistant to things when they feel an agenda being pushed on them. They're far more likely to accept something when they don't feel like it's purposely being crammed down their throats. There's a difference between being gay and being a faggot.
Oh boy.
I would consider the gay guy who shows up to work, he's nice to people, he interacts with people, oh, but he also has a boyfriend, as a gay guy. But I would consider this just really faggy. I mean, what is this guy wearing? Some freaking crop tops, short shorts, and freaking rainbow suspenders? This is not normal behavior from people who oftentimes claim they just want to blend in with society.
Your example here is stupid. Obviously that guy is at some sort of pride parade or something along those lines. It's not like he's walking around like that in a Walmart or whatever. That's like walking into a church and pointing at the preacher and calling him a Jesus freak.
Your comparison isn't really fair, considering the fact that when you're in a church, you're outside of the public eye. You're just doing something in the privacy of your own group and your own building. This gay pride parade is some guy going out of his way to be overly flamboyant in public. It doesn't matter if it's part of a parade, it's still not normal behavior from a group of people who just want to be seen as average individuals.
Now, the immediate counter-argument that can be brought up against Dark here is the likes of Jehovah's Witnesses, Westboro and their protests, and fucking Easter, when churches do their egg hunts out in the park. Those are all rather public displays of Christianity that are fairly normalized for the common people, and I think that argument works pretty well when you consider that pride parades are just public events. Like, we don't even blink when there's a parade for Christmas, a holiday commonly claimed by Christianity, but suddenly carry around a gay or trans flag and it's pushing an agenda. I get that Dark is trying to counter this notion by saying Ghosty's comparison is faulty, but it's really not. Because a pride parade is an environment where people in the LGBT community can openly be themselves, just like a church is an environment where people can worship the Lord. So this is just wrong on two levels, at least.
1 second the gay community claims they want to be seen as normal, traditional, represented in the media, just kind of like your average person. Then the next second they throw huge parades to celebrate their sexuality, have an entire month dedicated to their sexuality, and star in videos which worship them like gods for their sexuality.
You know what? I think I'll use religion as an example again. 1 second Christians say they just want to be accepted and normal and allowed to believe what they want to believe. But then the next second they have huge churches made for them to express their religion, put up signs and billboards for them and crosses all over the place, and even have their beliefs influence things like what kids learn about in school and what customers they will or won't serve at the restaurants. I have nothing against religion or Christianity or Christian people or religious people or anything along those lines. All I'm doing is using your logic somewhere else to show you how stupid it is. Imagine someone saying the fact that churches exist is shoving religion down people's throats.
That's actually not really a fair comparison, considering there's no book that says that gay people have to go to pride parades, while on the other hand, Christians have to go to churches.
Not necessarily true. You can hold the beliefs of Christianity and not attend church gatherings. In fact, if I can use a personal example, the only reason my family stopped going to church at all was because my grandmother was loyal to a specific church out in Arkansas. And while the rest of us have since dropped religion, she still holds pretty firmly to her religious roots, even going as far as to give me my deceased grandfather's King James copy after she learned that I was trans. You don't need the church to praise God. That's just a phrase churches tell people to get them to come back time and time again as they wring more tax-exempt money out of their attendees.
And the buildings and crosses thing, that's just people trying to spread their religion and get people to know about it. Yeah, I do agree, it's kind of annoying, but it's not as in your face as those parades.
And pride parades are just a way for people to learn more about queer folk. What's your point? Ghosty isn't even saying that churches and Christian symbolism is pushing the religion onto other people. In fact, she's made it apparent she believes the opposite, saying that using this argumentation is stupid and using Christianity as an example to demonstrate that. Now that said, I too have problems with Ghosty trying to frame this argument in that light, because all of her examples are things that happened and continue to be true long after the video's release, so if she's trying to present a comparative argument in a way that's supposed to look ridiculous, she's failed miserably. But Dark isn't making that counter and is instead going to continue to defend religious practices in a homophobic light, which, from a personal stance, I'm screaming about, but we'll come back to that later.
Also, the school thing, I assume you're talking about Sunday school. People are going to those schools by choice. And also, you're talking about Catholic schools. Yeah, people, again, are going by choice. It's not in public schools.
False. Not only are the kids not choosing to go to these Catholic or Sunday schools, and it's instead the choice of the parents to opt these children in, Ghosty is talking about Christians trying to control what all kids learn within typical education, which was a common talking point nearly a year prior to Dark's video. Like, we're not just talking the Pledge of Allegiance sneaking in under God into it when it wasn't there prior, something I probably shouldn't expect a Canadian to understand about the American education system, but we're talking full-on indoctrination into Christian beliefs. The religious right pushing this idea that we should allow Christ back into schools, acting like he wasn't always there. And we can just gloss over the fact that Texas creates our textbooks, so what they say is usually what gets taught in schools all across the nation, because frankly the worst of that wasn't going to come until 5 years later.
And the gay wedding cakes thing? That's just people following their religion. If a baker won't bake you a cake, just go to another baker. It's not the end of the world.
You probably won't know why until a lot later, but as I was scripting this, I had the widest grin I could ever have listening to this. I heard this while rewatching the video and made a noise that I could not recreate. It was so inhuman. The best part is that it technically isn't wrong, so I won't have much to say here in the lines of arguing it. But please keep this in mind for later. It's hilarious. That said, that doesn't debunk Ghosty's point. Furthermore, even if Ghosty was saying that Christians were pushing their religion onto other people, it wouldn't debunk that point either, because while yes, a commissioned cake artist by all means does not have to accept the commission for a gay wedding cake if it goes against their religious beliefs, it does still potentially lock out future customers by pushing their religion to the forefront of the conversation, so it would still be pushing their religious beliefs onto other people. But more on that a lot later.
At the end of the video, YouTube ends with, proud to be brave, bold, strong, daring, diverse, blah, 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 blah. Well, I really hate to break it to you, but being gay is not a sign of bravery, especially in today's society. Oh gee, I'm really scared. I'm gay and I don't know if I should come out. Well, here goes nothing. Hey everyone, I'm gay. Congratulations! You get championed by the media, an entire month dedicated to celebrating your sexuality, and a parade.
I don't know if you meant to come off this way, but right now you sound about as salty as the Dead Sea.
Pointless ad hominem.
I had to lower Dark's audio down by a lot, and I'm still not sure if I was able to save any eardrums. In case you hadn't noticed, Dark was really bad at volume control in their earlier years.
Dear gay people, there's this false and delusional idea floating among the gay community that they are in this constant fight for their rights.
So important that we keep fighting for the right to be who we are, the right to love whoever we want to love.
Well, I'm ready to take up arms. What fight exactly are you in? I'm pretty sure you won the fight in 2015 when gay marriage was legalized officially.
Boy, that's aged like milk, but I'm not here to commentate on Hunter.
Acting like that's the only problem. What about President Trump repealing the law that said it was okay for trans people to use the bathroom that matches with their gender identity?
Claire White did an excellent video on this, so I'll link it in the description below. What does this even have to do with gay people?
Boy, that's aged like milk too. Anyway, Hunter has been lumping all of the LGBT under the gay umbrella all video, especially when he's dismissed pride parades, which showcases a lot of the LGBT community, including trans people, by the way. So therefore, everything that he's been dismissing with what he proclaims as gay people would hit that sweet blue, pink, and white section of the umbrella too.
Or him signing an executive order that revoked the Fair Play and Safe Workplaces Act, which not only protected LGBT people, but women as well.
Speak up! But seriously, I can barely hear what you're saying, and I think you're talking about some random bill or act or whatever. A, it would be awesome if you showed something on the screen. I know you have sources in the description, but I don't want to have to go digging through that to find the one thing you're talking about. And B, you could go into a bit more detail on why it's a bad thing.
They were talking about the Fair Pay and Safe Workplaces Act, which is pretty self-explanatory if you just bothered to listen to a video that has kept the volume consistent all throughout it, instead of writing it off because suddenly too quiet. You have literally been trying to argue these claims all video, so why is it only now too quiet? Also wait, I just realized, Does Dark dismiss the links that Ghosty had in her description because they didn't want to find what Ghosty was talking about, directly following an interjection where they said that they would link a Blair White video in their description to make a point for them? I almost didn't catch that.
Or the infamous trans military ban.
Again, Blair White did an amazing video on this, and what does this have to do with gay rights?
And they just do it again after dismissing Ghosty's citations. What?
Or the fact that things like the Westboro Baptist Church still exist.
The Westboro Baptist Church are like 40 random Christians who don't have any political power and haven't done anything relevant since God knows how long. And if they have, please tell me.
Ahem. January 11th, 2016, Westboro protests the Golden Globe Awards, announcing it would go to the Riendo Union High School wasteland to warn the living. February 19th, 2016, Westboro protested Justice Antonin Scalia's funeral at the Basilica of the National Shrine in Washington, D.C. June 9th, 2016, they protested Muhammad Ali's memorial service. June 16th, 2016, Westboro protested and celebrated a funeral for 2 victims who died in a shooting at an Orlando gay nightclub. This was the biggest story they had that year. July 19th, 2016, Westboro went to Cleveland, Ohio to protest violence against the police. They also had the police officers guard the perimeters so they could. July 20th, 2016, they protested a Wake Up LGBT event organized by gay conservative Milo Yiannopoulos, which has the most 2016 paragraph I think I've ever read in an article ever connected to it. September 16th, 2016, Westboro protested the Gender Infinity Conference at UAerx as a part of something they called the God Hates Trannies Preaching Tour. October 20th, 2016, Westboro protested in Madison during an environmental education conference discussing climate change. October 27th, 2016, Westboro vandalized and shot up a neighboring equality house that had a rainbow color scheme. Their vandalism, of course, included anti-gay slurs because we gotta keep it classy in this video. This was also a big story that year. And finally, November 2nd, 2016, Westboro protested Juilliard for their arts program. These are only some of the stories that happened just a year prior to Dark's video. Westboro was very active and very vocal with their spread of hate, and the fact that Dark didn't even attempt to look up these stories, much less heard anything about the Equality House or the gay nightclub funeral protests, 2 rather big stories that happened that year, shows Dark was not at all equipped to be covering a topic like this. I believe this was the earliest of the videos I've discussed here, though I'm not sure. It's the only one not mentioned on the SCC wiki, but I assure you Dark's political coverage didn't get much better. However, we'll come back to that throughout the story. As I said, it's really important to her history as a commentator, so we're going to talk more in depth about it as we progress. That said, there were other projects that they worked on at the time, from a stream series where they discussed other commentators, a troll account called Midnight Vampire. They were apparently going to be a part of a drama involving another SCC member called Sugar Pie, but a lot of those have, of course, been lost to time. However, I also want to point out that around that time, they had met another individual by the name of VOmega, formerly known as Sketch TV, and it was this meeting that really got the ball rolling. Much for the worse, in my opinion, so let's talk about that. So, VOmega was certainly a character. He is very much someone who I could also make a video on this series, and still have more to cover, as he had a particularly infamous reputation in the community for being the biggest sea lion in a debate. At least until he left the internet for grooming allegations, and then he became more known for that, but more on that later. V was, unfortunately, a rather big influence on Dark for a time, probably much to their dismay in retrospect. Initially, the two just befriended each other, but it didn't really take long for that to begin influencing Dark. And this is when we reach an ex-commentator by the name of... Well, on the basis that I don't know if they still want to be known by this name, we'll just call them Cosmo Stardust because that's what they were called at the time of the release. Cosmo herself wound up making a video on the situation some years after the fact, so I'll do my best to recount her story from her perspective. Initially, she came in with a commentary on another old regular from our community, One Board Productions, who had made a video explaining why he didn't like homosexuality. She made her video, didn't like that iteration, and so she made a remastered version with better points and a better script than the prior attempt. However, she was not alone in covering it, because VOmega also wanted to cover that video, though he did want to be the only one to cover it, getting particularly upset that Cosmo had also wanted to do so.
After my video was made, I was made aware of a tweet made by the Omega, who was planning on hitting Borg's video. But the problem is, he wanted to be the only person to commentate on Borg's video. So, I guess it just never occurred to him that he isn't the only LGBT person in the CC.
V apparently brought Cosmo to the side to berate her over her video, doing something he was known to do at the time, gish galloping. We'll talk more about V's insistent need to pile on argument after argument to suffocate his opponents in retorts later, but just know that this was something he liked to do a lot. Hell, I could use the Alex Jones video as an example, since V did cover Koda's original video on that.
And to add on to that with who Alex Jones is, he's a man who runs a show on a site known as Infowars.com as well, which is basically known to be an alternative source of information that passes itself off as a news site. He's well known for basically not knowing the entire situation at hand with certain incidents, and known for jumping to conclusions with about half of the facts that are needed at hand to make a proper case for his idea as well. Also, for those who don't know what a conspiracy theorist is, which Alex Jones is, they're basically people who think the public story is either questionable or fake, and will go off of the idea or notion that a public story is either incorrect or has something to hide for a bigger agenda. Also, trust me, those who are new to this concept, you're in for quite a ride. Now, before we officially start, I want to bring up a small issue before the video starts. This is regarding a thumbnail that Dark has. This here doesn't look too great to say the very least. Like, I get what you're aiming for and all of that, but this year's kind of looking bland and overly generic. I understand familiarity sometimes is a thing with some stuff, but when it comes to your text at the bottom, the red outline kind of throws everything off. You should maybe be going with a blue outline or a white outline. Why? Because, well, it would actually look better with your blue divider and, well, your white text that's actually here for your verses. Basically what I'm saying here is that this here looks overly generic, not really catching my eye, and, well, it's kind of visually irritating me, which is kind of making me not attracted to wanting to click on the video. So now we can finally start.
Yeah, you guys think I get long-winded? You didn't experience V.
Well, here's another major thing that makes me irritated with your video. You don't cite Berg's video in the description, which makes you look very sketchy. Considering that literally looking at Berg's video proved a lot of your starting point wrong.
Oh, shit. I thought I did.
Then there's also the YouTube scandal. You don't have to source for that. That would kind of be important considering that it supports your argument. And you literally say that little scandal after you say you're going to cite everything. You say in the description below, which you don't label, which was hell and a half for me to look up. I had to look at both video sources and it wasn't fun to label and read up on. There's also you bringing up the government creating laws, which doesn't mean anything. Alright, that's good. Because God, there's a lot to go through. First thing I want to bring up, your premise of unbiased as possible. You remember that using subjective words and calling your target stupid kills that, right?
Yes, I should have taken that out of my script. That was my fault.
Yeah, that was the major issue with the video. In fact, I kinda got onto your case a lot in that instance. Your very beginning actually takes away that unbiased as possible idea. You know there's being stupid, literally the first thing you say. That's not pervading research, which I assume you mean citations. But here's the thing. He does, on screen and in the description. Sure, you could debate that he uses those citations wrong, but he did do research. And you don't bother to bring up how his own sources even prove his faulty premise is wrong. In fact, what you say is a self-defeating argument. Trump cannot remove this unless he does this. And in your idea, all the way through, if he did exactly what you said he could do to do that, kills the entire idea of how Trump can remove marriage equality. Look, I'll link my script so that way you can understand my entire argument, and so that you can go at it at your own pace, and it'll give you a chance to defend yourself before the video comes out. Fuck, I made a bad comma, Dobbs and Tricky Wee. and like I disowned it in like barely any time, lol.
Yeah, before you got onto my case for covering it because you were in a bad place, ignoring how that was the entire premise of your video on me, but I digress. Back on track. Cosmo continues with the recounting of the story, specifically alluding to the timeline of events of reading V's script on Cosmo herself. So, V went to Cosmo with criticisms. Cosmo took those criticisms to make a better iteration of the video on Borg, this being the second video, I believe, and V accused Cosmo of plagiarism, which on its own would have been very accusatory, but it's worse when you consider that Cosmo and V were in the same chats together, and V had ample time to see Cosmo's script to check over the video before it was released. This was just him being petty.
Because I know that you read my script on you, which was also on Berg.
I read it like a month ago.
And some of the things brought up are kinda similar.
I haven't even looked at it since.
I get that, but even then, the thing is, whatever. If there's new issues, which there is, I'll bring it up with you.
Do whatever you want, dude.
Like, this is better. A lot better. But why did you use the same sources after I showed you why they're wrong? Like, was this just to be your other comm done right? Or was this to present your past ideas better? Because I'm confused on why you'd agree with my script, with what it brought up, and then still do the same thing with the same kind of points. You know what I mean?
I only read the parts where you addressed me. Again, that was like a month or so ago. So if you've made changes, I wouldn't know. And I did this because I hate the original, and I thought to myself, I can do better than this.
Yeah, I get that. But like, just so you know, there's a point in your old comm that proves this one wrong. Your bills thing. Like the way you ended up presenting this as what Trump could replace some people to match up with his ideals, then be able to pass the bills he wanted without question, regardless if the public saw it as unjust. If they deem it to be fine, it would pass.
This goes on for a while. V eventually does drop the subject after making a huge deal about it, and you would think that's it until the story continues.
So, like 3 days later, I wake up and I find that I am tagged in a tweet by Neko Koda, implying that she was going to make a video on my new version of my commentary with the Omega's help.
Now, I'm going to be a little chronologically out of order on this one because it's here that we need to acknowledge the Dark Commentator, now rebranded to Kainu's, association to the situation. Going back to the first script that V wrote, I think it's important to note that Dark was supposedly going to do V Omega's video for him, being the talking head to V's commentary on Cosmo. According to someone who was closer with him at the time, V was going to do it because he was, quote, busy with other things, specifically other projects he was working on. I find that to be kind of redundant, like, why would you not just either wait on this project or push your others back? You weren't on any time constraints, but then again, V was the same person who once told me he wanted someone to use Adolf Hitler as an avatar, so heaven knows what was up with that man. Point is, Dark, now getting back involved with the situation after V had backed out, was kind of just the natural progression by this point. They agreed to do V's video for him, and now is once again effectively doing V's video for him. V decided ultimately not to cover Cosmo, so what would now be the problem with them doing so?
Listen, before we get into the commentary, yes, I am aware that I'm covering a video that I already hit in June, but looking back on it, I hate it. The project was rushed, had outdated information, my script writing methods were not up to par as to how I write them now, and that unbiased line. Ooh. So you can take this video for what it is. I'm doing this because I want to show that I can do better than what I had originally put out.
Oh wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. Buckle in, this one's going to be a journey because while I'm not going to go over the entire video for this segment because there's way too much ground to cover, I might revisit this video on its own another time, but I want to get across just how bad it was. retrospectively.
We are covering a user named CosmoQueen101, aka Cosmo Stardust, who did a commentary on a user named Borg Productions, aka No Respect. Borg made a video titled, Why I Cannot Stand Homosexuals, and personally, it was one of the shittiest videos I've ever watched. So how someone fucks up covering that is beyond me. So with that context out of the way, let's dive right into this pool of faggotry.
Smooth.
Sorry that you guys aren't getting a fancy or funny intro skit for this video, but hopefully this very special revised commentary can make up for that. Yes, we're getting political again, but not with a different video. I believe Borg Productions needs no introduction. Often seen as a lol cow in a bandwagon here on YouTube with more conservative thoughts and ideals. That being said, whatever potshots that I may throw at him in this video, do not go and harass Borg.
First off, keep in mind how Cosmo here says she'll be making pot shots. Trust me, it will become very important later.
This being something VOmega also took issue with in the original iteration of this video. I could only imagine what this is going to lead to. Something biased video, probably.
So, in June of this year, he made a video voicing his thoughts and opinions on the LGBT titled, I Cannot Stand Homosexuals. And being LGBT myself, you can understand why I took a bit of an issue with this video, as it spread biased homophobic misinformation with little to no research done on his part. Yes, he does show screenshots from articles that are linked in his description, but we will talk about them as they come on screen.
Hold on. You start off by saying he didn't do research. Then right after you say he had sources, meaning he did research. Sure, you can argue whether or not his sources are credible or not, but research is research whether or not the information provided is correct or not. Also, Borg's video wasn't on the entire LGBT, it was just on homosexuals. Considering that Borg repeatedly uses the term homosexuals and not LGBT, and yes, there's a massive difference, considering that homosexuals can refer to just gay men or lesbian women possibly, while saying LGBT refers to all gay men, lesbian women, transgender people, and bisexual people. And considering that Borg never talks about transgender people or bisexual people in this video, we can safely assume that he's only talking about homosexuals. And to address the, and seeing as I'm LGBT myself, you can see why I took issue with this video. This implies that all LGBT people will inherently have an issue with Borg's video, which, no, they all won't. It is possible that some LGBT people agree with the issues that Borg pointed out, or are homophobic themselves. While these people may most likely be in the minority, they still exist, and you are just overgeneralizing their opinions.
So, you catching that VOmega influence in this video? Because I do. It's not even directed at me and it's giving me flashbacks. So, let's go over all the talking points that V obviously brought to the forefront of this interjection.
But research is research whether or not the information provided is correct or not.
Cosmo literally just got through insinuating that Borg's so-called research is half-baked, saying that there will be points later on in the video that properly demonstrate that he is only really using these articles so he had something, and not, you know, actually reading the articles in question to do his due diligence on the discussion. You can just search on Google for 5 seconds to find an article whose headline kinda helps your point if you tilt your head, but when you read, it doesn't back up your statements at all. That's not research, that's a tertiary glance at best.
We can safely assume that he's only talking about homosexuals.
V, or Koda, whoever actually was behind this video, this is semantics and you know it. This literally doesn't matter for anything except to stretch a point at Cosmo's expense to do so. Sure, Borg's video is much more focused on one aspect of the LGBT, but it still touches on the general topic of LGBT issues. Fuck off.
And you are just overgeneralizing their opinions.
No, she wasn't. She was just saying that with her being LGBT, that there is an obvious connection as to why she would take issue with Borg's video. There is an obvious motivation to hit Borg's video, and no internalized homophobia is going to change that.
June, a month that not only signifies the summertime, it also signals the start for kids to get at school, families going on vacation if they can afford it, and of course the heat. However, June is also the month that signifies Gay Pride Month, a month dedicated toward bringing forth positivity.
Ooh, ouch. Alright, quick little thing here. Borg is referring to the LGBT slur pause hole. It's used by Ghost of True Capitalists meaning positive hole or someone who is HIV positive. Borg, it really doesn't help your argument when you throw around insults. It kinda hurts your credibility and makes you come off as malicious and immature, and you really, really should avoid that.
Hey guys, remember when I said Cosmo saying she'll be making pot shots will be important later? Well, it's later. This entire interjection is you just saying Borg shouldn't stoop to insult, which I personally disagree with, but whatever.
Hold on. What? So, you're telling me you'd be a-okay with Borg making a video just calling homosexuals every slur in the book? Am I misinterpreting this? Is there something I'm misunderstanding? Because I'm pretty sure Kai just said they'd be okay with a video with no points and only insults.
Whether or not insults are okay is really a matter of subjective opinion. Now, I wouldn't have a problem with this if you didn't say you would make pot shots in this very same video. For those who don't know, a pot shot is basically a synonym for insult. So, let me ask you something, Cosmo. Why is it okay for you to make pot shots, but not okay for Borg to make insults? Double standards are positively stupid. Kill me now.
Nuance? What's that? A potshot doesn't have to be directly an insult for the sake of an insult. Since you want to snidely bring up thesauruses in dictionaries, a potshot literally just means a sharp critique, meaning that they can go in tandem with criticisms instead of belligerently opting into slurs and derogatory language like Borg does with POZ-ativity. Now, whether or not she keeps to that is one thing. There could certainly be criticisms with how these potshots are presented, but we haven't even seen one by this point in the video, so your counterpoint here is preemptive at best.
The homosexuals. Yes, I know that homosexual marriage is legal and President Trump has no desire to outlaw homosexual marriage, but whatever is on Trump's agenda comes first.
Well, not entirely. Gonna go a bit off topic, so here we go. Trump has been known to flip-flop his decisions a lot, not just in regards to the LGBT decisions that have been made as of recently.
100 times in 11 days is a lot. Yeah, Cosmo, I checked your source, and it's flimsy at best. The time gap between the statements were sometimes years apart, so it's possible that new information was brought to light that made Trump change his opinion on the topic. Like, it's not uncommon for people to change their opinion over the time span of several years, Cosmo. And let me give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say your source is relevant, and Trump did flip-flop on all 11 of those things. Now, I must ask, are these flip-flops related to the LGBT? I'll answer that for you. No, they're not. So, this point is irrelevant, because unless you have solid proof that Trump's opinion on the LGBT has flip-flopped, this point is nothing.
Oh yeah. Did I forget to mention Kainu was a Canadian Trump supporter? Yeah, that was sure to be a time. But for now, let's actually focus on the discussion at hand. Trump's apparent flip-flopping on various political discussions. Now, see, considering how gone the source seems to be, what with neither video still being up, I had to search the claims from PolitiFact and other sources myself to confirm what's going on. And from the top, this is going to be a long one. The NATO thing. While Trump claimed that he had a productive conversation about what more NATO could do about terrorism, giving the impression that he merely changed his mind on the topic, it actually does go a lot more deeper than that. Because while Trump was criticizing NATO as late as March, roughly April given Cosmo's source, going on as far as to threaten plans of withdrawing American production from those that don't spend more money, that stance did not last long at all. Given by June, he was saying that NATO would be setting up a new program to fight terrorism, singing its praise, saying it was no longer obsolete. Frankly, under the delusion that he was the one to change NATO's key. This is a lot sooner than the year in Cosmo's source. On White House transparency, he claimed Obama was the least transparent president ever, all because there were rumors of his records being sealed at the time. Not only was that not true even at the time, since sealed implies a judge has ruled that records normally open to the public cannot be released without court permission, and most of the things that people wanted to see were either already public, like his medical records and birth certificate, or are private for other reasons like his college records, state senate records, or law firm clients. In fact, prior to the time Trump made this Twitter post in July, Obama's campaign for his second term actually released more than a decade of tax records showing a level of transparency his opponent, Mitt Romney, didn't have the balls to match to. Now, while yes, that was in 2012, 4 years prior to Trump's election, though he pushed into the claims well into 2014 if you really want to go there, but it was also 4 years before he ran, too, so you'd think he tried to upstage the former president by showing his records then and there, yeah? Plus, Trump had harsh feelings about Obama all throughout his campaign trail, echoing a lot of the same criticisms he had of Barack prior. And even then, even before he was elected, refused to show any of the documents he had demanded of Obama during his second-term run. The golf thing is just... yeah, I'm sorry, that's just true. His first golf outing was a month into his presidency, so you can't really split hairs about that. On presidential travel, once again, this was before Trump even ran, so this begs the question of if he was going to be so adamant on criticizing Obama, why would he himself not practice what he preaches? But once again, there's more to these claims than Cosmo, Kainu, or even Politico even leads on, because Trump continued these criticisms well into his campaign trail, something else I found on Politico, by the way, and even from a video from the Washington Post. On Syria after the chemical weapons attack, out of all of them you have shown thus far, this is the only one I can give any sort of leniency on, but that's 1 out of 5 that you could potentially argue the validity of, given the time frame between when something was said and when something else was said. But even then, that doesn't negate the entirety of Cosmo's point, and frankly, neither does your follow-up. You disregard all of Cosmo's interjection because it wasn't related to the LGBT or homosexuality in particular, but that totally sidesteps what Cosmo was trying to argue anyway, since, newsflash, the point is that Trump flip-flops at all, and as frequently as he does that Cosmo takes issue with. Since Borg just got through saying that since Trump has no plans to get rid of gay marriage, what his agenda is what goes. Her point is not specifically that he flip-flops on the LGBT, which, by the way, he absolutely has, so you denouncing all of Cosmo's sources just because it's not related to the LGBT is less relevant and frankly is a giant cop-out.
But it really doesn't help that he, wanted to ban transgender people from the military.
Hey Cosmo, let me give you some groundbreaking news. It's gonna blow your mind's dick. You ready? Transgenders have nothing to do with gay marriage.
God, that's not the point. This is deflection. Koda had a really bad habit of doing that, by the way. More on that later.
And even then, do you know why transgenders were banned from the military? If you guessed because Trump is a homophobe... No. Bad viewer. Bad. The actual reason, by Trump's own admission, is that the medical cost for having transgenders in the military was too high and it was becoming difficult to afford. So, this doesn't prove that Trump is homophobic. And unless you can provide proof that the ban was based on transphobia, this point isn't valid.
God, Koda was such a bitch back then. I've already pointed out how this counterpoint sidesteps Cosmo's because it completely misses Cosmo's arguments. But even then, I want to point out some flaws within Koda's gotcha point here, because PBS fact-checked this ban, and what they found was certainly something. There was a study started in 2016 during the later years of Obama, and this study included finding out the estimated trans population even in the military, how many would seek gender-reaffirming care, and most importantly, what it would cost to extend healthcare coverage. It was estimated that the extension would cost at around $2.4 million and $8.4 million, which represented 4/10 to 1/10 of the active component healthcare budget for 2014. We'll go ahead and make that easy for you. That's not a lot when you consider the total of the healthcare budget for that year. Trump also cited disruption to military services, which was also estimated to not be nearly as prominent as he made it out to be, being an estimated less than 1% of available man or labor years. The reason why this was because, and get this, there was not a very high trans population in the military to begin with. So even if you want to claim that Trump didn't pass that bill strictly for transphobia reasons, what he did claim to be the reason is utter bullshit when you look at the numbers. But even then, a very real argument could be had about Trump's transphobia. Prior to that year, the Trump administration revoked transgender students from using public restrooms that matched their gender identity, which led to more bullying for trans students, and literally 2 days prior to Kainu's video, Trump had one of his most anti-LGBT members of his administration, Jeff Sessions, craft guidelines on how the government should handle religious objections towards anyone who offended their religious sensibilities. Basically, making it legal for people to discriminate against LGBT people in workplaces. It also makes it legal for federal grantees and contractors to not serve clients with a conflict with religious beliefs. Let me stress, these are things that can harm trans people on a federal level, but nah man, Trump is pro-LGBT and totally wouldn't do anything to harm them in the long run now, would he? God, I hate this video more than I remember.
During an interview on Fox News in 2016, he said that he would appoint a Supreme Court judge that could possibly overrule the decision made on same-sex marriage.
Another flimsy source. Wow. Alright, so I decided to look through the entire source, and I couldn't find the section where the screenshot comes from. I'm not accusing you of anything, but this looks rather shady on your end. But I decided to give you the benefit of the doubt and do a little bit of digging. And I shit you not, I couldn't find the interview she's talking about. So, as far as I know, there's no solid proof of Trump saying that.
Considering how Kainu just got through making a clarification that they read the wrong article, what do you want to bet this hunt for the source amounted to 5 seconds of Google research? Actually, I'd guess even less, because this source was not at all hard to find, especially since Cosmo says it's from Snopes. Now, I'll be fair and bring up that Cosmo's source says that Trump didn't specifically say he planned to overturn same-sex marriage, but he did insinuate that strategic Supreme Court appointments could overturn that ruling, and blatantly said that the right for same-sex couples to marry should have been a states' rights issue, saying, quote, "If I'm elected, I would be very strong on putting certain judges on the bench that I think could maybe change things." This obviously not helped by his running mate, notorious anti-LGBT social conservative Mike Pence, saying that Congress should oppose the efforts to recognize homosexuals as a discrete and insular minority, and echoing Trump's states' rights issue. So it's not like the general point doesn't apply.
But you know what I do have proof of Trump saying? He'll protect the LGBT.
I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens from the violence and oppression of a hateful foreign ideology. Believe me.
Given how you obviously didn't do enough digging to find a fucking cited Snopes article, you do not get to try to pass off Trump as pro-LGBT, not even in 2017. Also, you never properly debunked Cosmo's previous point about Trump flip-flopping on issues. So even though Trump said that he was pro-LGBT, who's to say that he wouldn't have flip-flopped on that? Which he had.
Had LGBT information removed from the official White House website.
Now I'm starting to doubt whether or not you read your own fucking source. The first sentence says that a page was removed. Just one page, not the whole thing. That's also ignoring how, unless you have solid proof that this was done due to homophobia, your point falls flat. And considering that 2 out of the 3 pages your website sources don't exist, it's safe to say that you don't have much evidence on your side.
Are we really? Cosmo's evidence is gone. Therefore, the point about pages being removed is invalid. You can't be for real. Tell me this is a fucking jade.
Finally, this website makes some frankly slanderous claims towards Trump with no evidence, like saying that he opposes same-sex marriage, which is false.
We just went over this, Kainu. Also, your source is shit, and you're a hypocrite for not reading said source. The Politico article you cite explicitly says that he said that after ducking a question about how he personally feels on the matter, dismissing the topic as irrelevant, meaning, no, he didn't explicitly endorse gay marriage. He just said it went to the Supreme Court, and I'm fine with that. Which, by the way, falls in line with Cosmo's earlier point about Trump flip-flopping on things. Because your Snopes article you say you couldn't locate, the one about Trump saying he didn't like the Supreme Court spoke on it? Yeah, that was written in February of 2016 about statements he made the year prior. Whereas your source that claims he was totally fine with it was written in November that same year. Literally all you're doing is proving Cosmo correct.
And it really doesn't help that his vice president is Mike Pence. You know, the former governor of Indiana who signed into law the Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 2015 that allowed Indiana businesses to deny services to LGBT people, using religious freedom as the main argument as to why they were denying them services.
Okay, so I mainly want to address the text that the editor of the video, Gregor Eblon, added. First off, your source doesn't fucking exist, Gregor.
Hey viewers, let's look at Kainu's screenshot and figure out what they did wrong. Can you see what Kainu did wrong in this screenshot? That's right, Kainu didn't actually read the page they were given. You didn't close the parentheses to the Wikipedia search, which led it to ask if you meant to search with it in open brackets. It's right there in your search. Maybe if you clicked it, you would have gotten on the very page that was cited, dumbass.
Second, you claim that other states followed Indiana with this act. Okay, that's kinda cool. Just one question. How is this relevant to Trump? Sure, Pence made the bill for Indiana. Fine. But how is that connected in any way to other states following in his footsteps? Like, unless you showed that he put a gun to people's heads and forced them to sign a bill, this is nothing more than irrelevant.
Well, Kainu, had you bothered to fucking read for once? Gregor states pretty explicitly that Pence signing the Religious Freedom Restoration Act spurred on other states to do the same. To spur on is to encourage, not to threaten. And encourage, Pence had been. Since the year 2000, actually. Pence had been pretty blatantly anti-LGBT for most, if not all, of his career. And he was Trump's vice president, so what do you mean this has nothing to do with Trump? That's kind of ignoring the entirety of Cosmo's point, where she blatantly explains why it ties into Trump.
Believe me, there is a lot more about Trump and his relationship with the LGBT, but this has been going on for far too long. So, I'm going to be linking in the description the Human Rights Campaign and their archives of the whole situation. Now, is Trump going to attempt to roll back same-sex marriage? Well, I don't know. Like I said, he tends to flip-flop his ideals a lot.
So what you're telling me is that after that huge-ass tangent, your point is based on speculation? Legit, all this point amounts to is, ow, Trump changed his mind before, so he might do so now. This doesn't debunk Borg's point that Trump has no desire to repeal same-sex marriage. Could Trump repeal same-sex marriage? Maybe, but you have no solid proof, so this entire interjection amounts to nothing.
I'm sorry you spent so much time plugging your ears with Trump's cock down your Canadian throat to listen to what Cosmo was actually saying. God, I hate this video. Cosmo's point is to not write off Trump's opinion of homosexual marriage, specifically because he's not as pro-LGBT as Borg led on, and then gave examples of him not being as for it as you think. It's not just to speculate whether or not Trump would have, but rather that there is a very real chance that he would.
Also, this point is made worse considering that in V Omega's script on your first video, you know, the one you said you read, he counters this point when you made it in your first video.
And there it is. Finally, we get our first direct call to V Omega's script. So, actually reading this interjection, it's not that applicable to Cosmo's new video, because V's point tries to argue that Cosmo was arguing semantics when she wasn't. We've seen better instances of semantics within this very video. He tries telling her that she failed to show evidence on the screen, which had been rectified within this iteration, and ends it off by arguing semantics himself by stressing the keyword as considered to try and debunk the notion that Trump had considered overturning the decision. By the way, after saying that Trump never planned on it. I'm not sure how valid this point was against the original iteration of Cosmo's video, but if you're going to sit here and try to apply it to the new one, frankly, you're doing it wrong.
Is whatever is on his agenda going to come first? Not exactly. Whatever bills are introduced into the House need to go through a number of votes through our government. And even then, if Trump were to sign a bill into law, it could be stricken down by the federal courts if it's deemed unconstitutional. You do know how US government works, right?
What are you even debating at this point? None of this changes how what's on Trump's agenda will come first. Yeah, he has to go through a lot of steps to make changes, but you know what this debunks? Not a fucking thing.
Did we lose the plot in all the misrepresentation, Kainu? Borg was the one who first said what was on Trump's agenda goes, and now Cosmo is directly attacking that point by explaining how US politics works, showing that, no, there's more to it than that. This is the more direct counter-argument now. Shove it.
Also, you know someone doesn't need to know how the government works to be able to prove your stupid tangent wrong, right?
What part of Cosmo's point was wrong, Kainu? The earlier argument about Trump's tendency to flip-flop on topics and his opinion on the LGBT? Because not only did you not properly argue shit, but those are both separate points from talking about how Trump's agenda has to go through a multitude of other steps to get anywhere in America. You also don't go on to argue that later point, only saying that it doesn't debunk anything, which on its own is misrepresentative. By the way, viewers, all of this is in direct response to Cosmo's first point, and there's roughly 25 minutes of the same level of argumentation throughout past this point. As I said, it'd take too long to cover all of it, so we're capping it off here. However, there is one more point in this video that I downright need to address.
Okay, Now about that depression topic, let's actually look at those screenshots you were so kind enough to put up for us. From this one screenshot alone, it looks like it's talking about suicides in general, not LGBT youth in particular. Which article is this, by the way? Don't make your audience do the legwork for you. Slapping a corrupt screenshot of an article onto the screen and not even addressing it does you no good. I had to comb through all of these articles that Borg was at least nice enough to link, so I'll give him that. So wait, the LGBT shouldn't be depressed because Obama legalized same-sex marriage? The article you cite defeats that! Hell, your own goddamn screenshot proves you wrong! That being, some LGBT youth suffer mental disorders, maltreatment within the home, substance abuse, and so on, which can lead to the unfortunate event of a suicide.
Alright, so once this got pointed out to me, I really wanted to make this commentary. I have reason to believe Cosmo copied from Omega. She told me in a public comment that she read his script on her first video on Borg, and well, just look at this point from his script.
Alright, so this was actually a really big point within this situation. The claim that Cosmo copied off of Omega's homework. It was the thing that Omega made a big deal of, and the thing Kainu joined in with making a big deal out of. However, let's actually compare and contrast the two interjections. Cosmo's interjection starts with pointing out how Borg's source is talking about the general suicide rate, not the suicide rate of LGBT youth. Whereas V claims that it gives extra reasons as to why gay people would have depression that goes beyond marriage equality. These are not the same. Cosmo begs the question of what article Borg is citing here, whereas V doesn't bring that up at all, surprisingly. Then Cosmo brings up that Borg's screenshot debunks this theory about LGBT people being depressed from same-sex marriage, making specific note of what's actually in Borg's screenshot, whereas V doesn't. He just says that it gives extra reasons as to why gay people would have depression. By the way, this is something that literally anyone can see just by pausing Borg's video. So this claim of plagiarism, or copying, whatever point you're trying to make here, is super flimsy at best because the singular similarity between the two commentaries are that Borg's source is fucking trash. Oh noes, the horror! Now, despite the fact that Kainu says it ties into a much bigger point, it's only brought up one other time in the video. You'd think if it was a much bigger point, then it'd be brought up more than twice ever, but I digress. However, we have to once again acknowledge how much influence V might have had on this script, because he was going to make a video on Cosmo's second iteration, in accordance with Joni, who claims to have talked V out of doing so. But, given the testimonies of Cosmo herself years later, and frankly the abundance of V-style argumentation littered throughout Kainu's own video, we can come to a very real and reasonable conclusion that either V co-wrote some of this video, which would conflict with Joni's testimony, especially the parts where she claims Kainu's video is worse than V's script, or Kainu copied his homework, and in which case, why would it be okay for Kainu to do it, but not Cosmo? This eventually led to V using Cosmo's stress over everything he's done to her as a cudgel against her, and Cosmo eventually leaving commentaries. Though, I won't speak on her behalf about whether or not leaving was entirely related, so I'll let her speak for herself.
And I don't really talk about this, but V Omega was like the catalyst for me leaving the CC. Because of just everything that he had put me through.
I'll once again link her story with all of the sources in the video citations documents down below. Most of this situation is more about V being a bitch than it is about Kainu's bad video anyway. That said, I do want to hone in on Kainu for a bit more here, because as much as I don't like Kai's video, as much as this whole video is basically retrospectively shitting on a bunch of her older stuff, and as much as this video is going to feel like bad faith, I will be fair and say that if V had any influence at all in creating this video, which he most likely did, then there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was most likely through either manipulation or at least an opportunistic share in anger. We'll talk more about their relationship as commentators later, as it will be important all throughout Kainu's story. The two were a match made in hell in more ways than one. But for now, we'll move on to something a little less heavy, just for some levity, before we close out the chapter. So, let me introduce you to a concept that, while I don't think is explicitly exclusive to the slideshow commentary community, it is something that we're very prone to do as a pretty tight-knit community. So let me introduce you all to group commentary channels. I mean, the premise is pretty clear-cut, yet get a group of commentators to come together and create a hub of some sorts where they do co-op commentaries and maybe some other stuff in the midst. It's a good time that's had by all, and is a good way for smaller commentators to get their foot through the door within the SCC. There's a pretty big handful of these, especially throughout the history of the SCC, from the early days of the bunch of pseudo-intellectuals to the modern-day town hall that is the Cloud Palace, which will be important later. Eras of the SCC have seen a plethora of group channels plant themselves in the community soil, and even more that were run by leaders without green thumbs. Kainu themselves started one up in 2018 called the Future Ultimate Commentators and Cool Dudes, or FUCK, for short. No, I'm not kidding. FUCK was comprised of a handful of commentators that a lot of the community wouldn't have considered terribly amazing, from Zinko Mental and Bomaratsu, very small children whose ages were thought to still be in the single digits, to Blaze the movie fan of Mario pissing fame.
Piss!
To a few others that already had their reputations. That's it. That's the statement. They had their reputations. One of particular note was Phoenix of Nephthys. Okay, I gotta sidetrack a bit here for a second to clear something up. So, those who follow Hopeless Peaches, or specifically that Rebel Rosie on Twitter, might have seen a tweet she put out about some alleged behavior that Koda had regarding faking a suicide. Yeah, so she got that story from me, and to explain, we have to talk about an ex-SCC member by the name of Deku. Deku rolled around at some point, presumably under the name Yugo before rebranding to Deku. The biggest thing that she was known for was a video on Joni Rue during the Chain the Final Shot cover. At some point, Deku disappeared and Nephthys took their place. And at some point into Fuck's lifespan, she and Koda were dating. So around the time of her latest rebrand to Nephthys, there was apparently a rumor going around that she was claiming Deku, her previous brand, committed suicide. This I can find evidence of being a rumor at the time, but I had thought I remembered a similar rumor of Koda doing the same when she rebranded from the Dark Commentator to Kainu. But I can't seem to find any evidence of it beyond her alt account being named Goodbye, with a now deleted video saying how she was leaving Discord and Twitter at the time. So if it did happen the way that I remember it, then it's lost to the sands of time. Either way though, it doesn't really matter. Take it with a grain of salt. It's all alleged. But I just wanted to clear that up in case anyone was curious. Anyway, back to the crassly named commentator group. This is supposed to be a funny story. So, there were two commentaries under the Fuck channel. One on a guy called Danny Espo, and this video was about Yu-Gi-Oh! And featured Nephthys, Kainu under the Dark Commentator branding, and Doodletones. I'll only briefly touch on this. It wasn't the greatest. The three's acting was particularly egregious. There was a lot of drag between the context and the commentary. Kainu just listed off things from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Wikio when it came to strategies, a tactic that I both understand but will also call out as particularly lazy. Nephthys was near incomprehensible levels of mumbling, and Taku, despite being in my opinion the best of the trio, still had his own brands of issues in regards to incorrect info just outright. Oh yeah, Dark also pinched a point from a video that she covered. Friendly reminder.
Oh boy, the there are better cards argument. Hey Dark, I'm gonna go end it all by jumping into the fire lake. Can you take this point from me?
Okay, does having alternatives make the card bad? Is Mystical Space Typhoon now bad because Twin Twisters exist? No, because Twin Twisters has a downside of forcing you to discard a card to destroy 2 cards, while Mystical Space Typhoon only destroys 1, but doesn't force you to discard.
Like, Twin Twister versus Mystical Space Typhoon is the first one that comes to mind, but even then I can make an argument that Mystical Space Typhoon isn't totally obsolete. Because while, yeah, it only destroys 1 spell or trap card, whereas Twin Twisters destroys 2, Twin Twisters has its cost of discarding a card, and in a situation where a card similar to, say, Banisher of Light is on the field, discarding isn't exactly what you would want to do all the time. So while Twin Twisters tends to be the card people want to play given Pendulum Summoning, under the right circumstances, it could hurt. This video, I do believe, predates the video on Cosmo, so don't worry about that. In any case, no, the video wasn't good, and as many problems as I have against Boone and Avi's co-op on it, there are actually more thinking about it as I was rewatching it. I'd still probably more so recommend that video over just covering it myself, because I can spend a lot of time talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I doubt you guys would want this video to be any longer than what it's going to be, considering how much I actually do need to cover. Especially since their second video was a damn near hour in length. And this one is a different brand of exhausting. The video was between Koda, Megatron DBZ, and Umbrus, and I'm gonna need to talk about this one in a bit more detail because you wouldn't believe me if I just told you what was going on.
Hey Umbrus, where's Megatron?
Probably either in the basement or the closet.
I should probably go check on him.
I'll come with you.
Megatron, what the hell are you doing?
I'm cooking meth. What the fuck does it look like, cunt bag?
Oh, so just another Wednesday for Megatron.
Yeah, and right now you're making me lose my concentration. Now go fat to Lynn, you filthy Mick.
Guys, I got an idea.
What?
Is it turning the frogs gay? Is it preventing terrorism? Is it finally going to get me laid? What is it?
30 seconds. Did you guys feel that whiplash? So we'll start by addressing the elephant in the room. A lot of this video is try-hard levels of edginess. Like, I would never usually be the one to complain about dark humor, especially when I have definitely dwelled in that kind of humor myself. And considering my history with sprinkling slurs in videos for shock value, I can't even necessarily complain about doing that either. But when 90% of your commentary is forced edginess, the whole video becomes a slog to sit through. And even at the time I knew this, because I made a statement about it within the comments, where I counted the edgy jokes in the first 2 minutes. Yeah, there was a lot, and boy does it really lessen the impact with each passing one.
We should all make a commentary.
Do we even have material?
Yeah, last night I robbed the bank, stole a car, hit 3 hookers, went to McDonald's, bought a Happy Meal, and this was my toy.
Sounds king. Wait. Who gets a Happy Meal over the age of 7? Oh wait, I stopped doing that at my mid-12s.
Friendly reminder that Umbrus during this video was maybe 13? That comes back into play later, by the way, and by that I mean...
Me, you goddamn leprechaun! Let's roll the intro.
Oh, gee, it's not like I've ever heard someone start off a commentary like that before.
Shut up, or I'm making your avatar furry trash.
Let's all be Sword Art Online garbage, because I'm an idiot. Harv.
Dibs on the girl with AIDS.
I got the bitch with PTSD.
I called the incest bitch with nice tits. Wait, were we meant to start a commentary?
Umbrus makes next to all the sex jokes in his video. Now, I wouldn't call the other two necessarily bad on that basis. Like, I don't think they're groomers or anything, because they were roughly 16 or 17 if memory serves me right, and Lord notes, edgy teens will be edgy teens. It'd be cute if it wasn't so awful. But most of the time I was too busy rolling my eyes at each passing edgy joke to really feel the discomfort that I think it was supposed to invoke in the audience. But maybe that's just me. Like, the outro to this video I think is the worst it gets, but it's less because the joke itself is edgy, but more because of how straight it's played.
Light, is that you?
Help! You raped me for 4 hours straight!
It's not rape if we're both crying, come on.
How did we not hear you guys?
Well, we must have been so distracted, and I must have been so high on drugs that we kind of just ignored it.
Get him away from me!
You're not going anywhere. Get your sweet robo ass over here. And that sweet robo cock as well.
Light, what's gotten into you?
Gay sex was banned in heaven, Kai, and I'm a horny mother fricker. Duh. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to finish the pounding session I was just involved in.
No! Someone help me! Get him away from me!
That takes effort. Let's just enjoy the screams of rape and smoke on some dope.
Alright, we're done. Bye.
So you might be wondering what it was that you even just watched. Well, that's how they ended the video. It's not uncommon for those in the slideshow commentary community to begin or end their video with some form of intro skit and outro skit, mostly because it's fun for us and opens up for chemistry between co-op partners. We do want to entertain to some degree, after all. And with this in mind, it's not super uncommon for us to introduce little characters into our commentaries either. Those who watch my work will most certainly have seen examples of this in the form of a story that I tell connected to my content. On that note, I try to keep my story and my content in the confines of my content, whereas Megatron and Kainu both interjected characters from their own canon into a group commentary without much explanation as to who they are. And while I'd love to give extra context to those who aren't familiar with SCC lore, I don't actually really know that much about Megatron's Shockwave character, and explaining light would require explaining the history of character clones in the SCC, and I doubt anyone cares enough to hear me talk about how Kainu, alongside the likes of Joni Rue and Rei Kohai, made their own iterations of my character Sugar, so we'll just leave that as is. Now, I've been focusing a lot on the edginess factor of this video, and in fairness, that was the most controversial part of this video by far. The SCC got super annoyed by the constant ham-festing of jokes meant to shock and appall. So by that logic, you might think, edginess notwithstanding, the video was mostly fine, right? Well, yes and no. Like, I wouldn't say this was the worst thing Koda had ever participated in. It wouldn't make anyone's worst of the year. It's not that hard to cover a video like Azrael's after all. One whose problems were so apparent a child could probably cover it enough and it would fly under the radar. Even if the triop spends most of the time on production over actual argumentation, but that's not to say the video doesn't still have some faults within it. Because the triop still had some weird points that don't really hold up to scrutiny, especially not in retrospect.
Can't criticize Robert Gaylord because the channel is deleted, and I'm not really doing it on Doodletones because she's only the sane one, and not Velisky Bum because, well, copyright.
Whoa, what? You can't criticize Gaylord because his channel is gone? Bull fucking shit! I mean, maybe you meant that you couldn't because of the fact that Robert's comms are now deleted, but if that was the case, why the hell didn't you elaborate? Just saying that his channel is gone doesn't give us any sort of explanation as to why you cannot criticize Gaylord.
That's like saying you can't talk about a person when they died and how much of an impact they made to society. I guess I can't criticize Hitler because he's dead.
You can still criticize someone even if their channel's gone. There are reasons as to why you can. 1. Other people can take the criticism you gave him. 2. If he ever starts making content again, he can take the criticism you gave him now in the future. And 3, it can give people more to talk about in a potential commentary on your video. Wink wink, nudge nudge.
Did no one get the impression that Azrael was only saying that she couldn't was because of personal or moral reasons? I don't know, it just seems silly to me to hone in on that specific wording, especially when Azrael also says they weren't going to criticize me as the only, quote, sane one in this chain, but then later on criticizes me anyway. Do not under any circumstance let these people be convenient. I don't support witch hunts or lynch lobby, so don't be either. As for the subjects themselves, my video is for purposes of criticism and entertainment. Take your review. My content is not comma. Please do not treat it like it is.
Okay, rule number 1. Don't start your video in a car!
Hey, can you turn on the radio? Alright, so today we're covering Robert Gaylord, a kid. He covered a commentator named Icelia, who covered his video on Himoto Kara, who covered 2 videos Robert made on cartoon channel Velisky Bum. Like, only half of this context will be important, and the other half is going to be so hard to follow along that you're not even going to really care regardless.
Okay, Yankee Doodle, I do like you, but when you said that doesn't really make any sense. And I understand the point of skipping. If your opponent doesn't really have anything to say at all, you can just skip, but honestly, for me, when you're just skipping almost half of what they have to say, it makes like you almost have no—
Actually, she covers me at several points throughout the video to get onto my case for supposedly taking jokes seriously. Hell, she covers Robert, another person that she said she wasn't going to criticize way later into the video.
What the hell is that? Okay, sorry, I have to bring this up again. I know I'm supposed to be defending you, but what even is that? And also, Icelia is a girl, you misgendered her. But also, no. I know you're saying that the art she recommended you isn't good, but it's your profile picture. Or at least it was when Icy made her video, but still, of course she was going to be recommending it. But what did you do? You said no, and you said it was too hard.
But like, fucking details, I guess. Like, I'm not even saying that couldn't be pointed out, because it very well could. It's by all means a contradiction with how vague Azrael was. But when you consider she said she can't, it's probably more in line with she doesn't have, like, any long-form advice, no final thoughts and all that. Not that she actually cannot criticize Robert and I. But that's if I'm to be fair to Azrael, whose video is still pretty bad, all things considered.
Disclaimer, my videos are made for criticism and entertainment and nothing else. If any one of my fans were to attack the person mentioned in this video, then they have my deepest apologies. My video is not meant to start drama. If it is taken as such, then they'd be wrong. And with that, on to the commentary.
Whoa, what the hell happens to the quality of Icy's original video? I mean, you made it unbelievably laggy compared to Icy's original comm on Gaylord.
It's not even like you have the excuse of being on mobile either. Celia uses her phone to make videos, and her original videos aren't this laggy.
You know what would be great about now? Proof. Because I didn't even notice the lag myself, so it tells me that it's very likely not that big of a problem. Now, I don't remember if Celia's, now going by Ash I believe, video was still public by this point in Robert Gaylord's bandwagon. But if it was, you should have been using it, because as is, this feels like a nitpick, and it's even worse because you could be making up an issue to nitpick about, which would be a special kind of weird.
Now I'm going at a Doodletones video because they just keep switching, oh my god.
When a mommy and daddy love each other very much, they make a multi-degree commentary. Jokes aside, multi-degree commentaries do it. You see that number in the bottom right corner? No? Then congratulations, you have dyslexia.
That's not how dyslexia works. I know this is a small thing, but I saw that and kind of chuckled. Like, it doesn't make you blind to numbers. What do you think dyslexia is?
Also, when you said that he didn't want to make this, well, where's your proof? You skipped it. Also, because of it being a Velisky bum, you decide not to say it's an opinional.
Azriel, stop it. Get some help. You're taking everything out of context. Also, your "it's a joke" point can apply to Robert's reaction to wanting to cover Velisky bum. Many commentators do this. Heck, Chara did this herself at the beginning of the video. Every point you make just wants to make me tie a noose. What's the waffling about Velisky Bum's video being opinionated? Just because it's a Velisky Bum video doesn't mean that we have to point out that it's his opinion. In fact, the same can be said about your video, because you didn't say that every video in this chain is opinionated. Commentators have opinions on the videos they want to cover, which is why we cover them. We don't need to point it out because the viewers know that. Every fucking video a commentator covers is opinionated. We don't need to say, "That's a onion!"
This is just flat out a bad point, Umbris. Not only because no, commentaries aren't entirely opinionated like Velisky Bum's video is, it might be an opinion if a commentator were just to call a video bad or whatnot. That can be pretty subjective. And critiques towards production can also be pretty subjective, but oftentimes we find ourselves arguing points directly, debunking misinformation when we can, attempting to approach a video in a more objective light. At least to a degree where we attempt to, in your own words, hurt our target's videos.
I look like a psycho, look. Murder.
I'm back. Okay, this might sound dumb, but your skipping transitions are really bad.
I think I am smoking cocaine. Your point here is completely subjective and does nothing to hurt Chara's video.
Yeah, by the way, by this same line of logic, wouldn't this whole commentary be subjective and not hurt Azriel's video? Because while the majority of problems you take with her video are production-based, you have made the occasional good argument against Azriel, but if everything is subjective anyway, then why are we here? This kind of weird hypocrisy is self-defeating.
And by that point, what's a silent protagonist character to you?
At this point, I'm going to change my avatar to a dictionary. A silent protagonist is someone who doesn't speak at all throughout the story. Examples are Wally, Link, Doomguy, Shell, and Chrono.
And why do you even say, what is the silent protagonist to you? What a silent protagonist isn't subjective. And the type of character it is in the fucking name!
But I thought this was all subjective, Umbris.
Now are you talking about the voices when you were hearing the characters and how Robert was like literally yelling his lungs? Also, when you said that Pastel tries, you never said that Robert also tries. And that's just messed up. We're also 21 minutes in, and I'm not even on the 3rd degree.
Because he didn't? I mean, as Icy pointed out, at least Kara tried to find a way to differentiate herself from that filthy beaner that couldn't speak English, while Robert clearly wasn't trying, as he made no effort to differentiate himself from any of the characters in the skit, making it obvious that the same guy is voicing all of them.
Actually, as much as I hate to say it, he actually does give an attempt. While Ron Peterson is indistinguishable between Rob Scott.
Whoa, Ron. Is this some new technology? Yes, Robert, I also have a new chart. Do you want to see it? Yeah. Let's do it.
That's not to say none of his characters have attempts at separate voices. Andal Himmler, no, I'm not kidding, had a very thick attempt at a stereotypical German accent.
My name is nicht Hitler. Es ist Himmler.
And his kid Victor had a higher pitched voice.
Dad! I am fucking busy right now. Sorry, but pass all over to the commentary for you.
Now, while no one should expect an 11 or 12-year-old, however old this kid was, to have great acting chops, and yes, he absolutely could have better introduced these characters than he did, the point is, Robert did give an attempt at differentiating his characters from one another through voice. So, actually, both Megatron and Ash were wrong here, and there's probably other things that they were wrong on going back through this video, but frankly, this video is way more boring than I remember it being. It's still not the worst thing in the world, but with the constant forcing of edge and attempts to be as offensive as possible, the video isn't really fun or pleasant to watch, as it just gets pretty annoying after a while. Like, we get it. You hate minorities and love punching down. Not every interjection needs you to tell us that. Plus, again, it's not nearly as important to situations as other things we're covering are, so I think I'll leave on those notes. This was just a weird side tangent that I went on for levity before we get into the problematic and weirdly hostile. Before I move on to the next situation Kainu got herself into, we're gonna need to go back and introduce a new character to this story. On August 30th, 2017, the slideshow commentary community was introduced to a character by the name of Pink Robot. She came in not super seriously, giving us commentaries that she would later rebrand as Trollbot commentaries, as a way to see if the community would freak out over a troll, testing a long-time assumption about us commentators. And after she got a really good response from an ex-respected commentator by the name of Next Quizman, alongside one Master TP10, she decided to shrug off the trolling mantra and join the community officially with a 3-part video on Kungi Muller, mostly to positive reception. Now Doodle, why is she important? Because without her knowing or her active involvement, she was going to be the catalyst for the next 2 situations I'm going to talk about in this video, and we're actually going to talk about them in reverse chronological order because they were resolved in such. So, June 4th, 2018, Pink releases a brief criticism of the community called Branding Nightmares, where she criticized the use of commentators using a ton of different avatars and how that could affect one's branding. Now, this isn't too unusual for the community to hear, considering that's the first thing people notice of this type of content. I'm gonna have to explain. So, we're called the Slideshow Commentary Community, but you've only been seeing me use my OC and gameplay footage. Well, that's because in the early days of the SCC, we would use cartoons, video games, or, heaven forbid, anime for our avatars. And this would easily be the most criticized aspect of our community for years, to the point I have made a compilation of criticisms our community commonly faces, and avatars are easily the most harped on aspect in it. It's insane just how common it is. So Pink Robot made a video talking about the correlation of commentary avatars and the commentator's branding. And I think the community pretty widely agrees that this is one of the few good SCC rants we've ever had, due to its nuanced nature and not making avatars out to be a much more serious and detrimental thing than it was. And with anything that's weird and gets super positive reception in the commentary community circa 2018, there was bound to be someone who jumped to try and recreate it for that hit of dopamine, or at the very least to try and expand upon what the other user did. And that's where Joni Rue comes in.
So remember when I said I'd be doing CC rants, or at least rants in general? Well, consider this my first. Now, this is something I've had on my mind ever since Pink Robot made their own video on the situation, but I think I'd like to put my own input on this. Now, the first topic I have in mind for my little series of complaints about the commentary community, avatars. No, do not get me wrong, this isn't about that whole entire, oh, they use anime avatars, therefore they're automatically invalid, or any kind of dumb logic like that. Honestly, I find that just dumb, and that's being blunt about it. No, I like to focus more on the issue of avatar branding, to be specific. Because let's be honest, one of the fun things when it comes to making commentaries, you don't have your own avatar to use, just finding a character online that suits you and then using it for your own. And that in itself isn't a problem. It's when you have too many that I have a problem.
Now, to note, Pink herself criticized Joni for this exact same thing just months prior in the video that Joni is now referring back to.
One commentator in particular that I see this with is Jonah Smith. Jonah, in just his solo commentaries, had used 36 different avatars in 36 commentaries. And that's not mentioning the ones where he pulls a Doodletones and changes his avatar within every interjection, adding on to his already stupid avatar count.
If anyone caught a bad case of what used to be colloquially called TOG-itis, where someone had such a huge pool of avatars that it seemed like they cared more for that than the actual commentaries themselves, it would be me, but it would have also applied to Joni during this video's release. Doubly so when you account for the fact that prior to her video, she never actually used Rousey in a commentary, so this was yet another new avatar that she added to that very same pool. This was seen as a pretty hypocritical move by Kainu, and should note Joni herself.
And yeah, I'll admit this flat out right now. I'm probably one of the worst people to be talking about this. Because throughout my whole entire commentary career, I have barely ever, if ever, stuck to a consistent avatar set. I've used literally more than 40 avatars at this point. To the point where, like, I can only have one character associated with me, and that's James. And even then, that's only due to probably me having one really good try-off. Maybe Nick Wilde, though that's debatable.
David Washer was a commentator, Joni. His commentator's grave was still fresh. In any case, Joni's video basically touched on everything that Pink Robot covered in her video, with the additions of talking about those who took avatars too seriously, with the explicit intention of talking about those who spent more time thinking about the avatars that they want to use over making the actual commentaries themselves. Something else one could potentially argue also applied to Joni when she was still in the community. As well, Joni talks about those not having enough avatar stills for their commentaries, which I think is the only thing that absolutely could not be attributed to her time in the community. That said, as stated before, Kainu didn't like this video and left a comment on it pointing out the obvious hypocrisy. This baited Joni into making a response to it sometime later.
Oh joy, another unscripted video. This should have gone well.
Unscripted, mind you. Should be noted, this is the same year that just prior saw her doing an unscripted commentary on Fawful's Minion that blew up in her face. You'd think she'd learn, but within this video the arguments are really bad. Like really, really bad. For starters, she addresses the Kainu comment, dismissing it as a Tukukui fallacy outright, when this was the one time that argument isn't valid.
First off, if I could address a comment by Kainu, specifically one of the biggest detractors of this whole entire thing. Oh, you're calling people out for the avatar branding thing when you do this yourself. This is dumb. This is because, one, well obviously, hypocrisy doesn't make me wrong, you're a commentator. That should be kinda known by now.
To explain why, Joni, if you recall, literally called this a problem within her own video.
No, I like to focus more on the issue of avatar branding, to be specific. Because let's be honest, one of the fun things when it comes to making commentaries, you don't have your own avatar to use. Just finding a character online that suits you and then using it for your own. And that in itself isn't a problem. It's when you have too many that I have a problem.
But seems to ignore when she contributes to that problem because something hypocrisy fallacy something. It's not a good start to an argument when the issue is right there within the video. And that's something that even Kainu unscriptedly rambles against, albeit rather poorly, of course. It is also unscripted after all.
First off, if I could address a comment by Kainu, specifically one of the biggest detractors of this whole entire thing. Oh, you're calling people out for the avatar branding thing when you do this yourself. This is dumb. This is because, one, well obviously, hypocrisy doesn't make me wrong, you're a commentator. That should be kinda known by now.
Okay, one, why am I the only person you're name dropping in this video? I mean, you do address criticisms from other people from their public comments on your video. So why am I the only one being called out or name dropped? This doesn't make sense.
Because you were, and I quote, the biggest detractor. something that Joni herself says is the case within the video. Also, it helps that you were the only one bringing this exact criticism to the forefront within your comment. Literally no other comment within Joni's video contained that criticism, unless Omega said something, but then that would be lost time, and frankly, I don't care. Because even if there were other people bringing up the criticism of Joni using a new avatar within her video, you don't prove it anyway, so the yolk is on you.
Also, I wasn't just calling you a hypocrite. You can see from my comments, which I have on screen right now, that my main issue was more so addressing how you yourself are contributing to something you consider an issue in that same video, which could be seen in a sense as a double standard, as why aren't you using one of your quote-unquote main avatars, which you said you would use? This makes no sense.
By the way, this is a use of hypocrisy calling. But the point that should be made of note is that this is an argument surrounding morality with something that Joni herself calls a pet peeve within the video. So her being a hypocrite in this regard is a problem. It is something to bring up. Saying hypocrisy doesn't make you wrong doesn't function as a proper counter-argument when this is something Joni herself is labeling as a problem. And yes, Kai, calling it out on the basis that she is contributing to that problem is hypocrisy. You trying to argue against that is also dumb.
Also, I find it funny how you call me one of the biggest detractors. I left 3 comments on your video and they were not even a sentence long each. And then there were people like GeneXL and Umbrus who left fucking paragraphs of shit to complain about, and they aren't as big as detractors of me.
God, so butt-mad that your criticism against this video in particular is being addressed. This is straight up deflection to its pettiest extreme. In any case, that's more or less the entirety of this video in a nutshell. Petty. In fact, it was such a petty video that the night it was posted it went down, but not before being renamed to "Don't watch this, it's bad." I was not happy in the slightest considering how much of this whole ordeal felt like ImageGate, but again. And considering that one of the biggest proprietors of ImageGate was Kainu under her prior rebrand, yeah, I heavily considered this a repeat of history. Now, that on its own doesn't seem like a lot, does it? Especially when you consider that I didn't cover but one interjection in Kainu's video. Well, that was mostly to save on time, because this video got the ball rolling, you see. And it started on Twitter with a user by the name of Night Tie-Dye, or Foxwell as I'll refer to him as, getting upset that people took issue with the video that Kainu had made enough to want to hit the video instead of bringing it up in the comments. A notion that's severely misguided within a community that covers bad individual videos for the fun of it. Something that even Foxwell himself does on his channel, to the point where previously that very same year, he made a video on Lunatic the Game for the reason that Lunatic's audio dipped in quality slightly. So frankly, I didn't want to hear it, and apparently neither did Stagmaster15, who took to the replies in a thread created by a user called Mark's Mayhem, who is using this as a springboard to make a broad, kinda overgeneralized notion against the entirety of the SCC, one of which they refused to budge on. However, to touch on it a bit, the line gets drawn when it's something that seriously needs to be discussed privately, and there's a platform we can do so on. This is something we've had to do as recently as this year with the likes of a user by the name of Destroyer Shy, and I know this is a thread from back in 2018, but we still did it then too. This situation was just entirely based on whether or not people can use a certain amount of avatars in their videos, and it was really not that big of a deal. Frankly, you making it a bigger deal than it was why you would come to the conclusions that you did. On the note of hyperbole and overblowing the situation, let's talk about Ray Kohai's involvement in all of this. For those who are new here, Ray was a very notable member in this community, arguably one of the most influential figures this community has ever had, but also probably could become a topic for this series sometime in the future. By 2018, she wasn't really getting involved in anything and was barely releasing any commentaries herself. This was kind of during her last run, so for her to get involved is particularly notable here, especially considering the context of what actually happened when she did. So, to explain, we're gonna have to dip into the recesses of my group channel, the Cloud Palace, where Joni was initially talking about this video in beta watch, something that's pretty commonly done, though usually it's done with scripts, something Joni decided not to have for this video if you recall, but still decided to make the video public anyway before making the changes that were discussed within the chat. After getting immediate backlash by Kainu, the conversation diverged more towards that discussion. See, it's worth noting that contextually, Kainu had a pretty bad habit of responding poorly to negative critique. I haven't covered every instance of it because we would be here all day, but if you consider the context of the Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh saga, the final shot and its spin-offs, and the video on Nihilistic Snake, you could probably figure that out yourself. It gets to be more prominent later, but it was still pretty much there for the most part up to this point. So to see Kainu give such a knee-jerk response, not only in the comments, but to drop their response video an hour after Joni's video was publicly released, obviously we were seeing this unfold as another situation in real time. And because of that, obviously people were thinking of covering Kainu's response, hence where Foxwell's tweet came in. According to the chat logs, there was also some involvement with the Omega's side channel, the Neo Alt CC, but we don't have any screenshots of that comment, nor do we have any of Kainu's replies, but by the sounds of the reactions, Kainu took the backlash to a rushed, unscripted, and knee-jerk response rather poorly. Unsurprising to anyone that knew Kainu at the time. Now, I'll be fair to Kainu in saying that the Cloud Palace also took this whole ordeal in a much worse way than reasonably we probably should have. I get not being happy. I wasn't happy. But I also don't think that the way we approached this video was particularly mature looking back on it. Like, I'm kind of in agreement with Avalonian Sky here that we kind of just overblew it. Like, it's a bad video and it's a repeat of a minor situation that was already addressed prior that year. But to bring up, say, Sugar Pie's situation with the supposed docs of This Isn't Not Metal, or the Fran drama involving lies and conspiracy in the wake of the Spocter theory allegations, in retort to this, a video about avatars? Was kind of a huge stretch. Anyway, Ray woke up the next morning and chewed out the Cloud Palace about it, saying that we were going too far in dogpiling Kainu for her video, almost sharing the notion that Night Tie-Dye previously shared, saying that the drama was similar, if albeit less severe, to the Fran drama, that making videos on this was jumping the gun and that we should just make an argument and move on, saying that we should give each other respect, eventually clarifying that her stance is one where she doesn't make a big deal out of covering videos due to how the rhetoric surrounding that would feel anxiety-inducing from a victim's perspective, and she played this peacekeeper role in the Cloud Palace for the rest of the conversation. But merely 3 days later, Joni puts Kainu's video on Eno into the found material chat. And suddenly, Ray's tone quickly changed on that notion, dominating the found material chat and even making her own video on Kainu not too long after this.
Wait. Okay, I have some issues with your disclaimer. Mainly, wow, you're just a little edgelord, aren't you? I would read this off, but I doubt I would be able to without laughing. You don't care about feelings or if the person improves. I like how you say this isn't a personal attack or harassment when your language gets really fucking venomous once you get to your actual points.
Keep this in mind as later we're gonna see that Eno here is making a mountain out of a molehill. Also, what's wrong with him being edgy? Like, this isn't inherently an issue and you don't elaborate. Like, ever. Now I get this may have been a joke, but your tone stays the same and it's very hard to tell.
Okay, so I'm gonna ignore that this is just flat out wrong because she claims he's an edgelord and the rest of her point, that being the part you like literally just said would be important later, was supposed to be the explanation for why his edginess here is bad, but instead I want to focus on the fact that you saying you couldn't tell if it was a joke actually plays into a big problem I have with your overall video, because honestly, this right here is a fucking cop-out. Like seriously, I've seen tons of commentators do this over the years, and while I might be guilty of it myself sometime in the past, I'm not perfect, this tactic has progressively gotten more obnoxious every time I fucking see it. If you don't know what I'm talking about when a commentator claims that something might be a joke, but then dismiss that concept because of the vague critique of, oh, the acting made it hard to tell. Not that they'll ever explain what's wrong with the acting or what made the joke hard to notice, it's just hard to notice because they said so. You know, unless they could cop out of the cop-out by saying, oh, your tone was the same, because yes, words and context just don't mean anything anymore when it comes to figuring out if something's a joke. Also, you never really demonstrate how the tone is the same, but maybe that's just a nitpick on my end. Which, if nobody notices the tactic, of course, completely frees them of being the one at fault for possibly taking a joke too seriously, as they haphazardly shift the blame onto the target instead. It's gotten old at this point, guys. Let us all kindly agree to fucking stop it.
Yeah, I hated this video on release. I considered putting it on my worst of the year, fun fact. Anyway, because I'm never gonna get a chance like this again, let me explain why this video bothers me so much. Ray's whole attitude throughout this video screams of a certain level of pretension that was never previously there when she still had, like, fun with these videos. And this point where she just dismisses a point as a cop-out for clarifying a potential argument that another person was making, along with another point we'll get to later, is a pretty fucking annoying example of what I mean by that. Because, newsflash, Ray, that's not a fucking cop-out, it's a clarification. Sure, they might not explain why someone's acting might be a potential problem and how that might muddy the water surrounding whether a point is a joke or not. By the way, Kainu does by saying Ino's tone is the same throughout this interjection, but I guess we can just ignore that part. But when Kainu isn't putting all of the onus onto Ino, now known as Maz, by the way, regarding the point about just how edgy this disclaimer is, something that you even acknowledged to be the case during the very beginning of your interjection, by the way, and had instead clarified that it might have been a joke that she couldn't decipher as a benefit of doubt, then who the fuck actually cares? Also, keep the fact Ray acknowledges that she herself might have been guilty of using the supposed cop-out in mind for later, because we will come back to it.
Just a robot in the name, the Junkie made a video explain why they don't like the FNAF series.
I'm gonna need you guys to remember this.
It wasn't that good. That's literally all the context you need here.
Well, since you don't give two shits about giving any context whatsoever other than the video exists and the video is bad, I can't wait to see what eloquent points you bring out of your fucking ass in order to substantiate your claims on such a subjective fucking video.
You're just a ray of sunshine, aren't you?
Whoa, you sure wrecked that, edgelord fun. Also, is this what you mean by him being venomous? Because that's fucking dumb. He was just adding a bit more emotion into his voice. Then sure, maybe he's sounding a bit aggressive, although it's not really venomous.
Where exactly did you get that she was referring to just his tone in that segment? Like, maybe she could be talking about his language mixed with his tone. And while we're on the topic, maybe it's kind of a bad idea to cherry pick aspects of what she might be talking about to contribute to your narrative and leave out the parts that don't, or something.
Ray also throughout this video likes to try and call Kainu out on cutting context, but never actually provides proof of that claim, like, anywhere in the video. It's not even like Maz's point is better clarified after the point cuts back either. Ray just says, cherry-picked point, and that's it. Also, I love this part.
Also, is this what you mean by him being venomous?
Where exactly did you get that she was referring to just his tone in that segment?
Also, is this what you mean by him being venomous?
Like, am I crazy? I've just been sitting here keeping this hot take to myself for years now, but like, am I insane, or is this video just that bad?
Whoa! Jonah leaving in footage doesn't relate to the video at all, just pads it out. Sorry to say, but no, you're wrong. Okay, no, you can go. This isn't one of those huge debunk moments. Honestly though, I would like you to remember this whole entire set of dialogue, because this actually will tie into one of the main problems I have with this video as a whole later.
And your whole spiel about how the footage you're showing isn't you padding for runtime. You yourself are still padding for runtime. You take something that could have easily been said in 10 seconds into a 20-second skit about how people are going to say you're padding for fucking runtime.
Oh, you mean like what you're doing yourself? With your pauses in your speech and beating around the bush? Again, I'll give you he's dragging it out just a tad, though really an extra 10 seconds isn't much of an issue. Just say, you probably shouldn't call him out for something you yourself are doing.
Okay, Kainu, this is a really easy point to debunk. Don't fuck it up.
Don't say it, 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 don't say it. Hypocrisy doesn't make him wrong.
I'm fucking done. I'm fuck you.
In all seriousness, however, so what if Meowth is a hypocrite? That doesn't make him incorrect, and it seems like you're trying to discredit him over debunking his point.
Because I said so. Part fucking 3. Like, legit, this is probably one of the worst instances of this, because her argument wasn't trying to say he was wrong because he was a hypocrite, or at the very least, if it is, you don't even remotely showcase why. Her point, if you were even remotely listening, was just saying he was a hypocrite. She never said he was wrong, so you making this argument is just incorrect. I mean, sure, you can argue that maybe her saying he can't argue something while also doing it could be seen as her trying to say he's wrong. In fact, you literally argued this yourself in the comments, but no, that doesn't count. Why do I say this? Because she never said it made him wrong. She just stated that practicing what you preach is important to a debater, which it is. Because sure, while you can argue that it doesn't make Meowth wrong all you fucking want, but as a presenter, it hurts his ethos, which sure wouldn't work if we were judging just the arguments on their own, but we're also judging these videos as, well, videos, and judging the presenter on how well they present the arguments they make. By your logic, we'd be completely ignoring ethos and commentaries, especially when it comes to the context of hypocrisy, and you'd be once again actively spitting in the face of intellectually stimulating discussions. And Jesus.
God, this is such a fucking pretentious ass point for virtually nothing. Using the term ethos instead of credibility, like, God, you could tell she sure did go to college for this shit, I guess. It's just such a shame that this entire fucking chain is dumb. Sure, Joni wound up padding out the video by joking about padding out the video, effectively lampshading it, and Undead Meowth calling that out by all means actually is valid, albeit maybe overreacting a bit. Maz's call out of hypocrisy wasn't valid here because just speaking slow does not necessarily equate to purposely padding out the video if they just talk slow, even if you do also allude to some vague beating around the bush within the same interjection. That said, as someone who also covered this video, it's not to say that there aren't moments of Meowth padding out the video, but details. Kainu's call out of the Tukukui fallacy isn't valid because Maz isn't pulling a Tukukui, but Ray's point not only hears the Tukukui and boils it down explicitly to because I said so, when that's not what Kainu said, but go off, queen. But even the notion of bringing up ethos or credibility to begin with in the context of claiming Kainu is, quote, spitting in the face of intellectual debate is rich coming from this video in particular. Because while yes, we can get into the intellectually stimulating debate over the modes of persuasion all day, the fact of the matter is, all three of the modes are actually absent from various points within this video where they probably should be. Ray calls out cherry picking at a few points in this video, but never actually provides proof of said cherry picking, which ignores logos. Ray denounces all intent from Kainu's video, assuming the worst intent in this particular instance, ignoring pathos. Which thus means if we're going to talk about spitting in the face of intellectual debate and relying on one's character, trust, and credibility, guess who also doesn't have the ethos in their video by this logic? That's never mind that this whole video should have felt hypocritical to anyone who was chewed out in the Cloud Palace about it prior that month. Like, I'm not saying Kainu's video is good, it's not. Kainu makes an ass out of herself in either being dismissive of things Maz said in this video, such in regard to the trigger debate I skipped over, or outright strawmans their points in an attempt to rely on what I have since deemed automentation. The lack of trying, the lack of elaboration, and just generally the video is a mess that was half-baked for the sake of defending a friend. But Ray's video is dishonest at the best of times and downright manipulative at worst, and I think Kainu caught on to that because there was a video made on Rachel shortly after Ray's video dropped. I don't have a copy of the video itself, but I do have a copy of the script, and Kainu actually does touch on the same talking points that I did here in this segment. However, it quickly diminishes by the end of it, nor does it even really cover enough to justify how knee-jerk it all felt. But the video dropped, and Ray took issue with it herself, but claiming that her anxiety over having a video done on her was preventing her from really speaking much on the matter, a notion that she previously stated could have been the case in favor of Kainu, until the video on Maz dropped. I am all kinds of frustrated in hindsight, and it makes matters not much better remembering that literally 2 days after Kainu's response to Ray dropped, Autumn-chan made a video, and I distinctly remember Kainu was either going to cover that too, or did cover that, but by this point that has gone into the sands of time. Ray continues to be a hypocrite within the Cloud Palace, talking about how much Kainu couldn't handle criticism, notion that we were all spouting earlier that month that she chewed us out over, even going as far as to point out how there were 3 videos done back-to-back that month that were all disowned within a day or two, which prior she said was a notion she didn't like when we were talking about the video that Joni was being unlisted, and The point is, Ray's a hypocrite and Kainu couldn't handle criticism. The latter being a notion that we were all agreed upon by that point. There was also a whole ordeal with V wanting Kainu and Joni to try to bury the hatchet over the stupid situation that was ImageGate 2, giving them the weekend to fix the problem or he was going to get involved, a notion that V spouted a lot when he was still around. But not only do I not remember how that whole thing ended, at this point I don't even think it's that important. because it wasn't going to be long before V and Kainu were friends again anyway, and making specifically my life miserable. Let's talk about that, shall we? So, you're gonna have to bear with me again, because what I'm about to tell you might sound stupid. And when you hear what it's about, it will sound that way, but I'll try my best to explain why this impacted people the way that it did. I said before that Pink Robot accidentally started 2 situations within this community that Kainu got involved in. And if the first one seemed petty, stupid, and not needed, this one is worse. At least with the Branding Nightmare saga, I was able to use it as a springboard into talking about how poorly Kainu took negative critique. Something that generally could have been seen as an attitude problem that spanned all across her timeline. But this situation wound up sparking legitimate trauma within several parties involved, some that people still face to this day, and it is over the dumbest argument to ever be argued. So, as mentioned a few times before, I occasionally like to do the odd countdown on my channel. I've talked to an extent over my yearly worst commentaries of the year lists, but sometimes I like to just dabble in the odd video game or cartoon related countdown. Top 10 lists have been a big thing on my channel for years now, pretty much since its creation. But the quality of said videos are up for debate and have started a few things to come from it, even outside of my worst of the years. This is where we meet up with, and I'm not kidding when I say this, the collectathon genre. A niche little subgenre of platformers that most people have either played or at least have a pretty good grasp on what they are conceptually. They're games where a player is expected to traverse worlds collecting a MacGuffin to unlock other levels. However, I do find that the nuances of what makes a collectathon are pretty often debated amongst the fans of the genre. Some places will say that a collectathon is a game that just contains a lot of collectibles, indicating something like Crash Bandicoot in the genre. Others will say that any form of a collectible that progresses a player through a game is a collectathon a la Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. But me, I'm a bit more of a stickler when it comes to what I consider a collectathon. A collectathon is typically a subgenre of platformers where players go about level to level collecting a MacGuffin to progress through the game. These are things that you must collect in order to progress, not just simply, oh, the end of the level has me collect a thing, therefore collectathon. As without that thing at the end, you basically just traverse from point A to point B in order to finish the level. So, for those wondering, no, Crash Bandicoot, the first Sly Cooper game, and Croc do not actually count as collectathons despite popular belief. At least as far as I'm concerned. My thoughts are not usually that hard to explain, but everyone seems to have a hard time grasping, and I'm not sure why. I see collectathons as a game where the collection is the main priority. Having a game be purely mission-based like the new SpongeBob SquarePants game isn't really what I'd have in mind, despite how much it tries to make clear that jelly is a collectible there. And games that double as a point A to point B platformer with a collectible tacked onto it at the end of each level doesn't really feel like the collection is the main focus, so I usually discredit those as collectathons too. It should be that simple. It really shouldn't be much of an argument at all, considering as long as I make my definition clear, who the fuck cares about what one no-name on the internet considers a genre to be their own personal top 10 list? Am I right? Like, I'm not crazy, right? That sounds stupid, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So, I made a list of my favorite collectathon games. I'll admit that list wasn't particularly that good overall, like, some choices made no sense, explanations were contradictory, I padded it out a lot. It's whatever, not every video is gonna hit it out of the park. Pink Robot had taken some issues with it and covered my countdown, which I initially did take some issues with and covered those, to which she covered me back with a video that was pretty split initially. Personally speaking, I actually didn't hate it myself and was pretty vocal about how much I thought her counterbot video was okay. However, my peers tended to disagree, seeing Pink as someone who had a particular disdain for me as a commentator and who couldn't put her, quote, hate boner away when covering me. This was a notion that was started early, considering her trolling era video on me was the only one that felt like it actually had critique behind it, and prior to the collectathon debate, she had made a video calling me a walking contradiction, which sparked a whole other ordeal that is kind of related to this, but we're not really going to have to go over all of that in this video, so to save on exhaustion, we'll just say we'll come back to it. Just know, in 2018, I had a particular reaction towards my content and my character and Pink Robot was no exception to that rule. I feel like, while not all of it, but a lot of it in hindsight was related to the previous year's disdain for me, as 2017 was a particularly hard year for me, considering everyone wanted to distance themselves from me, but that's a story for another day. Anyway, one video of particular note that was done on Pink's counterbot on me was a co-op between Lunatic the Game and Shangri-La Slayer, who was going by a different name he doesn't really like looking back on it, so we're just gonna call him Slayer. And I thought this video was generally fun, maybe leaned too heavily on dick jokes throughout the video, but generally I thought the video was fine. However, in walks our good friend V Omega, who saw it, took issues with it, and thought about covering it. And by that I mean, it initially started as, I just want to cover the video with V, but by August, he was beginning to question the general narrative of whether or not Pink Robot just hated me for spite reasons, or if it was genuinely my fault that she hated me. And the fucked up part was, I was under the latter presumption and agreed with his perspective, saying that, to me, she just seemed frustrated with the fact that I didn't seem to be improving as a creator. And in his mind, he was upset that we as a community were just dismissing Pink Robot as some hater that couldn't be reasoned with because we didn't like how she gave her criticisms against me. Never mind how actually destructive those criticisms came across as.
Honestly, I don't ever see Doodle improving, but maybe we can convince her to disown a countdown. After all, she typically does that with her commentaries. Anyway, this has been Pink Robot, and I'll see you next time. Then prove me wrong and improve your content. You've been staying in this stagnation of rushed commentaries that focus on quantity over quality for 2 years now, and I'm not the only one to have pointed this out. Oh wait, you still haven't watched the video that Kid Douglas made on you, have you? You still constantly do the same shit you promise yourself not to do. You still cause all sorts of drama because you spurg out on live streams. The criticism that's between the lines, that you're obviously too stupid to get, is to take problems people have with you and iron out those very same problems. I can tell for certain in this very video that you refuse to improve, because of the other examples to criticism against you. The voice and avatar sprites you've drawn are actual criticisms people have apparently gave to you that you just brush off because. Because, why exactly? If you're really trying to improve your commentaries, you'd lower the pitch of your voice changer, or alternatively turn it off, and fix your fucking anatomy in your art. Hell, you watched Sketch TB's video on you, he even gave you the criticism to put more effort and spend more time on your videos, which you still have seemed to ignore, since your video on me was released only 5 days from No True Art Thieves, your last 20-minute commentary. I'm not counting your half-assed video on Phantom Strider because 1. I don't care, and 2. It's only 5 minutes, it has an excuse being released a day after. So you want to prove me wrong? Prove me wrong, don't spurg out because, metoxicity.
But V continued this thought process that Pink was just angry at me, hopping from point A to point B. It went from disappointment towards the community for writing off a content creator, to him directly targeting me with his ire, saying that he agrees with Pink that I haven't improved, citing a situation that happened earlier that year where YouTuber Chuli and I had a heated disagreement over Wolfie Chew, something I apparently said that I wasn't gonna do on live streams anymore. This conversation continued into the next day, where V approached me with more criticisms of my content, specifically coming at me with the quantity over quality debate that had surrounded my channel throughout 2016 and 2017. I feel like it's important to mention though, by 2018 my upload rate had declined drastically, and I started putting a bit more effort into my videos. I mean, I still had my moments where I would dedicate a day or two to working. I only reached my burnout era come the next year, but with V, because I didn't cover every nook and cranny, every tiny nitpick that I could, I would miss things, and therefore obviously didn't put enough effort into my content. I wonder how he would feel about my stuff nowadays. Who am I kidding? It was never enough with V. Look, I'm not someone who has a more conventional job. I probably should, but with the fact that not only does YouTube not pay a ton of money, but I'm also generally a terrible YouTuber. Though, frankly, I don't think I'm cut out for a more conventional job either. I'm not going to go too into details here because a lot of that is personal stuff, but generally that's why I do what I do. It's why I spend so long making videos. And it's why I had the work ethic I did in my earlier commentary years, where I could just push out commentaries as frequently as modern day the F-Ramen-tater. But after people told me to slow down, I did. And eventually it got to the point where I'd be lucky if I could even get one video out a week, much less 4 in a month. And I was still getting criticized for it, something I vocalized my frustration of, and that was probably my biggest mistake. So with V, I mentioned before that he had a bit of a habit of sea lioning, a tactic used in trolling and harassment that feigns civility and sincerity to try to bait an argument out of someone or to lead them into being so frustrated enough to say something that feels unreasonable. You've most certainly seen these kinds of people, especially within the commentary sphere, and V was probably the biggest of the bunch. So even me voicing my distaste for the constant and persistent criticism of my work ethic, especially after being previously praised for it, caused V to look at that as more of me not taking criticism. So he'd counter-argue and run me in circles, gish-galloping with argument after argument piled on, not letting me really explain much. But eventually, we got off of that talking point and more into the discussion of me not getting involved in situations that I have no involvement getting in, citing my involvement in the aforementioned Fran drama. And to put into perspective how much that frustrated me would take a whole other video to explain, but basically the TLDR of it is, Pink's walking contradiction video predominantly called me out for inconsistent morals, and after a video by Yo-Yo3639 talking about the DeviantArt ranting community leaked some out-of-context screenshots from one The Name's Junkie, I had called that shit out in a one-shot, and then I wanted to keep myself consistent the minute that I had heard that Heaton Mitsuru might have also used leaked screenshots, this time against a user by the name of Fran. But with Pink's video, combined with V breathing down my neck to keep consistency, and Ray Kohai at the time whispering in my ears how toxic Heaton's video on Fran was, frankly, what was I to do? I made a stupid video calling her out, and it sucked, and it was bad, and I've already apologized for it, and then apologized for the apology because the apology was shit. That's a whole other video. I'm not gonna get too into it. If you know, you know. If you don't worry too much about it. The point is, I had already regretted getting involved by that point anyways, and V fucking knew that going into this argument. But that wasn't enough for him either, as he then went on to pin responsibility onto me for something that I was a fucking victim of just a year prior, when bringing up a livestream that a user by the name of Monkacommon did for prominent and controversial Sonic tuber Dylan Thomas. Said livestream was used to shit-talk me and put me into a lose-lose situation regardless of if I reacted to it or not. Because if I didn't, I would be avoiding criticism, something I was accused of doing back then. But if I responded, I couldn't take the criticism, which was a different criticism I had faced that very same year. Ugh. If you can't tell, there is a lot of unsolved trauma in this commentator, because these are all situations I have not really talked much about on my channel. Anyway, we had a whole discourse about Pink's walking contradictions video, but frankly, I've done enough talking about that by this point that this segment almost feels like one on V himself, and frankly, while he is the biggest headache in this situation, we still have more to discuss about him. To put that into perspective, I feel like saving the whole ordeal about this video for another day would probably save my sanity a bit longer. Just know, V argued me in circles until I gave up, something else he had a particularly bad habit of doing. In fact, that was one of the reasons he was kicked from the Cloud Palace. But V by this point was pretty adamant on me covering the Walking Contradictions video, something that I clearly did not want to deal with at the time, and by the end of the month, V was so obsessed with analyzing everything through a fucking magnifying glass that he wound up getting onto my case for slight discoloration in my video on Pink Robot. As if that fucking mattered, especially against someone who is colorblind. His obsession persisted for the rest of the year, in fact, once jumping into a livestream chat to spark back up the argument during a time when I was not ready to have said argument. I don't consider Slide Cooper a collectathon, and you consider SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom one. Okay. Simple. Because SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom gives you multiple things to do, and you don't wind up needing to collect every... Like, you don't need to collect every golden spatula to progress through the game. Like, you don't need to collect every golden spatula. It's not a requirement. You only need to collect like up to 70, and even then, it's just the major goal of the game is just to collect. Whereas in Sly Cooper, while it's sure you need to collect the keys, if you take out that collection aspect, if you take out the keys aspect of the game, it's just get from point A to point B. I know that was a bit incoherent. It's almost as if this was a live stream and I was kind of focused on my game, but generally, the goal of Battle for Bikini Bottom is the collectibles, even if you don't need to collect every golden spatula. Whereas Sly Cooper, while may require all of the keys, doesn't make the collectibles the main focus of progression. That's what I was trying to get across, but of course when you're multitasking on a live stream answering a question that you know was probably going to be added into a drama that you were already sick of by this point, probably it already isn't the brightest idea in the world, never mind the execution being sloppy. I do think I iron out my response shortly after though, but maybe that's just me. Battle for Bikini Bottom is not just go from point A to point B, there's a lot of other things you can do in Battle for Bikini Bottom. So it's more of a game that's built on its collection aspect, less of its platformer aspect, like Sly Cooper is. Life in Hell was his comic before The Simpsons. Oh, okay. Susie, you need Thievius Raccoonus, you need to collect the pages. You don't really collect the pages either. You can collect the pages, but those are not collecting the pages in general is not required. And you get 5 at the end of each level, so it's just get from point A to point B. It's not any different than, say, if you were playing a Crash Bandicoot game, which is also not a collectathon. You're mostly just doing it from point A to point B. You can technically break the boxes, and you get a special thing if you do, but it's not a requirement to beat the game. Just as such, you only collect the 5 Thievius Raccoonus pages, and you can beat the game on that end, and at that point it's just get from point A to point B. Sly Cooper doesn't have that collectathon, like, it has collectathon aspects, but it doesn't have that collectathon nature to it, where the center point of the game is to collect a thing. Look, this conversation went on for a while, and frankly, I'm not going to go over it all here. I'll just leave a link alongside all my other citations in the document linked below. The argument starts around the hour and 15-minute mark if you're at all curious to hear the whole thing. As of scripting this, I'm getting a headache reliving this, and even as of recording this, I'm still getting a headache reliving this. It was a fucking stupid drama. And in any case, at the end of the day, you get the general gist of what was going on. V effectively came into the stream to spark up an argument, unprovoked, and was dissatisfied when I couldn't give the arguments that he wanted. However, that didn't stop him from persisting the argument into my Yu-Gi-Oh chat, The Card Shop, where he caught me venting to some people in there over this aggressive and frankly unreasonable behavior, particularly about this situation.
As I said to Kai, next time you guys have an issue with me, talk to me like adults.
If I hadn't made it clear yet, that was never an option with V, especially when the very same issues that I talked about in that VC were ones I had previously brought to him. He also just generally hated that people vented at all, thinking of it more as talking shit about people behind their backs instead of releasing temporary frustrations to a group of willing and trustworthy participants. Like, maybe you can say the way that I vent is maybe unhealthy. I mean, I've been using this video as a part of that process, if you can't tell. But V especially had a distaste for the practice entirely, preferring that people duked it out instead. But whenever you would try to do so with him, he'd run you in circles, refuse to listen to your side or try to see things from your perspective unless you had a fucking mountain of citations to objectively prove him 300% without a shadow of a fraction of a doubt incorrect. Then, if you didn't want to deal with it, it was your fault, as demonstrated later in this very same conversation where he tried doing the same to me. By the way, in case it wasn't confusing enough, not all of the deleted users in these screenshots are V. The others are our good friend Kainu, and that took me a second to realize too, but This is important to note considering how she went about the conversation. It's a little disjointed since this was a conversation between voice chat and text chat, but considering the context clues to the old messages, it seemed like Kainu understood that this situation was getting to me. Surprisingly enough, directly making a connection with how I wanted to detach from the conversation and how Cosmo Stardust did so with the Borg video. A notion that you might see as rather hollow considering how Kainu went on to make matters worse a month later, but we already went over that. Oh yeah, you haven't already forgotten about that chapter, did you? I didn't. The hollowness doesn't just stop there though, because despite acknowledging the stress that V was particularly putting on me, she still gets involved against me too later down the road. So by the end of 2018, after V had interrogated the likes of Slayer and Lunatic before finally dropping the subject, the two became inseparable. Kainu even making an announcement early 2019 that the two had started dating. Oh joy! We looked at this as an explanation as to why Kainu was so quick to be upset with anyone who did videos on her, but frankly, if the story up to this point has taught us anything, this wasn't anything new. We were just giving her the benefit of doubt, frankly, but it wasn't about to get any better. The next stage of this story sparked back up after V had randomly tweeted out something along the lines of, "Friendly reminder, Sly Cooper is a collectathon sometime in January," showing that he was still on the subject, which prompted me to make another video on the subject matter myself. Big mistake, of course, because not only was it V baiting a response out of me, so I should have known an argument was going to start, but by this point, V had amassed a group of people he now considered his friends who started sharing in his ideals and being antagonistic towards the SCC as a whole. And I was the direct target of their ire specifically because, frankly, of course I was. When am I not the target of a anti-commentary hate group? It got so bad, in fact, that Pink Robot once came to me sometime after my collectathon response was posted, and I guess after V had vented to her, hypocritically if I may add, and she relayed that information back to me to get my side of the story, saying that V, someone who she previously cited as a better content creator than I, was socially frustrating, saying that she doesn't want to play devil's advocacy for a conversation she had no investment in, but wished me the best. Think about that for a second. Pink Robot was someone the SCC saw as irrational towards me. Someone who gave me destructive and toxic advice at the end of their videos on me. And it was V yelling about me to her that got her to change her viewpoint. Of course, those DMs are long gone by this point. V's Twitter was deleted. There's no way Pink still has those DMs. But I wish I was a fly in their chat just to see how bad it had gotten for that kind of a radical change to happen. Conversely, Kainu, who previously saw how much V was stressing me out, joined in on the collectathon debate herself, coming at me in DMs with the intent to drag V, Undead Meowth, and myself into a 3-on-1 debate call, before bringing some really bad arguments to the table about what is and what is not a collectathon game. Getting to the point where she said, and I'm not making this up, that because you can glitch Super Mario Sunshine to end the game without collecting any shines, therefore Super Mario Sunshine is not a collectathon, which has to be the dumbest argument this side of you can dead draw in Yu-Gi-Oh!, therefore things are situational. Something that she had legitimately tried to argue during the Fluffle era. Now, there is an argument to be made against Sunshine, and that was made by Avi Holtman some years after the fact, talking about how much progression is tied only to the last mission in the level and not the shines themselves, which, you know, fair, I can concede to that. But Kai wasn't making that argument. Kai just ran me in circles with the same garbage V was feeding me. To this day, something gets set off in my brain whenever someone gets ready to argue my stances on the genre, and I'll be the first one to say that I think it's silly, but considering the unrelenting hell that V had put me through about it, frankly, I think anyone would be quick to the defensive. And I wasn't the only person whose life was made hell by V and his newfound game. Though it did definitely never stop with me. For you see, a month later, the Cloud Palace released a video on a user by the name of the Cam Project. This commentary featured users Saradust, Crimson Paladin, Keyblade Master, and Slayer, and This video wasn't great. Most of the points sucked, audio balancing was a nightmare, and I don't really remember too much about the chemistry of the video, but considering the video was frequently called too mean, I guess that could tell you everything you'd want to know. Easily, this is the worst video my group has released, bar none, but easily the most controversial aspects of it came in the form of the use of uncredited fan art throughout the video, and the use of lewd imagery at about a minute in. Only the latter complaint really made sense, however, seeing as the porn wasn't cropped or deleted, something that was totally fine to do back then, though probably would get you in trouble nowadays. And the former complaint was really jarring since back then no one really credited their use of fan art, including V Omega as the biggest proprietor of this crusade against the SCC at the time. But this sparked probably one of the biggest shitstorms the community had seen in a hot minute. People wanted the Cloud Palace to apologize to Cam. They wanted specifically me to take accountability, even though I wasn't a part of the video strictly because it was my group and I didn't catch the pornography within my initial watch. And the thing that pissed me off the most about it was that people within the Cloud Palace wanted to hit the videos themselves. After the script was in checking phase for about a month and the video was previewable for 48 hours. This group releasing a bad commentary got everyone willing to pull the trigger and throw one another under the bus, and I was pissed, especially at the latter group. This situation got so big, Keyblade Master, and Slayer for that matter, was having a genuine panic attack over it, and I was the only one that wanted people to lay off the guy, so I was getting snappy at everyone. And because of that, I became an even bigger target of ire, even within the Cloud Palace. Outside of the Cloud Palace, I was being demanded to age-restrict the video or to take it down, and after being bugged about it by just about every party involved, even so as far as to have V threaten to flag the video down himself, I finally caved and privated it. You know, before there was a re-upload of it not long after the fact. Thanks, Invisible Water. I then left a salty as fuck Twitter thread explaining what was going on, that then was followed by an argument with Doodletones, one of V's followers at the time, saying that I came across as unreasonably hostile, ignoring how hostile V was being, or how Kainu was being, or how literally any of that group was being, including Taku himself when he replied, but, you know, it's only bad when Doodletones does it, am I right? Ray had left the Cloud Palace during that time, so did Tujun, a few other members considered leaving, and it's worth noting that all of this wasn't that long after Cosmo and a user called Gregor Ebelon had previously left the group. The Cloud Palace was in shambles. People were demotivated. Some left the chat for a spell. Slayer and Keyblade especially were scarred, to the point even bringing up this video for a while after the fact was off limits. The group lay dormant until December of 2019, 10 months after this situation occurred. It was not a pretty sight. Period. During that downtime, 2 months later in fact, Kainu and V broke up, and Kainu disappeared from her account with an argument on Twitter with V, and some whispering murmurs about V being abusive behind the scenes, but nothing we knew really at the time for sure. Keep that in mind, however, this wasn't the end of Kainu, because in October of that year, Slayer found a new channel of theirs where they persisted to do commentaries under the name Neko Koda. Christmas 2019. Neko Koda would release a trailer for a video called Koda Content Cop Investigation Slideshow Commentary Community. Now, it's worth noting again that we in the SCC get a lot of rants done on us from creators both in and outside the community. However, I guess it's also worth noting that we usually just kind of roll our eyes at the critique we usually get, because a lot of those same critiques come from the same few talking points. And if you watch that aforementioned Frankenstein's SCC rant I mentioned a couple chapters back, you would see exactly what kind of critiques we usually get. Oh, the anime avatars are super mega cringe. Videos where you talk about arguments point for point are too long for my attention span. Drama is cringe, and I want to try to avoid that at all costs, despite how frequently I wind up being involved in those very same dramas. The SCC can't take criticism of our community, which is rich coming from people who do critique. Doodletones sucks, and I'm going to spend my time dunking on this tranny who constantly dunks on himself because it's an easy target. You know, that kind of stuff. Once you've seen one SCC rant, you've seen them all, frankly. Even some of our better critics wind up treading a lot of the same ground. They just wind up being better at doing so. So, obviously, we saw this trailer, collectively rolled our eyes, and awaited for the video to come out. This was the result of that waiting.
Alright, I finished the script for my commentary community video. Nice. Alright, now I want to promote it a bit. Maybe I should make a trailer, you know, or like make an intro and then show it, you know, maybe just to give people a vague idea as to what I'm talking about. Alright. Okay, let's upload it. Alright, time to go to sleep.
The next day.
Alright, let's just check the video, the trailer, how it's doing. Thanks for dislike bombing my trailer before you even had a chance to hear what I have to say, you dick!
4 likes to 4 dislikes. Totally dislike bombed.
The Slideshow Commentary Community, or SSCC, is a community of people who are very well known for using anime avatars, having stupidly long video chains, and being fucking gay. Jokes aside, I have a history with the community. I used to make content for it, so I feel as though I have enough experience to talk about the good and the bad of the community. Keep in mind, I'm not criticizing the creators as people. I'm sure that most, if not all of them, are very nice people. However, their content leaves much to be desired.
So, do I bring up how Koda was doing the exact same types of videos before this one now? Or, like, she had a video on no bullshit in the SCC's exact style posted a month prior. I just wish I had an archive of it.
If you've seen any slideshow commentator, you know what I'm talking about. Most of them use anime avatars instead of some sort of OC. Now, I can already hear the typing of keys going, well, that doesn't affect the video, how does that change anything? Just hear me out. When you use a different anime avatar for each video, you lose your branding. If I show you 2 Turkey Tom videos side by side and you remove the audio, you can easily tell it's the same person. He even used to put his character in the thumbnails of his videos, so that's something else to recognize him by. Now, let me show you 2 slideshow commentary videos without audio and try telling me who made each one. Now, people who are familiar with the community could easily tell, but if you're an outsider, chances are you couldn't.
This was such a dumb point. I can't even begin to stress how bad it was. First and foremost, this criticism will sound very familiar to you by this point, seeing as there was practically a whole chapter of this video dedicated to said critique. If you don't remember because you've been watching this in chunks or have been skipping around, this is the exact notion that Joni Rue stole from Pink Robot in her video on the very same subject of branding nightmares. A video Koda dismissed because le hypocrisy. But on the note of hypocrisy, it's rich that Koda herself is bringing up this notion of losing your branding for a reason we'll get to a little later, so keep this in mind. As for the point itself, let's talk about this idea of removing audio from a video to confuse outsiders on who's who. Because even with an actual brand like Turkey Tom has, there's still a good chance that outsiders might not inherently know who he is either. All they would see is some twerp with a red jacket talking about one subject or another. The SCC is even smaller than he is, by a hefty margin in all cases, unfortunately. So obviously some newbie coming to your video wouldn't know who Lunatic the Game or Shangri-La Slayer is, even if these clips did have audio. On that note, those who would be a little more familiar with the SCC would probably know the two for other reasons, especially with the clip you use of Slayer, since Hideyoshi Kinoshita was considered a main avatar Slayer would use pretty consistently during the time of this video's release. Whereas while Lunatic might have only used Kaguya Shinomiya twice, he's still the only one to have used her at the time. It might not have been one of his mains at the time, but you'd have to try better to prove a lack of coherency between the two, especially if you're going to cherry-pick examples from 2 different commentators to compare them to one person.
This demonstrates my point. Even if you don't know who Turkey Tom is by name, you can still recognize him by his avatar. With the slideshow CC, it's like, wait, who's that guy who used Kulula again? No, not that one. Yes, that one. Now before someone says, so what if someone just uses one avatar? Would that fix the problem? No, it wouldn't. As when it comes to anime avatars, anyone can pick it up and use it, and that would immediately ruin the branding. Branding is very important for a channel. You don't want to get buried in a pool of people using anime avatars. You want to stand out, and I'm sorry, but this isn't helping you at all.
It's later. Hey, so let's take a step back to the dark commentator era, because Koda says this with a video where she used someone else's original character as an avatar in her history.
Okay, now this is something this guy completely ignores. As you can see, his voice is fairly high-pitched, meaning he's young. He's also pretty short, and that's something to keep in mind.
Nero's Q was a commentator infamous for his videos on Rebel Taxi back in 2016. Koda used Dark like a year later, so are we to say that you inherently ruined Nero's Q's branding just using his avatar? Like, I know that this example is after Koda's SCC rant, but this isn't a situation like Just a Sylveon, also known as Doodletones, or currently Eliza MK1, who dedicated his whole branding to being mine and was just dragging it through the mud through harassment and borderline slander. This was using a singular avatar within a video that just so happens to be someone else's OC. But at the end of the day, Nero's Q's branding is still his own. I still wouldn't recommend using someone else's OC for a commentary avatar, especially not if they're already a commentator themselves, but that's just me. Either way, hypocrisy aside, I'd like to also generally touch on this criticism from a more direct stance, since I alluded to the prior Pink Robot video on the same topic. You might remember me saying that Pink Robot's branding nightmares is one of the few good SCC rants the community had ever seen. And by this point, one might ask, why was Pink's criticism okay, but Koda's is not? And the simple answer is nuance. See, in Pink's video, she even clarifies that it was just a pet peeve at worst, and those who didn't feel it to be that important don't have to take the criticism to heart. But Koda's sitting here saying that branding for a channel is important, insinuating a notion that this is something that should be changed in all regard, which, no? Like, simply put, Koda, not every commentator really cares about getting big. I know that's an insane notion to think about now that you're suddenly not in the niche community that is the SCC, but oftentimes we just argue videos to argue them, and branding isn't necessarily needed to do that. Also, this whole ordeal ignores other methods of creating a brand, but I don't want to be here all day, so...
Now, I want to quickly cover a YouTuber named Tomiopath who talks about the anime avatar thing. Why them specifically? Because they spit out the same arguments every other commentator does when someone makes this criticism.
So I've been mulling over doing a serious response to the only thing in Simply Dad's video that is for a fact about me.
Keep this screenshot in mind.
Well, I think more like Simply Bad is the best thing I've ever created and totally hashtag dunked him with my bulletproof argument. I figured this was as good a time as ever to give my stance on the whole anime avatar criticism that the CC gets like every other day. First of all, let's go over some reasons why someone would use an anime avatar other than being a huge fucking weeb. 1. The person can't draw, or rather isn't at the skill level to make an original avatar set that they'd be proud of having in every single one of their commentaries. 2. They don't have the money to commission an avatar set.
I could easily just say learn to draw and leave it at that. However, I know learning to draw takes a lot of time, and money can be an issue for some people. So let me tell you what I did about that. Character creators. Sure, it's not ideal, but it can still give you a channel brand of some sorts. In my older videos, I use a gacha character till I could commission Addison to draw my new stills. Now, again, character creators aren't ideal, but tell me, what's a better brand image, my gacha avatar or some random anime character?
Well, it depends. Do you want to be seen as a gacha tuber or a weeb? Because I can tell you what's more SCC. That said, branding was never brought up in the original video. The screenshot from Simply Dad's video just shows a subjective distaste over using random anime avatars for character stills because they're, and I quote, sad and really fucking boring to watch. Whereas the video being covered starts bringing up reasons as to why someone would use this method of presentation before going on to talk about how this whole stance is ultimately subjective.
So I've been mulling over doing a serious response to the only thing in Simply Dad's video that is for a fact about me. Well, I think more like Simply Bad is the best thing I've ever created and totally hashtag dunked him with my bulletproof argument. I figured this was as good a time as ever to give my stance on the whole anime avatar criticism that the CC gets like every other day. First of all, let's go over some reasons why someone would use an anime avatar other than being a huge fucking weeb. 1. The person can't draw, or rather isn't at the skill level to make an original avatar set that they'd be proud of having in every single one of their commentaries. 2. They don't have the money to commission an avatar set. These are two very reasonable reasons to use an anime avatar. Not even just an anime avatar, pretty much any avatar. Other reasons people might use them include theming, they find enjoyment out of it, and just because. When I was working on the Great Depression misconception, I didn't have a finalized design for Meton. Even if I did, I'm not the fastest artist, and I have a job and other real-life responsibilities. I couldn't commission anyone either because I had no knowledge of artists that commissioned period, let alone did avatar sprites. If I had put either commentaries I had planned on hold for the sake of having an OC that served the exact same purpose as 2P England and Amagai, you wouldn't have seen either of the videos for the longest time. The only reason I have sprites for Meton now is because I ended up interacting with a fellow commentator that did commissions because she saw my commentary on Speechy. And even if I had waited, would it really made much of a difference? Would having original art magically strengthen my points? No, it doesn't matter if I'm using an OC, some weeb shit, gameplay, my stupid face, or fetch mother-loving ruffman. The point I was making would have been the exact same. Now you might find it more aesthetically pleasing and less sad and boring, and you're entitled to that opinion. But it's just that, your opinion. You might have disliked my use of 2P England, but there's plenty of people in my comment section saying they clicked on the video because they saw 2P England, and then they stayed to hear a weeb talk about depression while also happening to sound super fucking depressed. So clearly it's up to personal preference. If you or anyone else doesn't like my use of weebatars, that's fine. I respect that. But I'm still gonna use them. It's fun, I like to theme, and there's plenty of commentators that I'd like to work with that don't currently have their own original avatar set. So at the end of the day, I guess my answer to your statement is no.
Have I opened that box too early? Who's to say? But this taking people out of context shit is kind of important for this whole section of Koda's rant.
These are two very reasonable reasons to use an anime avatar. Not even just an anime avatar, pretty much any avatar. Other reasons people might use them include theming, they find enjoyment out of it, and just because.
You're trying to counter Simply Dad's point by basically saying, let me do what I want, which just because there's a reason people use anime avatars doesn't debunk his point that it's very boring to watch and sad. I could have very loud rap music as background music and have it drown out my voice and justify it by saying I want to hear the music, but that wouldn't change that it's still drowning out my voice.
This is a non-equivalent, because having music overpower your voice actually does affect the overall quality of the video you're making. It's kinda hard to hear what someone is saying in a genre that is predominantly auditory based when all we hear is your music. Whereas like Master TP and I told you back in the ImageGate debacle, how you choose to present your visuals ultimately comes down to a personal choice because frankly, most people use commentaries as background noise anyway. Don't worry, I see you, audience member. What you drawing? Can I see it? Oh, yeah, also, something, Koda takes the original video out of context again, something.
Also, how about we play that clip I asked you to keep in mind? I figured this was as good a time as ever to give my stance on the whole anime avatar criticism that the CC gets like every other day.
Well, would you look at that? Koda is treating my video as if it were an attempt to debunk something, when in reality, I was using the opportunity to give my stance.
And if you were to let the part that was skipped play out, you'd hear me give my own personal reasons for using the best boy in the Hetalia AU and the character from the series that haunts Heat and Mitsuru's dreams in lieu of an original avatar. It becomes even more blatantly obvious. And if you watch the whole video where you see my Turkey Tom segment, you'd see the response is different. What with me directly responding to Tom, actively providing evidence to disprove the notion that I made commentary number 1 billion on a disowned video, and telling him to not change the context/intent of my video, you know, what would be considered by some to be a commentary. You see, the reason the first half and the second half of the video are in one video is because they are both in some way related to my speechy video. The first half was me using my video being used in someone else's video as an opportunity to give a stance, while the second was me debunking claims. It's almost as if I like theming or something. Who would have guessed? It's not like I said it in the video you're covering or anything.
But we've already gone over that one.
And even if I had waited, would it really made much of a difference? Would having original art magically strengthen my points? No, it doesn't matter if I'm using an OC, some weeb shit, gameplay, my stupid face, or fetch mother-loving ruffman. The point I was making would have been the exact same.
Let me see that screenshot again. Where does Simply Dad say it affected your points? His point was that this was boring visually. He never said it hurt your point. This is a common argument in the CC, and it's, at best, deflection. Just because it doesn't affect your points, doesn't mean it doesn't affect anything at all.
Well, I guess we now know where Koda stood on that whole ImageGate debacle by 2019. But again, the original video isn't trying to debunk Simply Dad. They were just trying to give their 2 cents on the topic of using anime avatars. If you really wanted to try and argue someone actually trying to argue presentation critiques along those lines, maybe you should have, I don't know, stuck to a commentator actually arguing an SCC rant.
Now you might find it more aesthetically pleasing and less sad and boring, and you're entitled to that opinion. But it's just that, your opinion. You might have disliked my use of 2P England, but there's plenty of people in my comment section saying they clicked on the video because they saw 2P England, and then they stayed to hear a weeb talk about depression while also happening to sound super fucking depressed.
Evidence, motherfucker! Do you speak it?
Does the original video even really need that kind of evidence?
Here you go. You have the evidence now. I wasn't trying to debunk anything, and even you said that not everyone is going to like my weebatars, which would imply some would, but here you go. Evidence that Hetalia isn't dead yet. Burden of proof is on me, blah blah blah, but I find it funny that you didn't mention anything about looking to see if my claims had any validity to it. Would probably hurt your point a wee bit if it turned out to be true, huh?
Like, all it would do is show that people have actually said this with absolute certainty, but the general point is that this whole presentation disdain is subjective, which isn't something that needs evidence. Even rejecting the comments that Mitan actually got, obviously there is an audience for this presentation if you and I are anything to go by. Even at the time, we were obviously drawn into the style. Don't fucking pretend like you weren't when you were doing it even as late as that year.
So clearly it's up to personal preference. If you or anyone else doesn't like my use of weebatars, that's fine. I respect that. But I'm still gonna use them. It's fun, I like to theme, and there's plenty of commentators that I'd like to work with that don't currently have their own original avatar set. So at the end of the day, I guess my answer to your statement is no.
And that's fine. You can use anime avatars all you like. Just know, many people will find it displeasing, and a lot of people don't like it. Want to prove me wrong? Name a commentator with a consistent following with over 10k subs who uses anime avatars often. Exactly.
Name an SCC member in general who has over 10k subscribers. By 2019, we had Ponder Sprocket and myself. Hell, even as of 2023, all we've added is Blaze the Movie Van and Nezzy Monster. On that note, hi! I'm the example. By 2019, I had, I think, roughly 14k, something like that, and on average, my view count would be a pretty consistent 1,000 to 2,000-ish views, with the most viewed videos on my channel being ones that talked about drama or big-name subjects, regardless whether or not I used my OCs. On that note, that's truly the bare-bones, cookie-cutter SCC criticism you're looking for here. Not that we're using anime avatars, but that we're talking about things often seen as petty and irrelevant. That we cover no names who won't bring eyes to our channels. Of course, though, if you were to bring up that criticism, then of course that would be labeled right back to your SCC rant, and, you know, we wouldn't want another rant about ethos to pop back up now, would we, Koda?
If you're doing videos for fun, have at it. But at the end of the day, you gotta accept that it's not gonna help you grow at all.
Then we see Koda sloppily try to add that nuance that Pink Robot had after making a huge deal about how important branding is, thus kinda making the segment as a whole rather pointless. I would say I'm surprised, but considering her prior history with half-hearted plagiarism, I'm not.
This kinda ties into my last point, but doesn't at the same time. Every commentator feels the same. Let me explain. None of them have any gimmicks or anything new about their channel. Like, they're all the same, just a person debunking videos. There's nothing original about that. And on top of the avatar branding, that makes these channels feel more bland than they already are. To prove my point, I'll show you 2 clips from 2 different commentators and you tell me what sets them apart.
Well, isn't that neat, Azriel? Too bad Jonah never said that. Like, I'm assuming that you got this idea from the fact that commentaries are focused on points and presentation isn't that important? Which, if the case, then you're using this to misconstrue what Jonah is saying.
Oh my god, this is just excuses to point. Meowth never saw Kainu's commentary on Keemstar. Guess what? This counters nothing.
It should have been clear that from Sarah and Kainu's co-op video and the LS Mark video, Light was a separate character from the start.
Well, the avatar is different. Their background is different. Their voice is different. Good going, none of you are directly copying anybody.
After all this time, I'm still unsure what this is exactly trying to prove. Like, sure, there's a style here, and the style stays consistent because that's the format. It's the slideshow commentary community, that's the point. It's like trying to get onto a Let's Player's case because they all play video games often with a face cam in the corner, sometimes not. Like, format doesn't mean there's no individuality or a gimmick going on there, or even that there are different stylistic choices that go into their content. As seen with literally 2 out of 3 of your examples when you look beyond a surface-level cherry-picked glance of one video a pop. Bowserdude X in his videos tends to lean more heavily into being an SCC funny man. He takes his videos in a less serious approach to try to make his audience laugh. Whereas Toganium is directly the opposition, being super dry with his content and rarely makes any jokes whenever he's on his own. I'll be honest, I don't know much about Vigelsio's style of commentary since none of those really exist anymore, but regardless, the 2 direct examples shown already separate each other pretty well enough. Then you look at the broader scope of the SCC and you'll start seeing story arcs, characters, formulas start popping up, different editing styles that correlate with the format, skits, overall theming, things that you'd think, knowing Koda was a part of this community, she'd know more about than she leads on, but she doesn't, or at least she pretends to not know about within this video. That's never mind the fact that if we're taking out avatar, background, and pretty distinct voices if your 3 examples are anything to go by, then what makes your video here any different than a slideshow commentary? Your OC, the part of the visuals that you just disregarded? Like, you slapped Sword Art Online back onto this video and nothing really changes in that regard when we're blatantly disregarding an aspect of the visuals that can be distinct from each other. Like, even though in recent times I haven't used it super often, my usual gear background tends to be an aspect of my branding that people, especially within this community, tend to recognize. My voice, being the distorted and high-pitched ear-grating garbage it is also something that people tend to recognize me from. Hell, even looking at anime avatars, I've been so associated with Tomoko Kuroki that anytime someone else in the community used her, they'd get the odd comment calling them out on ripping me off. These three aspects that you're just dismissing because something gimmick makes no sense when these three things can be distinct from each other.
That's not enough to stand out. For reference, let me play 2 clips from 2 people who aren't in the commentary community, and I'll easily list off what sets them apart.
Fox Goodman is certainly an anomaly, this word. Now, I've seen a lot of YouTubers get exposed videos done on them. Usually the first couple of exposed videos done on a person are not really all that popular.
Because while it is true that I have been called a clone of the infamous Calvin the Crimson Chin, it's been rather minimal when compared to a group of YouTubers that have become prominent in the past year or so, and built an entire community off of making videos in the same vein as Leafy.
Just a Robot is a robot, and Turkey Tom is a cynical asshole. Boom! That was so easy.
Oh, but I thought we were just disregarding voice, avatar, and background. What happened to that, Koda? By that logic, Stagmaster usually portrays himself with a Bara when he's not Lara Croft. Space Guru 5 has a consistent collection of avatars that he keeps to and is a boomer at heart. Comic-Kun has a monochromatic color scheme. Pink Robot is a pink robot. Gale Force is either an Espeon or Persona trash. Hobbs literally built his brand off of being Hobbs. And that's to say nothing of commentators that already were using their OCs before your SCC rant was even released. Because Mr. A, Aaron Tempest, Boonslayer, and myself were all examples of that, even as of 2019. Your point's dumb if you know anything about this community, which you should have.
Now, before someone says, well, Koda, you don't have a set gimmick. And that's true. It's something you need to build up over time. However, considering we have people like Doodletones who've been in this community for years and don't have a gimmick, and she's what the community aspires to be like, that doesn't look too good.
Now Koda is just outright pretending like they haven't been in the game for 2 to 3 years by that point. Also, I don't have a gimmick! Really? Whenever I actually bother to edit, my branding is very steampunk-esque usually. The background music I use predominantly comes from either the Fichter Brothers or Michael Gelfi. My background is the aforementioned gears and is usually pretty consistent with that, especially when you consider my disclaimer at the time also has gears in the background. My character collection at the time contained a wind-up robot and a Victorian-dressed time traveler. At the time, I'd been using gameplay a lot in my commentaries, which directly doesn't corroborate with the slideshow format, and a gimmick that I had at the time, beyond the voice changer that you're just about to dismiss outright for reasons I'll come back to in a bit.
Now maybe you could say the anime girl voice changer, but that gimmick can be very obnoxious to people. Personally, I don't mind it, but a lot of other people can be turned off by it.
I was also establishing a story in my commentaries where my main avatar at the time, Elizabeth, was taken up into a spaceship to meet alternate universe versions of Doodletones. Never mind the littler things like my established catchphrase of try again, my use of font being kinky, or my outro card fan art feature that I'll admit I haven't really been doing lately. So even dismissing the voice changer, which I don't know why you would when Just a Robot was a previous example that you used as someone who does have a gimmick of being a robot, then I still have a plethora of other unique and, well, at the time, pretty consistent things about my commentaries that still made them my commentaries. Nowadays, things have changed a lot, but this is from the perspective of 2019. Koda had no excuse.
This community loves bandwagons. And I mean loves bandwagons. Let me introduce you to Wandering Kirito X7 Commentaries, a YouTube nobody who made one bad video on a guy named Keyblade Master. Now, how many videos do you think were done on this kid? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 4, but 5 fucking videos were done on the kid.
Alright, I gotta leave, okay?
John, we just started, come on man.
Listen, there's a lot to see in this life. Not wasting it here.
Guys, I think he gets it. No need to beat him over the head 5 times with the same points. Like, who wants to watch basically the same video come out of 5 different mouths? That shit's boring. Now, if each video had new and interesting points, I could give it a pass. But you don't. You all make the same points, and it wasn't needed.
Try over 40 and you might understand why we in the SCC tend to not take SCC rants very seriously. Nevertheless, unlike my god-tier evidence of every SCC rant being ultimately the same, Koda doesn't actually really provide any proof that every video about Wandering Kirito were all that similar, just pointing out that there were 5 videos on the guide to begin with, which, in that regard, how many no bullshit videos were out before your own? People forget how many receipts that I keep laying around. I'm like a digital hoarder. In any case, let's actually talk about 4 out of the 5 videos that Koda cites here, because, as stated before, Vigelsio's is now gone. So while there certainly is a lot of overlap in the realms of covering the lack of context, the straw man of Keyblade Master's point, and the differences between Kizosi and Robin, it's especially notable since they're all covering a video less than 2 minutes long, so there's not really a lot in the room for divergence after all. I still wouldn't call them exactly the same video since Bowser Dude points out how much Kirito hyperbolizes Keyblade's anger at Deadmean Koopa's presentation, something none of the other 3 cover.
Since we also know that Koopa knows how to add images to his editor, the only difference would be that he would have to do it more than once. At most, that would be time-consuming, not difficult. And him getting mad about it? Right, because Key calmly telling Koopa to get more visual stimulation, and him only raising his voice a little bit at the end is him totally getting mad at a singular use of a Koopa image. Just like how Key is totally into Himiko lewds.
Space Guru actually attempts to elaborate a bit more on how much benefit you can get by giving your audience visual stimulation, while calling out the blatant laziness in Kirito and Deadmean Koopa's videos, something only he does.
Constructive criticism? What's that? Seriously, what the hell is this attempt at an argument? Sure, it's his choice whether or not to use moving backgrounds and moving characters. However, if you decide to use nothing but one still image for your avatar, you risk losing the engagement of your audience. Who needs stimulation? How about people who are actually looking to be entertained by entertainment? You don't necessarily need to do advanced editing to have moving backgrounds or to have characters move around. Heck, doing the latter isn't even all that hard to do. If you can't create your own moving backgrounds, you can just search for some on Google or YouTube or something. This whole argument just comes off as you creating excuses to be lazy.
Lunatic the Game also talks a bit more about the visual stimulation point than the other 3, but takes his in a slightly different direction.
Probably people who want to take their editing to a step above and make their editing look really cool by giving their audience something to look at. Because maybe some people like that, but I don't know. I guess apparently nobody cares. Oh hi, September 2018, Lunatic.
And Saradust's video is incredibly different from the other 3, because he talks a lot about Kirito's lack of elaboration, specifically in the context to how vague and subjective his arguments towards Keyblade actually are. As well, he also brings up a comment Kirito made on his video claiming that the SCC was harassing him.
Now, with this interjection, allow me to address a reoccurring issue with this video, that being how Mr. Not As Good a Protagonist as Sinon doesn't at all explain any of his points, like, at all. Okay, cool, Kizo C looks like Robin. And Koopa doesn't need to use advanced editing. And Koopa doesn't know who Camilla is despite intelligent systems milking her as much as a hentai. And I'm still waiting for you to explain how any of these are issues, and unfortunately, I may be waiting for as long as it takes for Metal Gear Solid to be based on a true story, given how that's where the video ends.
Yo, what's up, fan base? It's your boy, UAerx. I came in to make this point after I started the editing, and I could not find a better place to put this in, so here we are.
Another major issue I've noticed with this video is that a lot of it is really subjective issues, which while sure I don't think that subjective points shouldn't be brought up altogether, given that commentaries are mostly based on objectivity, having a majority of your points be subjective really cripples your video in the long run. And again, while sure nitpicks aren't inherently bad, when that's all you're doing, why would we care at that point? Also, if you consider these videos to be harassment, then I'm gonna feel really bad for you if you end up getting actually harassed. If for no other reason than just me not knowing how you'll be able to handle it.
This is usually the thing when it comes to bandwagons, and it's usually why bandwagons don't have to be a negative thing. This coming from someone who has been a bandwagon since 2016. You can always learn something new from various perspectives, and it gets even more apparent the more examples Koda goes on to give.
Oh, but that's just one time. Really? Dark Commentator bandwagon, 5 videos, all the same points. Dwebley bandwagon,
one of which you literally contributed to. Let's not ignore your previous aliases, Dark. Furthermore, once again, you make no extra effort to actually prove that these points were the same.
Dwebley bandwagon, 7 videos on the kid. Now, I could excuse some of the videos here, like Dulcimix brought something new to the table, and V Omega's was fine, except for the last part, but the rest were, at best, forgettable.
But the point isn't whether or not they were forgettable. The point that you're making is that they all had the same arguments, and you refuse to actually prove any of that. See, what Koda is doing here is so sneaky because she can equate the mere number of videos with the arguments within them. Because who's gonna go out and check all 7 videos? That's far too much work, and it's much easier to just nod and agree with the fact that all of these videos must be the same. Especially since I think only 3, maybe 4 of them are even still around by this point. Like, who's gonna check? Even then, at best forgettable is a subjective nothing that ignores the other crucial counter-argument in favor of the bandwagon effect. Because newsflash, not everyone shares an audience 1 for 1. I was an immediate example that would come up with my, at the time, 14,000 subscribers. Compare the reach my video on Toganium would have had to someone like Sumcat or Slayer, commentators who were significantly smaller than I was even at the time. It would have been so blatantly obvious to anyone who knew how numbers worked. Oh, but what does that have to do with anything? The target of commentary would still see it all the same anyway. As a commentator, or as a critic even, there's a pretty good chance that your criticism isn't solely going to just be seen by the target of critique. It's a very real possibility, if not almost a certainty, that the other people will also see that criticism and be able to internalize it themselves. So even if someone like No Bullshit has heard how much they're a hypocrite by a selection of others, your audience could have still learned something about how to spot hypocrisy in regards to whatever the topic of your video was. And I figure that lesson would have been really good considering it would have come from an expert, but I digress.
Guys, if someone makes a video on something you wanted to cover and all you can do is repeat points and not add anything, don't make the same commentary. Your video will be forgettable and at best a waste of your time.
Yet you still saw it as your duty to make an SCC rant.
I'ma make this section short and sweet. Why do you guys feel the need to nitpick videos so much?
Because your hair is purple.
First of all, the picture of Gligar comes in before the guy that is using it as an avatar starts talking. The Gligar PNG just pops out of nowhere onto Jar's video. It looks very lazy. Darkseid, please spend more time editing your videos so careless errors like this don't happen in the future.
Before I begin though, I want to point out, where the hell is the original video? The description is empty. Why didn't you put it there? If you want to say something in the video that makes people think that sounds a bit off, they might want to check the original video out. They would have to go through the effort to find the video.
But the real issue, and the one that's probably gonna haunt me for the rest of my days, is the fact that you use the same goddamn effect over and over again for the rest of time. Hey, you know TV Simulator? It's a really neat effect. You can use it. It looks really good when you're not using it for like 80% of the intro.
Like, look, I know small issues are still issues, but come on, guys. I see these same small issues that barely affect anything being pointed out in almost every commentary. Small editing issues, small things people forgot. Like, come on, is this really so important to point out?
I would think citing your sources is a pretty fucking big deal, Koda, but maybe I'm the weirdo who just likes to make sure I'm not taking people out of context. I'm sure you can't relate. By the way, big citation Google Doc down below in case you haven't seen it already. As for Toganium's and Dick Sponge's points, these are production points. Sure, they might not be the most crucial and pointy parts of a commentator's video, and I too can get annoyed when that's all there is. But the general gist of these videos are ultimately critique, and an aspect of criticism could be one's production, akin to your own anime avatar's tirade as the literal first and second points of your video. Like, come on, you didn't think anyone wouldn't notice how your entire video thus far has been on a similar level to your examples? It's not to say that these kinds of criticisms are bad. Again, it's something people can learn from. With Toga's point, it's cut your avatars better to not overlap your target's video, and with Dick Sponge's, it's a point about diversifying the effects you use, a piece of advice that any budding editor could use. And in comparison to use an OC because you brand better, which isn't even true if people like Chaffarilla's, Emperor Lemon, Bearing, and Leafy is here are any indicators. These are actually productive production critiques, and that's to say nothing about how complaining about nitpicks is in of itself a nitpick, because I want to try to end this segment off at a reasonable time frame. we're already going a little long.
Ah, yes, the dreaded one-shot commentary. Even when I was in the Stacy, I never really liked doing these.
You were in the SEC? Considering how frequently you've actively been avoiding acknowledging your previous years in the community, barring a little bit at the beginning, I would have mistaken you for a newcomer like I did Sino.
They're just so pointless in my opinion. Like, oftentimes these one-shots are just quick points that, at the end of the day, are inconsequential to anything in the video. Oh, but we're releasing content, so it's okay.
Secondly, commentators typically make one-shots to release a quick video to give their audience. Commentaries are meant for entertainment after all, so I fail to see how releasing content is a bad thing.
Bite me. You're admitting to rushing out content for the sake of it. Why waste your time on a video that's basically inconsequential? Why not use that time to create a better video? Use that time to work on bigger projects instead of these bite-sized trash videos. Like, tell me in the comments, would you guys rather watch my commentary on no bullshit, or a one-shot where the only point is, the video you're covering is too old?
That is not the crux of Guru's video on Rowan, Koda. Guru's one-shot mentions how Rowan was actively using a video from 2011 to treat Joshua Colbyhouse the same way he was treated back in the day.
Hey, you cover a video from 2011 and then act like Joshua is still as bad as he was back then. Heck, you even implied this in your video description. That all clues me in that you're way behind the times, especially since Joshua now uses an MLP fan character and has actually improved since the early 2010s. You either need to find some new Joshua material, or need to bring something new to the table and pick apart new flaws if you want to cover his old stuff. Good luck with the latter one. Seriously dude, 2011 ended a long time ago. I hope you realize that.
Furthermore, Koda is insinuating that filler content is in some way a negative. But not only do SCC members especially tend to make content as a hobby, so shorter form content isn't necessarily a big deal, but also keep this in mind as we talk more about the situation surrounding this video.
Commentaries are supposed to inform and entertain. These nitpicky videos are like opening up a college textbook and every page just says the sky is blue and Bakugo from My Hero Academia is hot as fuck. You guys aren't saying anything new. You're boring, lazy, and predictable.
That entirely depends on the one-shot itself. For an example of what I mean, I'm gonna use an example of Slayer's one-shot on Koda's video on Maz. You know, that video that I talked about 2 chapters ago? Because I think that's a pretty good example of what I mean by this.
You know, you seem to have fallen in a common trap that most people do when covering bandwagon. They kind of stop caring, and as a result, they make half-assed points. Most of your points seem like you watched over the video once and didn't bother to rewatch it at all. That, on top of some of your interjections being a sentence or two long when elaboration was really needed, this video just felt lazy.
Now this point really irks me. Like, you say that Eno didn't care while covering Meow's video because it's a bandwagon, or she simply could have made bad points against this video. You do know that people can still try while not realizing the issues with their points, right? You do also realize that Eno can also not try with arguments even if Meowth wasn't a bandwagon, right? This is sort of a problem I have with assuming people didn't try just because they're covering an easy target and or a bandwagon. And hell, even Meowth being a bandwagon is wrong in and of itself, because being a bandwagon implies that Meowth had a lot of commentaries done on him or on one of his specific videos, when the only commentary done on him before the release of Eno's video was Doodletones' video on Meowth, which was released on November 18th, while Eno's video was released only 2 whole days after Doodle released hers, so only 1 video was made on Meowth at the time of Eno making her video, which resulted in you overblowing how Meowth was a bandwagon. Anyways, that's all I have to say. This has been Slayer signing out.
So, in Slayer's video, 2 pretty notable points get brought up against Koda. The first one being that Koda was presuming that Maz wasn't actually giving much of a fuck to cover Undead Meowth because he was a bandwagon, and how making that assumption is an issue. And the second point refers to how Undead Meowth wasn't even a bandwagon by the time of Maz's video, so Koda had made a bigger deal out of that than it really was to begin with, something that Slayer acknowledges wasn't in the videos previously on Koda's.
Now, I'm aware that Mills, Kohai, Luxter, and Blazing Hope already covered this video before, but there was one point in Kaino's final thoughts that rubbed me the wrong way that I'm actually surprised that none of them covered. So without further ado, let's begin.
And hey, when you think about it that way, this is also yet another example against Koda's bandwagon point. Double whammy, fucko! On that note, this notion that we're boring, lazy, and predictable just on the basis of one-shot commentaries existing kind of falls on its face when one of the other potential uses of one-shots is to avoid the problem of being repetitious when covering a bandwagon, to add on to what other previous videos had discussed when making full-length videos. And while yes, again, these things can be relegated to mere comments or yada yada, whatever counter-argument you're gonna make to disregard short-form content, even after complaining about long-form content like what Sino did.
And finally, didn't you say earlier in the video that videos over 15 minutes are a problem? Only for you to then go on to say one-shots are pointless because they're short videos and they can be put in the comments. Pick one and stick with it.
The point at the end of the day is that your complaints about one-shots are in of themselves a nitpick, because the concept of one-shots merely do not appeal to you. And while you're allowed to hold said opinion, no one is going to say you can't, labeling them as pointless when there could be a multitude of reasons as to why someone would make one is generalizing and dismissive in a way that, frankly, was to be expected of someone like Koda at this point in her story.
I'll give credit where credit is due. We have commentators like VOmega and Lunatic the Game who at least try to be more experimental with their editing. However, most commentators have the same editing style. Still image, on a background, switching from image to image, and, if you're lucky, a zoom in. This again goes back to the branding thing. When everyone has the same visually unappealing editing style, you all blend together into this pool of lookalikes, and it gets boring to watch, to say the least.
And that's all she wrote. The most hypocritical thing seen in this entire video, especially when you consider her style throughout this whole SCC rant. Also, let me get closer. You paying attention? It's almost like we have a fucking style. Crazy thought, right? There's not too much more after this point, so we'll just wrap this one up. But trust me, we definitely have more to talk about regarding this video. Because as was, the reason we in the SCC didn't like this video wasn't because it was one of our own making an SCC rant on us. We hated it because it was fucking dishonest while being so. At several points in this video, Koda lies by omission, either with pretending that she wasn't in the SCC after saying she has a history of making content for it, or blatantly taking things out of context. She spouted a ton of hypocrisy when talking about nitpicks while nitpicking various things herself, talking about the way we edit our videos, or the whole branding fiasco, which also was another point of contention as that notion was directly plagiarized from other videos. One of which she made a big deal about just a year prior. It's honestly one of the worst SCC rants we've ever gotten. Up there with Chambers of My Heart, who said she ran someone off the internet while attributing that to the SCC, Madison the Cat, who claimed we were harboring people who broke the law and then never went on to name drop anyone who actually did, and Gwiz, who said that we were complacent with grooming in our community shortly after we ostracized 3 of them, one was which alleged anyway, with very flimsy evidence to back it up. Now, by this point, we all knew this was going to be a bandwagon. There wasn't a ghost of a chance that it wouldn't have been. Even Koda herself makes a smarmy remark about how many responses it was going to get at the tail end of her video. But out of all of the videos to cover Koda's SCC rant, only really 2 stuck out. And those were VOmega's response and my response. These we'll come back to later despite it predating mine, but mine also wound up having an interesting reaction to it. See, I previously mentioned before that Koda's response to videos done on her was frequently knee-jerk and aggressive, and obviously with an SCC rant that was garnering a lot of attention from the very community Koda was clearly trying to antagonize, it was gonna be no different. By this point, I knew this had become a pattern, so I, and another commentator by the name of Avi Haltman, decided that instead of covering the video like everyone else did, we would make a meme out of it, which thus sparked the inspiration of the police videos, and by far some of the best content my channel has ever seen, if I do say so myself. It was an April Fool's Day video. It was all in good fun, but Koda's response was to be a Scrooge and leave a comment calling it all garbage SCC humor, which she saw as another reason to stay away from the community as a whole. This caused a bit of an argument in my comments, because of course it did. Koda was once again making it her duty to swat at a hornet's nest. And so at least 100 comments were left, I believe, which then had Koda making a meme video off of it called "All I Said Was That It Wasn't Funny." Now, there's no archive of this video, but really all you need to know about it was that, once again, all it amounted to was blatant plagiarism of another video. Specifically this time of a jokey filler video I made about a comment thread involving Toganium talking about how they/them pronouns were dumb in his mind. Where I just scrolled through the comments of the video, playing some music indicating how much of a spectacle this was while fading in a picture of someone watching a trash fire take place. Koda did just that, so if you can imagine that, but for a thread talking about the funny, silly meme video, there you go. But the difference between my video and Koda's is that I wasn't involved in Toganium's comment thread. I, at most, put a comment flabbergasted by the fire that started, whereas Koda was the direct cause of her chain, thus putting a different spin on it. That of a more cynical and antagonistic nature. Mine is from the perspective of a bystander, whereas Koda's tries to be from the victim mindset, which I think is pretty telling of how Koda viewed any sort of pushback to her content, much less any actual pushback. The other notable video to come out about Koda's SEC rant was V Omega's. V's actually covers a multitude of conversations, even some that aren't that relevant, like when he sidetracks to covering Pink Robot and another commentator by the name of Starmic. It's also unscripted, nearly 2 hours, contained zero self-awareness, and kind of in of itself doubles as an emotional and rambly SEC rant. It's a frustrating and uncomfortable watch the whole way through, and frankly, it's something that could take a whole video to cover in of itself. So I'm not going to. But this video was kind of V's Hail Mary, being the last thing he'd ever post on his channel before his fall from grace, if you can even call it that. As later that year, the twitlongers about V's behavior behind the scenes came out, starting with Joni Ruse talking about how V groomed her and attempted to invalidate her identity as a trans woman, and was then followed by a plethora of others, one of which, of course, being Neko Koda's. Koda's twitlonger details what she believed was borderline sexual abuse, where she and V had hung out one day during their time dating, where apparently things had gotten sexual. That's surprisingly not the part that Koda takes issue with, because she outlines that the issue with V's behavior was that he did not stop after being asked to, then going on to try and further pressure Koda into a polyamorous relationship. I only talk about this because it's kind of important later. Not to say it's not important now, knowing that it was at this point where V disappeared. But it's more important later. Otherwise, I probably would have only brought this up in passing, as I feel a little weird talking about it like this. In any case, even despite all that, this really does kind of mark the downturn in Koda's behavior, because, like it or not, and I assure you she probably doesn't, things were going to get a lot worse. Now, this next bit might be an overall shorter sub-story to everything else, but I feel like it's just as important to fully understand the Neko Koda lore, as it were, especially since it's a really prolonged story that has several layers to it. Consider this the intermissional prelude before the story kicks back up. So Koda, while still being a commentator, really also wanted to do reviews, specifically to try to get away from the community. And that's not too far-fetched of a notion. Most ex-SCC members move on to become reviewers or countdowners or whatever. It's like a whole genre of us. But when you're this volatile towards critique, then you kind of have to accept that you're not really moving ahead towards betterment. You're instead moving to the side of it, just changing the track that you're on. This was shown when she tried making a review of Vivzy Pop's Has Been Hotel pilot. I imagine this thing probably needs no introduction, but just in case. Generally, it's a story of a demon named Charlie who gets tired of the yearly eliminations of the denizens of hell and in response tries opening a reforming hotel that takes the worst people and tries to help their souls pass towards heaven instead. I wouldn't say this thing is perfect. There's quite a number of reviews on it that asks some pretty important questions that probably need answers, my own included, but obviously we are here to look at Koda's take on it, a video which she titled Has Been Hotel is Garbage. Here's why. Taking a page from Lily Orchard, who took a page from H-Bomber Guy. Or maybe Koda is just taking from H-Bomber Guy. Who knows?
I'm well aware I'm late to this topic, considering the pilot is about a year old now at this point, but since I heard that Has Been Hotel is going to become a TV show, I decided to finally watch the pilot. And yeah, you read the title. In this review, I will only be looking at the pilot episode of Has Been Hotel and giving my thoughts on it. I will try my best to be as objective as possible and not let my opinion get through, but there will be a few times that my opinion will slip in. Now, without further ado...
Well, that was whiplash. But note that she claims she'll try to be objective with her critiques. Now, I won't say that's impossible. There are definitely things that can be objectively flawed within something like this. That said, do you want to know how frequently she lets her subjectivity enter this 8.5-minute review?
Has Been Hotel is a story about our main character Charlie. She has a dream to rehabilitate demons through a hotel. Now, this concept doesn't sound terrible on paper. This character, Angel Dust, who may I add is mostly here for cheap gay and sex jokes, completely contradicts everything else that was set up until now. Now, this is all subjective, but I really don't like this part. I don't know why, whether it's the way it's sung or the lyrics, but it's just not appealing to listen to at all. Oh, and then there's that. I get it, it's a show for mature audiences, but Angel Dust makes so many sex jokes that not even a middle schooler would laugh at it. I'm not even saying sex jokes can't be done. There's a comedian named Josh Wolf who has whole stand-up routines just about sex and porn bills and masturbation. The difference is, he has twists and turns that actually make it funny and entertaining to listen to, instead of just sex. In this scene, we see Angel Dust feel bad for a split second. Where did that come from? I was under the impression that this dude was a cold asshole, and now all of a sudden he feels sorry for Charlie out of nowhere? That's not how character development works. Nobody flips a switch all of a sudden that quickly for no reason. What can I even say about this show? The main character is a bubbly idiot who's reaching for a goal which is literally impossible. And don't give me the excuse that it's an underdog story. The way the pilot is set up, she should crash and burn. The only people working on her hotel either want it to fail or are helping for selfish reasons. My Hero Academia started with an underdog story, but Izuku was given a reason to believe his dream was possible. Charlie isn't given that at all. On top of that, the jokes are mostly crude and lowbrow. Scratch that. All crude and lowbrow. Seriously, I'm 18 and I think this is something I'd find funny in maybe the 6th grade, but this is intended for 6th graders now, is it? This series is akin to a high schooler's fan fiction in terms of writing. It started with an okay-ish idea, but then turned to garbage. I don't think this could succeed as a full TV show. It would basically need to be remade from the ground up, showing that there is a chance Charlie could succeed, because as of now, the cards are fully stacked against her, and nobody but her and Vaggie want her ideas to succeed. All in all, the show is absolute trash. I am Neko Koda. Thank you for watching.
The only things that don't appear to be super subjective is her misconception of the rules of hell in this show, and how naive Charlie can be when hiring on Alistair to be a hand in the hotel. But of course, even those still have issues that were covered by a commentator called Luxter.
They set up that people who live in hell are getting killed, and they also have mentions of a turf war. What if I told you they do that all the way for a stupid joke?
I'm gonna kill him. Too late, Felix. Wait, would that make me double dead? Where exactly do I go? To double hell? Sorry, you're stuck with me, bitch. Get used to it.
This character, Angel Dust, who may I add is mostly here for cheap gay and sex jokes, completely contradicts everything else that was set up until now. Angel Dust implies that you can't die in hell. So what was the point of any of this? So what's the point of the turf wars? What's with the slaughter? Can they die or can they not die? My only thought is that maybe people in hell can still be harmed, but if that's the case, then they're not being slaughtered and they're still alive.
Coda, that joke doesn't automatically imply that they can't die. It could also imply that they don't know where they go after being killed in hell. Even then, you mentioned that this joke came from a comedic relief character who's just a series of cheap sex jokes. So it's entirely possible that Angel Dust doesn't actually know anything about this and just said it to make Vaggie upset. However, that's ignoring that there is evidence in the pilot that shows people can die in hell. Namely, the show's intro, where we see a pile of corpses strewn about after the extermination, the yearly tradition where angels from heaven come down and kill everyone that happens to be on the streets in order to curb overpopulation in hell. Which was also the thing Charlie was referring to in the clip you showed.
We just went through another extermination. We lost so many souls, and it breaks my heart to see my people being slaughtered every year.
So regardless, it's been shown that people can still die, so it's likely that Angel's joke meant nothing at the end of the day.
He offers to help Charlie with her hotel. Why?
Why do you want to help me if you don't believe in my cause?
Consider it an investment in ongoing entertainment for myself. I want to watch the scum of the world struggle to climb up the hill of betterment, only to repeatedly trip and tumble down to the fine pit of failure.
Because he wants to see people who try to get better fail. You know, the exact opposite thing Charlie is trying to achieve.
He's a deal maker, pure evil. He can't be redeemed, and is most likely looking for a way to destroy everything we're trying to do.
We don't know that.
Yes, we do, bitch! Yes, we do! Not too long ago, he says he wants the people who come in to crash and burn, and now you're just gonna trust him like that? I get it. Charlie's supposed to be a positive character, but she's just plain stupid. This isn't even only the audience knows it. No, he says it directly to her face that he wants to work against her interests.
So what other choice did Charlie have here? Her advertisement for the hotel ended in disaster, Alistair was the only one who took an interest in her project, and the hotel was already a ghost town without a single client in sight. Even though Alistair doesn't have good intentions, not accepting his proposal would have led to the hotel dying anyway, which is something that Charlie definitely would not want. And it's not like Charlie completely trusts Alistair either, since in the clip you cut out, Alistair offered to turn this into a magical deal, where Charlie declined and ordered him to help out instead.
Okay, so, now, you're sketchy as fuck, and you clearly see what I'm trying to do here as a joke. But I don't.
So it's a deal then?
Nope, no shaking, no deals. As Princess of Hell and heir to the throne, I, hereby order that you help with this hotel, for as long as you desire.
Which would show that she's not dumb enough to give him complete control over the entire project, or be allowed to put her into a much worse situation.
Look, while I don't plan on covering the whole review point by point, overall, Koda's video as a whole suffers from being pretty half-baked. Anything that actually does attempt to be more objective winds up being debunked by either clips from the show that Koda cut, a bit of extra analysis that the viewer read more into things that aren't explicitly told to us like we're children, or are only perceived as flawed by a subjective lens as she misconstrues what was actually within the pilot. Of course, she didn't take this video too well either, as is Koda's typical way, though I will give props where it's due. She took it better than most other times she's been responded to. However, all this talk about has-been isn't the most important part to the segment. After all, it's just more claims of being able to take criticism but actively showing the exact opposite. No, Luxter's video isn't super important. It was what happened after Luxter's video that I intend to talk about that was the issue. Because now we must introduce a user by the name of Neko Shadows to the picture. Neko Shadows is an artist who does the occasional commentary herself. She's also the person who drew Koda's stills for this particular video. See, her contribution to the situation wasn't a video or anything. At most, she just left a snarky comment on Luxter's video. The fact that my art might forever be associated with this review leaves me in physical pain. Now, okay, I'll be fair to Koda, this comment wasn't amazing. While I don't really do art commissions myself, as I feel whatever price I set would be a scam, I would, however, believe that this is considered poor form for artists who do draw sprite sets for YouTubers of any kind, much less commentators. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe there is an I'm allowed to talk shit about your video clause in Neko Shadows' commission sheet, but at the end of the day, I don't really think this comment was okay. But what was to follow was a series of events that weren't really called for, and was only shared publicly on December of 2022 by Neko Shadows herself, and with her permission, I shall relay you the story that she told, and maybe with some of my own thoughts alongside it. So Shadows left the comment, and at the time didn't think much of it, because to her, it was a joke and the two were friends. Light teasing is something common between friends after all, and a comment like this, despite, once again not being great, doesn't have to necessarily be malicious out of the gate. Maybe Neko Shadows saw it as a light nudge to Koda. But the two had previously talked about the review in DMs, with it turning into a pretty strenuous argument, so maybe Koda didn't exactly see eye to eye on that. This becomes especially apparent as when Neko Shadows' comment was replied to by a user called Krabby Cakes, calling her out on her unprofessionalism. Shadows brought it to Koda, I guess to see what Koda thought, and in response, Koda says that Shadows seemed pretty aggressive. That said, Koda's replies start pretty weird, with her initially implying that she didn't exactly see the comment as aggressive or shit-talky, even going on to dismiss Shadows' bewilderment with an "ask them, not me, lol." But literally at the start of this conversation says that Shadows came off as exactly that way. So why couldn't you explain it to her, Koda? And why did you only wait until Shadows offered to show you another finished commission sprite set before telling her that you agreed with their stance? I guess we don't really know the time frame of these two messages. I only know that the latter message was posted October 28th, 2020 at 9:41 p.m., but the previous comment isn't something we get any timestamp of. According to Shadows herself, it was maybe 2 to 3 hours at most, so I guess Koda could have wound up speaking to someone about it in that time frame, I guess? That still doesn't exactly forgive the rest of her message where she said that because it was aggressive and unprofessional, that she would stop using the stills Neko Shadows gave her, mainly because Neko Shadows was clarifying that it wasn't meant to be taken seriously prior. Like, it would make more sense if the two weren't friends, or if Koda initially confronted Shadows about it beforehand, but Koda was approached to first, with Shadows clarifying that the comment was in jest, and Koda, despite calling it aggressive, didn't seem to take much issue with it herself. And it gets worse when you keep reading the messages where Neko Shadows says that she wasn't actually that angry or shamed about Koda's video using those stills. Like, I guess at the end of the day, Koda's correct that she has a right to not use the stills if she's commissioned for them, but I feel it's more the principle of shoving away not only an artist, but a friend so suddenly over a mere joke that leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. Like, this is kind of what I mean by Koda has a problem with any sort of backlash at all. It goes as far as light teasing being something to dismiss the feelings of others over. Neko Shadows goes on to call this move petty and callous because Koda saw it more as a monetary transaction over a friendly commission, and I'm pretty inclined to agree myself, especially when, less than an hour after this conversation, Koda went onto a chat that they were both in to look for a new artist to commission, literally kicking a person down after they just finished expressing hurt over this decision. We'll have to keep a pin on this story because everything about the segment will come back up later, but just know we are definitely not done with the story between Neko Shadows and Koda. They might have stopped talking after this situation, but with Koda, you always need to know there's always more. So instead, let's get back to the meat of things. I want to start by talking more about the worst of the year lists on my channel. As I said, very commonly these things wind up starting more fights than I intend to, usually from people who don't like hearing that their content made that year wasn't something I personally found myself enjoying. But, as someone who has made a few other worst of the year lists, and at least 3 of my own now, it's really not that big of a deal. To me, we all make bad videos every once in a while. Like, no content creator is perfect, no matter how highly I regard their content usually. Hell, ironically, not even all of my worst of the year lists hit it out of the park, with 2022's list being the most recent example of that. More on that later. But that said, I tend to enjoy making these lists as it gives me the ability to kind of talk about videos that I probably wouldn't have otherwise. At least, that's usually the case. Sometimes I overlap with my content, sometimes I don't, but either way, these lists aren't that serious, despite how seriously some people like to treat them. Be it Dylan Thomas taking being called the White Knight super poorly to the point he joined the ACC because of it, Liam Talks making this big ordeal about his video being put on a list to the point he had to take me out of context at various points in the video, several entries that I've wanted to put on lists getting removed for one reason or another, or V Omega conversely getting upset that I didn't put him on a best of the year list. That was annoying. I have a couple of thoughts about this phenomena that happens every year, but I think the main one is that some of these people take my word on what is a best of the year or worst of the year with a level of authority that I don't even believe that I have, to the point that I've had to clarify in a few lists now that these things are subjective. But alas, people who don't like critique will almost never take critique, period, so these things will probably keep happening as I keep making these lists every year, and personally, I've kind of just come to accept that fact. This is where we come back to Koda, because if you thought Koda took being called one of the worst of the years very well, then frankly, you haven't been paying attention. Koda always wound up walling up when critique was given, and we've seen it time and time again throughout this video, and we'll continue to see it going forward. This brings me to the worst of 2020, where a video Koda made on Manga Comment was discussed. Not that it was actually on the list, but it was brought up beside the video that actually made the list, which was by a user named Deviant Crow who covered the same video Koda did. Now, for context, there was a Twitter thread that was released by a rather controversial user called the Lily Orchard talking about some writing tips. Some of these were not amazing, frankly. You had one calling heroes not killing murderers enabling, one that says various possibly contextual storytelling beats are negatives, one that says world building only works in small doses, which is a bit strange when she goes on to say that the very next tip that characters should be put before anything else. As someone who's tried that method, it can get messy fast. She also had some tips that are particularly interesting when you know her own history with writing, specifically the child predation My Little Pony fanfic Stockholm, and Pokey Madhouse, which is a comic about a Gardevoir manipulating her owner and forcing her into a mating bond, which, while I could be wrong, but sounds like an allegory for rape to me. And if I'm correct, makes other writing tips very interesting. Frankly, Lily is the last person to be giving writing tips, is what I'm trying to say, especially when some are just hypocritical considering her own history with picking and choosing which comments she allows on her content. But, you know, I'll save that for people who are actually more patient and in the know about Lily. Everything I know is from osmosis, basically. If you'd like to know more about specifically what I'm talking about here, I'll leave links to Essence of Thoughts, Sea Princess Opal's, and Dire Gentleman's videos about Stockholm and the writing tips themselves. Frankly, I don't plan on making a video about Lily myself. She's just important for the context as these writing tips were picked up and commentated on by Manga Comment. Now, it's worth noting that Comment's video isn't supposed to be super serious. It's not supposed to be. By his admission, he didn't make it with serious intent. Of course, he still makes points, so you could maybe be forgiven if you stumbled upon clips of this video and maybe thought otherwise. But that's only if you stumbled upon clips, because Common tries to make it clear that he's not taking this whole video all that seriously at the very beginning and end of the video, where he just cuts to an Animaniacs clip that was used as kind of a joke to buff things out. Now, this is an important thing to note considering how Neko Koda specifically approached this video, saying that Common couldn't have been making this video for the fuck of it, strictly because he makes points all throughout the video.
Yeah, this comedy point doesn't sit well with me. I fail to see how this is a comedy video at all. It's the same as your other commentaries, you make points and crack a few jokes. Now, if you want to make a joke video, it's completely fine, but make it a joke video. Don't make it almost identical to your serious content and get mad when people treat your video where you make serious points seriously.
Yes, while Common's video isn't the most jokey thing in the world, like, it's no 20 minutes of garbage SCC humor, and you can still make bad points while cracking a joke here or there. Those can be covered. That doesn't mean that he couldn't have still had the intent to go into this video with that in mind. This becomes an argument over intent, and without being able to prove that there is a different intention than what Common gives, you going under the presumption that this is entirely supposed to be serious isn't going to particularly create a productive conversation when critiquing a video like this. Again, it's not to say criticism couldn't be given in this scenario. Common's points, even if they're being told to us facetiously, could still be used as a platform for debate and critique. So I'm not saying Koda's video was a mistake from the very beginning. Just don't write off intentions when intent is explicitly given and all that jazz. Now, all that being said, I still didn't like Koda's video. That should be obvious considering I mentioned it on a worst of the year list, right? Well, what if I told you that Koda's video actually didn't make the list? Deviant Crows did. Ultimately, I had a problem deciding between the two to put on this list and was probably just going to wind up making another 2-entry segment that covers the same video, but then Crow decided that it was a good idea to antagonize Common at the end of her video because of an albeit childish reaction Common had in retaliation towards Crow saying that they were going to cover Common. And that's what kind of got this chucked up here. We didn't really need this tacked on at the end of the video as it doesn't really tie into the overall point Crow is making, but regardless, Crow decided to show us their true mad plushy colors toward the end here, showing that they're as spiteful as they used to be towards those she covers. It's a damn shame, really.
The only reason I can believe that you're getting so worked up about a little channel over me is because I'm right. Or you fear that I'm going to be right again and say something that can make you look bad. And honestly, that's kind of funny to think about.
Damn shame. But, in the effort of being fair, the rest of my entry does spend the majority of the runtime comparing the two videos, so Koda taking issues with it isn't too far-fetched. Though, if you asked me in 2020 how I felt about Koda's response to my worst of 2020 entry, I probably would have pointed her response to my number 1 entry on my 2019 list and told you that it was a bad omen, but let's talk about her actual response.
What's up, what's up? I'm gonna keep this short and sweet, because honestly, this is a video I kind of want to respond to, and also kind of feel like I have to, mostly because of how many just blatant lies there are in this video, and how much misconstruing was done in this video. And given that this person has a lot more subscribers than me, I honestly, part of me feels like I need to give some sort of response to this.
30 minutes out of the starting gate, and we get emotional manipulation. Koda knew who I was by this point. Koda knew how I work, and Koda knew how small the SCC as a whole was, so this whole, oh no, the mini commentator with, how many subscribers did I have by this point? 14,000, 15,000, something along that line. Lied about me and took my video out of context, so now I need to clear my name. Comes off as well poisoning and paints a pretty dishonest picture as to what I was actually doing in the video. Like, if I had more of a platform and more of a reach for what I say to make it out to the public, that'd be one thing. I could totally get someone being defensive. I'd maybe be a little defensive too. But by the time Koda had made a response to this, the video had like 1,000 views, and wasn't expected to have more views than the average Koda video did at the time, since we both averaged around the same view count during that time period, but we'll come back to that point. Oh yeah, there's also this little tidbit from that very same video. Don't take them too much to heart either, as one, these are mostly subjective stances on the commentaries in question. Not everyone will agree that these videos are bad, and hey, if you're among that list, you know, good for you. I just happen to see problems you didn't. And two, anyone can improve from their mistakes. Some of these videos may already not entirely be reflective of the quality of the commentators that the commentaries come from, and as per usual, do not harass anyone mentioned in this video. With all that said, let's begin. Yeah, if you were just watching Koda's video in a vacuum, you'd almost think that my worst of the year was a hit piece on everyone. That Koda was facing down the barrel of harassment for her video on Manga Common. But my video even says that these things aren't too serious. This will not be the last time Koda starts spinning narratives through omission or insinuations that we'll see, nor is it the last time that we'll see with me alone. But we'll come back to that when it's more relevant. So like, I don't know, maybe I'm being too pedantic, but this whole woe is me attitude Koda comes into this video with leaves a particularly bad taste in my mouth, especially when we consider how this video continues.
So let me give you the context. Meet Doodletones. She's a commentator with 14,000 subscribers and pretty sizable platform. Every year, her and a bunch of other commentators make these top 10 worst commentators of 2020 lists. Personally, I used to kind of enjoy them, but nowadays I just see them as rather pointless, honestly. It really does nothing other than just pointing at people and say, hey, your video was one of the worst, and honestly, it could be kind of disheartening for some people.
As opposed to normal response commentaries where you wind up responding to someone to point out all their flaws. Something that Koda was still doing by the time this video released. I even mentioned her video on Toganium later in this very video, so you know. Also, this is once again recontextualizing the worst of the years to be something more destructive and objective than it was supposed to be, even within the video itself. So you kinda have to forgive me if I'm to only believe that Koda is framing it this way because she was mentioned on it at all.
But whatever. Let's get into the context. She didn't put my video on Manga Common on the list. She kind of like said she was going to, but then put Deviant Crows on the list, and like I don't know, it was very confusing. She did still make some points against me and Deviant Crow, and I'm gonna only be covering the part with my video because that's what I feel I need to respond to. If Deviant Crow wants to respond for her section, she's free to, but I just want to cover my section, and that's basically all the context you need to know. With that out of the way, let's dive in.
Again, see what I mean? It just feels like Koda only needs to cover this because she was mentioned at all. Not for any reason that my entry was actually dishonest or bad or whatever, because if there were more problems than just the fact that she was there to begin with, she'd probably also cover the Deviant Crow portions too. Maybe make a point about how both videos aren't actually all that similar because that's literally the only reason she was mentioned in the first place. I don't know, perhaps this is conspiratorial, perhaps there's really nothing more to it, but when you know Koda's history with responses done on her, combined with another point we'll bring up later, you'll understand exactly why it is this video in particular is being mentioned this in depth. Because it's important, and it really does come down to the context and how things are presented.
Yeah, this comedy point doesn't sit well with me. I fail to see how this is a comedy video at all. It's the same as your other commentaries. You make points and crack a few jokes.
Now, on its own, this skepticism wouldn't inherently be a problem. I too have seen my fair share of people hiding behind the guise of a joke video when they're called out for making shit points. This happens, and to be honest, it's arguably happened with Common in the past when I made my unofficial one-shot on him a couple years ago. I will also say that there is definitely something to be said about these jokes possibly having points behind them. It is very much possible to make a point in a joking manner that can still be critiqued or debated if the reasoning behind them is flawed. To be honest, this isn't what I take issue with in these videos. If that was the only thing to their skepticism, I wouldn't have even thought to put them on my list. But it's how both Neko Koda and Deviant Crow look at Common explicitly saying this video is done with the intent to be humorous, and act as if this is just him shielding himself from criticism that I take issue with.
I mean, we could ignore the fact that he literally did do that.
Koda misses the mark here, not only because the point that I was making involved Koda and Crow deliberately ignoring the explicit intentions of Common, but also her counterpoint doesn't really show that Common was using this disclaimer as a crutch. If you actually stop to read, Koda's comment leaves vague notions of the video being bad with points that misconstrue what Orchard was saying, and Common clarifies that his video was a joke because Koda refused to entertain the notion out of the gate. This is actually much more of a reasonable direct counterpoint against Koda's presumption of the video, because if Common didn't care to actually make valid points against the video due to it being a joke, then congrats, you found the point. That's kinda why someone would clarify something like that in a disclaimer of all things.
But let's, for the sake of argument, just ignore that. What other possible conclusion could I come to? Look, you make a video that's the same as your other videos, except this one's labeled as a joke video. What other conclusion other than he's trying to shield himself from criticism could I possibly come to? Please, I would love to hear it, because I can't think of honestly any other possibility for this.
You could take his word at face value, for starters. Like, again, just because you're telling jokes doesn't mean that those jokes can't in some way contain a point or critique within them. And when Common, within his description, blatantly says that this video was a riff, congrats, you have a motive. You can say the riffing is bad, and once again, you can even say the points within the jokes are bad, but Common has given his purpose for making the video. You're just stubbornly choosing to believe it's damage control. Oh yeah, they also both say that cancel culture isn't real because it doesn't completely off the careers of people.
Pyrocynical was accused of sending sexual DMs to a minor, and the allegations were basically proven true. And we still have commentators who make mental gymnastics in order to try to say he's innocent. Cancel culture my ass!
Cyberbullying isn't real, just turn off the fucking monitor.
14,000 subscribers, and the best joke you could have made against me was bringing up a video that I uploaded in 2017 and have repeatedly, many times, disagreed with and disowned and said that the point was stupid and the video was stupid. And that was the absolute best joke you could have made there. I'm not even mad, I'm honestly just disappointed.
Good thing it wasn't entirely a joke. I know, given the context of this video, it seems like a foreign concept to Koda, but I was bringing up the final shot within that context because it's literally the same logic. Replace cyberbullying with cancel culture and it's the same point, and both are equally hilarious given the context of how this story ends. Which, I'm sorry, that's hella toxic, because I can point to a number of people who were unjustly cancelled and only got out of the hot seat once someone else spoke up in favor.
Yeah, we're just gonna skip this whole section. She brings up other times of people who have been cancelled unjustly, and my point was that most of the time, cancel culture is just people making either really bad takes or misusing their platform, and most of the time, people just want an apology. I never said that cancel culture was perfect. I never said that nobody ever gets falsely cancelled. That doesn't even argue my point. I said that most of the time, it's people being called out for misusing their platform. Do people get unjustly cancelled? Yes. Yes, they do. But my key word in the video was most of the time. Let me say that again. Most of the time, it's just people misusing their platform. Most of the time, the people being canceled are people who had really bad takes and were called out for it. When someone is canceled, it demonstrates that they are misusing their platform and shouldn't have it. Most of the time, there are exceptions to that rule, but considering Doodletones never shows me saying this, her audience now believes that I think cancel culture just doesn't fucking happen. When my point was that most of the time, people just want an apology, and even when people do something worth canceling, they still have their full platform, and ultimately they have no consequences. Bring up another example, Jeffree Star, Shane Dawson, and Toddy all have their platform still.
Very defensive, aren't we, Koda? But when you go on to say cancel culture my ass after dismissing the very notion of it with your own examples of people who still have their platforms, what it follows suddenly stops being all that important. Especially when, contextually, Lily Orchard was also saying cancel culture didn't exist. Her exact words being, cancel culture isn't real. The rage and vitriol will be gone in 2 weeks and you'll be a better person for it. Getting yelled at stopped being the end of the world at age 10. And while she does shortly after give the clarification that all people are looking for in a situation like this is an apology, she does dismiss the notion of its existence in both tips, downplaying the potential harm it can cause. Those examples that Koda skipped over? Yeah, if you're going to acknowledge that people do get unjustifiably cancelled for one reason or another, then suddenly you lose all your footing to say that cancel culture is just wanting an apology, because when you actually hear the examples I give, Blueborg16 was straight up hacked and had their Twitter account deleted before they got a chance to speak up. The Madame situation happened, like she tried canceling a smaller artist called Slimmers, and I'm sorry, does Sponsor Tech just not exist to you two? As much as you two will deny being in the SCC, no, you both were in the same community with Ponder Sprocket when that happened. I'm not gonna let you get away with the I don't know them guys with me, Koda.
However, I found a video by this one user named Toganium. I don't know.
Z-Fixes are, as much as their behavior was less than desirable, had a similar thing happen to them that Blueborg did, where they were just hacked before potential redemption. Then there's the famous examples of James, Charles, Pro, Jared, and Slazo. All three bled subscribers until they spoke out about their accusations being fabricated, and even then Jared hasn't exactly come back with a full recovery. And all of that's even taking out my own feelings towards some situations, such as when I spoke out about a certain raccoon last year. Suddenly, you might understand that there is much more evidence leading into the idea that cancel culture does exist. That there are people who aren't able to give an apology, or whose apologies or debunks even, weren't accepted to the point careers had been affected severely. These are direct examples that counter-argue your whole dismissal of the effects of cancel culture, or at the very least argues Lily's, which you are defending, especially within your these other people still have their platforms spiel you double down on, even in this video. I suppose I can also bring up how apologies aren't always heard or believed either, and I can be a prime example of that, considering how I still had people calling me a pedophile for DeviantArt roleplays I did when I was 17. In fact, the very same year Koda's video dropped, I was dealing with a serial doxer for those very same allegations. You have people still bringing up the Dark Ghostwind tweets from 2016, people seem to love doing that one. I would also later have someone dedicate their entire life to trying to run me off my platform for things I confessed and apologized for in 2019 with Confessions and Apology, merely the following year. People don't always hear apologies, especially when they've distanced themselves from those exact same creators for doing shitty things to begin with. Sometimes, people think apologies aren't enough, and sometimes, apologies just aren't enough. And sure, I'm not denying the fact that there are people who seem to be too big to be cancelled or too stubborn to be cancelled, but that's not to say that the existence of cancel culture should be dismissed entirely. It does exist, even if its effectiveness is much to be desired. Of course, at this point I probably shouldn't have to explain that to Koda though, do I? I'm not gonna let you get away with the I don't know them guys with me, Koda.
However, I found a video by this one user named Toganium. I don't know. Okay, this is fucking hilarious to me because I can hear it in Susie's voice that she thinks she has some sort of gotcha on me, like, haha, I'm not gonna let you do this to me, blah blah blah. And my whole thing was just, I didn't know how to pronounce Toganium's name properly. That's all I was saying. You thought you had such a gotcha on me. I can hear it in your voice. You thought you had such a gotcha. When it was just about me not knowing how to pronounce someone's name. I'm not trying to be an asshole here, this is just really funny to me.
If you're trying, you're failing. But more pressingly, I've already demonstrated Koda's tendency to conveniently sweep under the rug that she was a part of this community within her SCC rant, despite how she weirdly also acknowledges it within the same video. I still don't know how she thought she could get away with that one, but even still, considering how you treat Toga throughout the rest of that video as if they're just some rando you stumbled upon, forgive me for thinking this stumbling of a name you are later able to pronounce perfectly fine all throughout the video is a bit put on. Other cinematic parallels between the two videos include ignoring how genre shifts and tonal shifts can be one of the same by trying to specify what Orchard was talking about as one and not the other, and then ignoring how Common specifies the problem should therein lie within the context of how it's being used and not what's being done.
What the fuck are you even trying to argue at this point? Like, this is such a word salad? I have no clue what you're honestly saying. Like, again, I'm not trying to be mean here. I just don't know what you're trying to argue here.
It's really not that hard to understand. Manga comment directly starts to approach tip number 30 in Lily's writing tips. Choose whether or not you're comedy or drama at the start and stick to it. Don't make a comedy and turn it into a drama later on, that just annoys people. Where his counter-argument was that tonal changes can work depending on how the execution is done.
Like, if you don't like the stuff, that's fine. You can find that tones that change can be annoying. Go for it. There are some times where I feel that way. And if you feel that world-building can be overwhelming, that's fine as well. But it all depends on the context as well as how it's being used. After all, highs and lows when it comes to action, comedy, and drama are necessary, and it depends on the execution.
Which, frankly, should be true of anything in Lily's writing tips. Even she herself acknowledges that, but your counter-argument in the original video was that you shouldn't change genres on a dime.
The point is that if a show is a comedy or a drama, it shouldn't flip-flop between the two. For example, what if Family Guy all of a sudden became Game of Thrones? Or if The Witcher became American Dad? A show shouldn't switch its core genre on a whim. Sure, you can have elements of the other one in your story, but at the end of the day, you mainly need to stick to one.
Which insinuates that tonal shifts and genre shifts are inherently different, as if that debunks Common's statement in the slightest. I go on to explain that Common's argument hinges on how the shift in general is done, and not what it is that's actually shifting, because genre shift and tonal shift can be the exact same thing. It's not my fault you chose not to pay attention to your own argument.
But the point was that Lily was saying that if your show starts off as one genre, you can't drastically change it to another. You can have elements of the other. So for example, let's take Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is an action adventure show. If it had comedy elements, that's completely fine. But let's say all of a sudden one episode Game of Thrones completely changed to start being Family Guy, for example. That would be kind of fucking shit because you can't change the whole genre of a show on a whim. And it's not the same as a tone change. A genre change and a tone change are two completely different things.
Not inherently. In fact, if you're changing genre, you're most likely changing the tone to go along with it. Your own example of Game of Thrones becoming Family Guy is a pretty damn good example of that. Sure, it's not inherent, but I also say that within my video, so your face. Furthermore, if I can point back to Lily's writing tips for a sec, where does she say explicitly that she is talking about genre changes? She gives comedy and drama as the examples, but both of those could also be descriptors of the tone of the story too. You can have a fantasy comedy. As such, you can have a fantasy drama. This tip is vague enough that it could mean either, but you're pushing this assumption that one is the definitive interpretation, whereas Common's initial statement against it doesn't have to be either, because his point is that the execution is the important part. Stretching to defend Lily from the goblins are anti-Semitic point by using J.K. Rowling, everyone's favorite turf, as an example of how goblins inherently are anti-Semitic.
No, that is not the point I was making at fucking all. My point was that Common basically wrote off the whole goblins are anti-Semitic with, oh, I knew one show that had a nice goblin in it, so goblins aren't anti-Semitic. I was criticizing Common for taking the easy way out with an argument he didn't understand. My point was that Common, at the very least, could have done a bit of research to find out where this stereotype comes from and what the points are behind it and try to argue that. I even criticized Lily for not properly arguing this in the video. Lily, you gotta elaborate more on this, at least a little bit. A blanket statement like that isn't really a great tip, and at the end of the day, it won't be really helpful in the long run. You, Common, you barely addressed the root claims that goblins are anti-Semitic. I know Lily doesn't elaborate, but you could have at least done a little bit of research. Like here, I found an article that states that goblins and Harry Potter share a lot of traits with offensive Jewish stereotypes. Is this the root of Lily's claim? I don't know. But at least I tried to figure it out, and Common didn't. And I just brought up one article as an example of, oh, this is somebody else making the argument who actually elaborates on it. Is this the root claim? I don't know. But hey, I was showing that Common could have at the very least done a bit more research to try to understand it better, rather than taking the lazy way out of, I saw one nice goblin, so that's not true. I make this blatantly clear in my original video. But, guess who cuts out the context of me explaining all this?
Lily said inherently, meaning all goblins, meaning even ones that aren't inspired by Tolkien. Common bringing up an example of one that isn't portrayed with anti-Semitic stereotypes is an argument. It is a direct argument, even, because inherently means that it is permanent, essential, or characteristic. That's literally its definition. It doesn't matter where Lily's point stems from. Furthermore, for someone who made this video with the intent to call me out for cutting context, ironically, the problem I specifically had with your initial argument is conveniently cut out of the video. Searching to defend Lily from the goblins are anti-Semitic point by using J.K. Rowling, everyone's favorite turf, as an example of how goblins inherently are anti-Semitic, ignoring how Common's point was that the problem stems from those who made the connection to begin with. Now, both of these issues have their own issues, with Crow saying that traditional goblins are anti-Semitic because of J.K. Rowling's more modern take on them, and Coda straight up cites a source that say they might not be intentionally so, thus falling under Common's umbrella of those making the connection to begin with being the problem. But I guess we can, ignore that part, right? After all, I'm the channel with the 15,000 subscriber platform. She also does this after saying that I cut out her explaining that Lily didn't elaborate on anything.
You barely addressed the root claims that goblins are anti-Semitic. I know Lily doesn't elaborate, but you could have at least done a little bit of research. Like here, I found an article that states that goblins and Harry Potter share a lot of traits with offensive Jewish stereotypes.
So, yeah, just saying this video sucked. Ignoring how Common's point was that the problem stems from those who made the connection to begin with.
So, it's not the writer's fault for writing in a blatant offensive stereotype. It's the reader's fault and the people who pointed it out's fault for pointing it out. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Then debunk it. I don't even necessarily agree with the sentiment, but you haven't done anything to actually argue against the notion yourself. Not in the original, not here. You merely sidestep the claims, expecting them to debunk themselves in both videos, and trust me when I say, that'll become an important thing later. Now, you, viewer, might be asking why I spent time covering this video in particular. After all, this doesn't seem to be connected to any drama, it's just a stupid video on one of your worst of the year lists. And you're correct, right? Like, this video didn't spark any inherent drama in of itself. It does become important for the next couple situations we'll talk about, but ultimately the commentary within this segment might still feel a bit unnecessary. That said, this is where we talk about the time frame of this video's release. I'm not entirely sure of the exact pinpoint time frame, but considering Umbrus did a video on Coda's response to me, and her video was released the literal day after my worst of 2020 list, it doesn't take much imagination to figure out that Coda's video was rushed. Though I can give an estimate, or like an approximate time frame, considering Coda and her friend Krabby Cakes posted comments saying that I took Coda out of context at 8:41 a.m., and her video on me was thrown into the Cloud Palace found material by 10-ish at night. I was the least surprised I had ever been waking up the day after Christmas to find that she had done exactly what I expected she would do. Once again, it came down to Koda hearing criticism and immediately jumping to the defensive. Something we all knew she did by that point. Something that I hope I have made pretty clear up to this point, too. Even if you haven't seen much of it by now, this is probably the best example of just how poorly Koda took criticism, just in general.
I normally don't respond to videos done on me. I normally don't care if the other person gets the last word, because I know, frankly, at the end of the day, I have my points, they have their points, we're gonna disagree at the end of the day.
That is probably the funniest joke she's ever told in her entire career. That said, as predictable as it was also the first time we would see Koda do something this explicitly dishonest. Painting me as a person who would attack her over shit like this, and revoking context to make her opposition seem more as an aggressor than just someone who had left criticism on a video. Whereas previously her dishonesty was more covert, I guess? Not to say the SCC rant wasn't anything to raise a brow at, but someone who doesn't know the community couldn't have checked Koda's work, so they might have led to just kind of believe her outright. Whereas the video on me, on the other hand, only required a glance back at the original video to call out. Which you could maybe argue is better, but you could also argue is worse. It really depends on your mentality about it. But either way, it wasn't exactly an honest take about my video. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention Swordzinny and Luxter's co-op on both Koda and Umbrus, which didn't come out until a lot further down the line, but is important of note here, since by the end of their video, Luxter winds up explaining something that happened to Koda that I don't really think any of us saw coming. At the very least, I don't think we expected it in the way that it happened.
Now, I was originally going to focus my final thoughts on Umbrus to try and balance things out, but after the script was finished, Koda did some things that, as I stated earlier in this video, made me view this situation in a much worse light.
So, after she got backlash for her video on me, she went and unlisted the commentary because, and I quote, "No one in the community will listen to me and would rather spend time making me look bad than actually give criticism." Which, let's ignore the blatant hypocrisy for a second, because I've already addressed that garbage. But when you look at the videos she had done on her that year, between Luxter, Lunatic the Game, Toganium, and myself, everyone did give criticism directly towards Koda's approach to video making. Luxter, at the very least, when covering Koda's Has-Been Hotel review, told Koda to be more careful, paying attention when reviewing things, advised her not to pull a Mueller and expect all your critique to be super objective, and, you know, don't antagonize fans of the things you're negatively reviewing.
The objective points of this review could either be torn apart by the portions of the video Koda skipped over, missed the point of what the show was going for to begin with, or are based on their own subjective stance on what they found to be funny. And the one point that tried to be subjective was just insubstantial. If I could give you 3 pieces of advice: 1, make sure to rewatch the thing you're reviewing and pay close attention to every scene, since the fact you didn't even address the pilot's intro song or Sir Pentious' introduction leads me to believe that you just skimmed over them and assumed they were irrelevant. 2, if you're going to do more reviews, I'd recommend you drop the whole objective review shtick and just focus on giving your own perspective of a show. Now yes, there are elements of a show that can be critiqued objectively. However, not everyone will agree as to how severe those problems are, and that is where one's own subjective perspective comes into play. And that's even ignoring how what counts as a flaw can vary depending from person to person, or can even be based on a lack of information, which makes this type of review a lot riskier to do, since if you miss some important details, well, then the review's not really objective anymore, now is it? Finally, don't end off a review with, why do people like this? It's so bad. It's fine to not get why something's popular, but when you call the show trash and try to claim your criticisms are objectively correct, not only does it come off as condescending towards the people who like the pilot, but it also shows a lack of interest in trying to understand anyone else's perspective on the show.
Lunatic the Game, despite not ending off their video with final thoughts, throughout the video insinuates that they were a fan of Koda's stuff around this time, but just didn't like how ignorant the video on Manga Common was.
So, how about we talk about Neko Koda? Long story short, she's a hella underrated content creator. She misses every now and then, but I still really enjoy her content and I like seeing her videos. So as a Neko Koda fan, her video on Manga Common. Koda, I say this as a big fan of yours, this is not your best. Especially this whole cancel culture thing. This is so blatantly ignorant and it bothers me, because this is a mentality I see going around a lot. And honestly, I don't think I have anything else to say.
My video, as we went over, critiques Koda for taking things out of context, using blatantly nuanced sources as an argument in favor of a talking point that wasn't nuanced, and even directly covering the video under the guise that presumes intent, otherwise explicitly stated by the uploader. Hell, even Toganium, indubitably the worst video out of the four, still attempts to critique Koda for fallacious argumentation and erroneous reasoning, but never actually tries to paint Koda in an explicitly negative light, despite how much she went on to call that the worst video ever done on her. So, that whole notion would have on its own left a pretty bitter taste in my mouth, but it gets worse when she moves on to say that she was dropping response commentaries for a bit because of all the drama, bickering, and dogpiling, and how not good for her health that was. The notion on its own is not the negative part. I want to make that clear. I do find myself rolling my eyes at her persistent antagonism towards the community, but ultimately, whatever. If you need a break from something because it's not good for you, you should be allowed to take one. However, only about a month after she says this, Koda decided to pick a fight on Twitter with one Heaton Mitsuru over a My Hero Academia character called Endeavor. Once again, I promise I'm going somewhere with this. Now, I'm not 100% sure on the exactly what happened here. I'm not a My Hero Academia fan. All I know is that Heaton posted a tweet saying she gets tired of being called an Endeavor apologist, with Koda initially coming in to ask for context. After giving it, where Heaton says that she just thinks it's cool the character was getting a redemption arc, Koda decided to argue against that notion, saying that it was stupid the character got away with abusing his family all because he, quote, did his job, and makes a note that getting the redemption arc after getting everything he wanted makes the arc less impactful. Heaton counter-retorts by saying only really one person in his family forgave him, with the others being on edge still, and their back and forth went on for a bit until Koda did this garbage.
LOL. Don't care. Homie should still die, not gonna lie. Really sus that you'd rather someone just drop dead rather than try and be a better person. Certain actions are irredeemable. Also it's an anime. Chill, rad. Never show anyone that redemption is possible. No nuance. Got it. Okay, go to someone who was abused by their parents and say the same shit you're saying about Endeavor to them about their parents. They'd probably be quite pissed off.
Which turned out to be a really genius move on Koda's part, considering how Heaton responded, telling Koda that she was in an abusive relationship for 2 years. And Koda, in retort, wound up deleting all of those posts because her insistent badgering of Heaton led her into assuming that Heaton knew nothing about abuse. The criticism given towards this action, of course, being that for someone who wanted to avoid the bickering and the drama, she certainly did go out of her way to fight another person over something as trivial as an anime character. This was also a day before she had deleted her Twitter and YouTube videos, leaving only a single video in its wake as a farewell to those who once watched her channel.
I'm gonna make this video really short, really sweet, straight to the point, and just get it out there and be done with it. I'm gonna be getting rid of this channel, of my Twitter, of my Discord, and just abandoning it all. Because I am not happy with the content I'm making anymore. I am not happy with the fact that I'm not happy with the content I'm making. I'm not happy with all the infighting that's been going on. I'm not happy with any of the drama that's been going on. I don't like turning on Twitter and being like, this person's a pedophile or groomer, this is this, or this person's this, and I'm like, well, shut the fuck up. Do we really have to have all this needless crap, all this drama every other day? And then I realize in the long run, I'm not going to enjoy making these types of videos. It's not going to be something I like. So I might as well just stop it here, because I'm not enjoying it. I'm not happy with it, and I might as well just stop it if I'm not going to be happy with it in the long run. Because recently, my videos, I haven't had fun making any of my most recent videos. They were unscripted, rushed, boring. I didn't even like them. I put them out because I felt like I had to. But yeah, that's basically it. I'm not happy with the content I'm making. So I'm going to abandon this channel. I want to thank you guys all for subscribing, for watching, for liking. You guys are amazing. But I'm sorry that I don't want to continue because I don't feel like it would be a good path for me as a content creator to continue this. Yeah, well, that's basically it. I'm Neko Koda, thanks for watching.
Now, there's a lot to unpack here, considering the context to when this video was posted, considering all the shit she had done up to this point, considering even what was all said within this 2 minutes alone. Most of it comes across as very selfish. Koda spends a lot of time talking about how she's tired of the drama, how she felt she was doing her videos out of obligation. It's a video all about her motives, which, considering this literally followed her fighting both the SCC for yet another time, and specifically assuming a victim of abuse knew nothing about abuse, you can imagine the fact this goodbye had 0 apologies within it left some rather bitter tastes in people's mouths. So this kind of a goodbye was already something most of us in the SCC were looking at, expecting for it not to last. Especially since, as stated before, this was not Koda's only time jumping channels, nor was it her only time apologizing only to then go back and do the exact same thing again, nor was it her only time leaving a goodbye video in its wake. I don't know about everyone else particularly, but I almost expected another smaller named commentary channel to pop up out of nowhere, but the weird thing was, nothing came from it. Or at least, nothing we knew of. I mean, we heard murmurs that there was another channel roaming around somewhere, but we didn't know enough to really confirm that. So it was, as far as we were concerned, radio silence for pretty much the rest of the year, with the literal only thing of note being a message that was given to Luxter privately on July 9th, 2021. This message was very direct in its intentions. Koda reflected on her time in the SCC and wanted to apologize for her actions within it, acknowledging that she acted frequently on impulse and emotion, saying how she was very egotistical and took her actions too far, specifically citing the situations with Neko Shadows and Heaton as people in particular she was apologizing to. She goes on to say that she would take criticism as an attack, but held herself back from continuing that cycle on the co-op between Zenny and Luxter, and then just closes out the whole thing saying that she's sorry, and look, I know it's easy to look at this now and see just another manipulation tactic or an otherwise hollow apology that shouldn't mean anything to anyone, especially given how many people she's hurt and how many times she's backed out or doubled down on things. You'd expect the SCC in particular to look at this and just dismiss it outright, especially given how she talks about us, but outside of some skepticism, the apology went pretty okay. Call us hopelessly optimistic, but a lot of us just don't like cutting people out like that, so much to our detriment, a good chunk of us called the apology fine. We were cautiously optimistic, if nothing else, but we wanted to see where things went before making any definitive statements. But still, nothing came from it for a while. Continual radio static. That is until November 25th, 2021, where Koda would come back to her channel and release I'm Back, Let's Talk. And looking back through the Cloud Palace chat logs, we also took to this pretty cautiously optimistic too. There were a lot of moments of us mentioning the things she did, such as Maz bringing up how Koda would treat the community as a whole and how manipulative she wound up being behind the scenes, trying to turn others away from this community, how she almost succeeded in accordance with Umbrus's testimony, some of her more aggressive comments in accordance with the testimony of Tippy. That's Blazin' Hope, not Tipster, for those who might get the wrong idea. Vigil's testimony recalls how Koda treated her friends. Yoon having a testimony recalling a time that Koda called hey guys on the same level as the N-word. Keyblade Master still being bitter over the Neko Shadows incident. Look, everyone had a story, and the release of this video turned the Cloud Palace into a group therapy session is what I'm trying to say, but can you blame us? Koda did a lot of damage in this community, probably more than she ever really considered. Even if she wasn't the most damaging, people still wound up developing trust issues because of her actions explicitly. And given all of the other stories I've told leading up to this point, hopefully this has maybe outlined everything in a more coherent manner. Koda hurt people, and rarely ever showed genuine remorse for those actions. So obviously we were a little on edge seeing a video like this, but some in the chat, like Firebolt PT and Luxter, were pretty quick to remind us that these behavioral patterns might have been the result of her being young, or a byproduct of V Omega's manipulation, which is definitely a possibility. And while it didn't change how on guard we were, it did open Koda for the benefit of doubt. But looking back on things, should we have? And no, I don't mean what's to consider later in this video. Obviously, with that context, the answer is an easy and brief no, but I mean in the sense of looking back at the return video itself, because now I'm doing that a couple years later, and I'm not so sure. Follow with me here.
Greetings, bitches, bros, non-binary hoes. It is ya boy, Neko Koda, or not actually a boy, ya girl, Neko Koda. Fucking misgendered myself. Nice start to this video. I've already tried recording this 3 times. I'm not trying this again. Anyway, ya girl, Neko Koda's back here. What the fuck's going on? What happened to me? What happened?
Maybe it's just a personal thing. Maybe I'm being a bit pedantic or overthinking things, but thinking about the context to this video and how it is both an explanation of her absence as well as a pseudo-apology, this kind of sloppy presentation doesn't feel like she's taking this all that seriously, not helped by the little Nas X in the background.
I've seen a lot of people trying to discuss what actually happened, but let's go through this. So, from seeing, from looking back, given that hindsight's 2020, and having a lot of time to myself and to really think about the past, I'll be honest, part of the reason I left was burnout. I started feeling like I had to make videos instead of wanting to, and I never really let myself stop thinking about commentaries.
So, more or less what we already knew, given the goodbye video. So glad you clarified that. Doesn't change the fucking weird timing of you going on this hiatus directly after having a spat with Eaton on Twitter, nor how you went about doing so after saying that you were tired of the bickering and leaving commentaries for that reason. But I guess I can't really provide evidence of a separate motive, so I guess we'll continue to chalk it up to weird as fuck timing.
And giving myself time to stop thinking about it made me realize how important taking regular breaks was. But at the same time, I recently realized that I kinda enjoyed making some of my videos, and I really liked the outcome of some of my videos. So, ultimately, I want to come back to making videos. I like doing it, and it's fun for me. But let's go into specifics. What am I actually going to make? I'm obviously going to make commentaries, but I'm also going to still try branching out my content. I'm going to try making some reviews. I'm going to start talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! A bit, because it's something I want to do.
So, nothing much new. Friendly reminder, up to the point of her hiatus, this is all things that she did before. I don't even think she went on to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! As a topic outside of a commentary she did on the duel logs after this video, but even taking that out of the picture, nothing changed? Outside of her confirming that she's willing to come back to commentaries, at least?
And I'm going to just come back to content, but one thing that's going to be different is I'm not going to be as frequent as I was before. I'm still going to upload as often as I physically feel like it, but I'm also going to take a lot of time for myself, to give myself breaks in between, and to try my best to not burn myself out again with content creation.
Well, okay, if burnout really was the main issue with your content pre-hiatus, then fine. This is a step in a good direction. But when you yourself said that the drama and the bickering were also problems you took with this form of content, I really do have to wonder.
And just try my best to make content you guys enjoy and that I enjoy making as often as I can. I'm also going to be active on Twitter. Not starting shit, but just posting about shit.
Keep this one off to the side. We'll come back to it in a later segment.
But yeah, another thing I want to say is, obviously, as you can see, I did not end my last departure on a good note, and I am going to straight up admit to that. I made mistakes. I went about certain situations wrong. I've burnt a few bridges I shouldn't have.
Keep this one also off to the side. For its importance, we'll come back later.
And I apologize for that. I'm honestly sorry. I don't want to name anybody by name, and I don't want to bring any situation publicly or name anything directly, but if anybody who I've hurt is listening and they want a direct apology and they think that that's beneficial for them, my Twitter's in the description. Feel free to message me and I will give you a direct apology. I don't want to be chasing you out in case you don't want an apology or don't want to talk to me. That's fine too. It's your choice, but the option's there if you want it. If you sincerely want it, I'm willing to give it to you if you want it.
I don't like this. I'll admit I didn't think too much of it at the time, of course, but this isn't an apology. Or at least it's not a good one, since you're not directly giving names or situations. This broad and vague I apologize spiel doesn't acknowledge what you actually did do wrong. It doesn't show that you understand the problems that you caused, nor does it show that you acknowledge those that you have hurt directly. You just know that you did things wrong, that you approached situations poorly. And fuck Koda, everyone can acknowledge that they ain't perfect without examples. Who do you actually show remorse towards? Furthermore, this come to me on Twitter bullshit also puts into question how sorry you actually are. If you're not going to put in the effort to give the apologies yourself, then it shows that you're not apologizing because you actually feel bad about doing something. You're only apologizing because that's what you think people want to hear. You're apologizing so you can be forgiven, not because you're actually sorry. You want to wipe the slate clean and move on without actually taking accountability for the actions you caused that hurt people. Don't ever expect those you have hurt to willingly reach out to you for an apology, because there might be some people that you've scarred too much.
A big thing that's going to change is I am going to be on my best behavior. I'm not going to start dramas. I'm going to try to be less argumentative and less stubborn and less defensive about my content. Like, yeah, it sucks when your content's called shit. It sucks when it feels like every video you make is called shit. I know not every video was called garbage, but it sucks. It truly sucks when, like, you make a video and then you see a bunch of people responding to it, and it's embarrassing to say, like, oh my god, why did I not realize that? Like, it's embarrassing. It's hard to see, to hear, and honestly, I just got too defensive. I'm gonna straight up say, I did get too defensive. But I'm gonna try my best not to. Like, I'm gonna try my best to go forward from that, to become less defensive, to become more open to, you know, I could be wrong. I know I said before, I'm fully open to that. This time, I'm going to actually try to be more open to, I could be wrong. I missed that. I made a mistake. I'm going to try my best to do that, because before I was not as good at handling criticism, but I think with all this break, I could be better at it. I will be better at it.
We'll come back to this point later too. As shown a little earlier, she definitely got to the point where she acknowledged that she's been defensive. Which, you know, good on her. We love to see character development in this house. But considering what's to come later in this video, you'll see that this didn't exactly last.
I'm also going to watch my tone on how I say a lot of things, because a lot of things that I said before came off as really dickish, and I don't like that. I am somebody who gets really anxious about people liking me, and coming off that way is not ideal for me, for somebody with my mindset.
I get really anxious over people liking me. One could attribute this one sentence to a lot of the stories that I've told thus far, and it wouldn't be too far-fetched to make that claim. Like, consider how she talked to me as Felix Draws, or how she would later treat me as Fluffle Yukio. Felix came to me as a fan of my content and just wanted to discuss with me about something that we both have a shared investment in. Whereas Fluffle, after getting critique and pushed me away as a friend, got downright vindictive and no longer cared how I viewed her. Emphasized by her video on my This Is Yu-Gi-Oh video.
Well, Doodletones already hates me. What more harm can be done?
Her becoming friends with V Omega would explain how she would later go on to treat the whole of the SCC during her Kainu era, because she wanted to impress that friend group specifically. It would definitely explain the situation with Neko Shadows. She explicitly says that's the case within their conversation. So it's all a very real argument that can be made when you consider the context of her connections at the time. Her friends dictated how she treated others. And I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea. I don't want you guys to think that I see this as an inherent negative, because to a degree, everyone kinda does that. Like, I'm no psychologist, but I know it's human nature to change a bit of how you act to fit your friends. It's all influence, and it's why for 3 years I was just willing to casually drop the N-word in videos. My friend group at the time saw that as a really daring thing and really encouraged it. So it's not like I don't understand. But with that said, just because this is a normal behavior doesn't mean it's great or excuses the actions that you do. It's a reason, not an excuse. And Koda might be aware of that fact in this video, but considering she, once again, does nothing to actually try to make things better in that regard, this whole video starts to feel rather hollow, especially considering she says this after giving such a non-apology to those she hurt just a little bit ago. Hindsight is 20/20, after all. Anyway, there's not much more to talk about after this point, at least in regards to the video itself. As I already clarified earlier, the apology was taken more or less well, though we were rightfully skeptical. She was allowed at least the benefit of doubt, because she had been gone for so long, and there was definitely more of a new opportunity for her to turn things around. But let's see how that all played out. Christmas 2021. you might be noticing a pattern at this point. And a month after returning and apologizing for her impulsive behaviors, Koda would then go on to release a video called Burning Bridges, Potentially. A video that no one in the SCC liked because, if I could make it clear as crystal, we were trying to give her the benefit of doubt. It wasn't but a few days prior to this video's release that we were all memeing with her on Twitter even, being friendly and willing to talk with her in direct messages again. So when she goes on to release a video that winds up painting a lot of the slideshow commentary community as manipulative abusers, relapsing to the same tired rhetoric she was previously spewing before, and getting overly defensive over videos done on her, particularly in the realms of Lunatic, Luxter, Zinni, and Umbrus, frankly, we were tired. No, not even that. We were pissed off. It didn't take me any time at all to download this one and start writing a commentary script on it myself. I never did finish that script when the video first dropped, and we'll come back to why later, but for now, let me rectify that mistake.
I've been thinking about how to talk about this, and I've wanted to get some things off my chest and talk about some stuff that's really bothering me. About 1 year ago, I left the internet for a while. I took some time to myself and took a break from making content. I came back and said I wanted to come back drama-free, but this is something that's been bugging me from when I left to when I came back. Before I begin, I just want to say, this isn't an argument to be won. This isn't a video to respond to. This is me airing out some issues I've had with certain members at a certain community I used to associate with.
You know, making statements like, this isn't an argument to be won, and this isn't a video to respond to, are going to wind up sounding real rich later.
During the last month or so before I left, I went on what some called a crusade against the slideshow commentary community. I was emotionally driven and didn't articulate my points right, and that's what this video is for. I want to show the exact point I was making and demonstrate why I became so defensive at so many videos done on me from this community. Let's backtrack. There's a commentary group called the Cloud Palace, which consists of most members of this slideshow commentary community. Around mid-2019, I talked to some members in it who told me that every video I made was being posted there and blatantly insulted. I don't have proof for this claim, and admittedly, I don't even know if it's true or not. So, at the time, I dismissed it. But still, at the back of my mind I believed it and felt hurt.
A vague and unproven notion that people might have just taken some issues with your videos is enough for you to lash out at us? Like, first and foremost, you don't even mention whom you're actually referring to when you mention members of the Cloud Palace who told you this to begin with, so I don't even know where your sources actually come from. For all I know, they could be ex-members who left with a grudge, or people who weren't even a part of the group when you purportedly talked to them in 2019. Actually, on that note, the only video people threw in found material during your Koda era by 2019 was your SCC rant. Everything prior was either when you were Kainu or the Dark Commentator, and even then, to say every video you released was seen as material is hyperbolic and false, because the exact number of videos thrown in found material before your SCC rant was posted was 10, which, yeah, I guess I'll admit was a handful, but these videos weren't relentlessly insulted either. A deleted user, most likely VOmega due to the messages surrounding it, in 2018 took issue with your Kungi Muller video and posted it in found material with Dark's new video irks me, before effectively live tweeting his problems within the chat alongside Joni Rue, who also seemed to take issue with it. The conversation was dropped by the next morning. V also took issue with the video on School It Down, but there was no conversation surrounding it. During the Kainu era, Joni took issue with your video on her. The conversation surrounding this one was a lot more nuanced, with Crimson Paladin saying your commentary was okay against a pretty mildly disappointed Saradust and Joni. And the conversation went on the next morning for a brief spell, with Kirby Star Warrior also defending your video. And then again, there was a brief conversation with Keyblade Master throwing it in the chat, to which Bowser Dude explained that he merely didn't like the tone of the video, and Sonic Warden, a deleted user who I think was V, could have also been Ash, speaking up to say your video was okay. Your video on Sonic Ward was thrown into the chat by Joni, and all that really happened was she, Pacusbird, Slayer, and a deleted user who by this point I'm certain was just either Ash or Yoon, kinda harping on a point you made regarding video games just pressing buttons. I will admit, this one did kind of escalate with Joni subtweeting it and calling that point in particular cancer, but that's really as far as it went. I probably don't need to explain much about why your video on Cosmos Stardust was thrown in there, nor what the conversation was that surrounded it, given you effectively got your criticism of alleged plagiarism from the likes of VOmega. This was the first video of yours to really escalate in the chat, by the way, and it was much more the circumstances around the situation over what was actually said in the video. As far as insults to the video, we have Gregor calling it hot garbage, Lunatic saying that after your video on Dylan Thomas, you, quote, lost your fucking brain, and that's it. Most of the other conversation was surrounding how horrible V was. Your quick response to Joni Rue video was also talked about in the chat, but I've already talked about that in a previous chapter, so just allude back to the Branding Nightmares segment. Your video on Mez? Well, we also talked about how that also had a pretty big uptick in the found material chat. The Cloud Palace went fucking berserk, mostly due to everyone effectively live tweeting their response as they watched it. The list of insults here includes Bowser Dude asking what the fuck was wrong with himself for almost defending the video, Ray calling you a bitch for undermining the potential harm using the word triggered as a slang can do, following up with Ray calling you a dumbass because you seem to miss what our community does and how moral values can change. But remember, she was the peacekeeper in the chat merely 3 days beforehand. Blazin' Hope called the video stupid before going on to explain her problems with a point involving context surrounding sucking? I don't remember what this might be in reference to, frankly. Yoon, I think, calling you little bitch titties, though low-key Yoon was just there to shitpost, as proven by all these Lulu cows. Joni saying you always have the worst final thoughts. Blazin' Hope yelling about a point you made 8 minutes in, missing a point Maz made about cutting unneeded fluff. Saradust saying the video went oof ultra, if you want to count that. Ray turning your avatar at the time into a Sprite Cranberry, something that I guess could be seen as insulting, maybe? But after this point the conversation gets dropped with Ray and Blazin' Hope working on their commentaries on it. This was definitely overblown if you ask me, but even still, it was only a handful of people really insulting the video, and even those that did brought up legitimate counterpoints with everyone else just focusing on bringing up retorts in the chat to your video. Joni put your video on Johnny Eck into the chat. Zinni thought you did okay, that's where the conversation ended. Though by this point we should all know how I disagreed with that sentiment. Slayer put your video on Toganium into the chat, saying that it gave him bad vibes. Following that, there was a message from Bowser Dude, a message from Joni, and that was that. Joni threw in your video on King Comms, but all that really came from it was a conversation about bad video titles. Actually, looking back, the conversation was pretty funny, especially after I got involved, because Luxter brought up X doesn't understand Y titles, and then I brought up how I used one of those to poke fun at the skeptic community when I covered Just a Robot, before that became the crux of his titles for a while. I caused problems. And then, yeah, again, there was your SCC rant, a video pretty much no one liked, so I don't think I need to talk more about the reactions there. Point is, to say that your videos were consistently seen as material to that extreme was someone telling you something to try and trigger your paranoia. I'm not even gonna beat around the bush here, and while I haven't got a clue who even told you this to begin with, even so many years later, I have my guesses, and none of them are good.
The reason I bring this up is because the more I rewatch videos done on me from this community, the harder it is to believe those claims are completely unfounded. Whether it be Doodletones being blatantly dishonest about things I've said to the point where it can't be considered an accident.
And I'm sorry, does Spawner Tech just not exist to you two? As much as you two will deny being in the SCC, deny being in the SCC, deny being in the SCC, deny being in the SCC.
Jokes aside, I have a history with the community. I used to make content for it, so I feel as though I have enough experience to talk about the good and the bad of the community. I used to make content for it. I'm not gonna let you get away with the I don't know them guys with me, Koda. However, I found a video by this one user named Toganium. I don't know. I never said in that clip I don't know Toganium. My exact words were, and I quote, I found a video by this user named Toganium? I don't know. Even then, I talked to Toganium privately once, maybe twice.
Alright, so let's go down both claims, starting with your denial of being in the community. I've already gone over the SCC rant and pointed out some of your omissions of ever being in the community. And like, sure, at the beginning of the video you might have said that you had a history with us, but that can only go so far when the rest of the video insinuates something different. Like, literally after you say that you made content for it, you act like you don't know very many people in the community by saying, I'm sure that most, if not all of them, are very nice people.
Keep in mind, I'm not criticizing the creators as people. I'm sure that most, if not all of them, are very nice people. However, their content leaves much to be desired.
When I know you know better than that. Sure, you might not have known everyone in the community by that point. Fuck, I don't even know everyone in the community. But you were much more involved with it than this statement leads on to believe. Because you playing coy here implies a level of ignorance. an avoidance to want to make any statement indicating that you might have been closer to people so you can act impartial within your critiques. Not only that, but you later go on, when talking about bandwagons, use the dark commentator bandwagon, acting as if you two are separate people.
That's just one time. Really? Dark commentator bandwagon. 5 videos, all the same points.
Mind you, these are only 2 instances of you practicing your acting chops to avoid being connected as more than just a pink robot posting videos for our community and not getting involved with making actual connections and friendships along the way. You might be willing to argue off of explicit dialogue, but that wasn't what I was alluding to in my worst of the year list. And on that same note, the Toganium clip also has a similar issue. You just say, oh, but I didn't say I didn't know Toga, when again, it was how you presented the context surrounding the individual you were covering that gives off a different insinuation. You two might not have been homies, but you probably knew Dwebley more than if he was just a rando you were covering that had a weird username. Just saying.
Or Umbris, implying that if I respond to a video made on me, I'll lose my audience.
Though I have an overall thing I want to say. It seems like you want to stray away from the CC, which is fine, but you keep coming back to us every chance you get. And it's not even just you wanting to be friends with people, like, you're allowed to do that when you want to stay away from our community. But every time you come back to us, it's never in a good way. If you keep doing this, you will make yourself look worse and worse, and eventually your fanbase is going to catch on. And it'll end very badly for you and maybe your channel. I don't know, it depends.
See, I can kinda give this a pass on Koda's end, because the way that Umbris words herself is rather vague on what she means by coming back to us in a bad way. This could mean a plethora of things, including just responding to claims made about you, so I'm willing to give this a bit more of a pass. But that said, I am going to keep this off to the side here for later.
Like, the only time I talked about you guys is when you talked about me first. This is some quality gaslighting bullshit.
Is it? Is it really? Because you don't really have to make responses to everyone who says anything about you. And it's not like Umbris was saying that it was your fault or that you started the conflicts to begin with. Just the way that you kept coming back to us was, in some way, negative. Gaslighting is a manipulation tactic that presents a false narrative around a person to lead them into questioning their reality. Umbris's vague, unscripted, and knee-jerk ramblings are definitely not that. They're vague, directionless, and presumptuous, for sure, but gaslighting is pushing it. Also, don't play coy. No one asked you to do an SCC rant, or to get involved with the collectathon shit, or the stuff with Heaton. No one asked you to, so don't act like we only talk about you first.
What about Umbris in the same video, trying to make me look bad with a private situation that was handled privately that neither party wanted to bring public?
This mainly started when you stopped using Neko Shadows as stills just because of an albeit tasteless joke on Luxor's video on you. Instead of understanding that the joke came out the wrong way, you took the childish route of looking for a new artist not too long after she made that comment.
Like, even I can agree, I should have handled the situation better, and Neko Shadows, if you're watching, I truly am sorry. But Umbris still had absolutely no right to bring this public for no reason, especially considering it was completely irrelevant to the video at hand.
Again, this is fair on Koda's end. Umbris shouldn't have done that. Wait for it.
Or what about Lunatic the Game, using me getting fucking SA'd as some sort of smug gotcha point?
Oh, a thing that even in your screenshot Lunatic was apologizing for and removed from the video because they acknowledged it went too far? Oh, don't worry. I know why that's here, and we'll come back to it.
Or what about Luxor trying to downplay the stress I was in when I left by making up a theory that I left because of a Twitter beef?
You see, after Koda's video got backlash, she proceeded to unlist her video because the SCC wouldn't learn anything, which, I've already gone on that tirade, I'm not going on it again. And then she stated she was quitting response commentaries because they're pointless and cause unnecessary drama. Now, on its own, that last part is fine. Having your main form of content being debating and covering drama can get pretty draining after a while, and I'd understand Koda wanting to distance herself from that content since it got her put in the center of her own dramas. That being said, for someone who's against content that causes pointless drama, that didn't seem to stop her from immediately badgering a certain artist on Twitter over a My Hero Academia take. Basically, Heaton Mitsuru said she was sick of people calling her an Endeavor apologist when they stan other villains of the show, and then Koda came in, poking and prodding Heaton into a debate that she clearly was not interested in having, as shown by her dismissive remarks towards Koda. Eventually, she admits she liked Endeavor getting a redemption arc, where the two had a back and forth on it for a while, where Koda was stating that he should have died, and proceeded to double down on calling her an Endeavor apologist. And then the argument continued to go on until Koda implied that Heaton knew nothing about abuse, despite how Heaton herself was in an abusive relationship before. Reminder, the person who quit commentaries over pointless drama is going out of her way to pick a fight over a fictional character, and then proceeded to cross a major line while doing so. At that point, the problem isn't with the commentaries, but rather Koda seeking out things to complain about. And conveniently after that happened, that's when Koda decided to delete her Twitter and YouTube videos and left a goodbye video talking about how upset she was, how she didn't feel her content was good enough, and most importantly, not apologizing to Heaton for what she said to her.
I'm not going to defend my actions towards Heaton. I'm trying to reach out to her and trying to make things right. However, yes, Luxter, let's ignore that I was basically at the center of multiple dramas.
Luxter literally didn't. He even said that your content got you involved with dramas explicitly, while saying that he saw it as reasonable that you wanted to step away. Something your clip even showed. His point was, though, that after you wanted to step away from dramas and conflict, you then went on to start an argument with Heaton over some My Hero Academia character, getting into conflict.
Let's ignore that in the goodbye video I state that I wasn't happy with my content. Let's ignore all of that and try to imply that I'm some sort of crybaby, and the main reason I left was because of Twitter drama.
He also didn't ignore that. He explicitly said that you did, but also acknowledged how you showed no remorse for dragging Heaton into an argument she didn't want to have. According to Heaton, you eventually did, but I won't fault Lucky for not knowing that, considering it apparently was done in private. He also was acknowledging your goodbye video's timing being immediately after this scuff between you and Heaton, thus making this look like an impulsive decision after that particular conflict. And you can't say it didn't, because with that being the last thing on your plate, what conclusion is anyone else supposed to take from it? Especially so after your initial Twitter thread saying that you wanted to step away from the genre to get away from pointless conflicts.
Now, did the Twitter argument play a part in me leaving? Yes and no. Admittedly, it was stupid and irresponsible for me to have said what I said, and while I didn't realize it at the time, I needed to step away to calm down to look at certain situations differently and learn how to handle things better. But Luxter, you made it seem like I was someone who couldn't handle dramas and was running away after starting fights. Need I remind you how many people were getting onto me for stuff like my Hasbin Hotel video, my manga comment video, or even private situations? I was stressed and I started to feel like no matter what I did, I was gonna get hate for it.
Okay, but I fail to see what this has to do with anything Luxter had said beyond confirming that your spat with Heaton had, in some way, influenced your decision to deep six your channel and disappear from the internet for most of the year. Like, again, you can't say that the timing on your end wasn't horrendous and wouldn't have led people coming to the assumption that you left only on the basis of not being able to handle drama. Especially when that's essentially the crux of your counter-argument here in particular. Even if you want to argue there was more than just the Heaton argument, at the end of the day, you still claim to have a hard time handling people critiquing you for your video overall. I've already gone over how this insinuation that the SEC were all just a bunch of mean bullies lobbying hate against her is hyperbolic at best, so I don't really feel the need to do so here again, but man, this is by far the most manipulative of insinuations.
Since coming back, I've tried to remain civil and tried to keep the peace, but this is all stuff I really want to get off my chest. Especially considering, you want to know how many people reached out to me to actually discuss shit? None. Nobody who made videos on me tried to talk shit out in DMs. I used to consider you guys friends. We were buddies, and I'm supposed to believe you guys want me to improve after you blatantly make me look bad and don't even reach out to talk about these situations? If I could talk to Wolficide or Blair TV, two people who I didn't even know at the time that I talked to them, why couldn't you guys do the same?
I don't know, Koda. Why couldn't you? By the point you decided this fustercluck of a video was a good idea, people were talking to you again. You never reached out to any of us to talk about these issues that you were framing in this video. You just told us that you were willing to apologize, but people had to come to you first to get it. Which, as stated before, isn't how an apology works. How did I understand this during a mental breakdown better than you do now? Oh, and don't worry, we will come back to this point later too, because for someone who always wants us to go to her to work out problems we have with her, she'll be the last one to do the same when the roles are reversed.
The videos Blair and Wolfie did are actually two of my favorite videos done on me. They seem like good, honest critique, and they both seem like they actually want me to improve. After what I've shown, can you guys really believe that SEC members want the same thing?
This is flat-out manipulation to the highest degree. Like, oh yes, Koda, let's ignore any other video on you to have ever been released. Videos that constantly gave you criticism and ways to improve that you either doubled down on or just flat-out ignored. Videos that you claimed were an attack on your character when, if you actually watch the fucking videos you dismiss, were actually pretty tame for the most part. Even in the context to the videos Luxter, Zinni, Lunatic, Umbrus, and myself made, we still outlined problems with your videos, and most of us gave you ways to improve your work going forward. Yet you're still claiming these videos as attacks, literally a month after saying that you do your best to not do that, by the way, friendly reminder. Plus, again, let's not forget the pesky context of we gave you benefit of doubt in the month between videos. If we truly didn't want to give you room to improve and grow, you'd think we'd continue ostracizing you even after your return to your channel. Either that or go back to attacking your content. Like, that Dual Logs video was on my radar after all. I could have done something with that.
Now, I know some of them have apologized for some of their actions, like Lunatic the Game, but it's still the fact that they did to begin with that really bugs me.
So you don't even care that they apologized? Awesome. Sick. Love to see it. Except I actually really don't. And if we wanted to go by this exact logic, then literally everything you had done up to this point could have been thrown right back in your face. And probably should have. Hey, you know how you tried crusading against the SCC as a whole? Literally joining in the Clap Palace bandwagon and shouting us down for our video on the Cam project? Fighting me specifically on what the fuck a collectathon is? And then going on to make a pretty dishonest SCC rant that lies by omission? Guess we can still use all of those points against you post-return where you had apologized for those very actions. Hey, it doesn't matter that you've apologized to Neko Shadows. You still shouldn't have been petty and wrote off her emotions over a joke that she was clarifying to you wasn't serious to begin with. It still bugs us that it happened after all, and we'll come back to that, I promise. And if this sounds like a low blow, it's the most applicable here. If it's the fact that we did anything bad at all that bugs you to the point that you're still going to write us off as these manipulative gaslighters who are only here to see you suffer and nothing else, then I'm sorry, you have a plethora of skeletons in your closet that were apologized for, but not actually officially addressed that we still let you step away from because you were a teenager, and teenagers are stupid. But of course, we can't let the SCC do the same, because the fact that they went too far shows they don't actually care about seeing people, especially not Neko Koda, actually improve. Fuck off.
Not only that, but the fact that nobody called them out on it.
Except Umbrus, who literally was covered by Luxter and Zinni. You cite both videos as misdoings in this one, Koda, or me, who your friend Krabby Cakes went on to parrot your own taking things out of context mantra that you were accusing me of doing, despite having that shit debunked. Also by Luxter and Zinni. Yeah, if the blatant lies in this video weren't bad enough, the idea that we needed to call others out for behaviors that were also previously lied about certainly doesn't help matters. Like, that's not how this shit works, especially when these things that you say happened in a certain way didn't happen in that way, and things that you have been pretending didn't happen certainly did, and both sides are provable.
Now before someone says, oh, Neko Koda can't take criticism, if you comment that, you don't understand what I'm saying. I can handle criticism. I actually like getting it from time to time. But when it starts coming from people who'd rather make smug dick measuring videos with signs that they want to tear me down, that's what I dislike.
I can take criticism, promise. A month prior, guys, I didn't take criticism all that well. Like, if Koda's lack of paying attention to videos that were done on her weren't a problem in of themselves, she also didn't pay attention to her own realization before coming back to the environment. What a fucking champion.
Keep in mind, these guys aren't the only ones to do this. They're just highlights in a recurring pattern I've seen come out of this small community.
Now watch, as Koda gives 0 examples. Like, the ones she did give were blatantly false, so maybe that's for the better.
So, what's the point of this video? To clearly and concisely make my issues known. I like to make myself approachable. I'm not some big monster, I'm just some gal. If you take issue with my content, you can tell me. Hell, if you take issue with something I've done privately or publicly, feel free to talk to me. Hell, I'm not even saying you can't make videos on me. If you honestly do want to make a video on me, go ahead. But don't act like you're making some sort of big expose or breaking new ground or exposing some big bad guy when all you're doing is covering a video that was kinda bad. And hell, if you make a video, I'm fully willing to talk out the issues and tell you what I agree and disagree with in DMs, especially if you're someone who I consider you a friend and already have contact with.
So, is now the best time to mention how Koda went on a mass blocking spree very shortly after this video's release, or should I wait on that? Because frankly, I don't believe her when she says she's actually willing to talk out issues that people have with her. Never mind the shit that happened after this video's release, but trust me, we will get to that. Even contextually, the minute anyone in the SCC showed a distaste for Koda's video, she went and blocked everyone in this community, even those who said nothing publicly about her video. So how are we expected to go to her directly about how hurt we were by this video when she actively cut contact with everyone who it directly affected? That's also to say nothing about those who actively did go to her with problems and the responses they got, because that, once again, will be elaborated on later. It's just... this video fucking sucks, man.
I'm impulsive, I say dumb shit, and I make a lot of mistakes. I'm fully willing to learn from them and improve myself.
You said that literally a month prior. Look at where we are now.
However, I don't want to be around a community that will use my mistakes as a banner against me or will blatantly lie about things that I've said. Despite the title, I do not wish to burn every bridge I've made in this community. A small part of me still hopes this can all be worked out. So this is an open letter to the entire slideshow commentary community. Let's have a chat. I don't want some big drama to come to this. I don't want anyone driven off the internet. And I do want a resolution to come from this. I've had my chance to openly vent my frustrations and issues I've had with what was said. Now it's your turn.
So, yeah, that video angered a lot of us, and combine that with her going on to block everyone in the community after going on a long diatribe about how much she wants specifically us to reach out to her privately about her issues, whereas she can put us on blast in a manipulative and dishonest 10-minute sob fest that impulsively drags everyone who covered her in the past year alone into the mud. At that point, some of us just went and took it to Twitter, myself especially. In fact, it was my tweet that caught Koda's attention the most. Because of fucking course it did. And let's see what actually happened when someone wound up discussing the problems they actually had directly to her, instead of just making a, quote, long-winded video that nitpicks how she called people mean, in her own words. After I told her to her face that the video fucking hurt because of how many people were willing to give her yet another second chance that she turned around and neglected within a month of it being given, she came to me in Twitter DMs to try to apologize. She tried saying that she could have put these thoughts in a document and sent it to the people directly, which, like, gee, you fucking think? What a novel concept. I'm surprised I didn't think of it myself. She gives an excuse for not going to people with her apologies, but frankly, I don't really care since it's not our job to get the apology from you if you're the one actually sorry. You did us wrong. Why should we go to you and expect you to say you're sorry? She goes on to say that she didn't want to burn bridges, yet the way she went about this video was strange if that's the case. I don't know how calling us all liars, manipulators, and low-key abusive doesn't indicate some level of wanting to distance yourself from the community. I'm just not really sure what you wanted us to take away from this video, frankly. You claim that you did things to hurt us, but the assumptions thrown at us would make anyone not informed look at you as the ultimate victim here. Or at least that's what I would have said if Mimsy the Dark Clown's comment on your video didn't prove that notion not inherent. Regardless, your video paints a pretty clear picture of how you wanted people to view us. So frankly, if you truly didn't want to burn bridges, you have a weird way of showing it. Koda goes on to apologize for holding things over people's heads while at the same time being petty and throwing that back onto us as if the videos that were made on her at the same time weren't made prior to her comeback tour. And finally, calls the video a Freudian slip, which, is a choice, I'll say that much. But after I didn't immediately jump to the opportunity to reply, that was when I and others were blocked. So I went and put out another tweet, frustrated at Koda's impulsive behavior, saying that she did make my worst of the year for that year too, but that I actually had pretty overall optimistic things to say about her, which, if I can sidetrack for a bit, is really tragic in hindsight. Now I know Koda took quite the hiatus from the internet and is trying to come back with a fresher mindset, and you know, fine. I'm pretty sure she disowned this video, and from what I've been hearing, she's come back with pretty decent commentaries, but I'm not against the idea of seeing improvement myself. That said, I suppose only time will tell. Here's to a good 2022, Koda. I'm hoping you have better years going forward. Like, as an aside, with this, combined with making a bad sex joke about Toon Critic and any VO Mega joke in my videos, you can find a lot of things in my past videos that wound up aging in a way that could make The Simpsons jealous, and only sometimes are they funny. Anyway, back on topic. Koda responds with saying that she was just respecting boundaries, and that it was truly me that showed that I didn't want to talk to her. She then went on to unblock me because she realized she misread that boundary, ignoring how I didn't even set one to begin with. It was just an assumption she made on the basis that I didn't jump to the opportunity to talk with her, frame one of her leaving a message in my DMs. Actually, if I recall correctly, I don't even think I necessarily saw the DM before she went and blocked me, which, makes things worse, but even if I'm misremembering the timeline of events here, it's still not great no matter which way you slice it. Speaking of mixed messages, I went on to demonstrate how tired I was of the ones she was giving me. She wanted a dialogue, but wanted to block us because something assumed boundaries. She claimed that she wanted to apologize for things, but only wanted it on the basis that we reached out to her to get it. She wanted to turn a new leaf and not be super impulsive, but literally acted on impulse when deciding to make burning bridges initially, even by her own words. But Koda insisted on trying to talk with me, and by that point I was just ready to say, forget it, have a good life, and move on. Especially since I recalled how well the last few times we tried talking went. For those who maybe don't remember this late into the video, I specifically recalled back to the Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh era, where she pulled a very similar thing with trying to argue with me in direct messages, and then getting upset when I decided to disengage after being ran in circles forever. But really, I could use any instance of Koda and I directly messaging each other whenever she had disagreement. Because I remember the Super Mario Sunshine isn't a collectathon because you can glitch out at the end of the game, counter-retort as a last-ditch effort to get me to concede to V's pointless crusade. Anyway, our back and forth went on for a bit, and I had to inform her that not everyone in the SCC is just me, and that there were people willing to talk things out with her. As well, I also explained why I didn't particularly jump to the discussion, being that I wanted to wait and see how she'd react to being on the worst list again. She gives a passive-aggressive, sorry I can't read minds, before I had to argue back with what I've been saying in this video. That nobody should reach out to get an apology if you're truly sorry. You don't apologize to make yourself feel better, you apologize because you feel remorse over your actions. This was something we had to tell another user the same year, but we'll have to come back to that later too, as it will be important later. She gives a pitiful apology in return that almost feels guilt-trippy before finally getting the picture. And all the while, I was just frustrated. Like, we get it. You think that you have impulse control issues, fine. But assuming the worst out of people who clearly wanted nothing ill to happen to you doesn't do yourself any favors. But she did eventually go to other people to apologize. Finally. One of those people was our good friend Neko Shadows, and if you were wondering where that story went, well, do I have great news for you. So on Christmas Day, Koda reached out to Shadows to apologize for the things that they had previously discussed. But in accordance with Shadows' testimony, she already had other things on her mind, specifically in regards to the half-hearted apology she got in Burning Bridges after lying about Umbris' intentions of bringing up the situation between them. So in her mind, she didn't want the apology, she just wanted to wipe her hands of Koda, and in request asked Koda to give ownership of the OC she designed for her. Once again, I don't know much about commissions, I don't know if this is a normal thing or not, but considering the circumstances, I don't exactly blame Shadows for maybe wanting that link severed in any way she possibly can. Plus, it's not even like she wasn't willing to give Koda the money back. She, in their DMs, does mention that she's more than happy to buy the design back at equal the price. However, Koda claims that is an unfair thing to ask, specifically because it's become such an integral part of her brand, and demanded that Shadows doesn't just pay back the design, but the over $100 she spent on stills too. You know, that hundreds of dollars that she was already willing to throw away over a joke in the first place. Friendly reminder that this was all over a not great comment Neko Shadows made to begin with, that she was later clarifying was a joke to Koda. I don't know, maybe I'm out of line, I'm not sure, I don't commission anyone myself, so I don't understand the formalities all that well. But that said, reasonable or not, I do find it a bit strange that after making such a deal about her branding, that after this was all said and done, she went and replaced the character anyway, which wound up being a whole other ordeal. Neko Shadows went on to confront Koda, reminder this was something she wanted for us to do, on an alt account where the conversation also kind of went nowhere. This conversation starts with Koda asking what makes Neko Shadows entitled to the design, saying she doesn't own purple-haired cat girls with white eyes. Which, okay, yes, that's true. But also, Koda, let's not act like the design similarities don't raise an eyebrow, especially since it was so suddenly changed to something so similar so soon. Let's also not act like those aspects weren't an integral part of the design either. Yes, Neko Shadows doesn't own the concepts put into the design, but when they're all put together like the new design is, that's what gets you called out. Koda would then go on to point to Neko Shadows previously saying that Koda could have just gone back to the older design, and expects that to somehow be a better argument. Like, wow, you found a loophole to something Neko Shadow said. While it does absolve you from being charged with anything actually deal-breaking, it doesn't make you any less of a douche. You knew what you were doing. Don't act like you didn't. Especially since you went on to call the new design a redesign, of the ones Shadows wound up paying for. The conversation finally came to a rough close after Koda shared the full body of the new design, and I do mean rough. Shadows requests that the eyes and hair color to be changed, and Koda kinda goes back to major part of my branding thing, before trying to argue that because the color of hair on the new design is a lighter shade of purple, therefore it's not the same color. Which is not the point, Koda. Look, even if Shadows is out of line on asking for this slight tweak of a redesign, Koda's sheer pettiness in retort is not much better, and I don't know about you, it doesn't really bode well for the kinds of discussions she was willing to have when approached in private about issues people take with her. Especially not when Koda goes on to threaten making this spat public after Neko Shadows drew art of the fucking redesign. Gee, Koda, I wonder why people don't typically go out of their way to discuss problems they have with you. And trust me, Neko Shadows isn't the only time we'll see Koda's old habits resurface in private either. Let's talk about that. So, it didn't happen immediately. Koda, after New Year, stayed mostly to herself, releasing videos on a bunch of pseudo-intellectuals, which we'll come back to, Kumo, Omnia, and Omnizoa, all varying in different degrees of good. But even after all was said and done with burning bridges, most of us again kept contact with her. I even mentioned her in my video introducing people to the SCC, the video that is now currently my channel trailer. She didn't particularly care for that, and I wish I still had the comment. I unfortunately don't. But she came to the comments to tell me that she didn't want to be labeled as SCC in those comments, which, you know, she's allowed to disassociate, but don't then go crying to someone else claiming we kicked you out of this community. Just saying. That's another comment that I wish I had the foresight to screenshot, but we will come back to that point later. But things I don't have proof of aside, let's skip to March of 2022, when a commentator, Blaze the Movie Fan, would reach out to me about a video he released on BitChute of his worst videos of 2021. We'll make a long story short, I didn't like it, and I did a commentary on it. Afterwards, Koda would shoot me a vague message saying she'd be hitting my video on Blaze, and then not long after posting a particularly provocative thumbnail on Twitter, one that claims that I defend homophobia within the video. This is in reference to the segment Blaze the Movie Fan did on a user by the name of Philosophossum. For further context, Philosophossum was making his own commentary on a dude talking about Ben Shapiro's takes on gay wedding cakes. Specifically, in the context to the Masterpiece Cake Shop fiasco of 2017. Though Shapiro says Oregon, not Colorado, so I do think someone has crossed wires here, and I'm leaning on Possum because the Rubin Report video discussed is from 2016, but for the sake of discussion, we went with Masterpiece Cake Shop, as that's where Philosophossum was arguing from the perspective of. Now, for those not in the know, that was a case held in my state of Colorado that discussed whether or not the public accommodations law requiring a baker to make a wedding cake for a same-sex couple violates the baker's rights to freedom of religious exercise and freedom of expression under the First Amendment, which spawned from a gay couple filing discrimination charges against a guy named Jack Phillips, who denied the request of a commission for a gay wedding cake in 2012. This is your friendly reminder, Opgerfell versus Hodges wasn't passed until 2015. And I hope I pronounced both those names right. It's also worth noting that Colorado initially ruled that the commission did not employ religious neutrality, at least in the confines of the Gay Couples Commission. They explicitly also ruled that this had nothing to do with the greater discussion of civil rights, so using it as an example in every scenario is weird anyway, and there's a reason they ruled it that way that we'll come back to later. But generally, the couple showed hostility towards Phillips's religion, and while arguing the rights of gay people and their rights to a gay wedding, trounced upon Jack's freedom of religion. However, though it's not exactly relevant to this discussion, if it tingles that part of your brain that wants justice, he didn't win a second lawsuit against him for a cake commissioned for a trans woman celebrating her transition, which, frankly, is another common trans Colorado W in my book. Anyway, the point of me explaining all of this is that the discussion is much more nuanced than just defending homophobia and discrimination. While it does become a conversation about religious freedom in the First Amendment, it's not that accurate to look at Jack Phillips' story and just write it off as Phillips is a filthy homophobe who should cater to every whim like Blaze makes it out to be. This also, in relevance to specifically Blaze's video, becomes a conversation about legality of whether or not a person should be allowed to discriminate based on sexual orientation. And in Possum's video, Whether or not the removal of one's religious freedom therein means we should allow the violation of another's freedom of commerce. These are at least the things that actually get brought up and argued within my video, because frankly, Blaze does a terrible job at discussing all three of these subjects, hence why I even covered it to begin with. If you want my actual opinion, I think it sucks that customers are discriminated against based on things they can't control. Obviously, like I'm a trans woman, what did you expect me to say? But looking at specifically what Koda presented on Twitter that day, out of the blue, obviously someone might have come to a different conclusion. One that paints me as more bigoted than I really am. And when you consider how much of a walking target I am, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why painting such a narrative out of the gate might be a little alarming. Note, just a year prior, I was dealing with someone stalking my page and impersonating my brand, doing this all under the guise of trying to run me offline for other shitty things that I did that I confessed to. After all of that, Koda wants to give someone like that extra ammunition for something so presumptuous? I don't know, to me, that's a little concerning, especially considering that we didn't know anything about that video or what Koda's problems were by that point. Because she didn't tell anyone what her problems with that video were. Because remember, we always have to go to her to get any information. So anyway, I called that out, telling her that if she thinks I'm defending homophobia and discrimination, then she missed the point of the video, but she insisted that we should wait for the video to come out. I shrugged it off and said, fine, still not exactly happy with the insinuation, but seeing how quick Koda was to shut out any discussion, despite how persistent she was when it came to defending herself from burning bridges, really, what can you do? Well, you wait for other people to catch on, I guess, because other Cloud Palace members saw this and started calling out Koda for the potential harm the thumbnail could do to me. Sword Zinni, in particular, took issue specifically with how quick Koda is to dismiss discussion, whereas she then chose to backpedal and say that, had I asked for the script, she would have given it to me, when that was never an offer. Reminder, all she said was that she was covering the video, not that the script was finished. I guess she was thinking that just telling me she was doing something was the same as offering to discuss problems, but they're not. And when Koda previously went on this big diatribe over going to her with problems and to discuss them privately, to not be more clear with your intentions makes communication difficult. But I figured fine. Told her, let me see the script. And no joke, she sent me a copy of the finished video. You mean to tell me that she had planned to be vague enough in DMs to give some benefit of doubt towards her hypocrisy, and then release the video before I saw it anyway? Like, bro, I don't even care what kind of counter-argument she has for this. It looks terrible! But, continuing to play by her rules, I watched the video, took notes, and sent it to her directly. More astute viewers might be getting a bit of deja vu, but this time I actually am going to go over those notes, because it's important too.
Before I begin this video, I want to preface this by saying Doodletones isn't homophobic. I know her, we talk, and she doesn't hold homophobic beliefs, at least to my knowledge. She's just not very political and she didn't fully understand what she was defending, I hope.
Immediately out of the gate, Koda says that she doesn't believe I'm homophobic, but in the same breath almost gives way to some level of doubt to the idea that I might be. You cannot make this shit up if you try. Also, she's just not really political and didn't know what she was defending. I hope you're prepared for that to become the basis to a super condescending attitude throughout this video, because Koda's gonna call back to this presumption and talk down to me all throughout the video. Like, yes, while it's true that I'm not the biggest fan of talking about politics, and I even make an allusion towards that within the video on Blaze, that doesn't mean that I'm ignorant or uneducated, no matter how many people want to think of me as otherwise. When in reality, it just means I think politics are fucking frustrating to discuss. Because they are.
Today I'm going to be covering her video on a user named Blaze the Movie Fan, who made a list of the top 10 worst videos released in 2021. I'm only covering one section, which is the section talking about a user named Philosophossum, who talked about another YouTuber named The Progressive Voice, talking about how you shouldn't be allowed to discriminate against gay people for being gay. Yep, Doodletones is actually defending homophobia. Without further ado, let's begin.
Once again, just casually drops that in there. Like, good God. Also, it just proved my problems on Twitter to be accurate. You didn't understand the point of the segment surrounding Philosophossum. Shock of all shockers.
Now, I know fucking nothing about the guy that Philip responded to. Hell, I know nothing about Ben Shapiro either. I've heard about him for sure, but I've never seen any of his videos. Now, my biggest issue with the video is that Philip is defending discrimination. Now, he believes that business owners should have the right to discriminate. I'm sorry, I don't agree with it at all. You don't have the right to deny services to someone because they happen to be black or homosexual. That is a discrimination and you deserve to get in legal trouble for it.
Okay. So, God, I'm not ready to get political. Alright, so let's talk about this. So basically the idea that Philosopossum is putting into the forefront in his video is this notion that people have a right to their beliefs, regardless of how much he agrees with said beliefs.
Probably even argue that there's some kind of specific, belief that you have in some kind of white supremacy, or you don't want to serve black people.
Well, here's the thing, buddy. People have a right to their beliefs. If someone wants to believe in white supremacy, or hold viewpoints that are racist or bigoted, as much as I disagree with those viewpoints, it is their right.
The conversation is about whether or not businesses should be allowed to discriminate against people for being gay.
No, it's objectively not. Ironically, this is something else Philosopossum even points out in his video.
So right off the bat, just looking at the title of the video, it's very clear that this guy doesn't actually understand the details of the issue here. The title of the video is Ben Shapiro, Let Bakers Discriminate Against Gay People. That's not really what's at issue here. The issue isn't whether or not bakers should be allowed to discriminate against gay people, it's whether or not bakers should be forced to make cakes for same-sex weddings. Recall that Jack Phillips never said he was refusing service to the couple because they're gay. He simply doesn't serve cakes for same-sex weddings. Phillips made it clear that he was willing to serve the couple any other product in the store. So yeah, right out of the gate, this guy doesn't understand what's actually at issue.
Jack Phillips didn't explicitly deny service to the couple. He denied the commission for the gay wedding cake, but he was willing to sell the couple anything else. That's not denying service, nor does it fall under discrimination laws. So the conversation within that context isn't just a black and white, should businesses be allowed to discriminate based on sexual orientation. Even further than that, I finally sat down to listen to the Rubin report being discussed in this video, and they're not even talking about religious discrimination against the gays. Most of their conversation surrounds the separation of church and state, saying that the government shouldn't get involved in religious affairs to begin with, because then it can be used as a weapon against religious freedoms, using the Sweet Cakes by Melissa case as a basis for this belief.
Well, right, but that's a blend. So you're saying basically where the liberals would say, I'm for this because I'm for gay people. I want gay people to be able to do what they want to do and pursue happiness like anyone else. You would say, well, just this has nothing to do with government and whatever. So I can't, there's not a lot of...
No, there's not a lot of conflict here.
Yeah.
I mean, my governmental policy, because I'm basically a libertarian, is I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the government...
So what do we do to strengthen that group of people? So clearly we don't agree on...
It's getting there.
We don't quite agree on this thing, but I understand your rationale, and you're not trying to stop gay people from getting married.
I think right now, I think right now the next conflict is not going to come from the right. It's going to come from the left pushing the ball, meaning that it's going to come from the case in Oregon with this baker who doesn't want to service a same-sex wedding, doesn't want to actually have to cater it.
Yeah.
Right. I think that good-hearted people should say, fine, you do what you want, go across the street to the bakery. Like, who cares?
That's what I would say.
Right.
Like,
And
I'm not
because
forcing. Like,
this is the difference between a liberal and a leftist.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, this is the difference between a liberal and a leftist. A liberal says, your business, I don't care. A leftist says, no. I think it's imperative that you will be made to care, right? In Eric Erickson's phrase, you'll be made to care. A man will come to your house with a gun and he will tell you that if you do not cater this wedding, they were forced to pay a $175,000 fine for not catering a lesbian wedding. There's a bakery across the street. This is really nefarious stuff. So this is where you're asking where the momentum comes from?
Yeah.
This is where the momentum comes from. So when I make an argument to conservatives and religious people that the government ought to get out of the business of marriage, I'm not saying that because I'm pro-gay marriage. Right. I'm very much anti-gay marriage in the social sense. I don't think that homosexual, as a religious person, I think homosexuality is a sin. I think lots of things are sins that people engage in. I think they should be free to engage in them. But as a religious person, that's not my thing. I don't think that gay marriage is a great, massively good thing for society on a social level. But on a governmental level, if you guys don't just get out of this business entirely, the left has no endpoint. Their only endpoint is using the government as a club against you. So now that they've got gay marriage, it will go to, we're going to stop accrediting schools that don't teach gay marriage or hire homosexual employees, right? And you've got Catholic churches say, I don't want to pay the health benefits of somebody's gay partner. That's a Catholic church, why should it have to? Right? But the left would say, no, they have to, right?
Yeah.
You will be made to care. You're a bad person if you don't do this. And so what my argument to the right is...
This is where I'm a sensible liberal. And
right, exactly. So this is,
yeah.
but this you'd actually get heavy argument from the not so sensible liberals, probably including all of the Democratic nominees.
This, of course, can be a discussion within its own right. I personally feel as if Ben here is arguing a bit on a slippery slope because the Sweet Cakes by Melissa case even makes a note about registered religious institutions being an exception to the law over there, thus meaning the Catholic Church would therein be exempt, but regardless, the conversation Rubin and Shapiro are having is about whether or not the government should be involved with marriage to begin with. Once again, not the commercial discrimination against homosexuals. So, out of the gate, Koda is showing she has no idea what's actually being discussed, and if you're expecting this conversation to go well going forward, I have bad news for you.
It's not just a belief, that's an action at that point. I'm allowed to believe that having sex with me is a gift from God and anyone should feel honored to do it, but if I start fucking people against their will, that's still rape. This isn't a beliefs issue, it's an action issue.
This first interjection is a leap. Rape is not at all comparable to denying service to a couple, because on one hand, you're just not selling something to people, and the other is physically assaulting them. If this wasn't one of, if not the most batshit comparison I've ever heard in my 8 years as a commentator, frankly, I don't want to recall which ones are worse. This is an idea that coincides with what he calls free association.
You could honestly just say, fuck it, I don't want to serve black people.
Yeah, people have a right to decide who they do and don't want to do business with. It's called free association. If someone decides that they don't want to serve white people or black people or whomever, they don't have to. I think we could agree that that's kind of a dick move, but it is their right.
Which, if you ask me, I don't think free association is what he thinks it is, because free association is a psychological theory intended to help a patient come to grips with their true feelings on a subject matter. It has nothing to do with one's freedom to discriminate. He probably meant the First Amendment's protection of free speech, assembly, and petition, which would protect one's freedom of association, but whatever, not the point.
Thanks, Susie. I'm sure everybody made that misconception.
I don't understand what you're trying to say here. Are you trying to say this slight tangent was not needed or relevant? Because, sure, I guess, whatever, I acknowledge it as such, but like, what I said wasn't wrong, and you're not giving any sort of criticism making this sarcastic remark. The point is that he believes people should have a right to not associate with whomever they please, which would therein protect one's right to bigoted ideals, such as not allowing service to a person based on race or sexual orientation. It's supporting one's right to free speech, and I know we haven't gotten to that point in the video yet, but keep that one on the table for now, because it'll be important later.
Again, no, this isn't a speech issue. The business denied service to a gay couple because they were gay. Stop trying to downplay the issue at hand.
Third interjection is just wrong. Philosopossum, even within his video, explains that the bakery wasn't explicitly discriminating against the gay couple and denying them service. I even played that earlier. We don't need to see the repeat of it here, but Phillips would have been willing to sell another item in his store. He just didn't want to make a gay wedding cake. I'm not downplaying anything, I'm just stating what the facts of the case actually were. If anything, you're hyperbolizing the actual situation, strawmanning it to be something that it's not to make a bolder statement than what's needed.
Now don't get me wrong, I'm a strong fighter for freedom of speech, but I honestly think that freedom of speech has its limits, and using it as an excuse to be discriminatory is going way too...
Hey, you see that little skipping text in the bottom corner? Want to know what Koda actually skips? As for this notion that businesses don't have the right to deny service discriminatorily, that's actually not the case here in America. Well, not fully, at least. Some places it is, but there's actually a lot more states than not that don't have anti-discrimination laws. So, no, Blaze, legally they can. In my opinion, it sucks to be put in that situation, but they do have that right. Oh, would you look at that? Extra content in my video that clarifies how my argument is talking about businesses being legally able to discriminate based on sexual orientation, while saying morally I don't believe it's okay to do so. A notion that, once again, you wouldn't get from this video that tries to label me as a person defending bigotry. Am I saying Koda took this out of the video purposely to try to make my video seem more inept than it is? No. But it's really easy to come to that belief, especially given her history with dishonesty.
What?
I'm also keeping this one on the table for later too.
If you're a business owner, you don't have the right to deny services based solely on characteristics people can't help. Now, Philip said in the video, that's not what the baker was doing, but instead, he was refusing to bake a cake for a gay wedding. I'm sorry, but if you run a bakery, or any business at all, your own personal preferences don't matter in the slightest. Your fucking job is to do service and make exactly what the customers want, unless the shop doesn't offer that item. But if you can make it, or have it in stock, you are fucking obligated to do it. Your personal disagreements on homosexuality doesn't give you the right to refuse to make a cake for a gay wedding.
Alright, there's a lot to unpack here as well, so let's go over it all one by one. You don't have the right to discriminate based on things people can't control. Except you do, legally, in 29 states. If you run a bakery, then your preferences don't matter in the slightest. Your job is to make what the customer orders unless you don't have that item in stock. Well, couldn't one make the argument that the bakery in question and any subsequent other hypothetical ones don't sell gay wedding cakes to begin with?
This was the line that made me want to cover this video. Here's a question, Susie. What's the difference between a gay wedding cake and a straight wedding cake, apart from who it's being sold to?
Simple. One is being commissioned for a particular event. Next question. If a cake is still a cake, why would a couple attempting to get married need to commission a specific cake for a gay wedding? Couldn't they just ask for a normal wedding cake?
The answer is there is not. A cake doesn't become a different item as soon as it's sold to a gay person. The item is the same, who it's being sold to is different. And if you're willing to offer your services to everyone except one group of people because said group of people is gay people, then that's the definition of discrimination. Susie, good job.
But once again, Phillips didn't deny service, he denied a commission. I know you have a particularly bad history with those, Koda, but come on now, let's not conflate the two ideals here for the sake of accentuating this blatantly false narrative. Especially since the moment you cut back, your whole point here gets debunked. Like, Philosophossum brings up that the specific one in question didn't, but would have been willing to sell the couple a different item had they asked for it.
So right off the bat, just looking at the title of the video, it's very clear that this guy doesn't actually understand the details of the issue here. The title of the video is Ben Shapiro, Let Bakers Discriminate Against Gay People. That's not really what's at issue here. The issue isn't whether or not bakers should be allowed to discriminate against gay people, it's whether or not bakers should be forced to make cakes for same-sex weddings. Recall that Jack Phillips never said he was refusing service to the couple because they're gay. He simply doesn't serve cakes for same-sex weddings. Phillips made it clear that he was willing to serve the couple any other product in the store. So yeah, right out of the gate, this guy doesn't understand what's actually at issue.
Can people who are trying to defend bigotry stop with this fluffy language? It's not about discrimination. It's about whether or not bakers should be forced to make a cake for a gay wedding. That's the same fucking thing. It's just different wording.
No, it's not. On the one hand, you're outright denying service to someone. On the other hand, you're just drawing a boundary on a commission. Actually, on that note, should artists be required to draw porn or furries if they do not want to or feel comfortable in doing so? Can artists just never set rules on the things that they create? The Colorado bakery in question was willing to sell the couple anything else that they wanted, just not create something special that went against his religious beliefs. Just because you once used this argument interchangeably with homophobia doesn't mean everyone else is going to.
And the gay wedding cakes thing? That's just people following their religion. If a baker won't bake you a cake, just go to another baker. It's not the end of the world.
Told you I'd bring that video back, because I damn near spat out my drink when I heard that.
I hate when people do this. Oh, you see, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm a race realist. You're rewording the same situation to make your bigoted ideas sound more palatable.
Also not comparable. For a similar reason, the rape comparison isn't actually. Because with, quote, race realism, we're talking about a person who believes that empirical evidence exists to support the notion of inborn racial differences. It's pseudoscience that's built on the very foundation of racism. Whereas the freedom to express religion, or in this case just not taking a commission for a specialized wedding cake, doesn't have to be discriminatory inherently. Nuance, Koda. It exists and is a wonderful thing that allows us to have productive conversations. Shame whenever you go into a political discussion, you rarely ever seem to have it.
And politically illiterate people, like Susie, end up eating this up.
God, it's so condescending. Question, Koda. When did I ever say I wasn't politically literate? I say I don't like politics. I say that I'm not ready to get political within the video. Sure, but like, I also say in the commentary that I was an anti-SJW who defended Gamergate. Plus my Windows Stackhouse video exists, which was basically a politically based video. Like, politics aren't new to me, they're just not something that I like to talk about. And you being a condescending bitch about this is misdirected, to put it nicely.
If you're a baker, selling cakes is part of your job. It's like a football player complaining about getting tackled. That's the job you signed up for. If you don't like it, you're free to quit.
The football comparison is now 3 for 3 on ones that don't work. 1, because touch football exists. Flag football exists. There are ways to play football without needing to tackle each other. But, more importantly, even if those didn't exist, bakeries don't need to specifically make cakes for specific messages or events. Hell, some bakeries don't do cakes at all. Anecdotally speaking, there was a bakery nearby where I live that only sold bread, bagels, baguettes, and other bready-related items. It's, once again, better comparable to an artist. Like, a digital artist doesn't draw traditionally, put it that way. But considering we're talking about one that does, once again, bakeries should be allowed to decline a message or an event if they don't agree with it. The bakery in Colorado that's being talked about also didn't make Halloween cakes either. Should they just be forced to do that too? Is that discrimination against the ghouls? But even if the bakery in question was discriminating based on the notion that the couple was gay, then we could talk about what it is that the bakery sold, to which gay wedding cakes isn't on the menu.
I will send you to Jesus.
Gay wedding cakes are just cakes. I could understand if they wanted an ingredient that the baker was allergic to, like if they wanted a cake with coconut in it, but the baker couldn't touch coconut, then I can understand this argument. But a gay wedding cake is just a wedding cake.
That are specifically commissioned for gay weddings, correct.
God, I'm trying to picture this argument being used elsewhere, and it sounds so fucking stupid. Sir, I'm sorry, I don't do gay car repairs. What the fuck?
4 for 4 on doesn't fucking work. Man, you are really bad at this, Koda. A car repairman isn't commissioned to do special car repair based on sexual orientation. Like, gee, Koda, I wonder why this argument wouldn't work in that situation. It's almost as if it's not applicable. The gay couple could have gone to another bakery, a notion that both Velocipossum and even Ben Shapiro himself brings up.
Why should the gay couple be inconvenienced like that? What if that was their favorite bakery? What if that was the only bakery they could afford? What if that's the closest bakery? The solution is very individualistic, and you are putting the responsibility on the gay couple to deal with it rather than the baker to do their fucking job.
Man, I really like this furry artist's work, but they won't draw my human OC. God, discriminatory of them. Every artist needs to be open to draw everything. Wait, what do you mean this Burger King isn't gonna sell me a Big Mac? Man, this is discriminatory against clowns. It's only a burger. I know that last one is a bit sillier because of trademarks and all that, but I thought it was a funnier comparison, and it still kind of works because at the end of the day, the ingredients are roughly the same. Also, by the way, on the note of specifically Masterpiece Cake Shop, Elegant Bakery is literally a 5-minute drive from where Masterpiece Cake Shop is and has been there since roughly 2012, before the bakery had its controversy. It's in walking distance. Yes, that might not be the case for every bakery in every situation, but even still, your counter-arguments against this don't work either. What if that was their favorite bakery? Cool, then you probably already knew their policies going into this, and even if you didn't, it still doesn't stop you from getting a cake there that you don't need to explicitly commission. What if that was the only bakery they could afford? Hey, fun fact, you don't need a cake. All you really need to get married in Colorado is $30, most likely in cash, and other states also have this implemented with various slight differences state to state. But ultimately, you don't need an official wedding cake, and if you truly want to save money, you can save roughly $400 some odd on average by just not doing the cake thing at all. What if that was the closest one? Why does it have to be closer? Like, if you're worried about traveling cost, delivery exists. Like, that doesn't have to inconvenience the almost weds more than anything else would. Velocipossum even goes a step further to give an example of how the business in question is hurting themselves not selling the item.
You're walking around in a shopping center, there's a bakery, and now you have to identify that as the homophobic, anti-gay bakery.
Correct. So what you would then do in that situation is identify that bakery as the homophobic anti-gay bakery and go to a different bakery. It's that simple. Bakeries that discriminate will lose money and be outcompeted by other bakeries that don't. That's how discrimination is dealt with in a free market.
Which I know you're about to argue against here in a second, and I'll bring up my counter-argument to that there, but at the end of the day, you even bring up the stipulation that if they don't sell an item, then that would be the time it's okay to deny service. Anti-gay wedding bakeries don't sell wedding cakes for gay weddings.
Ah, they don't sell cakes for gay weddings. So you admit you're not talking about the item, but in fact, who it's being sold to.
Oh my god, nobody can be this dense. No, it's the event that's the problem. If the gay couple wanted something else, they would have been sold something else. Them's the breaks. God, I cannot believe I'm arguing in favor of Ben Shapiro. This sucks.
Not to mention doing it very poorly.
Shame you haven't debunked anything talked about thus far, but go off. Anyway, as a business, you're obligated to make a cake for a gay wedding. Well, Velocipossum actually argues against this sentiment in his video, so I'm just gonna let him speak for himself.
Colorado state law says that you can't discriminate, which is great. That's how it should be.
Alright, so you very clearly don't believe in free association. So let me ask you this. Should customers be allowed to discriminate? Should customers be allowed to decide that they don't want to shop at businesses that are owned by black people or gay people or whatever? Or should those business owners be allowed to force you to shop at their business? Why is it legitimate for the consumer to compel commerce because of their membership in a particular class, but not the producer? Because a lot of the arguments you could make to justify compelled commerce on the consumer end would also equally work on the producer end.
My man's really fucking said that. Okay, I got two angles I want to debunk this from, so here we go. Let's continue with the baker example. If a baker refuses service to the customer, they may have to change the plans for the wedding.
No, they wouldn't. They could still have the wedding as pleased. They'd just get the cake elsewhere. Nothing changes, they could still get married. Blah.
They may need to spend more money, which they may not have.
Not if they're not sold the cake, they don't. Koda, did you forget that your argument is built on the foundation that the couple wasn't being sold the cake?
They may need to do extra driving, which they may not be able to do.
In this particular scenario, they can fucking walk. Also, once again, deliveries exist.
Okay, but what if the customer refuses to shop at a store? Well, Ultimately, the bakery's only hurt a little bit. They can get more customers, and not having one customer isn't going to kill their business.
Sure, but that doesn't argue what Philosophossum was arguing. There, he was talking about how if we take away the free market, then the company should be able to force people to shop there. So, basically, if a company cannot deny a service, then the customers cannot deny patronage. That's his argument. It has nothing to do with killing a business. Even then, if enough people vote with their wallets and spread the word around that Masterpiece Cake Shop is the anti-gay bakery to enough people who would give a shit, you'd probably do a number to make your sentiments heard, but this defeatist mindset is exactly why that rarely ever does work. You think Koda bought Hogwarts Legacy in her absence?
Also, when you open a business, you're presenting an offer to the public. The offer in this case is, give me money and I'll give you a cake. It is your job and responsibility to provide this service whenever you can. Otherwise, you are discriminating against a group of people based on aspects beyond their control. Oh, but what's the big deal, I hear you say. Well, if it's deemed socially acceptable for businesses to treat gay people different for being gay, this will add on to help perpetuate homophobia. The door now becomes open that discrimination against gay people is okay. So where does that end? I'm not going to hire you because you're gay. I'm not going to let you rent my apartment because you're gay. Or what if a parent doesn't feel comfortable associating with their gay child? These are all forms of discrimination that can use the same bullshit freedom of association arguments towards it. It's merely a way to continue to treat gay people as social outcasts.
Okay, I get where this is coming from, but this is a slippery slope and you know it. Plus, there's actually laws in place against these other forms of discrimination you allude to. Won't hire? Prohibited employment policies and practice laws. Won't rent a place to live? The Fair Housing Act. Parents disowning their child? Laws in place for it. Actually, there are legal ways to disown a child. It's sad, but, you can. That said, if you choose not to go through with it legally, child abandonment laws. This is your friendly reminder that the crux of my argument in this video is whether or not it's legal for this to be done, not that it is moral for it to be done. Just in case you might have forgotten this late into the chapter. Bah!
And honestly, I have a very hard time buying that people will run out of business if they are discriminatory. I'm sorry, I don't believe that at all. Because there are many discriminatory people in the world who don't care about the discrimination policies and are gonna shop there regardless. And they would even shop there if they disagree with the discrimination policies, as they think that the place sells good fucking items. I doubt that being discriminatory makes it more likely that a place will run out of business.
Blaze, this is standard economics. If you don't sell something that's in demand and your competition does, there is more of a chance that you're going to lose business to your competition. No, obviously not everyone will stop shopping at Bigot's Bakery, trademark, but with enough of a demand without a met supply, you will start losing money. That's just basic business.
So what about companies that are bigger that can swallow the cost?
What about those? It doesn't change that if enough people stop going to one place, they will lose a lot of money. Your whataboutism points seriously are getting annoying because they haven't been working, and you're way too over-reliant on these hypotheticals making your points for you when they don't actually debunk anything.
Should it then be a-okay for them to discriminate? And Blaze does kind of have a point here. Remember Activision Blizzard? They were caught having a toxic and discriminatory workplace environment for women, and they're still up and running. They lost money, sure. However, they're still a huge company. I don't know about you, but I don't feel comfortable allowing bigotry to the people with the deepest pockets.
Earth Dakota, Blizzard bled money until Microsoft bought them in January. Otherwise, they probably would have gone out of business. In any case, I can make examples of big companies that failed. Sure, the ones I could bring up weren't explicitly about discriminatory practices, but they still prove my notion accurately that it doesn't matter how big you are. You can still lose enough business and go broke in response. Remember Sears? Remember Blockbuster? Remember Toys R Us? I do.
That's all I really wanted to cover. Again, I don't actually think Susie's homophobic, at least I want to believe she isn't. However, she should really think through these positions more before making these claims. Susie, I'm not going to fault you for not being an overly political person, but you have connections to people who are. I know you can get in contact with me, Automagic Critic, and Ephraim Josine, all people who know more about politics and are more experienced in it. I'm sure we'd all be willing to help you out here.
Even taking out how literally in the same video I sourced Tujun, Aaron Tempest, and Avi Holtman while talking about racism in America during Blaze's Tetsubo segment, given your video on Omnia where you constantly talk over black people about racism and the script I'm seeing here, I think I'll take my chances doing my own research. Thank you. And that was the end of Koda's video, and more or less the end of my notes. Admittedly, some of what I brought up in this video weren't in those notes, but The majority of my interjections here were what I initially gave Koda in DMs after watching this the first time. In response, Koda completely dismissed my notes, saying that some of her points got lost in translation and that she would prefer hopping into a voice chat to talk about this. I wasn't exactly feeling up for it. I had a pretty awful headache that day by the looks of our DMs, but I wanted to allow her to have her say. You know, again, play by her rules and all that jazz, but some of her counter-arguments are just bad. Like, I think I'll go with bad. Starting by saying that she wasn't trying to compare rape to denying service to a couple. Except that you literally did, Koda. In response to hearing that someone says they have a right to hold specific religious beliefs, you went on to make a direct hypothetical comparison towards someone believing that sex with them is a gift from God and chooses to go around raping people because of that belief to make the case that beliefs and actions are different. Like, you could have just said that beliefs and actions are different, but you went a step further to give a what-if example to bolster your point. In context to the argument, though, that's a comparison, since you're directly correlating the action of denying service, by your own words, with the action of forcefully fucking someone because it's a gift from God. And in the confines of sexual assault versus not taking a commission, that is very much an incompatible comparison, because on the one hand, you're just not doing something you're requested to do. And the other, if I can make it any more clear, is fucking assault. We have a back and forth about this where she winds up trying to throw like 3 different arguments at me at once, a tactic that is commonly known as gish galloping, something that would feel oh too familiar if you recall earlier in this video. But we'll come back to that. Anyway, none of these arguments were particularly relevant, and I was able to address everything to the best of my ability, despite how much Koda was adamant on pretending like I was truly the one derailing. As if she wasn't the one who went into a topic about the legality of discrimination and pretend like it's a defense of it. Or how she went into a discussion about the denial of a commission and treated it like the outright denial of service. Or that she wasn't the one that spent a quarter of her video on me spouting out whataboutisms. You know, it's clearly me who was derailing. It goes for a while until Koda specifies that she'd only concede on this topic if the couple asked for something done to the cake that the baker couldn't do. Which is another deflection on Koda's end, because it had nothing to do with what I said anywhere in my video, or my notes, or these DMs, but I had to inform her that we had no idea even what the commission was. To which she then responded with, "You were arguing that the cake was different in your video, or at least implied it," which, no, I didn't. Nowhere in my video did I say or even imply it was strictly super different, but also, if you knew anything about the situation you were so quick to criticize, you'd know that the couple barged out after Philip said that he didn't make cakes for gay weddings without any further discussion as to what they wanted on the cake. And I was going to explain that, but then Koda rushed to cut me off with a straw man and completely dismissing my points outright on the basis that I couldn't give her exactly what she wanted out of this moved goalpost. Another familiar tactic I was starting to feel. I got frustrated at her clear lack of wanting a discussion and instead wanting to just be correct, and told her to upload the video to see what happens, knowing good and well that this wouldn't bode well for her or myself. Reminder that the initial conversation surrounding her thumbnail was about the damage this video would cause to me, and knowing that people already chewed her out about that, you'd think she'd be more aware of the target people already have looking at her. But we'll come back to her actual takeaway here in a bit. She sarcastically dismisses the notion of response videos done on her, something we both knew, and hopefully now all of you know would have absolutely gotten under her skin. And by that point, I really just didn't want to hear it. I was getting too many red flags and throwbacks to a certain other pain in the ass who argued in this exact way, and told her that I wasn't going to let her V-Omega me into a conversation that went nowhere. And yes, this was bad of me. I shouldn't have said this. I'm not going to sit here and excuse the absolute low blow at comparing her argumentative tactics to her sexual abuser. But by this point, I was getting snappy. Her constant efforts to dismiss, devalue, or ignore my arguments outright whenever I gave them, to move a goalpost and act like I didn't give her any arguments, was really starting to get to me. Specifically, it really did remind me of how V went about argumentation. Specifically, towards me as the person he beefed with the most. He would do this shit all the time. Run me in circles, devalue anything I said, talk down to me, gish gallop with argument after argument, never being satisfied until I absolutely debunked every feasible argument he could possibly have brought up towards me. Sea lion me, gaslight me and even sometimes change the topic to something vaguely related so he can make separate arguments at my expense, even when the room really needed to be read on his end. You could make a very real argument that V is the reason the average length of my commentaries have gotten longer, rantier, and take much longer to produce at the expense of my own mental and physical health. And as of typing this realization, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you all. I started to cry, because I knew V mentally scarred me, but I didn't think it was this bad. Like, no, obviously my abuse wasn't as bad as Koda's. I ain't here to make any sort of competition out of it, and again, it wasn't right of me to compare the two of them. I apologized once publicly, and then after realizing Koda never saw or heard that apology, I did go on later to apologize to her directly in a call we had with one Lio convoy, but that's for a lot later in the timeline. We will come back to that later, because I have things to talk about there too. In any case, Koda tried to wrap us back around to one simple question. Why should Phillips be allowed to deny a cake for a gay wedding? And I gave her the answer I had been giving her all throughout the conversation. That Phillips is a cake artist and can put rules on his commissions like any other artist could. And even brought up a direct quote from the court order itself to explain the legality of it, as well as referenced a thing in Blaze the Movie Fan's video where he said that bakeries should also be obligated to make a Nazi cake if requested.
Hell, I'm gonna come right out and say it. If you are a baker who bakes cakes for other people and someone asks you to make a Nazi cake, you make a fucking Nazi cake. That's giving customers what they want is your fucking job. I'm sorry, I hate it in general people say that business owners have the right to discriminate. No, they fucking don't.
Koda didn't take kindly to me referencing Blaze's video though, accusing me of comparing gay people to Nazis. And you know, I do like to dabble in alternate universes through a story that I like to tell on my channel. I talked about it a little bit earlier, Koda, and you know, there's probably a very alt-right version of me that you are winning an argument against here, but I can assure you, that's not this reality. I was never comparing gay people to Nazis. I was bringing up Blaze's belief of requiring a bakery to make a cake for a Nazi-themed wedding to springboard back to my initial argument about the commission obligations of a cake artist, and that's when a lot of this gets flipped back on Koda, arguing against my comparison in a similar vein to how I argued her initial rape comparison, specifically saying the cake for a Nazi-themed wedding would be supporting hateful rhetoric. But I thought they were just cakes, Koda. I thought they didn't have messaging because a specific demographic was holding it. She then ended the conversation saying that the video was going to go up later that day and that she wasn't going to be intimidated by me, if that's what I was trying to do. Which then gave us the new, polished version of the same video, which for the most part remained the same, except Koda had a few new additions to the video.
I was originally going to upload this video as is, but a few things happened. I tried to talk to Doodletones directly, and it didn't go well. She tried to intimidate me with threats of people covering the video. I guess all she said was watch what happens, and that's really the only conclusion I could come to.
Oh please, you should have known people were looking at this video. I didn't have to threaten you with anything. If your dumbass couldn't have seen this blowing up in your face after having that many people tell you your thumbnail was libelous, at best, then you're either dumber than you like to come across or you're more manipulative than we think. Neither are good options. Also, let's not ignore how you were literally shutting down the argument as I was saying this. You claimed that you just wanted a discussion, but actively spent the entire duration plugging your ears, not wanting to listen to the discussion attempted to be given to you. Even if this was a threat, it wasn't out of the blue, and you portraying it as such gives me yet another reason to never want to attempt to ever have civil discourse with you.
She compared me to my abuser, who SA'd me and admitted that it was a low blow.
Never mind how I did so in the context to your argumentative tactics specifically. Koda really liked coming back to this point all throughout the year after the fact to label the entire SCC as toxic people. And while no, it wasn't right of me to do so, I'll continue saying that until it stops being true. So never. The entire framing of this screenshot paints a more malicious picture that kinda just focuses on the comparison in a vacuum, which, I'm sorry, poor form or no, doesn't give you the right to harp on this one point specifically, especially when you want us to drop all the charges against you, but considering how you treated Lunatic the Game when they did something similar without thinking about it, am I really all that surprised?
and even tried to say that a wedding with a Nazi theme was comparable to a gay wedding.
This one is probably the most out of context of everything, and considering I call her out for strawmanning within the DMs themselves, I guess I should pick up that phone because I fucking called it. Like, regardless of what Koda's going to continue with, you have to admit, this right here is really telling. Play by her rules and go into her DMs, you know, the thing that just a couple months prior she was telling us to do for the sake of fairness, and she'll just go on to take you out of context the moment you have an argument with her or say something she misunderstood or disagrees with. So like, why shouldn't we just air out all of our grievances with you in video form then, Koda?
Oh, don't worry, Susie has leaked out DMs before, so this is all fair game.
Oh, I didn't have an issue with you leaking our DMs. I cared that you twisted my words and revoked context, you dishonest hack.
I really tried to play this nice, Susie.
You literally didn't, and you never have. I now have several hours worth of proof in this one video alone that this is the case. Be it when you were Fluffle arguing me about a Yu-Gi-Oh card's usefulness, be it when you were Kainu arguing what is and what is not a collectathon platformer, or being Koda about how bad your writing tips video was, how hurt you made us feel by you taking advantage of our hospitality, and now here, where you are being nothing but dismissive out of the gate, pushing away every counter-argument I made in retort to your video while I was playing by your rules and on your terms specifically. I don't particularly take too well to intellectual sea lions. And you were the second most persistent one I ever had to face. You and I always wound up clashing at one point or another because you always had a problem with listening when someone gives you any sort of pushback. And obviously it's not just me either. Cosmo felt it, Joni felt it, Rachel felt it, and I know damn well Neko Shadows felt it. So don't lie to my face trying to gaslight me into thinking that you were always the cordial one. I don't buy it for a fucking second, you dishonest pusillanimous windbag.
But I frankly don't give a shit anymore. This video's going up.
Don't play coy, it was gonna go up anyway, as emphasized by the fact that you were willing to type over me as I gave you counter-arguments and then pretending like I never gave you counterpoints.
And your threats don't scare me, Susie. Please, show me what's gonna happen.
It might not be directly related, but considering how arrogant you wound up acting all throughout the following year, I'm willing to label what happens at the end of this story as karmic retribution.
And to anyone who wants to make a response video to me, why don't you instead add me on Discord and argue with me face to face?
We literally argued this in direct messages, you daft bitch! And look at where that got me. You taking what I said out of context for some cheap sensationalizing bullshit that I had to fight back just by dropping our entire DMs on Twitter.
Well, this offer goes to anyone, Doodle. Her white knights, people who just disagree with me. I'm fully open to discussion.
But just remember, if she doesn't like what you have to say, she won't hesitate to take you out of context and twist your words as she does so. Oh, and then lie that she would never do something like that. She won't hesitate to misconstrue your motives, won't hesitate to subtweet you, won't hesitate to weaponize your own frustrations at her, which, by the way, what was that tweet all about? Like, yeah, during your Burning Bridges video, I was telling you that I was exhausted and was telling you should keep that bridge burned, but did you forget that we did wind up talking after that tweet anyway? Did you forget how I explained to you how an apology needed to be given to those that go even beyond just me? Like, this isn't the dunk that you think it is. I guess it's because you're trying to say that I subtweeted you back, but like, did you forget that you blocked me during that time? Like, that's literally one of the screenshots within that tweet. Why would I waste my time trying to tag you when you had me blocked? Like, you know the tweet was directed at you specifically, and I didn't obscure your name or reference like you do in your tweets, so if this was a cult of hypocrisy, you absolutely failed. There's a couple other changes to the polished version that I'm not going to go over because a lot of it is more or less the same in different fonts. Just Koda doubling down on the cake just being a cake and not paying all that close attention to the actual discussion that was being had. And some people went against Koda to call her out on taking me out of context. She apologized, though you can bet no one took that seriously, took down the videos, and that was the end of it, right? Once again, I want you to look back at that time bar and tell me if we're even close to done. So, moving forward, I kind of need to talk about multiple situations in order for you guys to understand the full context of just how much happened between us and Koda in such a small amount of time. Because throughout the course of 2022, Koda almost made it a mission to start shit with us like every other month or so. Almost like she hit the villain arc of her crusade, and trust me, no one was better for it, especially not her. So for this segment, we're going to talk about a couple situations that spanned between May and July, which all kind of paint how much more aggressive Koda was choosing to be with us by that year. And so we'll start with the situation with me again, because not only is this the one that chronologically happens next in this timeline, but also because it's shorter. Well, at the very least, it starts shorter. So retrospectives are kind of a recurring little pet genre on my channel. Not only do we have the worst of the years that I do every year, and videos like the one you're watching now as examples of that, but viewers who aren't new to my channel might remember videos like Doodle is Cringe, Back into the Archives, series lookbacks, and even longer time viewers of my channel might remember videos where I compiled all of the Billboard top 10 hits into one video. So this is nothing super new on my channel. I tend to like to reminisce. And I even have other projects in mind that will continue this trend in the distant future. I'm a sentimental bitch, alright? On May 9th, 2022, like 2 months after our last run-in with Koda, I decided that I'd do a video series of cancelled projects and lost media known as the Lost Commentary Project, named after a longtime in-joke of our community. In this series, I was planning on dusting off some of my old projects, changing nothing about those projects and just completing them as was to be released to the public, which, fun fact, was also nothing new on my channel. I did this exact same idea back in 2017, but wanted to reboot the series with a new visual style and scrunkly avatar. I had a lot of projects planned for that, and upwards of 32 total if memory serves me right, but I wasn't sure which one I wanted to start with, so I threw them all in a randomizer, picked a name out of the hat, and of course, it was Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically that video I wrote cliff notes about if you remember back in the first chapter. I explain this because I want to make it clear that it didn't have to be her as the first revisit on that series. It was merely bad luck bringing me there, and hey, I was gonna have to revisit that video as well as her Burning Bridges video sooner or later, so I kinda just went with it. I kinda figured she wasn't gonna take it well. In fact, while I don't want to go searching for the direct quote within the Cloud Palace, I kinda told everyone that I was expecting the worst but hoping for the best. After all, this was not the first time I had even done a lost commentary on that video alone. So maybe Koda would remember that and maybe be more okay with it. I was naively optimistic with that one, though I wasn't that naive, as I did try my hardest to make my intentions as clear as crystal within the video. I made a disclaimer saying that I was focused more on archiving old projects and that the videos in question were probably canned for a reason, and wrote in my description that I didn't honestly believe Koda still stood behind the video. Fuck, I even addressed the video as one by Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh! And not Neko Koda within the video to try and dissuade any harassment against her. I did everything in my power to make the claim that this was entirely disconnected from Koda at the time of me posting it. But of course, we're talking about Neko Koda here, someone who detests any negativity directed towards her, even in the slightest, even if it's not directed at her explicitly. She goes on Twitter about it, ignoring the context given to my video and making a low-key potshot at my expense as someone who was the victim of things being held over my head as a justification to A-log me, mentioning how she was blocked by me, and then backpedaling to say that she doesn't care about me, but that she apparently cares that I'm reaching to make a video about her, which intrinsically means you do care about me to some degree. Like, the very nature of this tweet is contradictory, Koda. I hope you know that. I rebuked everything, making my stance perfectly clear in tweet form, pointing out how we're mutually blocked, so her pointing to my blocking of her isn't a good dunk, and then pointed out some hypocrisy of her video on the bunch of pseudo-intellectuals that she released mere months prior because she was covering a video that was not only from 2016, but was the beginning of my bandwagoning in 2016, fun fact, and was also a video that the original uploader went and disowned by covering it publicly. Oh, but she unlisted it, therefore it was months ago. She clearly disowned that video, and thus that doesn't make for a good argument. But only when it's pointed towards the SCC, because you can do that shit all day with my Burning Bridges tweet, now can't you, Koda? But go off, Queen. Koda's Stop Being Dishonest challenge in fucking possible, I guess. This whole game of hypocrisy tennis stops being cute the minute you remember Koda initially started the game with Burning Bridges and the allegations against Umbrus, Lucky, and myself. But this wasn't that serious, so I unlisted the video and let Koda have her way after her butthurt temper tantrum, her getting in the last word, demanding we keep her name out of our mouths. But keep this in the back of your mind, because it will be important later. However, we're gonna move on into the summer, where a user named Lin on an alt account would release a video called Goodbye, Hey It's Cosmic. And this is where an exposition dump is going to have to come in. So buckle in, because we're going to have to kind of sidetrack a bit, as this is like a whole other ordeal that specific members of the SCC had to deal with in 2021. And we will come back into how it relates to Koda specifically, because that is something that needs to be addressed. But for now, let me sidetrack for a bit, because you guys need the context. So subscribers of my channel might remember a 3-hour video I released that year on someone by the name of Nintendo Meta Runner, also known as Joshua Culveyhouse, who, in an illogical crusade against Luxter, decided it was a good idea to try and invalidate a trans girl's identity under the presumption Lin was a troll using text-to-speech. It was a very annoyingly hypocritical ordeal overall, since Joshua himself had, at the time, used text-to-speech in his own videos. The situation went into a lot of different directions, and none were particularly that great. But if you want details as to what happened, I'm just gonna kinda have to recommend that video, especially if you like long-form background noise to listen to anyway. You still drawing, by the way. Have you finished yet? I wanna see it. Anyway, I was not gonna be the last person to make a video on this situation, nor did I really expect to be, since Joshua did follow up my video with a bit of a meltdown. A tryout trailer was then released between Lin, commentator Fractured Light, and ex-commentator Hey It's Cosmic, who planned to do their own video about the situation. That video, however, never officially came out. I mean, Cosmic and Lin both did videos on their own, but the tryout itself was canned. Why is that? Well, because children who checked over their script told them they didn't like how aggressive the tryout was. No, I'm not kidding. Now, I don't think I have the script in its original form that I saw it in, because I was sent the script on June 1st, 2021 by user Hypochromia, who came to me worried about the project's failure. That version seems to be deleted, though according to Light, one of the people on the project who was able to get me the second copy of the script, the version that I have now a copy of is close enough to the original iteration to at least be discussed, and trust me when I say, had this video come out in the way that I saw it, well, frankly put, it probably would have been considered for a worst of the year. Which is kind of frustrating, because as someone who also covered 3 of the 4 videos the tryout does, it's annoying to see similar points I made get made again, but with less care and more vindication and spite. Like, I get it, Joshua's blatant transphobia was bad. I knew it, Lin knew it, Cosmic knew it, all of us being trans after all, of course we would have some choice words to say about someone misgendering a trans girl and then doubling down to defend why he'd even do so to begin with. And I can get being harsh or firm with your critiques because of that. But there gets to be a point where the criticism stops being constructive, and while I can make an argument in favor of the first segment of the video, the second one really unravels pretty fast with immediate antagonism out of the gate. The tryout just throws pretty much all tact out of the window and masks off, with interjections seeming more with the intent to bully Joshua into submission rather than actually explain to him why stipulated apologies don't work. And then the third part of the video just unhinges, with repetition between tryout members, blatant strawmen, and reasons I'll admit I'm just being petty over. And even that's to say nothing of part 4, where we see Lin put Josh in a catch-22, where Josh needed to apologize, but couldn't do so after being told he was wrong, else he was just apologizing because he was called out. Or how the tryout nitpicks the apology for not having better presentation, going on to call it manipulative because of that, while demonstrating no other examples of said manipulation. And then tried using screenshots from DMs as a gotcha point against Joshua when there's not much of a reason behind it that gets elaborated on. Not to mention Lin's final thoughts especially being some of the most destructive final thoughts I had seen in a hot minute. Like, hell, Lin, I get being pissed off, especially since you were the victim of transphobia here, but when Cosmic and Light are trying to make this video one of criticism, or scolding if Cosmic's final thoughts that read like a diet reiteration of my own video was any indicator, then you coming in with, I fucking won this drama, suck it, bitch, kind of undermines what your co-op partners were doing. Like, I'm not here to tone police you, mind you, because I wouldn't say you can't have that victory lap, I guess. After all, I didn't have much of an issue with your solo video when it was released. But in a tryout, there needs to be collaboration, and in short, you were easily the weakest part of said tryout, purely based on motives alone. That said, I wouldn't say you're the worst in this whole situation. That's where the juicy bits come in. So yeah, Hypochromia was one of the script checkers to this video, and she had her own issues taken with the Triop's tone, as well as some of the counterpoints the Triop made being flawed, and tried voicing those within the script, only to get shut down by Lin specifically. One of the issues specifically that Lin took issue with in Hypo's notes was that she tried giving an argument from the perspective of Joshua about Lin's gender. Not that she thought this was okay, mind you, but that she brought it up to help Lin and friends think about their points a bit more. Lin, however, was offended by the mere notion of Hypo doing that and accused Hypo of saying that it's acceptable to call invalidating a trans person identity as a mere notion of opinion, when Hypo was not doing that, but Lin wouldn't listen to that, accusing her of sticking up for Joshua, when Hypo keeps clarifying that she wasn't. If you can't tell, I'm getting really fucking tired of talking about people specifically not listening to others. Anyway, to save on time and energy, their back and forth went on for a bit, Hypo bringing up other criticisms to Lin, and Lin outright refusing, and eventually Hypo gave up and came to me about it. Now, looking back at she and I's conversation, I wouldn't say she's correct about everything the two talked about. Like, I directly bring up her wording being a bit off and her critiquing the Triop because the drama was purportedly dead when it wasn't really. Like, earlier that month, Joshua tried flagging Lindada's Twitter as an example, so it's not to say that Hypo was correct on everything. But Lin's hostility was definitely a point of contention that I think needed to be pointed out. But apparently doing so was labeled sympathizing with a transphobe, which I have other issues with, specifically in regards to how much Lin and friends were actively shutting out critiquing conversation, and at that point, why have script checkers to begin with? Did you want honest script checking, or fellatio? It seemed like the latter with how aggressive people were getting at the script checkers, and so people started dropping from the project. Apparently, the side in favor of the Triop got so angry that Jolko Musical, another one of the script checkers, wound up leaving a 2-page rant in ridiculously big pink font that detailed how apparently bad all this behavior surrounding the script was. Adding another message in a Discord group they were all in about how this community shouldn't be comparing videos to each other, how disappointed he was in everyone turning their backs on the project, and how the video was being made for Cosmic and Lin, saying that Hypo should give an apology for the critique. Which, I could go on all day about how fucking childish this whole meltdown was, especially because Jolko was a script checker and not actually one of the members of the Triop, so why is he getting all butt mad at people's critiques towards this script? But at the time, the three main things that I'd taken issue with was his call out to me specifically, someone who wasn't a script checker, who didn't have anything to say within the situation, and was mostly a third-party spectator giving some 2 cents to Hypo who was asking for help. I never said nobody else could have talked about the Joshua situation, and I'm not sure where he got that notion. I took issue with Jolko's where communities feel because, newsflash, a community can take objections to actions other members within it might do. In fact, we in the SCC do that all the time. Like, this is really showing me you can handle critique yourself, but love to see that mindset that a community needs to be a hive mind in order to be a proper community. Totally doesn't sound like weird cultic shit when you say it out loud like that. And I took issue with Joko saying that these people critiquing the script and backing off don't really know how friends or acquaintances work, which, like I said it in Hypo's DMs, and I'll say it again, grow up. If a friend is going to be an abusive little shit and actively fight against something that they explicitly asked for, I wouldn't stick around either. That shit's not healthy. And him saying that gave me mad Ray Mills vibes, which, if you don't know that story, don't worry, just know that it isn't exactly a compliment. Hypo, I guess, also took to another chat to vent about it, and Lin got angry all over again, backing Hypo into a corner and getting angry that she bothered to talk about this at all in another chat instead of going to Lin directly. An increasingly annoying pattern in this video if you ask me, but here's the thing. If you're actively going out of your way to shut down people who say anything negative about you at all, to the point it's borderline abusive, maybe don't be surprised when nobody wants to come to you with their problems. Gain some self-awareness, please. And this isn't even pointed explicitly at Lin, because I don't know how much she stands by these actions. Probably not, but still. This is more towards anyone who parrots the same anti-venting mindset and decides to be confrontational about it. Like, it's not always for malicious reasons. They might just be fucking scared of you. Hypo got me back involved, and about this time also went to Cosmic to try and apologize for talking about the Triop, which she shouldn't have apologized for? Cosmic's response was definitely more subdued, but like way more manipulative. Like, Cosmic does all sorts of talking about how much harm Hypo's comments were doing to her to the point she had a traumatic response towards them. And not only just a traumatic response either, but one that involved self-harm? Look, Cosmic in the script does mention something about PTSD, though it's vague as to what that entails, and it doesn't become any less vague watching her side of the story either, but we'll come back to that point later. The only thing that I know for certain is that this trauma does not relate to the Joshua Colby House situation itself, and has something to do with shit-talking, given that is referenced in Hypo's DMs. But given in both the context she brings it up in, it could be literally anything. Not helped by the fact that it seems none of the other four involved in this situation, barring Light, even know what Cosmic's trigger was with absolute certainty. The only thing that I know for sure is that she was triggered by Hypo's comments within a vent channel. What those comments are, I don't fucking know, and I doubt we'll ever get closure on that. But then, you might be asking me why this is all even important to begin with. And that, hypothetical viewer, is a good question, and we'll have to come back to it later, but just know that it has me raising concern, and if I'm correct in my gut feeling, this is downright deplorable. Anyway, the conversation goes from uncomfortable to aggressive after Hypo insinuates that everyone had moved on from the drama. Again, this wasn't exactly true, but Cosmic's sudden Danganronpa turnaround was kind of uncalled for. In fact, beyond this point, everything is kind of overbearing. Like, sure, Hypo is wrong to say that just because a situation is older, that means you can't talk about it. But Hypo isn't entirely wrong to say that a lot of y'all's script does kind of retread old grounds. Wasn't really an implication when you outright argued a trans girl's identity, but go off, I guess. What? Okay, so like, is this trying to say that everyone is an asshole, or were you trying to say that it's your opinion that Lindata is not trans? I'm very confused by this group of statements. The bringing up of opinions and assholes comes really out of nowhere, and when connected to your apology, doesn't really make any sense to the context at hand. Simple yet tasteful? Because there's nothing wrong with that, my dude. I get it, don't worry, you're trying to call his video bland, and whatever, fine. No one actually cares if you think this or not, because ultimately that's subjective. However, that's not what you came in with regards to Luxter's video, and that's not what people were criticizing you for. People got on your case initially for coming in and accusing Lindata of being a troll, when she wasn't, saying that simple commentaries equate to bad commentaries, which, no, simplicity doesn't inherently indicate the level of quality, and if it does, you've got some stuff to answer to. Like, I still don't know what constitutes an easy commentary to you, but considering none of your commentaries are all that different from Luxter's video on Lindata in the realm of jokes, with yours having even less elaboration on points you make, and a still image as your avatar, whereas Luxter keyframes PNGs of his avatars, one can make the very real argument that, whatever your standard is, you probably fall below it. Then there was getting on to Luxter's case for not citing his sources when he does. With the more the conversation went on, the more people realized you were making things up to get angry at Luxter for, until you ultimately dropped the fucking transphobia bomb on us because you heard Lindata's real voice. No one cares that you think Luxter's commentaries are bland or boring. No one argued it when you elaborated, no one's gonna care now. Just don't watch his videos and move on with your life. That's what I do to several content creators I find to be rather droning to watch. Hi, Star Giant, how are you? That said, the fact that you think this was even a part of the conversation to begin with shows how little you actually paid attention to the situation at hand. I mean, you apologized for the transphobia, at least I think you did, still can't tell, but following this up to it doesn't make any sense in context. So, yeah, knowing that this video was posted during the pink robot comments, now you understand why this particular point about wanting to drop the subject, move on, and agree to disagree rings hollow. But then we have this threat to flag and remove any comments talking about the situation, which, I'm gonna be honest, yes, I get it, but also, this is really pushing it when you remember that you, Josh, thought Pink Robot was out here trying to start drama because she's a troll. So you'd all be for flagging her. I have a way of knowing what the video is for. My ass. So with that in mind, how should we expect you to know what comments are trying to help and which ones are just digging up drama when you can't even decipher that from your own fellow commentators' videos? Hell, are you gonna flag my video down for harassment too? This really does ring hollow and screams that you're more willing to threaten those into silence over actually understanding what you might have done wrong. Hence why I think this apology is backhanded, at best. Once again, if you were truly sorry for your actions, you wouldn't need to threaten anyone to back off from you. You might have to repeat your apology, for those in the back, a few thousand times in some cases, but a threat gives off a different and more aggressive approach. It also doesn't help your case when you have this video as something that you might have still gone on to reference after apologizing for coming off as such within Pink Robot's comments, specifically the reply thread between you and Bacon Lover. If this is the case, then yeah, no shit, people aren't going to take your apology of being aggressive seriously, not when you're going to turn around and threaten people shortly after with a fucking flag for harassment claim. These are merely the earliest examples, but it does persist throughout the first 3 segments of the video. But that said, I couldn't have covered the 4th video you guys covered because that was in direct response to me. And even then, I have to ask Hypo the rhetorical question of, who cares if they cover the stuff that I did? Like, there's always a separate audience we can bring things to, there's always a different approach, and it's not like they're one-for-one plagiarizing me, so frankly I didn't care. But Cosmic obviously did, and in response made it a more grandiose thing, trying to say Hypo is trying to silence victims, saying that they were only doing this for the sake of closure, and generally trying to guilt-trip Hypo as she was trying to better explain her critiques of the original script. All the while, Lynn was causing shit in Blaze the Movie Fans' SCC server, but I, generally speaking, don't want to get into that, as it's not super important. So instead we'll move to the much harder part to piece together, and talk about the aftermath of everything. So, I guess after this fight, they kept working on rewriting the script, not quite finished with their closure, but after Cosmic and Jolko got removed from POG on August 4th, 2021 for being overly argumentative over the smallest of things, Cosmic would go on to change her Discord status to another one broken. Thanks a lot, L and H. Now, whatever could this mean? Well, if you'll allow me, this began a pattern that Cosmic had decided to pick up in order to be more cryptic with her callouts. She'll choose to call people by code names or letters to skirt around just using names of the people she's referring to, and we'll come back to how obvious that gets later on, and even go on to confirm that she does this on purpose. But for now, we'll just cut to the point. L is in reference to Umbris because she, as a trans girl herself, goes by the name Olivia, or Livy for short, and H is in reference to Hypochromia. Got it? Good. Because these code names will be changed later. Anyways, Umbris took notice of this and talked about it in her Discord chat, the Olive Tree of Peace, a chat that Cosmic was also booted from. In retort, something strange started happening. Cosmic started changing her status numerous times, Jolko even joined in once, specifically to respond to things Umbris herself was talking about in the chat, even going on to directly admit to playing mind games with those within it, and then trying to gaslight the chat into believing there was no messenger within it, which I don't know how you expected to do that. We later learned that Kurome was the messenger, but I really want to hammer home how weird this is because, and feel free to tell me if I'm a bit off base about this, but remember how a little bit ago I mentioned how Cosmic's trigger in some way related to shit-talking? Yeah, this is where it gets to be important, because I'm sorry, but I raise a bit of concern that Cosmic will sit here and regale her tales of trauma to Hypo after Hypo shows disapproval of the script and Lynn's actions, but be oh too willing to start shit-talking Hypo and Umbris in her Discord statuses, Instagram, and even voice calls if Fractured Light's testimony when I was asking for extra context of things is anything to be believed. Now, I'm not going to say that this in some way proves that she was lying about this trigger to manipulate Hypo. I have no say in what people are triggered by after all, and nor do I have proof of this being a lie, but I do look at this as weird behavior. Like, maybe it's just me, but the stuff that tends to set me off are things that I try to avoid doing to other people. Because if I have such a problem with someone doing it to me, to the point I have a traumatic response over it, then it's a bit hypocritical to do that same thing to other people. Trauma isn't an excuse. I also, as someone who has been stalked up to that point, literally dealing with a stalker that very same year, I very much have a problem with Cosmic even calling Umbris and Hypo stalkers to begin with. What with the fact that they had just taken notice of your public status while you were both added on each other's contact list. This wasn't something that had to be sought out over, and Umbris would later go on in 2022 to explain that every subsequent notice of the change was because you were actively hoping that they did notice, which does correlate with every subsequent change where you directly start talking to them instead. This is something you knew they were going to see after they noticed it the first time. You intentionally baited them into checking your statuses and your Twitter. At that point, you don't get to claim stalking on your end, not by any stretch of a definition, because you were practically inviting it, not helped by how you had Karome in Umbrus's chat, feeding you all that information. You knew it was going to send them into a panic to even acknowledge that to begin with. They weren't putting you in distress over this. You were the one turning it into a little mind game. God damn, I hate this situation. So after this point, Cosmic goes on to release her pseudo-SCC rant, a video that gives her perspective on the situation, but does so in an incredibly vague way, not only because it says next to nothing in terms of details and kind of just leaves it at, this happened and drama sucks. But she does that codename thing again, as well as attributing certain Danganronpa characters to those names, which adds to the vagueness. Of course though, everyone within the SCC knew exactly who she was talking about, and we knew how full of shit she was. I actually called her out about this in a server we both shared, pointing out direct examples of the people I knew she was talking about. She changed Hypochromia's codename to Heather, Luke in that video was Fractured Light, Lisa was Lin Lin, and so on. The most notable was Umbrus being called Karen.
Karen, Heather, Nora, Chris, Bart, and many others.
We know this is supposed to be Umbrus for a couple of reasons. One, because Umbrus had used Rantaro as a Danganronpa avatar previously that year, and she does the same thing when referring to me and using a Mahiru stand-in. She's also confirmed it to me when I called it out, but also, if you notice, every other codename in some way correlates with a name that we know the individuals go by. Ah, but Livy doesn't start with a K, you might be quick to point out. But that's because the name that Cosmic is using here isn't Livy. See, Umbrus is a trans girl. She goes by the name she chooses to because it's more comfortable for her, but that also means that she has a legal name. A dead name. Yes, viewer, I am insinuating that. So Umbrus has made this public in her thread about the situation that her dead name is Carl, spelled with a K, which obviously I don't need to tell you all shares the first letter with the codename of Karen. Now, Livy doesn't think that this was intentional and was willing to give Cosmic the benefit of doubt with the notion that Cosmic herself parrots later on in a comment on Lynn's video. I, however, do think it's more insidious than she thinks, and I'll tell you exactly why. For starters, while I get how silly it might sound to use 3 L names back to back, that's still no excuse to not keep referring to Livy with an L code name. You deliberately give everyone else names that correspond with their aliases and real names, so Umbrus or Olivia being referred to by a name that starts with the letter K is a bit of a strange choice. If you were worried about the alliteration being added on to, then call her by a codename that starts with an O or a U, names that directly correlate with her preferred name and alias. Second, apparently Cosmic knew this dead name, and being able to connect it to Karen might have been funny for her because Karen's a pretty insulting name in 2023. But if she knew the name Carl, then there's a really good chance the letter association did come to mind, which means she was attaching it to Umbrus's dead name. Finally, and this was something that was seen in Livy's thread, Cosmic purposely referred to Umbrus as the Blast Zone Boy, an alias she went by before coming out as trans. And while I'll too joke around with one of her previous aliases, I would never call her, say, the Whistling Missile Blaster 5000 in sincerity. So if we're to believe Cosmic isn't just being low-key transphobic with this decision and is spitefully ignoring someone's transness to take a shot at them, she did at the very least utilize a trans girl's dead name consciously enough to be able to make a connection that does weaponize it, which still isn't great either way. Then the Jolko musical grooming allegations came out. I won't go into detail here, mostly because 1, by the sounds of tweets that are still around about it, those allegations may not have been 100% accurate, but also 2, as fucked up as it is to say, they're not super relevant here. They were deleted anyway. In any case, in the wake of those allegations, Umbrus took it upon herself to talk about her own experiences with Jolko and subsequently Cosmic. And that's when her thread with evidence was posted. It wouldn't be that long until Cosmic would release a Google document called Let's Talk, which tried to respond to the allegations against the two of them, but did so rather poorly at best and flat out dishonest at worst. which were responded to following by Fractured Light. Remember, one of the people involved on Cosmic's side at the time. Light's thread points out how Cosmic lies in her document, how bad she was at subtweeting, how she omitted context from the document, how inconsistent she is in her apologies, her nitpicking, how she downplays her stalking in multiple paragraphs, and basically insinuating that she had no problem with stalking a child to begin with. It's almost ironic looking back at this document in particular. Cosmic got involved to chew out Joshua Culveyhouse for not being able to give a proper apology without stipulations, but actively downplayed the harm her own actions did whilst giving an apology, which kind of puts into question just how sorry she could be if she didn't see her own actions as all that bad. Now, given we've been here for as long as we have been, you might be beginning to wonder what all of this has to do with Neko Koda. Like, this all seems bad, Susie, but what relevance does it have? After all, this is a video about Koda, not hey it's Cosmic. Well, it's simple, hypothetical viewer. I want you to have a full picture of what the situation was like before I finally explain that. After Lin made her video, Goodbye Hey It's Cosmic, Neko Koda swooped in to try and defend Cosmic from the children saying she was stalking them. Given everything I went over here, it shouldn't be too much of a question as to where concern would lie. After all, by this point, Cosmic's perspective, a commentary on said perspective, as well as 2 Twitter threads were public by this point, with Lindada's being the newest thing posted about the situation. The only thing that I've brought up that wasn't public was the stuff that happened to Hypochromia, but even without that, a clear picture of Cosmic's actions were already painted, and all it would take to get the idea of what was going on would be to even do the most modicum of research. Of course, though, I wouldn't discount the possibility of Koda doing this defense for the sake of attacking a common enemy. After all, she did have a history with Umbris, friendly reminder, but she didn't go to Umbris, she went to Lin directly. I guess it was because it was her video, because she's already put out that side of her story. I won't go too much in depth about it, I'll just link it in the description alongside my other sources, it'll be source 182, but so I don't get labeled as that lazy despite this being an 8-ish hour video that I'm making against my better judgment in spite of my health problems that leave me throwing up at night and not getting any sleep, I will give you all the slightest bit of context between Lin and Koda's interaction. So Koda tries not only dismissing all of Lin's video by pointing to Cosmic's half-baked apology, which doesn't suddenly wipe the slate clean or change the context to the situation, despite how Koda tries labeling it as such. Umbra's venting to her chat about Cosmic's actions only really started happening after Cosmic started stalking, and we know this because Umbris had posted a screenshot from Light's perspective, where Jolko and Cosmic were asking him to start screenshotting everything, where we see the stalking accusations were already in play, meaning the subtweet status would have already been acknowledged by this point. Nevertheless, it still wouldn't have justified the extremes that Cosmic reached, even if it started happening before, because Umbris' server is private, and her venting to people about actions that say, got 2 members of POG removed, doesn't suddenly mean that Umbris should be acknowledged alongside Cosmic and Jolko when discussing who is at fault. Especially since, as someone who was in there shortly after that happened, most of those who were in Umbris' Discord server by that point were POG members themselves, so wouldn't they have a right to know why the group is 2 members short? Koda just wants to look at the size of the Discord group in a vacuum, but doesn't seem to want to acknowledge the possibility that those within that group might have been told for a reason. Or maybe they weren't even told at all, since how many people were actually in a discussion about everything? It's just, this thing that was private was brought to other people, and that's bad, while also conveniently ignoring how Cosmic was the one who then went on to make it fully public with her own pseudo-SCC rant video, by the way. That latter bit, it's not like Koda wouldn't have known either, since she acknowledges within Lin's DMs that Umbris' server was private, and even uses that fact as a criticism against Lin's original video, and completely disregards Cosmic enabling unhealthy mindsets neglectfully. Because Cosmic is not a therapist, so therefore she wouldn't know how to speak out against someone's clear mental spiral. Koda victim blames Umbris, accused her chat of dogpiling on Cosmic when fucking no one has evidence of that, much less Koda or Lin, who neither were in the chat at the time, and then wraps it up by effectively insinuating that Cosmic's actions, while aren't great, are a direct result of her getting put on blast in a private server. Did Koda forget that part of the whole ordeal? Because I think at that point it doesn't matter how many people were in call or in chat by that point, since it's not being brought to the public. Never mind how she doesn't actively have proof of who was all in this chat by that time either, which starts becoming a bit important when you're actively using this so-called fact as a crutch to downplay for Cosmic's behavior. I don't know, man. I think at this point it almost feels like Koda was trying to dismiss someone's abusive behavior to one of their victims. But heaven forbid we even mention her abuser in direct correlation with her. Isn't that right, lunatic? Because then it's just bad that they did it at all. But again, Lynn goes more into detail, so I'm not going to spend too much more time on that. I'd recommend her video though if you're still further interested. That said, we have a Twitter thread to go over, because if you thought Koda was merely going to leave it all in DMs, then frankly, I don't know what to tell you. We're several hours in by this point. So Koda starts by discussing the privatization of the server thing, specifically saying that this server seems public to her, so therefore it shouldn't be stalking. Which is a notion that Lynn brings herself up in the video to try and dismiss the allegations of stalking on Umbris's end, when Cosmic tried turning the tables onto the children. The problem is that both Lynn and Koda are fucking wrong about what constitutes as stalking, because you can absolutely stalk someone using nothing but public information. It's typically what lolcow culture is predicated on, and if you need a specific example, I begrudgingly continue to point to Chris Chan. I know, she has problems too, I'm not ignoring that fact, but let's be honest with ourselves for a second that there were people with unhealthy obsessions over her, to the point, even before she did anything particularly heinous, it seemed rather stalkerish. Need I point you to A-Log? Stans are also a good modern example of stalkerish behavior from a public standpoint, like it's literally ingrained into the name. And if you're still not convinced, I have an 8-hour video on this channel of someone who was specifically stalking me through using nothing but public information, so frankly I don't take too kindly to this bad argument. Stalking is a pattern of unwanted behavior directed at a specific person, which causes that person to change their routine or feel afraid, nervous, or in danger. The biggest difference between Umbris's so-called stalking and Cosmic's actual stalking is that Cosmic wanted Umbris to see what she was subtweeting. It's not unwanted attention when she was directly calling for Umbris and Hypo to see her statuses, whereas Cosmic was using things that was said under the presumption that it was a safe area to do so, to follow Umbris around. Server being public or not, Umbris wanted to sever that tie with Cosmic, and Cosmic getting a mole to relay information to her in such a way would be stalking regardless of publicity. Koda also tries redefining stalking from her own personal stance as following someone everywhere and following their every move, and not only was Cosmic doing that, at least on Discord and Twitter, Umbris's primary platforms, but even then trying to redefine what stalking is so haphazardly like you do here, only continues to try and reframe everything that happened to Umbris and Hypo as not that bad unless it becomes an extreme example. I don't like that, and neither would you if you were in a similar position. It's also fucking weird that Koda even mentions the server looking public to begin with, when in Lynn's DMs, she wanted Lynn to bring up the fact that the server was private anyway, meaning she knew going into this that it was. If I were to bring up devil's advocacy, maybe Cosmic told her, but if that's the case, then the idea that this was a public server was merely an assumption made on Koda's part anyway, used to undermine the actions of a person who's not even entirely denying that she's done what she's accused of, albeit playing down her own actions too, but details. You're half-loaded and are firing blanks at this point, even by your own admission, and while you can try to pin that on Lynn's video and say that it's Lynn's fault that you thought of this idea, publicly, you didn't even try getting clarification, and if there's something you're unsure about, you literally can ask in the comment section. Something that neither Lynn nor Koda say was done, and we only know didn't need to be done because of Lynn's DMs. How's that for extra information changing the context? It gets even worse when you look back at Umbris's thread and realize that Umbris made the fact the server was private public first. Lynn links Light's thread in the description below too, and Light directly cites Umbris's thread as a source, so there's only 2 degrees of separation from the information that would confirm that the server was private. Koda just didn't want to bother. Then Koda repeats the allegation that Umbris and her chat were dogpiling Cosmic over a private situation, now making a new, positive claim that she does not thereafter go on to prove. And this time it's public, so put up or shut up. Furthermore, Koda then goes on to say that it was Umbris who made this situation public, that Cosmic being emotional in her document was blameless because it was on Umbris's head. But I shouldn't need to repeat the fact that this is a fucking lie, considering it was Cosmic who months prior to Umbris's thread put this situation out there in a public pseudo-SCC rant while only changing the names of the people involved, saying that if those people wanted to out themselves, they certainly could. Her recount of the situation doesn't change, by the way, when you plug in the names of the people involved. So therefore, naming conventions or not, she still put the situation out there publicly first. And far before Umbris' thread used that stupid Instagram screenshot, since Cosmic's video was posted in October of 2021, and Umbris' thread was posted March of the very next year. Koda's dishonesty was showing again, and I am quite tired of it. Koda also tries sneakily dragging Lynn down with Cosmic by mentioning that Lynn encouraged the stalkerous behavior, when Lynn already acknowledges that.
So this is the point in the video where I have to make it clear that the way that I have the insider information I do is because I was part of the group chat that all of this shit went down in. While I wasn't given access to the identity of Green, I basically had everything else, as I was with Cosmic every single step of the way. And while I didn't join in with any of her stalkerish actions, I supported her with every fiber of my being I could. The reason for this ultimately comes down to the fact that she had supported me through the Joshua situation, and the entire situation with our try-up script meant that I felt that I could trust her. I would constantly make excuses to myself to give Cosmic a pass on everything she did in this situation. I saw her as my closest ally because my stupid brain bought into the excuses that she gave for why this was all justified. Not to mention how I felt that her sticking to making that try-up to the extent that she would instead make a solo com on the same material after Light removed himself from the project and I ended up closing it for good. All of this made me take Cosmic's side at the time of these events taking place. And while I have since made amends for the most part, I would like to publicly note that I am sorry for this. I allowed my confirmation bias to get way out of check and excuse things that no one in their right mind would be okay with, which ultimately means that I was back then everything I would make a Lin video about now. I was unable to take criticism, had a moral superiority complex, drew the worst possible interpretation of events I could when there was no good reason to, and overall, I was an insufferable cunt to the point that I must say sorry to any of you who may be watching this who were friends with me during this period.
So, Koda needing to try to point back to Lynn is mad sus, but I'll instead chalk it up to the convenient and predictable she wasn't listening idea, because frankly, despite how much I probably shouldn't be, considering all the other sneaky and slimy things she's done up to this point, I'm still begrudgingly trying to give her the benefit of doubt here. Her thread continues, saying that Cosmic tried apologizing for the situation, which Lynn acknowledges was debunked by Fractured Light, goes on to double down on how Cosmic isn't a therapist, so therefore she shouldn't have had much to say when Lynn was mentally spiraling, calling that spiral a vent, thus meaning it should have been okay for her to do in her eyes, forgetting that she has literally been arguing that Umbris wasn't blameless for talking about it in a chat that Cosmic was not in to downplay Cosmic's behavior. Tries dismissing the allegation of transphobia since Karen is a common name, ignoring the context of Cosmic's naming convention for everyone else, and then wraps up the thread by saying that Umbris is petty for not accepting the apology because Cosmic didn't explicitly say she would stop stalking Umbris, which is a flat-out reductionist read of Umbris' tweet, but go off, I guess. Never mind what happened when someone else would apologize for their misdoings to Koda, but, whatever. Point is, Koda's thread was immensely dishonest, unabashedly so in some instances, so in retort, Umbris reached out to try and better clarify things to Koda, explaining the rules thing again after she already had done so in her thread, which was then dismissed by Koda saying that it wasn't in Lynn's video. Umbris explained where the status changes were important, which Koda says wasn't in Lynn's video despite it being so. Umbris clarifies that Lynn's description gives people room to fill up any patchwork that Lynn forgot. Koda dismisses that by claiming Lynn had zero proof of her claims anywhere, which shows me Koda really didn't watch any of Lynn's video, because there is a plethora of moments where she shows proof of her claims, but whatever. Koda would then clarify that she was talking about Lynn's allegations of Cosmic's transphobia and manipulation, both things that are addressed in Lynn's video and explained, with the former even being brought up as a possibility and not a certainty, and the latter already being dismissed as was because Cosmic isn't a therapist. Umbris gives more evidence of Cosmic knowing her dead name, and Koda says that this should have been explained in the video. It was, and Koda continuing to dismiss it after the case is just further frustrating, continuing to show us why going to her privately about anything gets no one anywhere. Koda never wants a conversation. She only wants to be correct, and any pushback gets completely glossed over for one reason or another while she continues pushing whatever narrative she's on. Not getting her way also gets her to play dirty, as seen in these DMs where she drags the SCC into this conversation when it's not really about us, which causes Umbris to disengage from the conversation altogether. And I know I'm the one who compared her argumentative tactics to her abuser, and that wasn't right, so yada yada, I have no room to talk, whatever. If that's your takeaway, you do you. But we shouldn't gloss over when Koda does it as well. No one gets to call out a cheap shot before going below the belt. Koda would then go on to tweet about it, saying that Lynn and Umbris can go and debate her on a live stream, which has been shown to lead to productive conversations a total of 0 times. I'm sorry, I just have too bad of a history with live stream debates to ever see those working towards anything beyond a public spectacle. And most debate me bros are usually hypocrites or disingenuous behind the scenes anyway. They're just arguing specifically to argue and nothing more. Koda herself kind of proved that earlier that year with a debate between the F-Commentator and like 2 others, where it just turned into a semantic shouting match with everyone talking over each other until Ephraim left. Yeah, we're totally gonna agree to debating on one of your live streams, because we totally have every reason to. I don't know if my tone can take all the sarcasm that I put into that one sentence. Afterwards, that's about the end of the situation here. Lynn did go on to make a 3rd video on this situation while I was scripting my video, released back in February, but I'll be honest, I haven't watched it as of typing this, and that's mainly because it's not super important to everything that happened when Koda was initially doing her garbage. Still, I'm gonna link it as well in the citations document, just so I can kind of amplify her voice as a victim in this situation without dragging on the segment any more than I already have. I have other things that I need to discuss after all, because the story does not end here. Now we get to the first situation those outside the SCC have probably heard of. What do you mean the day I get to scripting this chapter, Carmen has released an 8-hour video on it? I already have 4 hours of Cynic calls to listen to about this. Okay, so yeah, this chapter is about Septipaws, furry commentator and record holder for the shortest time in the Cloud Palace. Though that might be a story for another day. For now, let's get to the point and focus on why specifically they are now important to this video, because too many tangents here would just wind up with me recapping an 8-hour video full of spite and malice that I now have to watch for notes anyway. So Neko Koda for a while had previously up to that point been covering a user by the name of Carmen Rider. Carmen is a rather controversial figure in her own right, self-identified anti-SJW in 2023, kind of a Blair White trans commentator who tends to give more right-winged ideals, I think? Look, personally, she's not my favorite content creator. In fact, going through all of the information needed for this video, I honest to God don't like most of the people who got involved with this situation, barring, I think, Lio, Loon, and maybe Nil. And even then, just about everyone made mistakes, but I'll try to be at least fair in my explanation of the situation, at the very least. That said, I'm going to try and mostly focus on Koda's actions in this situation, because if I went over Carmen's and Septi's, we'd frankly be here forever, though I'll still acknowledge what I can to give extra context and critique. Also, don't expect super detailed explanations in this chapter. I don't know a lot about the inner workings here, like I have everything else leading up to this point. You know, not my clown, not my circus, and all that jazz, so I kinda don't want to be here that long if I can avoid it. It's a messy situation, and I can only listen to so many voice calls and multi-hour videos before isolation starts to set in. Now, the actual start of this situation is a bit hard to pinpoint as an outsider. Carmen, as I said, is a bit of a controversial figure, specifically because of some of her more unpopular ideals and hot takes. For examples, I, in the past, have briefly touched on her opinions of unsolicited pornography of characters owned by other people. Specifically, how she claims creators shouldn't create boundaries because people will ignore them anyway. I know Carmen has also defended Lolicon, which, regardless of your stance on, you have to acknowledge that's not necessarily a popular take. And I know that she has a much more specific incident involving a creator called Mushroom Girl, who, when they were 14, were told that if Carmen was a pedophile, she'd turn Mushroom Girl into a meat puppet. By Carmen herself. So it's not exactly hard to believe that something Carmen had said would get her backlash, but in actuality it wasn't one of her videos or public hot takes that got her into trouble. No, the start of this particular situation would start when Carmen would meet Septipaws through working with commentator Just a Robot. Septi was a thumbnail artist for Jar at the time, and Carmen had previously collabed with the guy, so they wound up in the same chat together because of that. Obviously, their interactions during most of this time frame didn't seem to be super important, given no one ever seems to talk about them, but Given screenshots that were shown at the time of the inciting incident, it didn't exactly seem positive. The two seemed to have a history of some sort, where the two would disagree and treat each other poorly. This led to the inciting incident, where Septi started posting about some suicidal thoughts he was having in a chat. Carmen not only outright dismisses these thoughts, calling the messages sad fishing, which is a behavioral trend where people make exaggerated claims about their emotional problems to generate sympathy, but she also further antagonizes Septi when they don't take too kindly to her attitude. Not great stuff, frankly. Honestly, in my opinion, we should be taking suicidal thoughts with a level of sincerity, because if we're wrong and dismiss those feelings, then at best it looks callous, and at worst it could be enabling, and neither are particularly great. Septi would then go on to try and kill themselves via strangulation before being talked out of it by Koda, Jar, toy reviewer Lio Convoy, and others who were in the chat at the time. Then things started happening twofold. The first one I want to go over being a call in a server known as the Senate, which tends to be a server used to work out weirdos and creeps where Lio, Koda, and others would take Carmen off to the side to have a call with her. Now, this call goes over a few things that were said at the beginning of the situation, and watching over it, it's quite telling how out of the gate how much Carmen does not really take this seriously and actively dismisses it, almost as if to avoid the conversation or move the goalpost to another figure.
Hold on.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Your response to somebody struggling, somebody who claims suicidal ideation, is to air a private conversation that, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I do mean that, it was said in confidence. You think that's going to help this person?
One, it wasn't a private conversation. It happened in my server, which is not private. It's not exactly public, but it's not private. And two, Space Guru 5 did the same thing with Joshua Montag. I don't see the issue.
I'm not here to talk about other people's actions. I could not care less. I do not do the whataboutism game, so let's go ahead and put a kibosh on that right now. Don't care. You're not talking to a commentary community clown. You're talking to an old man who doesn't give one left testicle about the asinine, fabricated rules your group brings up.
Whatever.
Yeah, you can whatever all you want. You're the one that lives with your grandma and starting nonsense online when you don't even have your own life together.
Okay, wow, that's fucking too far.
Oh, really?
I didn't know we were getting into personal
private
attacks.
fucking mental health issue is not. Go fuck yourself, you stupid bitch.
You might also notice Koda's attitude throughout this call. She comes in incredibly angry, incredibly hostile, and incredibly impulsive and emotional. So about the way that she has been throughout most of the situations I've talked about in this video, and we'll come back to the importance to that here in a bit, but for now, I want to talk a little bit more about Carmen because this was a call about her specifically.
How do you know it's sad fishing? Do you know this person's intents?
No, but I told him that if he... But afterwards, I told him that if he's having problems, and he's actually having problems and having those bad feelings, that he needs to go talk to somebody else and not bring it to the server.
Then why insist that it's sad fishing? If you're going to make an argument on someone's intent, you need to be able to make a cogent argument that the intent someone has is not what they portray it to be. That's how this works. Now, since I'm looking at this from a more retrospective view, I know what Carmen would probably point to if asked this nowadays. Specifically that Septipaws went on to admit that they'd used their life as a bargaining chip, since in her 8-hour video, she calls back to it a couple of times.
When it comes to Jor, he was an outsider who got dragged into the controversy he had nothing to do with. I, on multiple occasions, have stressed him out, made him very uncomfortable with my outbursts and threats of self-harm with no other reason than my own fear that he would choose to keep a scumbag over me, and I took on that role myself. I have used my own life as a bargaining chip to keep things in line in the way I see them fit. I took it as the only way to have people take me seriously. So whenever I fell down and wanted to harm myself, I made it known, and put fear into people thinking what's gonna happen to me if they just ignore me.
But not only is this not an example of sad fishing, since Septi explicitly says that their bargaining was in the form of telling people whenever they were suicidal, But I'm also asking this rhetorical question to make a point about what was known at the time of the situation, being that Septi was talking about ending their life, and that Carmen went on to dismiss it merely as an exaggeration for sympathy points. The notion of sadfishing inherently believes that you don't think Septi was being serious about ending their life, and that's frankly a dangerous mentality to have without concrete reasoning. Now, Septi's admission of bargaining with their suicide is definitely emotional manipulation and guilt tripping to their most dangerous extremes. I don't want you all to walk away thinking that I think Septi is innocent when they're not. Just as an example, I'm not really going to go over this in the chapter because it's not super relevant, but Carmen in her 8-hour video talks about how Septi, like, tried to put a hit on Carmen. Like, pretty sure that's illegal. That's really not cool as well. Like, I don't like Carmen either, but wishing death upon her is a little extreme. So I don't think Septi is innocent. They're far from it. And again, we'll go over some of their own misdoings later, but if Carmen is going to sit here and acknowledge the possibility that Septi is truly struggling, only to turn around and dismiss Septi's suicidal thoughts so callously without even the slightest bit of sincerity to be seen, then why even be remotely surprised that people take Septi's side over yours? Your inconsistencies and hypotheticals here don't actually help anything. At best, it looks like you're covering your ass. Anyway, without going too in detail about a 54-minute call, because most of it is just grilling Carmen for being inattentive to the conversation or otherwise deflecting with non sequiturs and whataboutisms, we won't go over too much more of the conversation in full. Just know, I would say Carmen's behavior throughout this call is terminally online, but she kinda stops having that excuse when I am arguably living a sadder life and am not this bad.
And Carmen, didn't we talk about this in DMs and then you did the same thing again? I told you in DMs what to do.
I thought he told you to shut up.
I did, and if I have to, I'm going to server mute you, and I don't want to, but I will.
What are you laughing about? You think you're winning or something? What's that laughter about?
Oh, trust me, I'll win in the long run.
No, you're really not, because a person
Hold
like
on.
you...
Leo, stop, Leo. What are you going to win? What are you going to win?
I'll figure it out.
What, are you gonna win a trophy? What are you gonna win? What are you gonna get?
So instead, to move on to the other thing that happened during this time frame, was a video Koda would go on to make called #ApologizeCarmenWriter. A Mama Meg styled call-out post where Koda, with an edgy facade, would angrily talk about the situation and call out a bunch of YouTubers to get them to talk about and frankly harass Carmen for her unfavorable actions. I remember being one of those people called out, and I didn't particularly take kindly to it since, if you recall, Koda was telling us in the SCC to keep her name out of our mouths, like a month or so prior. Yet it's okay to drag us into something that has nothing to do with us about people who do not like us? Like, what the fuck was that supposed to do, Koda? I mean, I still made my video because I do take mental health pretty seriously normally, but not without outlining some of my own criticisms of Koda's video. I was not the only one to have critiques of Koda's video either, as did Android Axel and the Afromentator, both who, if I recall correctly, did get some major backlash with their videos, though somehow mine got away with critiquing Koda. I'm not entirely sure of that one myself. In any case, one of the major criticisms of Koda's video was that she was trying to start a harassment campaign of CarmenWriter, something Koda herself makes very clear within the video itself.
I want to put so much pressure on Carmen and force her to give a sincere apology to Septi. I don't normally advocate for this, but this situation is extreme. We could have lost a life, so I consider this an exception. Make sure Carmen sees this video, not just once or twice. I want her to see this video until she's shaking with anger. I want this video to fill every notification tab she has, along with the hashtag #ApologizeCarmenWriter. I want to force her to apologize.
Words like force, pressure, and fill her notifications all paint a pretty clear picture what it was Koda was trying to do. And I get it, the situation is beyond fucked, but harassment isn't going to do anything except make Carmen feel more vindicated in her treatment of an attempted suicide victim. It's also generally counterintuitive because had Carmen given out her apology on the basis that we pushed her to make one, which she actually did, and we'll come back to that, then it wouldn't look entirely that honest, since we would know that she would only be making this apology on the basis of getting you off her back, and not actually because she thought she did anything wrong. With Mama Max and pick aside YouTube, the idea was to get YouTube to crack down on pedophilia. The intentions of YouTube be damned, Max wanted consistency. It's also not inciting harassment of a singular small 2,000 subscriber channel. It's putting pressure on a company's PR team to get them to do something that they weren't doing prior. So these situations aren't even translatable in a way that matters. So Koda's whole approach to the situation is frankly missing the point. Koda would later go on to say that she just wanted people to talk about her message like Mama Max did.
And for those wondering, yes, I was trying to copy Mama Max's #PickAside YouTube video. The video was supposed to be over the top. One thing I noticed regarding #PickAside YouTube was no matter what people had to say about Max, they had to talk about his message, which is why I copied the aesthetic of the video down to using the same music he did. I definitely got people talking, and whether their take was good, bad, or downright dog shit, I like that people were talking about it. I mean, come on, you expected me to name drop prison mate Luke of all people and expect people not to call that out? Prison mate Luke.
Are you fucking serious?
And you know what? Fine. If that's what you were trying to do, you did it in a really bad way, and you could have done it more potently by just making a video talking about the situation itself, informing people that this is happening. Not try and rile the mob, because that's how you get people like Ephraim, Axel, and I criticizing your methods of getting that point across, instead of focusing solely on condemning Carmen for her treatment of Septipaws. Because, shock of all shockers, Koda, we would have paid attention anyway, since the situation is pretty serious. You could have even had your own little hashtag to go along with it too if you really needed that. But instead, we get a blatant ripoff of a video that had a much more thought out tone and approach. One that's not super impulsive in comparison to what we get with your own. But enough about that. You got your apology, right? Well, not exactly. Yes, on the one hand, Carmen did put out a video apologizing for her behaviors. She apologizes to Septipaws for doubting their situation. She apologizes to Clash Edgelord, a friend and fan of hers who she did not really value as such. And she apologizes to someone called World of UM for how she acted during the situation. But not every message was an apology, you see. She had messages for several people that didn't particularly have any apologies behind them. Lio and Koda are specifically two examples of that. At specifically 3:43 into her Messages to Everyone video, Carmen tells Lio and Koda to go to hell, claiming that they both made the situation 100 times worse, and specifically took away her want to actually apologize to begin with because of it. Which, I can definitely see with the Koda stuff. She was trying to make the situation 1,000 times more toxic, but I watched that call, Carmen, and while Lio can be a bit abrasive at times, you were initially trying to deflect and call hypocrisy where there was none. Lio and the Senate's treatment of you was in retaliation to your treatment of them, and if you can't see that, then I'm sorry, you really do need to look inwards. Carmen also accuses Lio of mishandling pedophile cases, but doesn't actually prove that, obviously. And if it has anything to do with some 4chan post that Carmen cites in her 8-hour response to Septipaws, I swear to God that I won't take that seriously. I don't care about how 4chan had done journalism to stop animal abuse. They mostly dig to find people's information and call the police on them in response to them showing that they were abusing animals. They don't actually do it to break stories on this kind of thing. Just saying. Carmen claims Koda cares less about mental health than she does, which we'll get to later, and then ends off the message saying that she'll be back on YouTube later. She's just got to work everything out, which already is something to raise a brow at, but it gets even worse when apparently none of these apologies were that sincere anyway, and were only made so she could get her friends back. I don't really have proof of that one, so that's more alleged, something that I heard while I was doing research on this. Don't worry too much about it. Anyway, after this point, Koda released an hour-long video talking about this situation, with most of it being from the perspective of Septipaws. So I'm once again not going to focus too hard on that portion of the video, but what I'm instead going to do is talk about the stuff Koda specifically brings up in the aftermath of Carmen's apology video.
Well, I was brought into a group chat with Carmen at one point, and I want to touch on two things that were said. The first situation arises when I question the sincerity of Carmen's apology due to her defense of Ephraim's video.
You can make your situation better or worse. I can tell you're leaning towards worse so far. Fuck up once more and break the terms Nil told you, and it's no more Miss Nice, Carmen. I'm not gonna let you beat me down. I'm willing to work things out peacefully, and I will apologize to Septi no matter what, but you're gonna need to hold up your end of the deal unless you want to make things worse for you.
Look, I know it's easy to try and paint Carmen in an explicitly bad light. Obviously, if I haven't made that clear yet, I don't particularly like Carmen Ryder either. I mean, she's super dishonest in her own right, but Koda, would it have killed you to show what the context to this conversation was? Obviously, after the gay wedding cake incident and the defense of Hey It's Cosmic, people, at least within the SCC you wanted to care so much about this conversation, would look at the sudden drop into the middle of a conversation as a little strange. I certainly have no reason to trust your words explicitly at face value. You especially haven't given me a reason to. Oh, but what does it matter, I hear you ask? A fucking lot, actually. Because Carmen is responding directly to the actions of Koda within the conversation, mentioning something about a deal they both had off camera, and not shown within the confines of the direct messages Koda shows within this video. Similarly to the screenshots that were initially put out there to begin with, to be honest, since Carmen was responding to something Septi said that day in the confines to that conversation too, but at least there we do see Carmen double down and dismiss the mental health of Septi Paws. Here it just looks messy. Also, I'm calling bunk on that I'll apologize to Septi no matter what statement, Carmen. I've seen you retract apologies with the stipulation that they either take your apology or don't wind up being awful people in return. You're not slick.
A long comment expressing my disdain for this garbage video that she had the nerve to label as the apology I deserved.
You're right. You didn't deserve that apology. You deserve nothing.
It is just confirmation that Carmen was never sorry in the first place.
No, it's just that I'm not sorry anymore.
Like, that's not no matter what. That's I'm only sorry if you accept the apology, aren't as bad yourself, or otherwise don't follow up. Also, maybe it's just me, as someone who has apologized to people who legitimately abused and gaslit me, but I also did shitty things to in return. But rescinded apologies are just fucking cowardly. Like, at that point, you're not actually sorry if your apology can be taken away on a dime like that, which just adds to the aforementioned ulterior motive you apparently had when actually making them. Like, fuck off. Here's a fun fact. Bad people can still be victims of bad situations. Like, you and Septi in this situation are actually both perfect examples of that. Carmen, you were a victim of an attempted harassment campaign, and Septi was a victim of you dismissing their mental health during a suicidal episode. Or maybe I'm only saying that because I lack object permanence, and neither of you two were victims to anything.
The CC lacks object permanency and will gladly help someone who is a shitty person if it means taking down someone they don't like in the moment.
It's truly a childish view on justice and morality because, yeah, let's take away all nuance and just look at everything in black and white forever. That'll be productive. Anyway, so Carmen actually explains what this deal was in her response to this video at about 16 minutes into it.
Wanna know what those terms were and how said terms came to be? Well, before this, in my server, I mildly talked about Septi. But wait, isn't Septi banned? Yeah, they were. They were spying with an alt on my server. Under this account, they named Shy. This is how they got all these screenshots. Anyways, they began trying to add one of my mods, and when he blocked them, they added him again on an alt. And then tried again on another alt, which really stressed them out. The plan was that I admit my wrongdoings in a video after Septi makes their own video, and take a year-long break. In return, Septi promised to get better. Seeing the long angry comment on Ephraim's video led me to believe that Septi isn't getting better, and thus not hold up their end of the deal. So, reasonably, I was a little peeved. Especially since these were plans that Septi themselves set.
The deal was that Septi would take a year-long break and get better after Carmen admits her wrongdoings in a response to a video Septi was doing at the time, which is a pretty weird deal, but sure. However, Carmen saw that Septi was not getting better through a lengthy and ranty comment they left on Ephraim's video about the subject, thus showing, to Carmen at least, that Septi wasn't willing to uphold their part of the bargain. And I'll give that to Carmen too. I too have been skeptical of people claiming that they're getting better, especially when I see them fall into the same repeated pattern of behavior that initially led them to being called out to begin with. If I hadn't made it clear enough throughout this video, Koda herself is a prime example of that. I actually wouldn't blame Carmen for looking at Septi's reaction to Ephraim's video and start wondering if Septi had any real intentions of getting better. I'd certainly be in a similar mindset. However, it appears Koda wants to frame this as Carmen being antagonistic. Something that Carmen admittedly does have a bad habit of doing, but doesn't seem to be doing it here in the screenshot given.
Are you upset that I'm questioning the sincerity of your apology at this point? I saw what you said regarding Ephraim's video, which even he admits isn't good. I don't want you to give an apology because you want people off your ass. I want you to legit know what you did wrong and to do better. If you really want shit to end peacefully, it's really on you at this point. I want to see legit change, and I want to see that you know you fucked up and you are actively trying to do better. Given some comments I've seen, I have good reason to doubt the sincerity. I really don't care if by the end of this, if you and your fanbase love or hate me. The point is I want to get you to do better. And defending videos like Ephraim's where he paints you as a victim and paints you as though you did nothing wrong doesn't tell me you know you fucked up. It tells me you told me that to get me to shut up. I'm not a fucking idiot, Carmen, and I'd appreciate it if I wasn't treated like one.
I don't give a fuck about you not liking Ephraim. The point is, Septi's comment proves to me he's not holding his end of the deal. Even Nil brought up that anytime anyone slightly gives me some benefit of the doubt, they get ratioed to all hell.
Are we the baddies?
Could be. Wouldn't deny the possibility. Really depends on the context. you dismissing this notion so blatantly like you do is also a childish and black and white mentality, because if Carmen is on the receiving end of unfair critique, she should have that ability to have someone come to her defense. That should be the case with anyone, not just people who morally align with you.
Meanwhile, your supporters can say whatever the fuck they want. Point is, I'm noticing things that are sus about this operation. Ephraim literally just said that anchor mobs are bad. That's it. He never said I was in the right, because I'm not. But I'm not willing to take every single lashing because I fucked up. I haven't flagged your video on the situation now, have I? Let's keep it that way by trying to handle this stuff properly. Because it's not a false flag. You admitted you broke TOS, and Kumo has proof. I'm not stupid either. Don't make things worse for yourself.
Carmen's reaction is to threaten to flag down my video.
I mean, it did break terms of service. You were literally inciting a harassment campaign against another YouTuber. What, you expect me to feel bad that Carmen would rather try to take things in an uncharacteristically more civil approach instead of abrupt, impulsively, and extreme? Because I don't. All she wanted you to do was try to keep Septi on a leash, metaphorically speaking, and keep them to their side of the bargain. Now, this next bit is a bit complicated to talk about since there's a lot of moving parts and it's kind of hard to get a coherent timeline, but there's a lot more to this conversation that continues, and it relates to some tweets Layo Convoy made in response to finding out Carmen was letting a 15-year-old running around in her server, sending unsolicited nudes to adults, allowing this minor to do so until Carmen herself wound up getting sent one, which is a thing, for sure, and I would think that's pretty important. I feel there's kind of an important discussion there that Carmen should probably have been responsible for, but instead, Layo focuses on treatment of Septipaws, which is definitely something to talk about, as the screenshots shown within Layo's tweet paint a really disturbing picture of the kind of treatment Septi got between they and this Finna Busta Buster person. For context, the first screenshot shows Finna explaining to Septi that they have been put into some sort of catch-22, where if Septi cuts off Finna, she, as a minor, reminder, will wind up going back to a community of pedophiles. But if they don't, they'll just wind up with more nudes sent to them. It's not an ideal situation to have been put into, and things get worse when Finna herself puts Septi into a position where she starts using her own life as a bargaining chip. Which, I know, in retrospect, the irony is kind of there, but, just follow along with me here. She keeps going, of course, this time by going into the chat and insinuating that Septi had sent her a dick pic, willing to share it with the class, as well as telling everyone that Septi masturbated in a call with her before turning around and saying that this wasn't the case, but in a later screenshot says it did happen. The story here is inconsistent to all hell, but I'm willing to err on the side of caution and say that Septi actually didn't do this. Not only because of the confrontation between them seems to show Finna was just trying to rile Septi up enough to justify her into taking her own life, but also the story being as inconsistent as it is just generally doesn't bode well for allegations on this level. I don't think it's exactly a hot take to say that this amount of inaction is wrong on Carmen's end. She saw all of this go down. We have proof that she did. But instead of seeing what Finna was doing as bad, she just jumps in with the most limp-wristed "tell me you're not lying" that I'd ever seen. It gets especially bad when we get to a screenshot where Carmen blames Septi for class edgelord cutting her off, but nothing in her message really proves that Septi was at fault for it, so it's just as easy to assume that edgelord cut her off for his own reasons and Carmen is blaming Septi because they already had a history. Layo, I guess, filed a police report on Carmen's inaction towards child endangerment, which would make sense given what we saw in the first tweet, but a comment Carmen left on someone else's video tries to paint a different story, one where Layo just called the police on Carmen for her lolicon, which wasn't what happened. It eventually got to the point where Carmen started going to Koda to try and get Layo to make a statement about how she's not a groomer, something that Layo did go on to do to clear the air. That said, I will give one criticism towards Layo regarding the stuff I mentioned earlier about Carmen's supposed false flag, since it wouldn't be false. Koda broke YouTube terms of service, she incited a harassment campaign against another YouTuber. Carmen would have been in her right to flag the Apologize Carmen Writer video down, but I've already discussed that. We move on. Now, this does beg the question as to why all of this was never mentioned in Apologize Carmen Writer, but we'll come back to that when we get into the calls. So, the rest of Neko Koda's video becomes Septipaws, and again, since I'm not focusing too heavily on their actions, as this is a video on Koda specifically, and this video is getting pretty long, we won't go over all the nitty-gritty details of that portion. Just know it wouldn't be long until Carmen would return to Cinder with her own video responding to this. One whose thumbnail is much to be desired as it depicts Neko Koda, reminder, a victim of sexual abuse, getting well, for a lack of a better word, great. Now, Carmen would go on to defend this choice in the video by pointing to Koda and Septi's hypocrisy, given what was the thumbnail to their video.
I'll tell you. In a GC that will be mentioned later by Koda, I brought up that someone had their thumbnail for their video on the Septi situation as my profile picture being beat up.
The only thing I really found, like, concerning in somebody's video, and I didn't really watch it, I kind of skimmed through it, and it's nothing. It's somebody talking about the situation while recording a video of their, like, potted plant. I wish I was joking, but they made the thumbnail, basically they took my profile picture and they added, like, a bunch of bruises and shit. That's the only concerning thing I had.
No, that was... Yeah, no, that's bad. That's bad. I'll agree to that, that's bad.
She says that doing that is bad, right? Yet she put the exact video I was talking about in her public playlist on her channel and made this the thumbnail for her video. See what I mean?
And for the sake of keeping fair, I will say that Septi and Koda's thumbnail is also bad. Generally speaking, I'm not personally a fan of this thumbnail style where the idea is to viciously beat another content creator into submission. Not only because it's childish and tacky, but you also don't show that there's any goodwill behind a video with a thumbnail like that. You show that you don't care about boundaries or the context of what one is going through, and you're going out of your way to potentially trigger some sort of trauma response out of them. Then you're insinuating that you don't want a productive conversation, but instead are more interested in slinging mud and shutting out your opposition dishonestly, so in that same wake, I feel the same about both thumbnails. Now, that said, you can do violence in a thumbnail, right? Don't get me wrong, it's not an all or nothing deal. Like, you want to make a thumbnail where you're throwing oranges at your opponent, go for it. It's silly, cartoony, and ultimately harmless without any real insinuation of malice behind it. But something like Septi's that's brutal by nature, or Carmen's that utilizes dark undertones to get back at her target, it's just weird, tasteless, and behavior that shouldn't exactly be acceptable, at least in my opinion. But that said, Carmen is also right to point out the hypocrisy here. Not in the sense that Koda putting a video in a playlist about the situation is hypocrisy, as just because you put in a video in a playlist doesn't mean you agree with the actions or stances held within the video, but more in the sense that she claims that Silver Maverick, the retro reviewer's thumbnail, is bad, but then goes on to have a very similar thumbnail herself when working with Septipaws. But dear viewer, allow me to tell you that the hypocrisy doesn't just stop there. I might not have the proof on standby, but it shouldn't be a surprise that Koda took issue with Carmen's thumbnail. And it wasn't just her either, as Septi went on to also take note of this thumbnail being tasteless at best.
Nope. What did she do instead? She's made an intentionally deceitful video to try to paint everyone in this situation as equally horrible people, if not worse than herself. Even the thumbnail itself was a major red flag. The first thing that caught my attention was the label she's putting on Koda: liar, psychopath, hypocrite. Ironic. I think there's only one thing missing. Perfect. The other thing that really ticked me off was when I realized what the drawing of Koda is meant to be. If you've seen her collaboration titled #ApologizeCarmenRider, the full story, you probably noticed the thumbnail is depicting a scene of Carmen getting beat up to imply a "we'll beat you into submission" type of feeling. I'm the one who drew that thumbnail. Neko Koda wanted to have something more lighthearted initially, but I went with a more impactful approach for a very specific reason that would lure Carmen into a trap. In case you don't know, Carmen is a die-hard lolicon advocate degenerate who always wanted to die on the hill that these obscene, repugnant depictions of children being diddled by adults are nothing more than pixels on a screen. So I thought it would be fitting to give Carmen a taste of her own medicine by depicting her self-insert in a way that would make her uncomfortable. In doing so, if she were to express any form of objection against something that's merely pixels on a screen, would expose her as a massive hypocrite, and it would majorly damage her credibility. I say that like she has any to begin with, but my point stands. And it turns out I was right. Not only does she have a problem with the thumbnail, but she decided it would be a good idea to, in retaliation, get her girlfriend, who, as it turns out, is another deviant or degenerate war and pregnant fetish artist on the internet, to depict Koda in a way that shows her getting sexually assaulted off-screen. This repulsive attempt to get back at someone who didn't even draw or request the thumbnail depicting violence of her self-insert is made so much worse by the fact, if you delve into the reality, that both Neko Koda and myself are victims of both grooming and child sexual assault, which is something KarmenRider knew for a very long time, yet chose to double down and be an awful human being alongside with her partner. She could have just tried to be the bigger person and make a normal thumbnail, or have a thumbnail with me and Koda getting beaten up, but this is Carmen Ryder we're talking about. Of course she's going to do something reprehensible.
There's a lot to unpack here, Septi. I want you to know that. But again, for the sake of time, we'll keep this brief. We'll start with the obvious that Carmen's problem with your thumbnail wasn't that it had her beaten up on its own. It was the fact that the thumbnail was what it was, while Koda in the background was saying that a thumbnail that was literally similar was also not a particularly great thing. It was the hypocrisy that she took issue with, not the action in a vacuum. So this counter-retort of hypocrisy towards Carmen being a lolicon doesn't exactly work in the same light. I'm also generally not a fan of the constant well poisoning going on in this opening sentiment. Like, I get it, you don't like Carmen. I don't like Carmen. She downplayed your suicidal thoughts when you needed it least, and her actions following that incident are much to be desired. But coming in swinging like you do in this video with a dishonest tactic like this only gives a person like Carmen further ammunition to feel justified in doing the shit that she does. Which, no, doesn't make her actions any better, but if you wanted people to believe you're not all three terrible people, then maybe don't give us as outsiders a reason to believe you are. Also, I wouldn't be using the term degenerate in the pejorative way that you're using it here if I were you. I remember your porn posting in Cloud Palace Shell Chat where minors were in there at the time. Again, another time, another place, but the Septipaws arc at the Cloud Palace was an interesting 11 days to say the least. Back on track, this is where the other shoe really dropped for this situation. At about 3.5 minutes into Carmen's 8-hour-long response, Carmen explains that Septi, after criticizing her for her rape art in the thumbnail, went on to make rape art themselves between Carmen, Kai Weiss, and prison mate Luke, which was posted September 21st, 2022, a mere day after Septi posted their video criticizing Carmen for hers.
Oh hey, I was CSA'd too. Also, might as well use one of my trap cards here since it's already on the field and you guys aren't gonna wait for this opportunity later, most likely. So you know how Septipaw's point is that you shouldn't make non-con artwork of a CSA victim? You already heard the explanation I gave on the previous video. But I have something that will prove Septi doesn't believe a damn word they've said, which is only gonna be more apparent as we go forward. Wanna know what Septi did? They did the exact thing that they criticized me and my girlfriend for, and drew art of me being raped by prison mate Luke and Kai Weiss. Now, firstly, this picture has since been removed by R34 staff, since I guess Septi wants to hide what they did from the public. But don't worry, I saved it, and kept screenshots.
It was a day, Septi. What the hell? Well, at least Koda didn't particularly like it and called them out for this behavior in a twit longer. Right?
The way I drew him looks like a punk or greaser.
Fucking hilarious.
Carmen also has cuffs on. Perfect vengeance.
I would. LOL.
Carmen getting it from the two people she hates. And unlike us, she wouldn't bang them. The unholy trinity.
Who are the two people?
Luke and Kai.
Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious.
Non-con too, cause Carmen likes that. I should put text on the screen saying stuff like, "You're one of us now, and how does it feel to be on the other side for once?"
Yeah, no. That's goddamn hilarious.
Again, I repeat, what the hell? So this is just where everything went to shit for Koda and Septi, and in my opinion, rightfully so. Not only because of the blatant hypocrisy found in those two's morality, something that should be of no surprise from the former if the rest of this video is any indicator, but this hypocrisy only devalues practically everything else you thought you had against Carmen. It's an old mantra in the SCC to point out the two-quickie fallacy with hypocrisy doesn't make you wrong, and by all accounts it technically doesn't. However, it's still something worth avoiding if you can, because not doing so just undermines whatever it is you have to say. Since if you don't care to follow your own morals, why should we have to follow them ourselves? I even tend to be more forgiving of hypocrisy because nuance and growth are both important aspects to consider when critiquing someone. But this is a literal day after Septi criticized Carmen for doing this exact thing. This isn't just finding inconsistencies in morals over a long period of time. This is indefensible. After the Senate caught wind of Koda's involvement in all of this, they put her on the grill, and that's where the 4 hours worth of calls I mentioned earlier come in, since I was made privy to 3 of them and was given permission to use them for my video. And I think it's pretty important for the purposes of talking about specifically Koda's involvement in all of this. I'll try not to run this long. I'll try to only highlight the things that I think are really important, but I apologize if it does kind of drag on a bit.
You made your twit longer, essentially, and wait, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up properly.
I think I know what this is about.
Yeah, awesome. Then it's gonna be simple, isn't it? Alright.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, you basically made your twit longer and stuff, saying how you just ignored the whole Ray part of Carmen and everything like that, and you obviously didn't.
And then
You can let her finish, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, you obviously didn't. You were laughing about it and egging it on.
And yep, I'll admit that was distasteful. I, at the time, didn't think about how Luke or Kai could be affected, which is a mistake on my end, I will very much admit. My only thought process was, Carmen doesn't care about this. At most, I thought what would happen was it'd piss her off. So, I didn't think about how it could affect them, and that's 100% on me. It was distasteful. So yeah, no, I did fuck up, yeah.
I wasn't thinking. You know, Koda, you sure do have a habit of that exact thing. This acting on impulse shit is the exact thing you kept getting in trouble for when you were in the SCC. So I'm not sure how you thought it would fly outside of it. We're not exactly a stricter community in that regard. We're niche, so we don't have much room to be that strict.
I'm sorry that you've been able to get away with it in calls in Senate, but I've had to deal with people constantly doing this for the past 2 years, Neko.
Well, I'm genuinely not trying to get away with anything. Like, I'm genuinely trying to, like...
Then can you speak to me properly instead of trying to word salad your way around it? There's a difference between getting your point wrong and lying about your point.
I mean, yeah, I did omit information, I'll admit to that. That did make... That when I omitted that information, it would have made me look worse if I put it in. Yeah, 100% I did.
There's a difference also between omitting and saying, I should have called it out when I knew I had the chance, and what the reality was. Oh, lol, that's so funny. I'm so glad that you're making this art. Lol, isn't it so funny, XD?
Obviously, I shouldn't have to explain that this is in specific reference to the part in Koda's Twit Longer where she explicitly says, in that same thought process of, I should have stopped them. But if I may, there's another part of this paragraph that I'd like to point to, specifically in regards to Koda mentioning how not respecting boundaries runs the risk of creating something triggering. To that I have to say, yeah, it's the boundary crossing that could be triggering to some, and not, you know, the rape part of it, I guess. I also look at some of the rest of this Twit Longer and how Koda condemns Septi for their poor actions, Septi's lying about certain important aspects, Septi's hypocrisy for things they call others out for, Septi's lack of a backbone in saying things to just get people off their back, or how Septi would act in ways they thought would hurt Carmen because Koda had never done that to other people before, even that very same year. If you can't tell, I'm not a fan of this post. And had I paid more attention to the situation instead of doing my best to keep Koda's name out of my mouth, you know, like she asked, I would have called this out without hesitation. Thank you to those who got me this Twit Longer. I really appreciated the yelling session.
Part of the issue here, Neko, is, to me, a lot of this is red in terms of how you responded to Septi. You had a right to be upset, never going to deny that. Septi lied to you, Septi lied to me, Septi made no shortage of excuses to me and you. The problem I have with this is the running to Twitter, making Twit Longers and all that. This, especially with omitting information. By your own admission, that's what you did. That reads to me more like you were worried about saving your own neck than you were about what Septi had done wrong. And this is something we've talked about before. You worry way too much about what random people on the internet think of you.
Good.
And what you should be doing, what you should be doing is determining whether or not your values are accurate and whether or not you will continue to live by them. I have a lot of people hate me. And I've told you about some of them.
I hate you.
I have some of them that genuinely want to try to ruin my life because I made fun of G.I. Joe action figures.
Yeah.
I hate you telling about that.
That's just one of them, because there's plenty of other people for the same asinine, dumb reasons. I have an entire group of people that are mad because I beat the living daylights out of them in arguments in a freaking Discord server.
That's retarded.
Do you think? Yeah, it was. It was the clownfish people. It was hilarious. But do you think that I go to bed at night worried about what those clowns think of me, or do you think I go to bed at night not even thinking about them? Jay's just trying to make this a joke because he's tired of me saying this stuff to you because we've gone at ad nauseum.
No.
Mostly wanted to point to this part of the call because I really want to cement how much Koda's behavior turns into a recurring pattern. The fact that Lyo apparently has had conversation after conversation, needing to repeat these same talking points, shows that it really didn't matter where Koda was at the end of the day. Her constant relapses into her old ways would follow.
I guess if you want to boil it down, and again, this is going to sound really stupid on my end, but I do have a fear of upsetting people or having people upset at me.
Then why do you keep doing things then that upset people? And not only that, but if you're worried about upsetting people, why do you seem to go around the houses and try to piss as many people off as you can instead of just being honest?
Koda admitting to her fear of people not liking her is definitely an interesting insight to say the least, but considering how frequently she actively poked the hornet's nest that was our community whenever she had the chance to, I'm rather skeptical. You look at situations like burning bridges, the gay wedding cake, and the SCC rant specifically, then you might see why I raise an eyebrow to how true that is. Of course, I don't have any proof of her true motivation, just educated speculation, but I still highly doubt that she's giving us the full story there.
Koda, just knowing about you and the fact that you have a past, right? You got at one point booted out of the the SCC, whatever the fuck it was. You got booted out. Well, would you say that arguably, like, should it happen again? Like, I'm assuming at this point you're worse than you were before.
Should it? That doesn't really seem like my choice, honestly.
You got booted. No. But if you could decide whether you deserve to be booted out from a different perspective, don't you think you've been worse this time than you were previously when they kicked you out? When you got shooed away from the internet and then you came back and rebranded?
I'd absolutely say at the very least I'm on a similar level. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not. So yeah, I guess that's the answer. Yeah.
So I actually want to correct this misconception. As an insider to the SCC, we never kicked Koda out of the, quote, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Lyo's words, not mine. Actually, what happened was, and I'm pretty sure I've already gone over a bit of her behavior already, but to explain further, after the Burning Bridges video where she blatantly lied about a few members of the SCC and then broadly generalized the rest of the community under an umbrella of dishonesty, I told her off about how hurt people were when she made the video. She understood, she acted too impulsively, took down the video, and then apologized to everyone, to which, while some were skeptical, most were generally willing to begrudgingly give her yet another chance, even after everything else she put us through. Friendly reminder. By February 9th, 2022, I made a video explaining to outsiders as to what the SCC even was, because I want to try to make that distinction for you guys. Also because I was getting tired of being labeled a drama channel or an art channel. And I know, this video's not helping. In that video, Koda was even mentioned as an SCC member. But when she saw that, she made a now-deleted comment that explained that she didn't want to be mentioned as a part of the community. And I had respected that for future reference, but ultimately, we didn't kick her out. She disassociated on her own accord. So I don't know if she was going around and telling everyone that she was kicked out of the SCC. I know she once left a comment on a video by Alex the Critic that insinuated that she did, but if it was more than just the one comment, then she basically lied to everyone that she said that to. Don't get me wrong, we might not have been happy with her, and some definitely didn't trust her, but the rest of us can kind of be forgiving to a fault sometimes. It kind of comes with the territory of a lot of the community members being rather young comparatively. Like, a lot of this community is teenagers. Or at least it used to be. Of course, after the wedding cake fiasco, and especially everything that I'm going to talk about later, there's definitely no chance we'd welcome her back with open arms now. Like, that bridge has been dismantled piece by piece this time before being incinerated, but like, 2 of the calls mention her being kicked out of this community, and that wasn't true, and I wish I saved the comments to better prove that point, but alas, they don't seem to be in my archive, so this is kind of just something you have to take my word on. Anyway, to continue to the second call Lyo Convoy gave me, he gave it alongside the context of Neko got fussed at for being stupid and acting like she knows everything. She left Senate because she thought people were pissed and comes back to get an earful. Admittedly, this call doesn't have a ton of notable moments in it. I did enjoy hearing a man who I'd now describe as the most wholesome person I've ever seen come out of that chat tell Neko in the nicest way he could muster to touch grass. Literally. But other than that, a lot of the call is just grilling Koda for doing something dumb again. That said, there is one thing that I want to mention just because it basically makes the entirety of my video ultimately redundant in the sense of general points.
I do not give two flying fucks who you're friends with anymore. The shit you've been pulling is unacceptable.
I don't disagree with you.
Then stop doing it. You keep adding to the list of fuck-ups rather than doing anything to fucking fix it. You spit on everyone's fucking face who tries to fucking help you. And every time you get caught, it's, yeah, I'm owning up to it. Yeah, I'm owning up to it. And then you don't. So when are you going to grow the fuck up? Because I've met minors that act more mature than you.
However, I'm here for specific examples and stories, not just to yell at Koda for more of her actions. At least not right now. It would be really easy to do that for the upteenth time, but by this point I doubt it would make me feel any better, and it wouldn't really do anyone justice for me to just put together a video compressing all of these down to their most bare bones. Which is even why this video got as long as it did. Thank you for sticking around though if you got this far, and I promise we'll wrap everything up when we can. We just have a couple more stories to tell after this one. The third call, from what I can gather, was done literally the next day after Koda got mad at Rosie, also known as Hopeless Peaches, because she, quote, was misconstruing things regarding some screenshots she put into the chat. This call gets incredibly frustrating given Koda's defensiveness starts showing itself after the 34-minute mark because Lio had to go briefly to take care of something else, and that's kind of where most of the notable moments come up from this call.
I know of commentary people who do this, so this isn't some tinfoil hat moment either. I think, from my perspective, that the reason why you and Septi were the forefront of your little hashtag apologize Kamen Rider thing is because it does optically better for you and Septi if you guys are the victims of the situation. It means that there's got to be more of a back and forth drama-wise. It means that your names will be the ones mentioned more. And it just helps all around to keep your names at the forefront, right? That's what it comes across from my perspective. Because otherwise, you would be talking about the kids first and foremost. Because that's not something you lol forget about. And it's a very stupid thing to turn around to me and say, oh, well, I thought that other people knew about it. You don't see people talking about it all the time, do you, Neko? So why are you lying? Just tell the truth. Because again, I want you to be able to change my perspective just a little bit, please.
This is where the underlying issue with Apologize Kamen Rider comes in. Now, when Koda made her video, no one knew what was going on. It was abruptly posted and a bunch of people were attemptedly dragged into it. So the stuff surrounding that 15-year-old minor who was going around in Carmen's chats sending unsolicited nudes? Yeah, that would have only been known by people who were involved or people who saw Koda's follow-up later that month. And Peaches makes a very important point regarding that here. Why wasn't that brought up? Why was instead Septi and Koda at the forefront of this whole ordeal? Why were they more important than the literal children in a Lolicon server? Like, the start of this ordeal was to highlight Carmen's abuse of Septipaws during a suicidal breakdown, but if Koda knew about the children going into it, which is what we're to believe here, then the whole hashtag Apologize Kamen Rider video was a problem from the get-go because it distracted from the main priority at hand. It took focus from what should be important and put it more on the action of Carmen calling Septi's suicidal thoughts as sad fishing. Now, again, don't get me wrong, it's still not great, and Carmen definitely shouldn't be going around dismissing suicidal ideation like she did. But you could have put so much more of an onus on Carmen had it just not been ignored for exclusively the Septi shit. Koda later says in the call that she didn't think about it, and like, that still raises red flags to me. Because it just showed that the impulsive nature to hashtag Apologize Kamen Rider came at the cost of a message that was equally, if not more dangerous to not be acknowledged. What probably should have been done is bringing up the attempted suicide in tandem with the minor sending nudes, but instead one is completely shafted from the video, whereas the other is put as the sole focus. And so the conversation and what's important winds up being missed in favor of something else.
Well, for one, fuck. There was actually other people talking about the shit. It wasn't. There was other people trying to talk about it at the very least. So again, you could say that I was only caring about like optically myself and Septi and all that. I was not caring about myself. My channel could have got flagged from that. Like I was genuinely calling for harassment. Channel could have gotten flagged. Didn't care. I did not care about that.
Well, you sure cared enough to label it as a false flagging in your follow-up video, to the point even Lio himself wound up addressing it publicly on Twitter incorrectly.
But you don't gotta worry about that. Like, unless you groom a kid, or you try to fake a suicide with an alt account, etc., stuff like that, that'll get people to leave you. But just not thinking in the moment and making dumb decisions, that will get you criticism. That will get you stern talkings to. It won't get people to leave you. Don't worry.
I want you to keep that off to the side, because that faking a suicide through an alt account point does come back into play in a later segment, and it's absolutely fucked that I'm able to say that.
I have had several conversations with you. And you know the sad thing is, when I started talking to you, do you have any idea how many people told me that I'm wasting my time? Genuinely, do you know?
Probably quite a few.
Can you guess who some of them were?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you cut out there.
Go ahead, take a guess. Who were they?
Obviously Jace is probably one of them.
Oh. Jay says that about anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. You're not special.
Well, Doodletones is probably saying that.
Correct.
I don't know if you're still talking to Ephraim. He was probably saying some things about me.
Nope. Ephraim had nothing to say about you.
Interesting. That's surprising.
Despite what you may think, Neko, these people do not think about you on a daily basis. And the sad thing is, Doodle told me good luck, but thinks that I wouldn't be able to do any good with you, and starting to wonder if maybe she was right.
Okay, so technically this isn't actually all that important to the situation, but I do want to highlight it on the base that I don't really hear this enough. Petty? Sure. I certainly can be at times, but I really hated how dismissive people were of my side of the story whenever Koda and I would have a bit of a kerfuffle on Twitter. She might have been willing to use my subscriber count against me when I called her manga comment video bad, but she had way more power in the situations to follow, considering her new connections to the bigger commentary community and its affiliates. We'll talk more about that later. But yeah, being slideshow commentary community means that my reach is, for the most part, pretty choked back. Outside of Ponder Sprocket and Blaze the Movie Fan, I'm the biggest SCC member that actively makes being so a part of my channel. I mean, Blaze also has reviews and the high art that is Mario pissing, whereas Ponder double dips into art commentary, and most of y'all don't even know she was SCC. But like, you don't have beef with a niche community like Koda had with us without there being something to it, you know? But no one cared when we started rallying our cries against Koda, and I can almost guarantee that for the most part, people won't care after this video. C'est la vie. At the end of the third call, everyone tells Koda to do better, saying that she has a chance to redeem herself in their eyes, so long as she doesn't act hard and get into more shit, giving her yet another second chance with a different group. While there is more to talk about in the Septi versus Carmen debacle, such as Septi apparently trying to send out a legitimate hitman on Carmen, and Carmen doing everything in her power to prolong the drama between the two of them as she chooses violence and antagonism over anything actually productive. Yet that last 2 hours of Carmen's 8-hour video response doesn't exactly paint her in a good light. Oh, we had this whole 2-hour video call where we tried to work things out, but this person still gets mad when I antagonize them and call them something they are offended by. Therefore, they have learned nothing. Like, if you think that puts you into the right, you're a bigger moron than I thought. Koda, however, backs away from the situation, so I'm also going to wrap up this chapter here, but just know, the way that all of this ends is kind of heartbreaking in retrospect. Like, as we continue, keep in the back of your minds that Koda was told not to act up. Because I really want to hammer it in that this promise did not last long at all.
I just need to say this. Neko, I don't hate you. I don't want you to leave Senate. I don't want you to unfriend me or unfollow me or any of this nonsense. I think you can get past what you have done, but one thing you have to do is you need to be honest with the people who care about you, and more importantly, you need to be honest with yourself. We talked about this previously. You've got to drop all the pompous nonsense that you try to build yourself up over with. You don't need that. Don't. You just need to be honest, and you need to stop trying to think everybody's out to get you. Because, Neko, if I was out to get you, if anybody here was actually out to get you, you'd already be gone by now. Now I'm gonna hop out.
Bye.
So this is kind of the chapter that's going to wrap everything before it up in a nice little bow. Try to follow along, because there's a lot of moving parts and it might get a little confusing for a bit. So remember in the last chapter, just like a few minutes ago when I said Koda started having more power against the SCC after her move towards the more general commentary sphere? I want to mention that because I'm not the only one who thought this. In fact, Koda herself kinda noticed this first back in June after the whole lost commentary debacle that happened a month prior. She noticed how she got out unscathed from her dishonesty about me in the wedding cake situation. She noticed how I gave her what she wanted in getting rid of the lost commentary after she raised a fuss over it. And again, at about that point, I was doing exactly as she told and keeping her name out of my mouth. She was also, because of my outburst to that first situation mentioned, was able to weaponize being compared to V Omega in a way that made the entirety of this community seem bad. We'll come back to that in a bit, because that still infuriates me to this day. Yeah, a bit of a disclaimer for this chapter, I might become a little unhinged. This chapter might get a little ugly. In any case, the domino effect of Koda going back to her antagonistic ways with the SCC started when I was made privy to some screenshots of a conversation between her and Fractured Light over my Worst of 2022 countdown. See, I had, during that year, mentioned to people how much I hated that stupid wedding cake video and just how dishonest it was. And knowing that, I mentioned I was most likely going to put it on that year's tradition. In this conversation, Koda shows distaste for the list again, specifically insinuated that she was going to become a pain in my ass if she did make it onto my list, saying that in one tweet she'll piss in my cereal and I'll start crying because of it. In her own words, I have a platform now, I can push back, thinking that her tweet last time about my lost commentary was alone what got me to unlist it. And in a way, she's right, but it was more out of annoyance than fear. I had a bunch of other stuff going on at the time. She just had the worst timing to start being childish again, but more on that later. Just generally, these DMs have Koda coming off as unpleasant and unhinged. And for what? Because I thought about mentioning how I disliked a video she even knew I disliked prior? Oh, of course. I'm the coward because I cover people a fraction of my size, which I don't even do all the time anyway, but details. But you now have a platform that you know you can use to spread harassment against another creator that you don't like. I see. Fucking unhinged bitch. In retaliation, of course, I republicized my lost commentary, because I'm petty like that, and in retaliation, Koda tries gaslighting Light before blocking him, saying that she didn't say she was going to use her platform against me, which, you did, Koda. It's right there in the screenshot. Of course, she went and made everything public again, as is the Koda way. It only needs to be brought to her privately when she doesn't feel like she has a leg to stand on, after all. And as is the way, the Cloud Palace took notice of this and began talking about Koda's newest tantrum. In comes Crimson Paladin. Now, for context, Crimson was an ex-SCC member who had been around for a while. He was one of the first people to even join the Cloud Palace, and we had been friends since 2016 when we did our co-op together. And so, he'd been around for every instance of Koda fucking up that I brought up in this video. He was there during the wedding cake video, he was there during Burning Bridges, the SCC rant, the Collective Fuckfest, the Cosmos Stardust stuff. He saw it all. So it came off as a bit strange that by this point, where Koda was actively ready to threaten harassment against me over a video that I had a right to be angry over, that he jumped to the defense of her when people would bring up their grievances with Koda's behavior over the months. Specifically when Umbris brought up Koda victim blaming her during the Hey It's Cosmic stuff, downplaying Koda's debate me bro approach as merely a lack of communication on Umbris's part. Now it should be of note, around that point he hadn't been too active in the chat. He was absent for a couple of months, and so we were able to just kind of write it off as he didn't know. A civil discussion was at least had until Neko Shadows had reminded us that Koda had become a trigger for her, which made recovering all of these stories a nightmare, by the way, and why there's most likely things I've been leaving out, just in case you might have been wondering. We've been doing our best to refer to Koda by various other names throughout the years. Some examples include, but are not limited to, Keko Noda, Purple Cat, and my personal favorite, Kitty Copium. Anyway, after that discussion, Crimson went back to inactivity. Not long after around this time, Saradust had finished a project he had been working on in the background for some time. It was a response to Koda's Burning Bridges video that he had initially been hesitant to finish on account of Koda's behavior in the subsequent hope that Koda would indeed get better from it. If you can't tell, she didn't. and so he went and finished it. After giving the script to Koda, because she would prefer us do that than make a video, Sarah would then get blocked and Koda would subtweet that, showing anger over Sarah's actions. I also want to point out, since there's not really another moment to mention this before shit hits the fan, that we did find yet another Koda account that did commentaries after the whole Septi pause shit. It also does not seem to be around anymore, so there's not really much to mention about Kasaragi here, but I do think it's a notable little detail. Anyway, this summer's civil war finally came to an explosion after we would catch wind of a tweet Crimson would make in response to Fractured Light and Lin talking about the cosmic stuff again. Apparently, Lin and Koda had a call about that where Koda doubled down on her stances of that whole ordeal, and then blocked Lin because ACC bad, I think? Crimson's tweet definitely didn't help that latter portion, I would think, since he pretty much threw the entirety of the Cloud Palace under the bus by referring back to the comparison to V Omega made back in March. His tweet insinuates it happened more than once and no one said anything, but reminder that by this point Crimson wasn't active in the chat, so he was only going off of information that happened 5 months prior. Koda wouldn't know this though because she was never in the Cloud Palace. Friendly reminder. So Crimson effectively gave her misinformation to set her off on yet another anti-slideshow commentary community tirade, because she doesn't go on enough of those. I got rightfully pissed and called out Crimson myself for throwing us under the bus, but Koda saw that as me getting mad at him merely leaking what happens in the Cloud Palace, so she responded with her own thread saying how the SEC is scummy and the Cloud Palace is bad because they like to use trauma as a weapon. And I don't think there are words to properly get across at just how bitter and upset this whole ordeal had made me at the time. Like, actually, the English language is not enough to get that point across. Even recalling it now is re-sparking a lot of that aggression, if you can't tell. And I just couldn't. I'll admit, the Cloud Palace saw me get a little unhinged. I said some things that night that I would not repeat to anyone under really any circumstance, much less in good faith. I felt angry that Koda was continuing on this path after 5 months and me apologizing, and I felt betrayed that someone who I considered a pretty good friend in this community would lie so flippantly just so he could get some brownie points from someone who not only doesn't deserve it, but is only trusting this man now because he's now saying the slideshow commentary community is bad. Like, sure, we did talk about Koda whenever she would take shots at us publicly on Twitter, but no one, and I repeat, no one had actively kept comparing Koda to her abuser after I did so in March. At most, Avi had agreed to that comparison when I had made it, but after that point, no. We did not actively do so, and to say that we did when you were not active in the chat, Crimson, is the most cowardly thing I think I'd ever seen you do. If you perchance stumble across this video and get to this point, I just want you to know that, no, I don't think I want to hear from you again. There isn't anything really to discuss here when you seem to be so willing to start shit over Koda actively antagonizing us first. Fuck off. Anyway, let's talk about Koda's thread, because this was what Crimson wanted, I guess. It's important to note that my initial thread calling Crimson out was directed at him specifically, so everything I mentioned in that thread would be things he would know. Koda wouldn't. But most of her thread was predicated on assumptions and lack of context because she wasn't privy to everything that Crimson would have known about the Cloud Palace. Now watch, as her entire thread gets picked apart with more context given that, while she wouldn't have known at the time, only really shows that she didn't care to try to get more context of, because she needed that narrative pushed that this niche as hell community was definitely out to get her specifically.
Well, that was quick. TL. DR. Fuck you, Susie. Y'all comparing me to my groomer was venting?
No, the discussion after that was, you know, the one that would have been had back in March where Avi would have mentioned that he agreed with the comparison. Oh, I know you wouldn't have known that, but Crimson fucking would have.
That's your excuse? Are you fucking serious? And you have the audacity to get mad at Crimson for speaking up about this? Are you daft?
Again, this is more assumptions on your part. Now, I don't necessarily blame Koda for this, given Crimson had straight up given her contradicting information. But obviously, my problem would have been the misinformation from the venting, claiming it to be more the throwing us under the bus so he can play moderate in favor of someone who actively did heinous things to the people in the group. Crimson also never actually brought up his discomfort with the comparison in the chat neither, or if he did, he never brought it up to me as the person who did make the comparison to begin with. He didn't want to talk to us about this, he instead waited 5 months before putting us on blast as if we were actively doing so. That's what I was mad at him about.
No, you weren't venting. You compared me to my groomer and these screen caps proved it.
Koda, I never denied the fact that I did. I did it directly to you.
No apology, no denial.
Actually, I did apologize. You just never got the message because you blocked me around that time. Remember? We'll come back to that later.
Just getting mad at the person who leaked it. Fuck off. Crimson, you did a good thing here. Don't let the SCC pressure you like this. Even if it was venting, that excuse is jack fucking shit. You know that's a low blow. You know comparing me to 7 bugs me. And that should be common sense since he sexually assaulted me, you heartless fuck.
You know, not for nothing, because you're correct that it wasn't tactful, it was a low blow, and I'm still sorry for doing so. But every time Koda brought this up, I noticed she was always just bringing up that she was compared to begin with, and not why she was. We'll come back to that later because it does become important to this thread.
Oh no, but your issue was that Crimson did the right thing and told me about the shit you and the rest of your group pulled.
Okay, even if we were still comparing Koda to V behind the scenes, why would telling her that we were in private when he also knows that would trigger her be the right thing? I mean, it's an obvious answer, but it's not one either Koda nor Crimson want to acknowledge.
If you feel even slightly remorseful for the shit you pulled, you'll do 2 things. 1. Give me names of everyone who pulled this crap.
Doodletones. And maybe Avi Haltman if you consider agreeing with my initial comparison, making it himself.
Give me a direct apology.
You still had me and everyone else in the SCC blocked. But again, we'll come back to that apology later, because despite that I had already given one before this thread, she does get a second one more directly later.
These can be in public or private, I don't care. Doing this will at the very least show that you know you did something wrong and will own up to it. I won't forgive you, not a fucking chance, but I'm at the very least giving you the chance to do the right thing. It'll show you know you fucked up, and that'll probably be worth something to someone.
Considering the shit that I'm still dealing with, that you know that I'm still dealing with? No the fuck it won't! I can apologize to everyone I wronged until I'm blue in the face, and I have, to you included. But there are people still bringing up the shit that I did in 2016 and 2017 to ruin my life. Meanwhile, you can mentally scar people, trigger them casually, throw constant shots at us during down periods when we're not talking about you, lie about people, manipulate and gaslight them, not apologize at all or apologize without directly acknowledging what you did, and get away with it but with a scratch and a slap on the wrist. Well, at least until the strain got too much to bear. Now, obviously that doesn't change the fact that I am sorry that I compared you to V, but like, come on, don't lie to me.
Yeah, he hurt you too, so that's less excuse for doing what you did. Not to mention, even if I'm acting like 7, the fact you chose to use his name in this shows your intent. There's several ways you can call me out that don't involve using the name of my sexual abuser.
You obviously don't know what my intention was, Koda, since you think that I was using him as a gotcha or was directly just comparing you two without reason. Friendly reminder, when we were having that conversation, you did everything in your power to talk over me, twist my words, and make me sound worse. Gish Gallop, piling on argument after argument, and not letting me get but a few words in at a time. I shouldn't have to tell you that those were all things V also had a habit of doing when he was still in the SCC, to the point it actively fucked with people, even wanting to do commentaries to begin with. He did that with me specifically, and you helped. Reminder, that whole Collectathon debacle, the Cam Project commentary, Cosmo, you weren't innocent in contributing to those situations, actively contributing to other people's trauma that you never apologized for. We dropped all that shit when you were going through it, but the minute someone fucks up with you, it becomes literally all you can think about. And then they have to bend over backwards to get to the point that you'd even be willing to stop bringing it back up. Can y'all see the double standards? Can y'all see exactly why I was always so confrontational with Koda? Koda wasn't just merely an idiot, but a dangerously manipulative one. One that will omit details to get what she wants or to get people on her side. One that'll make assumptions of people's characters to paint them in a preemptively bad light. One that didn't hesitate to rile the mob that it meant that she could shut people she had an issue with down. She never saw that as an issue so long as she could have gotten away with it. And that she did. For 5 years.
Still no apology, mind you.
See, hold on. I'm gonna stop right here. So, in my script I said, yes I did, you just never got it, and I'm still sure that that's the case, but for some reason I can't seem to find that tweet, like, scrolling through my Twitter. And I've looked several times. So we'll go off of this, like, presumption that I didn't, right? You still, in this rant, respond to a thread between myself and Yo Palgal where I acknowledge publicly that it was tactless, showing at least some level of regret towards the action. Sure, it wasn't an explicit apology, again, you get that for sure a little later, but it does show that I knew the action was bad and that I know I did something wrong in saying what I did. So while it might not have been explicitly what you were wanting, though I'm still pretty sure I did give you that, like, I have distinct memories of me posting an apology tweet. You do have that at the very least. The rest of the script does mention that I gave you an apology, but this is just on the off chance that I'm, like, gaslighting myself, or that I'm, like, misremembering things. I didn't even script this, but I figured, you know, I don't have the screenshot on standby, and I might as well address this point, just in case I'm misremembering it. Anyway, I'll go back to the video.
Me cutting you off is comparable to Seven's manipulation, gaslighting, and abuse.
Oh, you think it's just the cutting us off that I took issue with? Well, that's fucking adorable. Read the other part of that post to Yo Palgal where I say you took advantage of every olive branch we extended to you. Every fucking time you've screwed up and we gave you a second chance, you do something immediately after that shows that why we shouldn't have. Burning bridges is merely one example of it, but it's not the only one. The SCC rant was one. The stuff after the Heaton debacle was one. And hell, even after burning bridges, we extended that branch out once more and you incinerated it by lying to everyone, saying that we cut you out of this community when in reality you just didn't want to associate anymore. We had been nothing but attempting to be understanding and forgiving, and you kept spitting on us whenever you got the chance to. But even still, that's not what I was initially comparing. I was comparing your argumentative tactics. Nothing else.
Also, it wasn't out of nowhere. There was several dramas where both sides had a fault at times that caused me to cut you fucks off.
Where? I swear to God, if we went back to burning bridges with this post, I will fucking destroy you where you stand.
I have every right to cut y'all off. If I don't feel a friendship or a connection is healthy, why should I keep it? Why should I continue to have it? My actions are nowhere near comparable to Seven's, and saying that is such a slap in the face to every one of his victims.
You say, to a victim of V's behavior, do you just have short-term memory loss or something? Of course you do, because your abuse was worse, therefore mine's not valid, obviously. I also want to acknowledge that me even bringing up this behavior to Gal was explicitly to tell her why the comparison was brought up again to begin with. Koda hones in on the reason, though, as if I was using that to justify my behavior, so even to the bitter end, Koda was willing to take me out of context to paint a different narrative.
The point isn't that you're criticizing my actions. I'm a dumb fucking kid who does dumb shit. The issue is you bringing up Seven's name in this. How are you this daft?
Once again, not the point, Koda. Show the rest of that post, please, where Gal was trying to downplay you taking me out of context in your video about that stupid wedding cake by saying you unintentionally did so. Whereas I brought up how you had been willing to do that exact thing even as far back in your days of Fluffle Yu-Gi-Oh! So I don't have a reason to believe that this was unintentional on your part. Telling her that taking people out of context was also behavior V did, which was again where the comparison came from. Truly, the only reason I look daft in your thread is because you're actively painting such a picture without further context.
Still no apology.
Because I was pretty sure I'd given you one.
Still no other names.
Because there was only one. 2 if you want to count Avi, and you were already given that one. Also, I was talking to Gal, not you. I had no idea you even made this thread until after the fact.
Even if I'm to believe you, the fact you keep trying to justify it is a big fucking problem. Legit, just say, yeah, I did it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. If I want to call out Koda, I shouldn't use his name. Boom, done.
I wasn't, though. In fact, every time I mention that it was tactless or impulsive, I am directly stating that these were not good behaviors on my end. Even if I'm not repeating my apology every post, these descriptions alone should tell you that I look at those actions as poor. I know I also tell Gal that I'm not going to continue apologizing, but that's also not inherently a justification. That's me mentioning that I apologized once before, but that I don't want to keep groveling with my apology whenever you demand one. Especially when I wasn't doing anything by August. Something that you're now informed of, but don't want to believe me when I say, despite the fact that I never really had a history of lying to you.
I'm willing to give Susie full 100% benefit of doubt.
What a good joke. You know, Koda, I'm glad you had such a great sense of humor.
Let's say I am an abusive fuck ass. Let's say I am an emotionally abusive piece of shit. The problem is her bringing up my trauma and abuse into it. She has full right to call me out, but not bring my trauma into it.
I wasn't exactly initially trying to. I was bringing up my trauma. It just so happens that we share the same abuser, Koda. Well, whatever. Believe what you want to believe. Thread over. What happened next was Maz coming in to talk to Koda about this whole ordeal to finally clear the air. They start by mentioning out of the gate that the comparison was the one time, months prior, and that Koda continuing to bring it up as often as she did at the time just seemed like she was harboring a grudge over it. Koda would respond by alluding to Lunatic the Game, who once brought V up as an example to Koda. Something she said she took issue with in Burning Bridges, so forgive me for being a little skeptical when she said that she'd be willing to have dropped it if I gave yet another apology. I have no reason to believe that. She also says that all I had been trying to do is deflect and justify comparison when I never did either of those things. And even then, that and the initial time it happened were the only times I had ever brought it up, period. So I don't see how she can say that as if I had been mentioning it for 5 months about how justified I was to do something that I had called tactless and impulsive. She also says that there were a ton of other people saying it was a true comparison, but the only person you'd be able to call to that said that was Avi. One person! Then Koda goes on to say that I lied about her saying that she was going to harass me, saying that it was a vent in another server, something that she got on the my case for when she was under the presumption that I made the V comparison again in an event channel myself, so why is it okay for you to insinuate you push back with your platform in event, but there's no excuse for me to say what you thought I said in event? Strange that. Then Koda says that I was continuing to justify the comparison, when I did not. An explanation isn't an excuse, and I'm for one am mighty tired of people believing otherwise. And then Maz says that they had to go. Koda says that she'll never trust an SCC member, so that's probably the last time Maz would be able to talk with her, and it was, of course. The situation didn't end there, though, since we were made aware of Blazing Hope getting quote retweeted by Koda, who was then quote retweeted by Hopeless Peaches, alongside Peaches being only told a fraction of what happened by Yo Palgal. Tippy was understandably a bit worried that Peaches, who has a rather sizable platform, thought she was an abuse sympathizer, and Peaches quote tweeting her would probably get people coming to her about it. So I did what I could to reach out to Peaches, and the call went overall fine, though maybe we could have stayed more on track. And because I like having my bases covered whenever something like this comes up, I am a paranoid fuck after all, I did record that call, and while it wasn't ultimately super important in a vacuum, I would be remiss if I didn't go over it a bit. Besides, there was an interesting note or two in here. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. So, I'm not entirely sure which tweet in particular you were responding to, since I've had Koda blocked since she's been very quick to block the rest of us.
Why is everyone breaking down?
Because nobody wants to have a discussion, nobody wants to talk, nobody wants to
The-
listen.
Yeah, the tweet was Neko saying, "In fairness, how was I supposed to take it? You're asking me to stop interacting, blah 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 blah." And it was just tippy person.
Oh, right. You know, so first and foremost, Tippy's tweet had literally nothing to do with Koda. It had everything to do with someone who gave Koda a bunch of Falcon that she is now using to lob a bunch of insults and allegations against the rest of the SCC. Which is great. That was a fun thing to deal with yesterday. I then give Peaches the general rundown. Basically, it's everything you've heard up to this point, but less ranty. And it's kind of obvious Peaches didn't care much as I was explaining. I assumed it was just late, hence the thumbnail used for this call. Anyway, after the brief explanation, Peaches gives her 2 cents. But Tippy's tweet, again, was not pointed at Coda, it was pointed at Crimson, who was giving who was giving that incorrect information to Coda. Inadvertently or advertently, whichever, he still gave incorrect information to Coda, to which now she is using as a ballista. Not helped by the fact that she has constantly been looking for stuff to use against us for years anyway. That's why, like, every couple months you'll see both Coda and I going at it on Twitter. It's a very long and complicated history.
Get in a boxing match with one another.
Nah.
Just get in there. Just beat the shit out of one another. You'll come out better people.
I guarantee you no, that's not gonna be the case. Because Coda doesn't want to get better. She
You'll
never
murder
has.
him. Only one will survive.
No, she's never wanted to get better. Ever. Like, we have constantly tried to sit down and talk with Coda about her problems. We have constantly extended olive branches to her whenever she gets done burning bridges with all of us. In one case, literally burning bridges by making a video with that title. Or effectively burning bridges with that title. She doesn't want help. She never has.
Pity from it, but not anything.
Yeah, no. Like, we've sat down and talked with her. Some of us straight up considered her a friend. Only for her to, as I said, constantly burn bridges out of fucking nowhere and make these giant accusations, these giant, like, mountains out of molehills.
Yeah, they've probably got some issues.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of issues.
Yeah, and whenever Coda and I butt heads, it's two people with the exact same issue going at it. Look, I'll be the first to admit I'm a little stubborn. No shame here. It's just when you get two stubborn people fighting each other, it becomes a couple of bulls with their horns locked. And it just so happens that Coda had bigger horns than I did. But yeah, no, Tippy wasn't saying anything to Coda. Coda just assumed that Tippy was. And that's why she had said what she had said on Twitter about, like, oh, these people who compared me to my sexual abuser, oh, leave us alone. That's not what Tippy said. That's not at all what Tippy said. You can see that within the screenshots. But Coda doesn't want to give that context, I imagine, because Coda never does.
Why don't everyone block each other?
We did, actually. For a long time, Coda has had the SCC blocked, and I still have Coda blocked. That doesn't change the fact that she's been block evading and snooping around on everyone's Twitter trying to find any possible mention of her anywhere. I know she's doing this too, because we wouldn't have these conversations if she wasn't. We wouldn't have these arguments if she wasn't, because I've had her blocked for like the entire year. And the fact that we've had 4 arguments within the time span of this year should tell you it's not anything that I'm doing. I've had her blocked. Because what was it? There was one point in time where she just blocked me out of the blue. Oh no, actually it was right out of no, it wasn't out of the blue. It was right after the homophobia thing. After that, she had blocked me because I had made the comparison. I blocked her because I was tired of dealing with the constant cycle of dealing with Coda, and that was it. She unblocked me sometime along the way, to get me to get me involved with her, like, Mama Max style, let's deal with Carmen Writer video. which I obliged and made my own video saying that I was in agreement with Koda's overall message, but just hated the execution. But like, apparently that's not enough. Apparently that's not enough for her. She wants to make sure that she just walks away completely unscathed from anything that she says or does ever.
Yeah.
And she wants to make sure that no one has, like, another word to say about her, even if it requires her to block evade and look at people, like, basically stalk people's Twitters.
Yeah, it's not healthy.
It's not. That is correct. But yeah, that was another thing, wasn't it? The whole apologize Carmen writer thing saw Koda unblock me long enough to drag me back into her crusade, then block me when I was no longer useful for her. I didn't even consider that until now. I'd completely forgotten. I haven't even really looked at the stuff that she's been saying. I've been hearing everything from like a third-party perspective, because obviously people in my group, the Cloud Palace, is going to fucking hear or going to talk about it. It's almost as if. But outside of hearing what was said from them, I don't know what has been said. I don't really care what has been said from Koda's end. I just noticed you talking about it, and Tippy was telling me that she was worried you were going to get, like, the wrong impression, or you were going to go along with Koda's manipulation of context.
No, I just like, even with the context, I'm just like, I don't think comparing people to like people who
But
abuse
Tippy wasn't doing that.
I mean, like, when you mention it, so I know why that's there, and then like, but I already know that Koda's got issues. So I'm just like, Pog. Everyone wildin'.
Knowing the perspective now that I didn't see from the Septi versus Carmen stuff, we now know what that's all about, but that's about the end of that particular discussion. It derails into casual, friendly conversation after this point, just two pals shooting the shit and all that jazz. At least I think we're pals. We talk about some drama Peaches was a part of that time, we talk about SCC stuff, Peaches makes a joke about joining the SCC to spark drama. It's all in good fun, at least I thought it was. But she went on to Twitter to say she was staying the fuck away from us because our drama is scary and confusing, but at least Tippy was relieved to hear that everything was worked out. A few days later, and some bigger things would kick back up on August 16th, 2022. So a month prior, I was made aware of a Twitter account by the name of We Are the Alt-CC. An account that not only re-sparked some unclosed trauma due to what that name is connected to, but it was also an account that focused on attacking and harassing just a Sylveon and Studio needing more. Which, if you got more time after this, there's another 8-hour video that explains that train wreck if you're new here. I've talked about it a couple of times in this video. It was just a bunch of connections to other things I could talk about in this series, which becomes even more the case when the account started harassing Koda. So a month goes by, I know that account exists, and Lyle gets me into a call to talk about the Alt-CC for contacts. He dips out sometime along the way since he was going on to talk with the Alt account, and the next thing I know, I would hear the Alt-CC is V Omega with a 5.5-minute video following it with proof.
So, you recognize me?
I do.
So, after everything happened, I took away every single social media, and I genuinely went out of my way to go find help, and I went through some rehabilitation, and when I found out that there was this fucking predator grooming someone who was a fan of mine, people thought that they were me, I wanted to do something about it.
Fan of yours. How is this person a fan of yours?
Doodletones is a fan of the Neo Alt-CC channel, which was a channel that I used to run.
Just for confirmation's sake, what was your old screen name? Because I want to make sure I'm not getting you confused with somebody else.
V O D Omega.
So you're V Omega.
Yes.
And Nil has been talking to you.
No. We've only sent, well, sorry, because even though there is splits here, we're both the same person. I've only sent Nil one DM, and we've responded to each other in tweets before, and I think that's about it. Nil has no idea who I am, nobody else has any idea who I am, and I just wanted to take out me and fuck off. Because, frankly, I know that Doodletones harassing Susie is my fault. I wanted to do something about that for quite a while, and I found out that fucking child rumor was grouping fucking clones. I don't know.
You want to know how I suspected it might be you?
How?
You know way too much about Neko Koda.
Yeah.
I wonder why. So, let me go ahead and cut to the quick here. First of all, you can't do anything about a child predator unless you have their real name and address.
Okay.
And because I don't think you're about to try to copyright strike somebody falsely, you're not going to get it. And most of the things you listed there are not things that you can charge somebody with. Being rude to trans people is not illegal.
I know.
Well, if this is your idea of building cases, then I think you need to stop.
Okay.
I'm going to be... It's not just minor backing off. I'm going to be completely blunt with you, just like I was last time we talked. You remember the last time we talked?
Yes.
When Ponder and I had a nice long conversation with you about some of the nonsense you pulled. Yeah. Do you remember why you were kicked out of the community and why people lambasted you?
Yeah.
Because you were inappropriate with children, too. So what right do you think you have going after somebody else? You think that's going to redeem you?
I don't care about being redeemed.
What you need to do...
I just want the Predator gone.
You're not going to be able to get rid of him. You want to know how I can tell you're not going to be able to get rid of him? Because you're still around. You did things that were worse than what Neat has done, and you're not in jail yet. So what are you going to do to deplatform Neat? When you have none of this information, what you need to do, what you plainly need to do, is get rid of all of your socials and stay gone.
Okay.
Beat it. I'll handle Neat.
Do you want my evidence that I gathered?
I don't need your evidence. I have my own and plenty of other people who are competent and have not also preyed on children. You are very lucky that I am not the quote-unquote doxer you tried to pretend I am. Otherwise, I would put your information out, because I owe you nothing. And if I catch you in here again, I'm going to.
Okay.
Leave.
I really appreciate.
Beat it.
Thank
you. The best word to describe my reaction to this information was stunned. You mean to tell me that not only was my abuser coming back to protect me from my stalker and my stalker's groomer, but that this same person who sexually assaulted Koda went back to harassing them? Went back to victimizing them? And mere days after the conversation about Koda being compared to their abuser popped back up? You just can't make this shit up, truly. This is some fucking supervillain shit. And the same day all of this happened, Laya would get me into a call with Koda to finally work out our own issues, and I definitely want to go over that call too. So it starts with us bringing back up the lost commentary stuff. Koda doesn't like the idea of me continuing that series, and obviously I was kind of more set on doing it. Lio decides that's a good starting point.
I see. So, last com on Neko, is it like something with some of Neko's modern stuff or some things from some years ago?
This one's a little bit more modern. It was a video that Neko released called Burning Bridges. But that's really about it. Like, I've already, like, when I did the initial Lost commentary, I made a note that, like, this is, or that the one that I did do, the one that I wound up doing on one of Neko's older works, was not reflective of their current content. But that still caused a problem, it seems.
Well, if I could ask, it's because, like, just before, we had gotten into a spat over shit.
And then
It was
I'm
like,
seeing.
It was like a month or two beforehand.
No, it was like a few days, if so, beforehand, if I remember correctly.
I can look at the upload date, and I'm pretty sure it's not March. I can double check though. I could be wrong.
I remember, because I remember the reason why I was pissed was because we had just gotten done with some sort of Twitter feud regarding something, and then for you to upload it, I'm like, oh wow, okay, this really feels like a fucking shot, like.
No, because we had that beef between you and I about the Blaze the Movie fan video in March. I released the Lost commentary in May.
No, it wasn't just the Blaze. It was something different regarding. I forget what the fuck it was, but I know there was something that happened there. That.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is on Neko's side that Neko thought something was squashed and then a video got released and that was the problem, right?
That's what it
From
sounds
Neko's
like
side.
to me too, but yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too, but that was not the intention, and, you know, as someone who likes to parade around the idea that people can come to you in DMs, you know, you can do the same too, right? So genuinely, for the life of me, I cannot find what Koda was alluding to here. There's nothing on my Twitter in between March and May about Koda, so either this is her trying to justify her not liking me covering an old video, which, you know, you can be honest about, her just genuinely not remembering, which is the most likely scenario, or it's trying to manipulate Lyo's perspective and gaslight me, and that's worst case scenario. We didn't sidetrack for a sec to talk about the new info about V before Lyo comes back to the Lost commentary stuff, telling me that contextually it would look like I'm dogpiling Koda if I were to release that second one on her while she's dealing with Carmen Rider. This was before the video with the rape art thumbnail was released, by the way. This is when Koda interjects. Now, I'm probably just going to let a majority of this play out without commentary. I mean, it's my call anyway, I can do what I want with it. Just because there's a lot that's kind of important for this whole interaction. The whole call isn't going to be played out, mind you, but I am letting this conversation kind of run.
Well, it's not even just that. It's just that there's a lot of things in the way she said it that like, okay, like for example, like the whole V Omega comment. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just gonna say this straight up, and I literally no intention of making you feel uncomfortable. Shit fucked with me for the next few days. I was like, I could barely go into work the next fucking day. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't eat. I almost threw up like the next few days. Like, it fucked with me.
I mean, I acknowledge it was tactless.
Well, acknowledging it's tactless is good, but I think what Neko wants is an apology.
And I believe I gave it to her back in March when I initially made it. And if I didn't, then I'll give the apology now. I'm sorry. It was like it was kind of an impulsive like thing because I noticed a pattern of behavior that I was also being, I wouldn't say triggered by, but it was definitely something that was like getting to me.
Well, okay, but if this was like a one-time thing, like keep in mind, I've said shitty things in the moment. No, here's the thing. Hear me. Because if you just said it and then immediately were like, you know what, that's fucked up. I'm sorry, whatever. I would not be making nearly as big of a shit fit. But it's when it gets called out that you were saying that in a call in your group, and other people were also saying that, and then you go on to say, yeah, it was shitty, but like.
Hold on. We gotta let each other talk. Go ahead, Susie.
Don't get it twisted. The only person who was really making the comparison was me. Avi, at most, had said, "Is it wrong though?" And that was about it. That was the extent of it. And the only time that I mentioned it in a call in the Cloud Palace was describing that it happened. Was describing the context of why you were, you know, making a big deal about it on Twitter. That was it. The only time the comparison was actually made was between you and me in those DMs. That was it. That was the only time it was ever made.
Well, I also kind of want to see if you can understand. If you go on Twitter and you're like, yeah, this thing I did was shitty, but I'm not wrong though. Like, do you kind of see why it's kind of like, okay, like why I'm like, kind of,
okay,
sassy about that?
Here's the thing, and as a third party here, rating the tweet you sent me. What I think you're feeling, Neko, because you're certainly emotionally tied to this, and I'm not saying that's wrong. I do get it. Trust me, I get it. But I think you're ascribing intent here. It may not have been intentional.
No, I'm not trying to just ascribe intent. I'm just saying.
Hold on. When I say intent, I don't mean what you're probably thinking. I mean, I don't see this as Susie saying, yeah, it's messed up, but in justification. What I'm seeing is, based on this, Susie giving her rationale for it at the time, but also stating that it's impulsive and tactless. Perhaps not the best way to word that, but I don't think she was trying to say it's justified.
Yeah, no, it wasn't justified. I'm not sitting here trying to justify it. I'm just explaining the rationale behind it because if I didn't get it across in our DMs when I initially made the statement, the way you were arguing at the time gave me that kind of mindset. Again, it wasn't right. I'm not saying it was, and again, I apologize if I apologize that I even said it. You know that it wasn't okay. I'm just telling you that's kind of what was going through my mind at the time that we were having that conversation, around the time that you were, you know, accusing me of defending homophobia and discrimination.
And from what I thought this was like a recent thing, Neko. I didn't know this was months old.
Well, okay. Well, from
this is back in March.
the reason I was under the impression it was a recent thing was because someone had made a tweet, and the way they worded the tweet, it came off as though Susie was still doing it.
Yeah.
And that's what got me fucking pissy at that point, because I was like, huh, looky here.
Yeah, no, Crimson straight up gave you misinformation, which was what was pissing me off more than the fact that he was trying to, like, give information about what was going on in the Cloud Palace. It wasn't even the fact that he tried to give you information, it was the fact that the information he gave you was just a flat-out fucking lie. He's a fucking snake. God.
Is that somebody I'm gonna have to deal with?
Probably not. After I chewed his ass out about it in DMs, he kind of understood where he went wrong and apologized for it, but man, that betrayed the trust of everyone in the Cloud Palace. Literally just threw us under the bus because he threw us under the bus knowing that Koda would have like drawn a conclusion from it that wound up being, oh, the SCC is bad because, and no offense to you, Koda, you do that a lot. I distinctly remember a subtweet you made literally before asking us for help about the apologized Carmen Rider thing, where you took a shot at us literally, I think, a day before asking us to reach out about this apologized Carmen Rider thing. I think it was a day, maybe it was a day or
What was
two,
the subtweet? Do you
is,
remember what was said in it, or?
I'd have to go back through.
Because I remember with the apologized Carbon Rider shit. Believe me, the whole time Sefty was going through his shit, I wasn't even thinking about the fucking SCC, so it might have just been about someone else straight up.
No, you mentioned SCC straight up. I do remember that. I'd have to go back through. I'd have to go back through some messages, but yeah, it was. I distinctly remember it was not too long before you asked us to get involved in the apologized Carmen Rider stuff.
And, you know, I don't know if you saw the follow-up video. Shit was all performative. I only said it because I knew you guys would respond. I didn't think you'd kind of try to push the conclusion that I wasn't caring about Septi's suicide, but that's besides the point.
I didn't. I said that from a third-party perspective, it could look as such. I actually agreed with your general message.
That is true, she did. Nice.
Oh no, that's why I didn't make us fucking stink about it. That's why I was just kind of like, okay, like, but I didn't really care. I wasn't, believe me, I was not gonna go after fucking anybody who made a video, no matter how fucking even Kumo, who made a dog shit fucking video on me talking about this shit, trying to say that Sefty was at fault because they were slightly aggressive in Carmen's server. I wasn't even gonna respond to him. I only responded to Ephraim because it was relevant to the situation. It's the only reason I responded to him. But like, no, I wasn't gonna talk about you. I wasn't gonna talk about anybody else. Even people making like, even I think there was somebody who straight up said, "Well, if Septi kills himself, it's ultimately their fault. Huh? Who cares?" And it's like, well, okay, that's a really fucking bad take. But like, no, I really didn't care. And it's just kind of like, I just kind of saw it. I remember there was a statement I remember it was worded something like
Hold on, you're getting lost in the weeds here.
I'm trying to get back to like what I was originally talking about. I remember there was it's been a while since I've watched it, but I want to just say I think there was something along the lines of you saying something like you're using your friend's suicide to go after this person. Something, how can we know if you're being sincere or something like that? Like it really felt like you were trying to paint a picture of me only trying to go after Carmen Ryder. Because believe me, I think Carmen Ryder's a bad person, don't get me wrong, but like if this was like anybody else, I would have acted exactly the same.
Yeah, that last bit there, I once again have no idea where Koda got that insinuation from. Maybe she's mixing up videos, but that's definitely not one of my criticisms of Apologize Carmen Ryder. That said, I gave her the benefit of doubt in call, and I say that I probably could have said something wrong. I mean, I could barely remember. Then Koda would then go on to talk about a twit longer I made around the time of the Lost Commentary upload, where I was talking about just a lot of stuff, from Alex the Critic, who the SCC was dealing with at the time, to King Sherman, who had been coming back around that time, to just to Sylveon and Studio needing more, but it did tie back to all the stuff at the Lost Commentary, as that was, as mentioned before, the straw that broke the camel's back. There were a few things in that twit longer that Koda took issue with that I wound up having to explain to her she misunderstood. To go over that a lot quicker than I do in the call, Koda was referring to a paragraph I made specifically about the Lost Commentary where I say that I didn't want people to be harassed over their past transgressions, saying that I have been stalked, doxxed, and sent rape and death threats over shit that I did in my past, and that I didn't want that for those that I cover in my retrospectives. She thought I was accusing her of being pro-doxing, which that's not what that was. She simply misread what the twit longer had said. This was something I knew she was accusing me of at the time, so I was prepared to nip that one in the bud. Look, I'm just saying, these things, a lot of these instances I do know come from miscommunication on both of our ends. But the problem is I am not able to reach out to Koda because despite the fact I'm not blocked seeing her messages on actual Twitter posts, I am blocked from DMing her for some reason. And as such, I know she's mutually blocked on my end, too, because, frankly, after that whole Doodletones defends homophobia and discrimination thing, I didn't want to deal with it anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry, if you actually watch the video, I do give a much more charitable take.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't...
I've watched the video. You know I've watched the video. I've given you an entire list of criticisms of that video.
Yeah, and I disagree with just about all of them.
Yeah, you ran me in fucking circles about it.
That doesn't matter. None of that matters at this point. Because at this point, what we're dealing with isn't just a disagreement over a single video. What we're dealing with now is a whole half-decade back and forth, people trying to play cloak and dagger to both of you, I guess to spin you up for their own stupid amusement, and you gotta stop taking the bait. So again, the entire point of this call isn't so each other of you can point fingers and say you did X, you did Y. It's for both of you at some point, hopefully, to get an understanding that you need to stop messing with each other, shake hands, and go about your business. Now, main point of contention that started all this was your lost comm. So I'm going that you plan on doing. So I'm going.
By all accounts, technically the thing that started this whole thing, technically would have gone back to March with that video. With the video that Koda released.
I'm talking about like the point of contention here that started this entire train down this direction. In our conversation right here. Because when I was talking about what would and would not be done, the lost comm was brought up, and then we got into all that, so that's what I'm referring to. You're probably right in terms of timeline, but I'm talking about like in this conversation. So apparently that was not a modern thing. What Susie has said is accurate. I don't think she'd have a reason to lie in this case. She hasn't compared you to V since that one incident.
I have not.
Yeah, once you said it, I realized, okay, shit. Tweet was not properly, like, I didn't get all the information there. Hence why I said, and I don't know if you saw it, I said, hey, if Susie has additional context, I'd be willing to hear it.
The additional context was that it didn't happen. But in any case, I have to admit, I really hated the fact that Koda was just able to double down on her video where she insinuates that I defended homophobia and discrimination without any repercussions there. Because Lio was trying to keep us on track about the lost commentary, and if you're watching this, Lio, that's kind of the reason that I felt this call didn't wind up being super productive. Because while we did talk about this one thing, if you're this far into the video, you probably have realized by now that this one thing connects to a plethora of other things that happened within 2022 and even prior to that in 2021. Koda's dishonesty was at its peak, and the wedding cake video was kind of just one of the more egregious examples of that, because it showed, at least to us in the SCC, that despite how she went on in her Burning Bridges video to tell us to take problems to her directly, that she didn't want to just not hear it, but that she was actively against anything that might have said that she was wrong. That she was willing to take the words of another out of context to paint them in a light that would honest to God get them into the shit that she was worried about getting into with my twit longer. Koda even stating that she was worried about people twisting my words to say that she was pro-doxing earlier in this call should have maybe been an indicator to her that making a video called Doodletones Defends Homophobia and Discrimination could have gotten that with me too. Especially so when you consider the context of everything that I was going to the prior 2 years. Hi Sherman, hi Sylvian, how are you? Extra benefit of doubt or no, at first glance, what was someone going to take from that? Furthermore, when you actively remove the context of me saying that the legality of people being able to discriminate kind of blows, and further reconstruct the argument to be strictly about whether it's morally okay for someone to do this or not, then that extra benefit of doubt you gives me means nothing because people would get that impression just seeing your video. Koda, you are effectively giving dishonest ammunition against people who wanted to do harm to me, and you were directly told that this was a problem when you leaked the thumbnail that this could have been the case. Yet you still don't see anything wrong with your insinuations and still think you were in the right by making that video? Come on now, please don't give me that shit. I wasn't born yesterday. The call continues. We go over a few other things before Lio prepared to wrap everything up between the two of us. Basically telling the two of us to stay out of each other's business.
I think you two need to, of course, reopen business charging. Make sure your DMs with each other are open, even if it's just here. Because I know, Susie, you will respond, because you respond to me almost instantly anytime I message you. But this has gone on long enough. Neko, you've literally been beefing with these people since you were a child. I think it's enough.
That's fair. Especially with Carmen's shit.
What do you think, Susie?
I mean, I've been willing to extend olive branches in the past. I'm willing to just kind of let bygones be bygones and you know, just let it be, but
Alright. Well, here's what I'm gonna recommend as the terms here, for lack of a better word. If you want to do your one or com, I think that's fine overall. If you want to communicate with Neko about it, whatever. I think you guys need to have.
I was about to say, if it's any consolation, I can wait until this whole Carmen thing blows over. That's not a big deal.
That would actually be appreciated, because...
no problem.
Because if Carmen gets stupid in the direction I'm thinking she is, I'm going to have to burn Carmen's entire house to the ground, metaphorically. Because she has done some heinous, and I don't mean heinous in terms of commentary, I mean heinous in terms of moral activity, that if she decides to get stupid, I'm going to have to put her deep into the ground.
I mean, I understand.
It's not a Neko thing, that's a me thing. So, keep your head down, and just watch the fireworks at that point. But if you decide to go through it after that, that's up to you two. I recommend you communicate about it. I'm not asking you to send Neko your script. I'm not asking you to have Neko be your editor for a video criticizing them. That's a bit silly. I think communication needs to be open, and once you two are done with this, both adults, you both have lives you need to live, shake hands, go your separate ways, and don't pick fights with each other. And when I mean with each other, I mean with each other. If, I'm going to use made-up names. God, I hope they're made-up names. If Neko is friends with 2D Sprinkle 76, and
Neko, get the fuck out of my contacts list.
If Susie does a video on that, you stay out of it. And the same goes. Susie, if Neko makes a commentary on Butt Trumpet 72 in your friends list, stay out of that. Let the adults fight it out. You don't have to interject in the middle of all that just because they're your friend.
I mean, I actually don't typically.
I'm just making sure. I don't know every dynamic.
No, I
here,
know.
So I'm just...
And then keep in mind, the thing with Septi, I don't typically jump in if that's like, oh, my friend's being attacked, I gotta jump in. I only really did that with the Septi shit because, you know, I think we can both agree that situation's at extreme.
Oh, for sure.
Like, yeah,
absolutely.
That's the only reason I really like jumped in just to defend them. But again, that's very much like a different situation. If someone makes like a video on Septi or whatever, or another one of my friends, typically I'm just like, hey man,
It's
might
a
be
different
cringe.
situation, but what you needed to learn from that is sometimes you got to slow down and not let your emotions rule you. You could have done a lot better had you not gone in half-cocked with guns blazing, calling out people that you should have known. I know you said you did it to get the attention, that's fine, but some of it blew up on your face. Do not, in the future, and I know you did it for shock value, but it doesn't matter. Do not in the future ever ask for dishonest people to help you cover a serious topic. They are never going to be on your side.
Dishonest people cover a serious topic.
Doesn't make Luke.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, no, I'll agree that was stupid, but Luke himself said he's not coming back. I knew he wasn't gonna say anything.
You knew Kumo and Akumu weren't gonna be Pollyanna about it.
I knew that, but I thought that but the point is, I was like,
no, hold on, I get the point. My point.
I know it's shitty. No, I know it was a bad idea. I agree 100%.
Don't repeat it. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Okay, I know.
You're young, emotions are high, hormones are crazy. I get it, but take some time. Breathe. Think things through. It's like I was telling you earlier. You got to learn to think three-dimensionally about stuff like this. It's why I was able to get that V clown and call. All I had to do was sit there and harass their ego, point out how stupid they are. Whether it was Mongrel or V, because both were on my guess. Mongrel was first because of the DID stuff. It wasn't hard to maneuver this person and call and make them talk to me.
Yeah.
You gotta learn to think like that. You'll do better than you are now. Both of you, agree to all of this and decide to put this all behind you?
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright, so hopefully that takes a bit of stress off both of you. Susie, I am genuinely sorry that you've had people in your cloud palace that decide to be a bunch of dishonest snakes. That is absolute dog crap.
Yeah, as I said, I've chewed out Crimson about it already, so...
Well, if you ever want to make them sport, let me know and I'll send them a link to Senate and we'll decide to have some fun with them.
Christ.
Right, well. This old man is tired, and I am going to bed. If either of you need me, you have a way to reach out to me, and I hope you both have a good night.
Alright, I'll get the ice bucket.
Alright, good night.
See you, Leo.
Later.
See ya.
Alright, I'll hop out too. A little shaken by that, but I guess here we are. Call only lasted about 53-ish minutes. Interesting. He doesn't really fuck around with calls like that. But anyway. The next morning after the call, I was told some troubling news that Koda had apparently attempted to take her own life. And while I was reassured that it definitely had nothing to do with the call we had the night prior, I couldn't help but still feel a twinge of guilt over the whole ordeal. From what I heard, it had something to do with relationship issues, but that's frankly none of my business, so I'm not gonna go over it. But hearing this, combined with the deal that I had struck with Leo and Koda, where I'd stay out of her business, I understandably started reworking my worst of 2022 list to remove Koda, and subsequently most of the other videos done on me that year that I disliked off the list. You know, just in case you were ever curious as to what happened there and just with how haphazardly put together that was, I was keeping my end of the bargain. Ultimately though, and more importantly, Koda wound up being thankfully okay at the end of it all and returned sometime later to go back to her usual shenanigans. After that, though, barring a post the Fromentator made on Tumblr about this whole ordeal that was properly scrutinized on both sides, Koda's behavior seemed to generally get better. She even went on a whole apology tour, going member to member to apologize for her aggressive behavior and making it twit longer, actually trying to address everything, being probably the closest thing we got to a genuine apology out of her ever. This was after the Senate calls we listened to a few chapters back about Kamen Riders, so it's hard to tell how much of this was because of them explicitly, or how much she actually felt remorse over her actions, but either way, once again, we in the SCC, despite being cautious and skeptical because we've done this song and dance before, overall took the apology well enough to drop a lot of the beef we had with her. Probably because we didn't know the full context to everything, possibly because we don't really like to hold a grudge, or maybe because we genuinely were hoping that Lio knocked some sense into her. But whatever the reason, this apology was, like all the others, taken well enough in our neck of the woods. After everything, we still took it well, even if we had a guard up. Now, standing looking back at the bigger picture, we were kinda just gullible. Because, once again, December rolls around, Koda does something dumb and makes it everyone else's problem. Now, I already didn't know much about the situation with Apologized Kamen Rider, but I was at least able to grasp a general beginning of it because I had gotten briefly involved myself. But this one came out of nowhere for us, and holy crap, does it seem like a lot. But going off the story of people who are more connected to the situation, here's what I gathered. So you might have recalled me in the Apologized Kamen Rider segment briefly mentioning a user by the name of Mushroom Girl. Mushroom Girl is a child TikTok creator and commentator who has quite the history of getting into spats with people over her own impulsive choices and misunderstandings. Like, I know there was a whole ordeal kinda recently-ish that had her talking about the term bi-lesbians, which, from what I gathered, could really have just been avoided by using the term sapphic, but whatever. I also know she has like a whole situation with talking over people of color about colored issues, but these are far more recent. She's got a history of pissing people off apparently, and ultimately it was one of these feuds that connected to the inevitable downfall of Neko Koda. Which one was a little hard to pinpoint as an outsider, but combing through Mushroom Girl's channel, it seems like it had something to do with TikTok, or she says it has to do with her TikTok cancellations, whatever that means. But I'm not entirely sure where that even begins, since MG's channel doesn't even seem to have a playlist about it, and the videos that she does mention it in seem to either be unlisted, deleted, or generally not viewable. So I'll choose not to fret over details I would think are important, since obviously, I guess they're not. What is important, though, is that apparently Mushroom Girl has a bunch of TikTokers spreading a bunch of allegations about her. These include, but don't seem to be exactly limited to, racism, drawing NSFW while being a minor, anti-Semitism, romanticizing gore, defending problematic people, and drawing problematic art. And without knowing too much of the details, barring the racism, anti-Semitism, romanticization of potentially triggering topics, and maybe a couple of the other allegations that I didn't quite get to, a lot of this just seems to be petty DeviantArt-esque drama to me at the end of the day, and even the racism and anti-Semitism claims could be attributed to her being an edgy kid for edginess sake. Or something taken wildly out of context. As I said though, I don't really have a lot of the details. Like, if these are true, that's not terribly a great thing, but I almost guarantee you that she'll look back on these issues in time and cringe like the rest of us ex-anti-SJWs. She was like, what, 15 at the time of this situation? Like, I was also not good at 15. Anyway, Mushroom Girl had addressed all of these allegations in a now taken down 2-part video, which was then covered by someone by the name of Shaggy, whose video has also since been taken down as of writing. The only evidence these videos existed to begin with is Mushroom Girl's 3-parter on it, which is currently unlisted, but I was able to gain access to it through other videos MG still has public on her channel, and we'll get to those later. I'm not really going to go over the extent of Mushroom Girl's 3-parter, as really, while I don't think they're great videos, like one probably could make a commentary on them if they had the time or energy, but what she says in these videos isn't super important in the bigger picture of the situation. What is important is knowing that Shaggy didn't like these videos because that becomes the inciting incident. Now, from here on, I exclusively only have Mushroom Girl's testimony to go on, since she seems to be the only one who made videos that I can still find on the subject, though Full transparency, I'm not entirely sure how much I fully trust Mushroom Girl's testimony at the end of the day, since she kinda makes it clear out of the gate that she's doing this out of anger.
I feel like I should mention this since I noticed something. I don't consent to being mentioned, hinted at, referenced to, or even associated with any personal drama videos. Threaded 'cause Twitter sucks. Even if my name isn't mentioned, if it is obvious to multiple PPL I'm the one being referenced to, you're going against my stated boundaries. There are multiple people I don't want to be associated with as they are all very bad people, and that's me saying that. And one of those people made videos that hinted at me, very obviously, and I don't want to be mentioned anymore since this person is attempting to twist everything I've done and made up very blatant lies about me, as well as other bad things, which have never been apologized for. I apologized for things I did to them, it was never returned.
You know, Shaggy, I didn't consent to you trying to ruin my reputation out of malice. It's funny how life works that way.
But, you know, by what Mushroom Girl tells us throughout this video, the whole situation is pretty messy on Shaggy's end, so maybe it's justified. After all, there was apparently a whole harassment campaign behind the scenes, a server dedicated to harassing her, hypocrisy and some shady dealings behind the scenes, straight up manipulation, and lies. She only ever really proves some of these claims true, others need a bit of citation as they're just told to us on the backs of "do trust me" and taking it at face value, but I'm not going to dwell too much on it, mainly because what she does show evidence of is still damning enough that even if not everything is provable, or even if there's some dishonesty afoot in these videos, the idea that Shaggy was an aggressor is still believable enough for me to be more inclined to be on Mushroom Girl's side, if albeit skeptically. Which maybe you might not like to hear, since I know MG has quite the reputation, but truly sometimes the villain actually is just misunderstood. I won't say she's perfect, but in my opinion, harassment campaigns are more of a problem than a kid saying some out-of-pocket garbage. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe I'm off base. Point is, I'm going off of her side of the story as I have nothing else to go on. Though it's not like it's entirely an untrustworthy retelling to begin with. Okay, we good? Cool. So, after MG's video about Shaggy specifically, Shaggy apparently was going to make a call-out document about Mushroom Girl that contained more allegations against her. This was detailed to us through the What Really Happened video that MG posted after this whole situation occurred. Now, Mushroom Girl's video doesn't detail a particularly amazing timeline of events, so I'm not sure when what happened and when Neko Koda specifically got involved in everything, but she does detail why Koda got involved in general, and that's a pretty good start to talking about this situation in broader terms. Though I do wish the timeline was a little more coherent. In her video, she goes back over the harassment campaign server again, brings up some alt accounts that Shaggy and friends used to spy on her, which now makes the third situation Koda has been in where someone has done that exact thing, only this time she's not defending the person who did it, and then brings up a new allegation Shaggy threw at MG regarding her being a sexual abuser.
The thing I'm gonna mention is something that has already been resolved, but was not resolved at the time Neko Koda was told about this. So remember that what I'm about to talk about here was non-malicious on Shaggy's end from what I know and has been cleared up. Shaggy accused me of being a sexual abuser. Yeah, his reason for thinking this was because my abusive ex told him that I was a sexual abuser. So my ex just straight up faked being a victim of sexual abuse. Scummy.
Now, as you heard, according to Mushroom Girl, this one had since been resolved, but it wasn't at the time Koda was already involved. This becomes important as while the initial stuff surrounding MG seems like stuff I'd expect to hear from DeviantArt ranters, this is a pretty serious allegation that would warrant some adult intervention, thus justifying why Koda was even getting involved to begin with. The basis of this allegation, while obviously coming from Mushroom Girl's ex, also radically hinged on the notion of Mushroom Girl defending someone by the name of Zero, a fictional character who depicts sexual assault in whatever story they're a part of. MG doesn't quite make what story Zero is a part of clear, but we do know that Zero is not a real person, so she's not actually defending a rapist here. She's defending the existence of a character that touches on darker themes in a story that's about said themes. But this allegation presumes otherwise, that because she does defend this character so heavily, that must be a projection from her own history of sexual assault, So we're talking an account of libel here. Like, these aren't just allegations you can throw around willy-nilly, you know? Anyway, so Koda was given screenshots, specifically by one of Shaggy's friends by the name of Parpar. My guess is a way to apologize. Mushroom Girl then plays out those DMs for us to hear.
Hey, how are you? I cannot respond very quickly as I'm in a tough spot in real life, but I really wanted to warn you to keep a lookout for things because it's been getting out of hand. Luckily for you, the only time they've mentioned you was during your stream about the bi-lesbian video, but that's it. Just in case, if I do see them, the ones harassing and cyberstalking MG hopping onto your server, I'll let you know, but don't take immediate action as that'll ruin things. It will make it harder for me to end the disgusting and illegal shit they're doing. But to instead keep an eye on them and to not mention anything that would be controversial, as that would be used against her. It will be an extra blow towards them. Sorry for reaching out like this. I'm freaking out and I'm trying my best to do the right thing.
Hold on. There's a group of people harassing Mushroom Girl and doing illegal shit? Like what?
Yes, there's a group of people harassing her, cyberstalking her, pretending to be her friend to backstab them, having oaths in her server to spy on them, etc. Cyberstalking is a crime.
How many people are involved in this?
Let me count real quick. 10 active members in the server dedicated to that. There are more, but they're either alts or not participating.
Why the fuck are they harassing her?
Because Shaggy. Also because they don't like her. Exploded more because of the recent romanticization, racism, and bi-lesbian drama.
I told him to stay away from it. Jesus. Me, him, and Mushroom Girl tried to talk things out, but no compromise could be met. So I basically told them, don't talk to each other.
This, I think, is actually a good sign for Koda initially. Like, I'll give her all the credit where it's due in that she tried working things out in a civil and private scenario that doesn't involve doing anything rash or impulsive. Doesn't require a live debate or a huge call-out video. This is actually rather mature on her end, which is more than I can say about literally anything else in this video. So if you ever wanted an argument about Koda having the ability to improve, it would be here. But we know how this story ends, which makes this particular instance of good that Koda does so much more frustrating in my opinion. But of course, I don't want to jump the gun. We'll come back to that later.
I've heard about that, and even I offered to help both of them talk about it again to keep the promise in stone, but he said no, and his friend said there's no reasoning with her.
But that's not an excuse to harass her. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this cyberstalking and harassing thing is freaking me out. I'm trying my best to be there for MG because witnessing this is stressing me out, so I cannot imagine how they're feeling. Shaggy tried and is still trying to get her account banned from Toy House, which is the last night and this morning. I have as much evidence as possible proving what they're all doing.
Can you link me Shaggy's socials?
That's a good question. Let me see. The only thing I can think of is his Twitter, and I'm assuming you had his Discord. Is this Twitter account okay? I don't see anything else in his bio other than the pronoun thing.
Yep, that's fine.
I'm honestly afraid of him, so please don't mention me.
Don't worry. I won't. But you did the right thing in telling me.
Like many things in this video, keep this unfortunate statement in the backs of your brains for later.
Will that message aged like milk?
To tell Goldcato too, since this goes against what he said in the announcement and in their community post.
Yeah, fun fact, what they're referring to is Goat Cato getting so pissed off at what Shaggy was doing. And keep in mind, Goat Cato hates me too. Goat Cato has a lot of the same beliefs as Shaggy. But Goat Cato was so angry at Shaggy because of the extent he was taking this cyber stalking in Goat Cato's own server that they made not one, but 2 notices about it. One of which was extremely fucking aggressive because after the first one, they wouldn't knock it off.
But I was afraid of what could happen. More and more, I'm finding out people who she thought was her friend were fake, and I feel bad for her.
Nah, don't worry. I'm gonna handle Shaggy. You won't be mentioned.
Thank you so much. I didn't know who to go to.
Alright, question. What are the chances you can let me slide an ult in that server you're talking about?
Of course. Nah, because the best way to fight someone else spying with alt accounts is to use one yourself. I mean, I get it. I get it. You need your research and all that, but God, I'm so tired of the hypocrisy in this video.
That's a very hard chance because if Shaggy doesn't know you, then it'll be hard, but what I can do is sometime when I get home or another time we can be in call and I'll stream showing you the server.
Can you send me Shaggy's Discord tag list? I won't add him.
Yes, I can.
Sick.
But yes, I am more than willing to stream and show you myself. Hopefully they don't know, but even then, I still have screenshots left. Do you think you have time today or tomorrow? I was going to drive and apply to some jobs, but I can't put those to the side and go home to stream.
I'm fine. We can do this when you have free time. I already got a plan of what to do.
Okay, what's your plan / genuine? I should be ready later today or tomorrow morning, but I don't know your time zone.
Honestly, trying to see if I can get in touch with Shaggy's parents.
Okay, so you might be expecting me to cut in and say something along the lines of, "This is bad of Koda," or "Koda shouldn't be doing this," and all that. And while yes, I'll concede that there are better ways to go about this that we'll touch on later, but considering the circumstances, I don't believe contacting Shaggy's parents is necessarily a problem inherently. Follow along with me here. This might be a bit of a hot take, but considering I have myself thought about doing this to some of my own stalkers in the past, one of which Koda actually got the information of and gave to me, sometimes trying to contact the parents does kind of become the only answer left to do. It's an unfortunate last resort, and even then it doesn't always work. That said, I don't believe Koda did this with the context of exhausting all of their options first. She talked to Shaggy, yes, but after hearing that on its own wasn't enough, she jumps to contact parents, which is a bit more rash given what we've heard up to this point. Sure, libel is nothing to take sitting down, but considering MG in this same video explains that the situation there was worked out before Koda initiated Operation Get Cancelled, it then shows that there was more that could have been done before needing to contact Shaggy's parents. So I like to look at the nuance and stuff like this, and while I think this tactic can be not only useful but important, I feel Koda's particular execution of diving into this plan isn't exactly tactful or needed. And I guess it's easy to say in retrospect, but considering Koda dusted her hands with a, "Well, I tried, now we get personal info," I probably would have said it at the time too.
Oh yeah, that's a very good idea. That will be amazing.
I'm gonna generate an IP grabber to get him to click it and give him a final warning. Knock it off or I'll tell your parents.
Do you think this will work? I don't know how that works.
Rule 1 of making a threat. Make sure you can follow through immediately. You're gonna get his parents' contact info first and tell him.
Okay, that sounds good because what he's doing is illegal.
I've spoken with Shaggy. I don't think I'll need to call the parents. The threat will be enough.
So, wanna know what else is illegal? Blackmail. More on that later. Mushroom Girl then goes on to outline some DMs she had with Koda herself over this plan, and MG just kinda goes along with it because Koda gives the really bad excuse of it's something everyone does, which, Koda, my homie, my buddy, mi amiga, no! That's not a good excuse, especially when the worry is strictly the legality of the situation. Now, if you want a better and more direct answer, no. Not really. IP addresses aren't necessarily private info, so getting that information isn't what's legally dubious. It's what you do with that info that it can become an issue. And what Koda planned on doing with that info in threatening the minor into silence is definitely more what could get Koda in trouble with the law over merely just getting the information to begin with. Because there are sites out there that provide people's information that just about anyone can access. Getting the information isn't illegal. Now to clarify, before I get another studio needing more accusing me of being pro-doxing, no, doxing would be one of those actions that falls under the illegal category. There's a difference between getting the information for like a police report or something and publicizing it to the internet with the intent to scare someone off of their platform. I also cannot stress enough, given the wedding cake fiasco I explained earlier, that just because something is legal doesn't mean I necessarily support the action either. Like, I personally don't like the idea of immediately gathering someone's personal info to weaponize it against them. I'd rather things get sorted out civilly, but sometimes it's not really an option. Sometimes shit's fucked, you know? Anyway, sorry for that little side tangent. It's just the last time I talked about doxing in a video like this, I had someone accusing me of being all for it, but should come as no surprise as someone who has been doxed, I'm not. Mushroom Girl also within this video tries clearing up the misconception that what Koda was doing was specifically threatening to dox the minor herself, claiming that Koda was not intending to leak that information she got to the public. That does align with Koda's messages, so I'm willing to take that at face value too. However, in the attempt to be fair, I don't want to just ignore where this idea came from, since Shaggy, one of the people involved and who wound up being the victim to Koda's blackmail, did put out a tweet where they claimed that Koda said she had the ability to dox Shaggy if she wanted to. And while yes, this is a similar case to Carmen telling Mushroom Girl that if she was a pedophile she'd turn MG into a meat puppet, this is also a similar case to that, in that, while yes, there is a difference between saying that you can do something or that you would do something if a different intention was met, the fact that you'd say something like that at all is mad sus and is a threat regardless of what was actually said at the end of the day. Like, why would you even be remotely surprised that people would come to such a conclusion? It's also worth bringing up that Koda went out of her way to ultimately stalk Shaggy in other ways too, finding their TikTok account and following that, bringing up their older usernames they no longer go by, constantly sea-lioning Shaggy after they explicitly asked Koda to go away and stop being weird, presenting Shaggy with the most debate me bro garbage we have seen thus far, while also threatening to DDoS their internet. You know, very hinged and normal behavior and totally doesn't sound like a fucking supervillain. What the hell, Koda? That's around the time where Mushroom Girl goes over how Koda executed this plan and constantly condemns Koda all throughout this explanation. However, I would be remiss if I simply ignored how this whole thing becomes a big backpedaling parade for Mushroom Girl. And no, I don't simply mean in the sense that she didn't initially see an issue with it at first, since she acknowledges that within the video itself, and she obviously shows regret for that. No, I mean in that I've seen the other videos she's made about the stuff surrounding Koda. One where she blatantly downplays Koda's actions as with the best of intentions and is willing to forgive her, as if MG has anything to forgive Koda for. And the other one is basically saying that this was karma for what Shaggy was doing to her. Like, no. Blackmail is a bit more extreme than a harassment campaign. Neither are particularly good, but one is kind of a felony. Like a little bit. Can we all agree on that? Like, am I crazy? This is exactly why I prefaced using her video as a citation that I'm not entirely sure how trustworthy it is. But it is unfortunately all that I have to go on, since I'm unsure if Shaggy had even made a video about it or wanted to make a video about it, much less know where to look for the other side. I've tried though, like, I don't want to just speak over victims like that, you know? Like, it's just not easy to find a channel when you don't know where to look. Anyway, now that we've gotten to the actual point in the story where Koda was trying to execute her plan, we can turn our attention towards the side that was a bit closer to the situation. Someone who's less, morally corrupt than I, after all, because while this is the part that practically everyone saw on Twitter, I do still need to go over it if I'm to be faithful to this timeline of events. So as far as everyone was concerned from the outside, all we saw was Koda arguing with someone on Twitter. Something that if you're this far into the video I shouldn't need to explain is a pretty common occurrence. It was mostly white noise for us, especially for someone like myself who didn't even follow Koda at the time. It wasn't until a user by the name of Corpse Bunny, also known as Zavaya, leaked out DMs between they and Koda where we started seeing the other side of this story. One where Koda legitimately tried to get Zavaya to hack Shaggy to scare them. You cannot make this shit up if you tried. Now again, this is your friendly reminder that Koda had already been talked to about their attempts to play hard. After the Septipause vs. Carmen Rider debacle, no one really trusted Koda to do dick all when it came to serious situations. And given what happened there, why would you? It makes matters worse when this was a situation between two minors, two teenagers, two children doing ultimately pretty stupid things. Because they're children. I don't think acting tough and wanting to scare a child is particularly a thing that puts you within the right here, Koda, especially when you promised the Senate that you wouldn't have done so. Now, if that was the worst she did, then we would still criticize her, we would still condemn her actions, and it wouldn't have been good for Koda. But there ultimately wouldn't have been that much to talk about at the end of the day. This is Neko Koda. The phrasing is, it will always get worse. Because here, it absolutely did. So remember how I brought up the rumor that Koda may have faked her own suicide during the rebrand from the Dark Commentator to Kainu? Yeah, remember how I said to take that with a grain of salt because there was no real evidence of that? Remember how I brought that up as a little SCC campfire story and didn't hold that against her as one of her many problems? Remember how someone in the Senate told her that faking a suicide would be the only thing that would get people to turn away from her? You remember all that? I do. So meet Jordan Doodles, someone who Koda absolutely did do that to on the day she was outed doing all of this shady shit behind the scenes before deep-sixing her socials in an impulsive and cowardly tuck tail and run strategy to avoid taking responsibility or accountability. Something I personally looked at with disappointment and ire, knowing that it was only a month or two prior that she said she was going to try to take accountability for the shit she did do to us here in the SCC. This becomes even more of an egregious action when it apparently, according to both Database Productions' video about the situation and the Senate calls he used within it, that this action of faking suicide followed a mere hour after Jordan had explained that they had previously lost someone to very similar circumstances.
And the fact that not only did you do the most stereotypical, manipulative thing in the book, but you also did it only an hour before Jordan told you that they've actually had someone kill themselves that way before, and you're like, ah yes, I'll do that to Jordan, because that way, the next time I come back, Jordan will be on my side, because I perfectly whipped them into shape. That's where it comes off from my position.
So for someone who that same year was getting onto the SEC's case for, quote, weaponizing her trauma against her, when frankly it was only my dumbass getting increasingly frustrated with our DM conversations, she goes out of her way to do the exact same thing to someone else to avoid responsibility for blackmailing and stalking a minor. What do you even do with this? I do feel really bad, not only for Shaggy and Jordan, who were both very much victims of Koda's behavior, like, they didn't deserve what they were given, but I also feel bad for Lio, who had up to this point been trying to help Koda behind the scenes, had gone to bat for her. To the point, if you recall, I had even told him he was wasting his time on her. And to see Koda do something like this, not only to another person, but someone who Lio had involved into a little found family he's created for himself and those he now considers his kids, I can only imagine the disappointment he must have felt to hear all of this news. Especially when you think about the why it is Koda might have done all of this stuff to begin with. The most likely theory also was the one outlined in Database's video on the situation, being that Koda might have saw what Lio was doing and wanted to replicate that. It wouldn't be the first time that she took the route of intimidation. She did that, after all throughout her time within the SCC. So it's not too crazy to assume that Lio, who has garnered a level of respect from his peers doing what he does, would have inspired Koda to try to do the same to garner that same level of respect. Of course, the biggest difference is, Lio tends to do what he does to predators and general creeps, and doesn't usually get involved with situations that are between two beefing teenagers. In fact, going off of what we hear in Database's video, at about 20.5 minutes in, we hear that Lio had a much more thought-out plan.
Were you trying to LARP as Lio? If so, why?
I think this one was already answered. Wanted control, wanted to look like the good guy, wanted to boost my own ego, for lack of a better term.
So you were trying to, I just want to make sure you were trying to emulate Lio.
Yeah.
So again, why was my solution not good enough, Neko? About it did you disagree on?
A Mushroom Girl like quitting videos? Is that what you're referring to?
Mushroom Girl stopping with the nonsense and things she should not be talking about, and if she has continued to be given grief, her parents needed to be contacted and be told she is in this situation, because if she is being harassed, we can't control the idiots doing it, Neko. All we can do is make sure she's safe. And instead of valuing her actual safety, you tried to LARP as me, you made a mess of things, and now you put her in an even worse situation. Because God forbid you do the actual responsible adult thing while you try to pretend that you're me.
Lio's plan was to make sure Mushroom Girl was safe and contact her parents to get her out of the situation where she was being harassed, knowing that they probably couldn't actually do much to Shaggy and friends to get them to stop the harassment on their end. Koda was attempting to do the direct opposite of that. And thus, that's where we got to where we were, where Koda started villain monologuing at children, threatening them with their information, and once again, going the route of debate me bro in trying to get Shaggy into a group DM. Much less to say, this was basically the end of Neko Koda. Now, while I've been using Database's video to give an insight on how the Senate reacted to this situation, I was made privy to these calls myself. I have listened to them, I have even taken notes. One of them I was actually invited to, but sadly did not partake in, because I was busy with something or another. I don't exactly remember what, but I kind of regret not going. Such is life. Most of the people in those calls probably don't like me anyway, so maybe it's best I didn't join. Plus, a conversation with Koda now is probably not going to get us anywhere, so we'll just leave the regrets at the door and focus on the important things. Now, these calls in particular I was told not to use or share within my own video, so I'll keep to that promise and not share the direct audio of these last two calls about Koda and her behavior. You know, outside of the stuff Database already used within his video. That said, I do want to talk about a couple of things in particular that I took note of when they were said within them. The first being that Koda, when asked what there was to gain from doing all of this, claimed that she did so to see if she could, which is a bit of a statement, that's for sure. We're really out here using a minor's docs information for a fucking social experiment, ain't we? Keep it classy, Koda. And two, I want to acknowledge her own acknowledgement of the pattern of behavior she had within the calls themselves. See, for context, Koda, after getting called out, ducked into an alt account she had made called Duskamarola, that then left a twitlonger called Neko Koda, a cowardly, pathetic loser. This twitlonger is pretty bad actually and was widely criticized when it dropped. We won't go over that. I want to focus on the general motifs, however, shown throughout this twitlonger, being ones of leaving forever, specifically that Koda was a poison for her, and specifically acknowledging that she has a pattern of behavior that keeps hurting people. But in neither the call nor the twitlonger does Koda seem to really understand what that pattern of behavior is. And as someone who is a part of the community that has told it to her the most, has spelled it out for her even, myself especially, it's frustrating to still see her not get it. So Koda, if you're watching, and good God do I hope you are, I think it's time we sit and have a chat. And I want you to actually listen this time. Koda, first and foremost, I'm incredibly disappointed. I have the longest history with you. You came to me first when you wanted to do commentaries, and our beef had been off and on the longest you've had with anyone else by a particularly big margin. Hence why this video is even as long as it is. But every time, you fucked around and needed to find out, I had a shred of hope that one day, maybe by some stretch of the imagination, that you'd improve. But not only did you never do so, but you progressively got worse with every new situation you caused. You keep apologizing, but never understanding the why it is you even needed to apologize to begin with, and if that's not the surest sign that something needs to be said, then frankly, I don't know what is. I wanted to make sure I outlined every single fuck-up you've done, told the stories of what happened in each of these situations down to the detail, specifically so I can make this point. You have never wanted to listen. You never have. From the time you were Felix arguing about the usefulness of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, to the time you heard Lyo's advice on what to do about Mushroom Girl, the constant recurring pattern of behavior is that you were stubborn enough to stand your ground even when it was not worth doing so. You wall up when you're criticized. You double down when arguments are brought to the forefront. You would claim you can take criticism, but rarely ever showed it because you didn't want to believe that you could be wrong. And the few times you did, you never applied it, or worse, would relapse into repeating the behavior that got you in trouble to begin with. You would assume the worst out of everyone, no matter the circumstance, and standards that you set would rarely ever be met. It would always be the fault of other people with you, when it was quite clear by the stuff that happened with Joni's Branding Nightmares ripoff that the common denominator for most of these situations you got yourself criticized for was you and your emotionally knee-jerk reactions. Your impulsive behaviors were your downfall, and as cathartic as it should be to finally see this behavior catch up with you, the only emotion I feel at the end of the day is frustration that it took you this long in this extreme of a situation to finally get you to listen. When we in the SCC have honest to God tried to help you understand your specific problems for years. Believe it or not, we gave you chance after chance, extended olive branch after olive branch, rebuilt bridges after you effectively burned them down time and time again. We would play by your rules, talk to you when you asked, and a few of us were even there for your worst moments in dealing with people who hurt you the most. But every time we would try to make things better with you, you turn around and say that we were the ones trying to shut you down. That we were the toxic ones. That we were the ones who cared to see you get better the least, to the point you turn around to other groups of people to talk about how bad this community was to you. You spread misinformation about us. And I know you did, because it would be this same community that tried to take you back in time and time again that would get thrown under the bus by people who you considered your friends after you left us. I certainly did notice, Koda. The fact so many people thought we threw you out to begin with, listening to those cynic calls, was staggering. I cannot stress enough how much we weren't purposely trying to get onto your case about things. The only times we would interact with you specifically was either to just simply criticize a video like we always do, or was directly in retaliation to you doing something that could put harm on us. But like, for the sake of argument, right? Let's say we did remove you out of the SCC. With everything I've detailed within this video, could you really blame us? To recap, we're talking about the same person who constantly took shots at the SCC unprompted, sea-lioned others into a debate whenever you had the chance to, tried coaxing others out of our community, lied to people constantly, either by omission or just outright, apathetically labeled someone within this community as someone who'd defend homophobia, then got defensive when we said that would paint a bigger target on them, joined in on traumatizing people within this community, even going as far as to bully someone out of commentaries outright, defended stalkers and harassers, emotionally manipulated people, and ruined Christmas not once but 5 times. This is not even accounting for the shit that you did during the Septipause and Mushroom Girl dramas. This was only looking at what you've done directly to us. And like, I get it, you know? I'm not gonna say this community is without fault. Despite what Crimson Paladin might have you believe I believed, of course we have our problems. But honest to God, look at the stuff we did to you versus what you've done to us. The worst we did was what? Make some out-of-pocket sentiments, including connections between the way you and your abuser act? Sure, that's not exactly great, but you did far more to people for far less. Anything else we did was criticize a video. Something you had been doing this whole time up to that point. It's fucking tragic how much you encapsulated the video critic can't take criticism stereotype of commentators. Look, at the end of the day, Koda, I don't hate you, despite what you might believe. I hate the way you act. I hate the way you approach situations. Hell, I even hate the way you react to even the slightest bit of dissent towards what you might have to say. But I don't hate you. We have both dealt with far worse people in our time in commentaries. From the manipulation by Dylan Thomas, the gaslighting by Rachel Mills, the very unhinged behavior of Septipause, the abusiveness of V Omega, and everything in between. You and I went to hell and back. Both experienced bandwagonhood. Both experienced the stress of a controversy we hadn't planned for. And hey, both of us even experienced being isolated from the SCC at various points in our careers. The only difference was I followed Virgil through the tour and he was able to lead me back to the surface of the earth. Whereas you thought you didn't need him and got lost in the inferno trying to cross the Styx. I've gotten very angry in this video, that much is certain, and have maybe said some things about you that will have absolutely hurt. But good God, you needed that wake-up call years ago. And I'm glad it was Lio who gave it to you, because you would be in a much worse scenario had it been someone who actually did care less about your well-being. And I know you're probably looking for advice this late into the video so you can do the bare minimum and come back under a different alias like you've done time and time again. But frankly, I don't know what else to tell you. We've all given advice that you have just shrugged off until it was no longer your choice to take it. You're a stubborn and impulsive mess, Koda, and being this stubborn and impulsive is not a good thing for anyone, especially not when that impulsivity comes with emotional manipulation and handing off responsibility onto another person. Frankly, This is one of the few times I look at everything on the table and have to say, maybe it's best that you don't have a platform. I know that's not what you want to hear, but truly, think back on every time you've acknowledged this behavior and still wound up having to apologize for something that came back to that very same pattern of behavior. Do you honestly think it's a good idea? If the roles were reversed and I was the one canceled for blackmailing a minor, would you want me to come back to my platform knowing that this shit is most likely going to happen again? I would hope the answer is no. I've said many a times that we couldn't keep doing this, and I'm so glad that I no longer have to. Take care of yourself, Coda, because we can't do it for you forever. And that's the video. What a ride that was. If you sat through this whole thing, first of all, I salute your patience. You have more of an attention span than I would watching a video like this. But if you don't mind, stick around for a bit longer, because I do have stuff to say. I really don't usually do the call to action type outros, but if you like the video, maybe give it a thumbs up, and if you're new here and want to see more from me, maybe hit that subscribe button. I tend to do response commentaries to much, much smaller and way less significant topics, but they're also more fun than making a multi-hour long video like this where I'm just dismantling a person to their bare bones. If you'd like to help me out, I do have a link to a Ko-fi down below too. You don't have to if you don't want to, but donations would be nice as I want to try to get a new computer soon. The one that I rendered this monster on is getting a bit on in its years, and it's like a decade old. Like, I had the same computer since before I was even a commentator, and that was like 2015, so it's about time for a replacement so this one can rest and retire peacefully. I started this script like last August and then continued in December, which is a lot of time, and I have been battling with stomach problems and burnout, so any help would be nice. I don't know when the next video would be out, but hopefully it won't take as long as this one did to finish. Also a reminder, I don't want harm to come from these videos. Don't harass Coda or anything if she does come back. I don't want that of her, and I'm pretty sure she wouldn't want that either. My videos are not supposed to be tools for destruction, and I'd appreciate that they don't get used as such. In any case, this has been Doodletones, and I hope you all have a good day, and take care. Now I look out for her return in December, yeah?